Let us commence with the conclusion. I, Lin Xuan, began with an extraordinary fortune, yet the entire world perceives me as an ineffectual wretch. On the first day, I awakened an F-grade slime, becoming the subject of ridicule, and activated the divine lottery system. By the second day, a novice 10 consecutive draws yielded an SSS grade Chaos Dragon hatchling, which I affectionately named Little Soft. On the third day, during class, Little Soft unleashed a glob of slime, incapacitating the teacher's B-grade battle pet, leaving the entire class in stunned silence. Within the first week, I anonymously sold potions and amassed a fortune overnight, becoming the mysterious alchemist that even the queen of the black market yearned to meet. In the first month, during the family assessment, Little Soft accidentally tripped my cousin's C-grade battle pet, causing my status to soar. Throughout the first semester, in the City League, Little Soft advanced to the finals by sheer luck, inadvertently devouring the breath of an opponent's A-grade dragon. Everyone exclaimed, "This defies logic. By what merit does he achieve this?" The scion of the Qin family declared, "Lin Xuan, what manner of monster are you?" The campus belle, Su Qingxue, remarked, "I understand now. You are indeed the strongest." I, raising my hands in surrender, do not inquire further. Simply know that my slime possesses remarkable capabilities. Thus, the question arises, when the abyss invades and myriad races despair, and my slime sheds its disguise to transform into the creator dragon, how utterly chaotic shall this world become? Chapter 1. The Genius That Never Rose. In Jiangnan City, at the 3rd Beastmaster High School, sweat, youthful hormones, and the cheap fantasy known as the future. Only Lin Xuan stands as an anomaly. He was pushed to the farthest edge of the crowd, hands in pockets, gaze vacant, as if contemplating whether to have pig trotter rice or Lansau noodle for lunch. The annual Fate Wheel Lottery, a classic beginning. Next, the genius will make his appearance, attracting the gaze of the masses. The ineffectual will stumble, becoming the laughingstock. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Can we not have a different scriptwriter for this narrative? Internally, he ranted fervently, while the principal continued his impassioned speech from the podium. Students, today, the door of destiny shall be flung wide open for you. Lin Xuan cleared his ears, flicking away a small piece of fanciful earwax. The awakening stone will summon a contract spirit from another dimension that best matches your spiritual affinity. Talent ratings range from S to F. The higher the rating, the broader the future. The temperature of the crowd surged several degrees, almost igniting the very air, save for Lin Xuan. The results of the spiritual power test from 3 days prior revealed an F grade, a figure that shattered the school's lowest record, as clear as a brand etched upon his forehead. Hey, look over there in the corner. Isn't that Lin Xuan? I heard his spiritual power test was merely F grade. F grade? Is that true? Doesn't that mean summoning even a slime would be a struggle? A particularly sharp voice pierced through the murmurs, striking directly at Lin Xuan. It belonged to his cousin, Lin Wei, the prodigy of a Lin family. He was surrounded by a throng of sycophants in the center of the crowd, like a local emperor basking in the adoration of the stars. He unabashedly pointed towards Lin Xuan, a mocking smirk playing upon his lips. An F grade, truly a disgrace to the Lin family. I have long asserted that a mere illegitimate scion from a collateral branch is utterly unworthy of bearing the Lin blood. Lin Xuan did not even lift his eyelids. A classic villainous proclamation, its pungency palpable even from 30 meters away, an assault on the senses. Mr. Wang, responsible for maintaining order, evidently overheard Lin Wei's bluster. Not only did he refrain from intervening, but he also seemed to have found an opportunity to assert his authority, hastily striding towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, he hissed, his voice low yet brimming with disdain. Go stand at the back of the line. Do not linger here, obstructing the view. He did not even afford Lin Xuan the opportunity to walk away on his own. With an impatient shove of his robust elbow, he forcefully pushed Lin Xuan out from the edge of the crowd. Lin Xuan stumbled a few steps and steadied himself at the very end of the line. Just as he regained his balance, a figure as robust as a mountain squeezed through his steadfast companion, Wang Dali. A flicker of warmth coursed through Lin Xuan's heart. Look, the script still possesses a semblance of humanity. Though the entire world has turned against me, a true brother should. Lin Xuan. Wang Dali's voice shattered the warmth like ice. Though his tone was not loud, it was laden with the fury of betrayal and profound disappointment, his eyes glaring at Lin Xuan with a fiery intensity. I truly did not anticipate your utter ineptitude. F grade? How dare you? He was not there to offer solace, but rather to deliver judgment. Wang Dali's lips trembled, and the gazes directed towards him felt like daggers at his back. He glanced at Lin Wei and his entourage, whose mocking expressions ignited a resolve within him. I can no longer call you my friend. I cannot bear this shame. With that, he spun away as if fleeing from a contagion, hastily merging into the crowd, deliberately placing more than 10 meters between himself and Lin Xuan. The mask of tranquility on Lin Xuan's face cracked for the first time. He gazed at Wang Dali's resolute silhouette, feeling the roar of blood surging through his head. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, the sharp pain bringing a fleeting clarity to his tumultuous mind. Damn, wasn't it promised that brothers would walk together for life? Yet you released your grip the moment my talent was deemed F grade? This truly breached my defenses. The surrounding gazes shifted from idle curiosity to unabashed pity and scorn. Lin Xuan stood at the tail of the line, utterly isolated. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted throughout the crowd, akin to a tsunami. Heavens! It is Su Qingxue. The campus belle, Su Qingxue, ascended the stage. Dressed in a white gown, her ethereal demeanor resembled a snow lotus untouched by the mundane world. Throughout her ascent, she did not cast a single glance at the throng below, as if the thousands of classmates were merely a blurred backdrop. She placed her delicate hand upon the awakening stone. Buzz! The stone erupted in dazzling blue light, a beam of light shooting skyward. Within the magical formation, a small bird composed entirely of ice crystals, exuding an intense chill, elegantly settled upon Su Qingxue's shoulder. An A-grade contract spirit, the ice crystal bird. The crowd erupted in fervor. Countless young men emitted shrill cries akin to that of groundhogs. Su Qingxue's gaze finally drifted from the contract spirit, lightly sweeping over the audience, relishing the thunderous adulation. Her eyes passed over Lin Xuan's position without the slightest pause, as if it were merely an empty space. The classic scene of a goddess and an ant has arrived. Today truly encompasses all essential elements. Lin Xuan's self-deprecatingly tug at the corner of his mouth, concealing the crescent-shaped marks left by his nails in his pocket. The ceremony continued, with one student after another taking the stage. Finally, the assessment teacher wearily called out the name. Next, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan stepped onto the platform, instantly becoming the sole focus of attention. 1,000 gleeful eyes shone upon him like spotlights, all necks craning to witness the birth of the year's most monumental joke. Lin Wei's laughter was unabashed. Look! The epic F grade is about to make its entrance. Witness this historic moment. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and pressed his hand against the frigid awakening stone. In the next moment, a faint glimmer of gray light flickered on the stone, barely visible. That light was as fine as a hair, as dim as a candle flickering in the wind, perfectly epitomizing what constitutes a standard textbook F-grade reaction. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence. Then, it was uncertain who first broke the silence, but a single chuckle ignited the fuse. Ha 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 ha! The deafening uproar of laughter instantly engulfed the entire square. Some laughed so hard they pounded their chests, while others shed tears from their mirth. Within the summoning array, brilliant lights flickered. A trembling, fist-sized orb of blue, gelatinous substance gradually materialized. It appeared feeble and helpless, quivering even more violently at the sound of surrounding laughter. The identification teacher cast a fleeting glance, mustering the last remnants of his professional composure to lethargically announce, F-grade contract spirit, slime. The laughter escalated. In the face of this public humiliation, Lin Xuan exhibited neither shame nor despair upon his countenance. He calmly descended the steps, disregarding all gazes, and approached the slime that was on the verge of tears from the laughter. Crouching down, he extended a finger and gently touched the jelly-like body of the slime under the astonished stares of the audience. A faint glimmer flashed, and the contract was established. This inexplicable calmness rendered Lin Wei's mocking laughter caught in his throat. In the distance, the usually aloof school beauty, Su Qingxue, for the first time regarded him with genuine surprise in her eyes. This lad, could it be that he's been rendered foolish by the laughter? Someone muttered quietly. On the observation platform, an elder clad in the Lin family's elder attire turned pale and abruptly slammed his palm on the table, rising suddenly. A tremendous disgrace. He flicked his sleeve and departed without a backward glance. Observing this, Lin Wei instantly recognized the perfect opportunity to showcase himself. He summoned all his strength and, with a hoarse voice, proclaimed to the assembly, "I, in the capacity of a direct descendant of the Lin family, hereby declare, from this day forth, there shall be no Lin Xuan in the Lin family. He shall be expelled from the main residence, with his monthly resource allocation reduced to the bare minimum." This was a decree aimed at his utter destruction. Lin Xuan cradled the icy, still trembling slime in his arms, remaining silent. Amidst countless mocking, disdainful, and pitying gazes, he alone turned and left the square. His back appeared desolate, yet he stood resolutely upright. Upon reaching an uninhabited corner, the sunlight was obscured by towering structures, enveloping him entirely in shadow. His life seemed to have plunged into the deepest abyss at that very moment. He leaned against the wall, his body gradually sliding down as he squatted with the slime in his embrace. The small creature seemed to sense his emotions, nudging his chin with its bouncy form. Lin Xian's taut nerves finally relaxed, an indescribable fatigue washing over him. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Detection of host achieving hidden achievement. Abandonment by all, ridicule from the masses, falling to the depths. Activation conditions have been met. Ding. God-level lottery system officially activated. Lin Xuan. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the innocent-looking slime in his arms, a manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now I understand why I've been so unfortunate. It seems I was destined to encounter this. Chapter 2. All in. The Lin family courtyard sprawls extensively. Lin Xian's new abode is situated in the most inconspicuous corner of the entire estate. It is a dilapidated little shack, its walls marred and peeling as if they had been clawed at countless times. Thick cobwebs dangle from the eaves, and the stone steps at the entrance are overrun with slippery moss. This place exudes an aura of a storeroom so decrepit that even rats would weep and carry their own provisions if they dared to enter. As Lin Xuan made his way from the square, his treatment was nothing short of exceptional. Every servant he encountered instinctively bowed in deference, but upon recognizing him, that respectful demeanor swiftly melted away, replaced with a sneer that mingled disdain with a hint of satisfaction. Their gazes were unabashedly scornful, as if to say, "Oh, isn't this our once promising young master? What a pitiful state he has fallen into." Throughout this spectacle, Lin Xuan maintained a steadfast gaze, his heart unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. The speed of their transformation was such that it seemed a waste he wasn't acting for an award. It is said that monetary support surpasses mere pleasantries. To Lin Xuan, their disdain was nothing more than worthless electronic chaff, unworthy of even a frown. With a creak, he pushed open the worn wooden door, its paint flaking off at the slightest touch. A musty odor mixed with dust assaulted his senses. Perhaps this was what one might call the fragrance of history. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him, severing all external mockery and contempt. The interior was so starkly minimalist it could be deemed the pinnacle of simplicity. A bed, a table, and a chair. Nothing more. Lin Xuan placed the trembling slime he had cradled in his arms onto the table. It immediately plopped into a jelly-like puddle, its large blue eyes wide with terror, evidently still reeling from the raucous laughter that had echoed from the square. "Fear not," Lin Xuan reassured, extending a finger to poke its bouncy, cool body. "From now on, I shall protect you." He paused before adding, "Rest assured, you are not alone in your misfortunes." With that, he cleared his mind and delved deep into his consciousness, silently invoking system. In an instant, a vibrant azure virtual interface unfurled before him, visible only to his eyes. The interface was strikingly minimalist, resembling a poorly constructed PowerPoint template. At the top were 3 prominent module buttons: Personal Panel, Lottery Roulette, System Tasks. Lin Xuan navigated effortlessly to Personal Panel. Rows of data were clearly displayed, each word striking at him like a precise personal affront. Name: Lin Xuan. Mental Strength: F. Beast Tamer rank: None. Covenant Spirit: Slime: F grade. Skills: None. Lin Xian's eyelid twitched. Good heavens, this panel was as pristine as his washed face, yet as impoverished as his cleaned-out pockets. A double F warrior. Was he here to gather negative states instead? This was a battle power ceiling that could only be written in reverse. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. System rule explanation. Lottery tickets can be obtained by completing system tasks, achieving special accomplishments, or using money at a ratio of 1 to 10. 000 to exchange for them. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled. Can I spend money? Now that's splendid. Truly, cash is the universe's primary productivity force. Special warning. The high-level lottery pool contains a plethora of thank you for your patronage options. Luck is not the sole determining factor. Disturbances in certain world laws can greatly affect lottery results. Please proceed with caution, host. Lin Xuan's smile froze instantly. Damn, he couldn't help but curse internally. What nonsense is this? Is there metaphysics involved in the lottery? Am I supposed to bathe and burn incense before spending money? Is this system legitimate? I seriously suspect you're running a telecommunications scam. The system remained unresponsive, exuding an air of aloofness. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and clicked on the System Tasks module. Inside, it was utterly bare, cleaner than his wallet, save for a solitary line of text in the center. Please explore independently to trigger tasks. Lin Xuan's temples throbbed. Explore independently? Are you playing an open-world game with me? Would it kill you to provide a beginner's guide? Not even a starter task to kill 10 chickens at the village entrance? This is a terrible review. Despite his grievances, his gaze finally landed on the center of the interface. There, a single icon shimmered with golden light. It resembled a lavish gift box, adorned with flamboyant lettering declaring, Beginner's Gift Pack. This item was his sole lifeline at present. Please, grant me something substantial. Lin Xuan clasped his hands together, bowing in each cardinal direction, and then, with utmost sincerity, clicked on the gift pack. Open. A burst of golden light erupted. The brilliance was blinding, almost causing Lin Xuan to believe he would go blind. However, when the radiance subsided, the anticipated world-shattering artifact, the experience elixir to skyrocket him to level 999, or the awe-inspiring SSS grade divine beast, were nowhere to be found. Instead, 10 ancient bronze coins clinked into his virtual inventory, each exuding a cheap aura that shouted, I am worthless. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 beginners' 10 consecutive draw tickets. Lin Xuan was momentarily stupefied. He looked down. His blood pressure surged. I've stripped down to my pants, and this is what you show me? After all this, it's just a bunch of lottery tickets? System prompt. The beginner's 10 consecutive draw tickets can only be used in the beginner's exclusive pool. This pool contains all possibilities, from a pack of tissues to SSS grade mythic items. Friendly reminder. The probability of drawing an SSS grade reward from the beginner's exclusive pool is 0.00001. This pool is a one-time offering and will be permanently closed after use. 0.00001. Lin Xuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. This probability was lower than getting hit on the head by a meteor while stepping outside. This incompetent planner. It must be some vengeful game designer from a previous life come to wreak havoc on society. He turned his gaze to the pitiful slime on the table. The little creature seemed hungry, struggling to expand its body in an attempt to swallow a piece of wood larger than itself. After several futile attempts, each time it was rebuffed by the wood, it looked increasingly dejected, its body nearly turning transparent. Lin Xuan decided to name it Little Soft. He watched Little Soft's determined efforts to consume the wood, then glanced at the 10 bronze coins in his inventory that held the key to their fate. He understood that this was not merely his opportunity for a comeback. It was also the only chance for this newly bonded creature, mocked by the world, to redeem itself. Little Soft, oh Little Soft, Lin Xuan murmured, his gaze resolutely firm. Whether they could enjoy 4 dishes or have meat at every meal hinged on this moment. Let us take a gamble. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. He no longer hesitated, his chest rising and falling heavily as he suppressed all distractions, focusing intently on the lottery roulette. In the next instant, he unleashed a torrent of thought, casting all 10 beginners' 10 consecutive draw tickets into the fray. Let us go all in. Buzz, a resonant roar, echoing from the primordial depths of antiquity, erupted within his mind. A colossal bronze wheel, too vast to fathom, instantaneously consumed his entire field of vision. The wheel was adorned with an intricate tapestry of countless squares, each pulsating with shifting light and shadow, ranging from the minuscule grain of sand to the grand celestial body, encapsulating the essence of all existence. At the heart of the wheel, an ancient pointer began to whirl with an almost imperceptible velocity at the moment of investment, transforming into a beam of light, a beacon of fate that bore the weight of Lin Xuan and Xiao Ruan's every hope. Come on. Lin Xuan fixed his gaze upon that radiant silhouette, his heart pounding like a war drum. Show me the gold. In Chapter 3, sacrificing a companion? No. I wish to ascend to divinity alongside it. Lin Xuan's eyes remained locked on the spinning light, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Show me the gold. Before his words had fully escaped, the ancient pointer, seemingly intoxicated, wobbled precariously across a series of gray and white squares, deftly avoiding all areas that bore names hinting at potential utility. At last, with a soft chime, the pointer came to a languid halt upon a square that flickered with a cheap, white light. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Flawless Pebble X1. The anticipation etched upon Lin Xuan's face froze instantaneously. He glanced down to witness Xiao Ruan cautiously nudging the newly appeared stone in his inventory with its bouncy form. In its pure, innocent eyes, Lin Xuan's reflection shimmered, silently questioning, "Master, can this be consumed?" Lin Xuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his breath caught in his throat. "Damn you, system. I think your entire family." He raged internally. This worthless stone would be cumbersome even as a skipping stone. Flawless? Is it because my insults are not sufficiently flawless? Is this what they call a hellish beginning? Oh, scheming planner. Do you truly know how to torment a soul? The pointer spun once more, this time with a greater sense of urgency, as if eager to conclude its duty. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Rusty Iron Sword X1. The sword's blade curled like an errant lock of hair, speckled with rust. Lin Xuan had no doubt that a mere flick of his wrist could snap it in two. Would even a recycling station not charge me a disposal fee? He felt a twinge of pain in his temples. For the third time. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of purified water X1. Lin Xuan fell silent. Well, at least it's not a negative return. One can quench their thirst. The fourth draw. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of tattered straw sandals X1. Whose caveman leftovers are these? By the fifth draw, Lin Xuan was as calm as a still lake, even contemplating whether to sleep in a bridge tunnel or a subway station. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a thank you letter from the system developer X1. Lin Xuan opened the letter, golden text shimmering before his eyes. "Dear host, thank you for your support of this system. Every draw you make fuels our progress. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience." Lin Xuan's fist tightened. "Would you like this fortune?" The first 5 draws yielded nothing but industrial refuse, an affront to his dignity. Just as he teetered on the edge of despair, the pointer of the 6th draw finally struggled to illuminate a path of distinct brilliance. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-Class Skill Crystal Hardening X1. Lin Xuan's breath caught sharply. He fixed his gaze upon the translucent crystal, his heart pounding violently after a moment of silence. Incredible. He seized the crystal from the virtual inventory and crushed it in his palm. A stream of light instantaneously merged with the small creature at his feet, Xiao Ruan. Its body stiffened momentarily, transforming from a jelly-like texture to a hardness akin to stone. Though fleeting, that sense of solidity was unmistakable. Lin Xuan quickly summoned Xiao Ruan's status panel. Skill, Hardening Beginner. It worked. A transformation from nothing to something. The tension in Lin Xuan's nerves finally relaxed for a brief moment. This was a net gain, even if modest. However, this joy was short-lived. The 7th draw yielded Moldy Bread X1. The 8th, a bottle cap for Come Again, prize already redeemed, X1. The corners of Lin Xuan's eyes began to twitch uncontrollably. "Damn system. Are you toying with me?" Only 2 chances remained. For the 9th draw, the pointer trembled, landing upon a square exuding a faint green luminescence. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-Class Evolution Material, Moss Stone X1. Evolution Material." Lin Xuan's eyes gleamed with sudden excitement. The name alone sounded far superior to the previous refuse. Moss Stone. A mineral containing a faint water elemental energy, usable for the evolution of water attribute contract spirits, with a very low probability of inducing beneficial mutations. Note: ineffective for non-water attribute contract spirits. The smile on Lin Xuan's face slowly stiffened, ultimately freezing entirely. Xiao Ruan was a slime, the most fundamental of formless spirits. This item was merely a stone with a bit of green fuzz, slightly more aesthetically pleasing. To offer hope only to plunge him into despair? Lin Xuan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. This was more painful than being directly handed garbage. He glanced at the mossy stone in his inventory, then at Xiao Ruan, who was nuzzling against his pant leg. The little creature seemed to sense his disappointment. Nudging him gently, its round eyes filled with pure trust and dependence, as if to say, "Master, do not be disheartened. We still have a chance." Lin Xuan's heart was struck by this silent comfort. He had but one final opportunity. Just as he prepared for the last draw, a cold, unyielding system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that the host possesses an F-Class contract spirit, slime. Will you choose to sacrifice this contract spirit to increase the probability of an SSS class reward in this draw to 0.01, 0.01, 100-fold increase? This was a temptation from the devil, to exchange his soul companion for an ethereal opportunity. Lin Xuan trembled violently. He looked down at the small Ruan, gazing up at him with eyes full of adoration. It had just been comforting him, and now the system demanded he extinguish its very existence. The struggle in Lin Xuan's eyes lasted but a second before being replaced by an unprecedented resolve. "No," he resolutely declared within his heart. "I choose to sink alongside it." Or Lin Xuan bent down, extending a finger to gently touch Xiao Ruan's cool, bouncy body. his gaze soft enough to draw tears. Together, we shall stand atop the world. We are partners, not sacrifices to pave your way to paradise. Xiao Ruan seemed to understand. It pressed its body against Lin Xuan's finger with greater fervor, emitting a joyous gurgle. At that moment, the ethereal contract rune binding Lin Xuan and Xiao Ruan erupted in a dazzling radiance. This brilliance did not emanate from the system, but rather from the bond they shared. Lin Xuan, sensing the connection, cast his final hope into the wheel. Here we go. Buzz. This time, the pointer exhibited no hesitation or wavering. It transformed into a golden lightning bolt that tore through all barriers, with a domineering force that brazenly surpassed every gray, white, green, and blue square, even leaping over the resplendent areas representing A-class and S-class rewards. Ultimately, before a grid as profound as the cosmos and as dark as eternal night, a resounding force was firmly anchored. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through Lin Xuan's mind, shattering his very soul. In the next moment, an indescribable nine-colored divine radiance broke free from the confines of the wheel, piercing through heaven and earth, illuminating the entire room as if it were a divine realm. The brilliance was vast and sacred, imbued with the endless mysteries akin to the birth of the universe. A line of ancient, majestic golden characters gradually emerged before Lin Xuan's eyes. Detection of a mythical grade manifestation. Lin Xuan's pupils trembled, his blood igniting with fervor. I'm super soft. We are taking off. Gulp. Little Soft leaped up excitedly, her body shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 4. The emergence of the SSS grade chaotic young dragon. The nine-colored divine light soared skyward, instantly tearing through the ceiling of the rented apartment, creating a vast void that pointed directly to the night sky. Were it not for the spatial laws inherent to the system quietly distorting reality, the alarms of the entire building would have long since echoed through the heavens. At the center of the radiance, a rune pulsating with 9 colors was rapidly coalescing at an astonishing speed. It transformed from a minuscule point of light, expanding and stretching in an instant, ultimately becoming an ancient, weathered dragon egg. Countless intricate and arcane symbols danced upon the shell, emanating an aura that made Lin Xuan's very soul tremble instinctively. It was a majesty derived from chaos and the primordial, an ancient will that towered above all, gazing down upon the river of time. What is this? Lin Xuan's mind ceased all thought. The gears of cognition were firmly locked by this overwhelming aura, leaving only a blank void before him. At that moment, the system panel before him began to flicker wildly, and for the first time, the cold electronic prompts bore a fervent hue. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the exclusive mythical prize from the beginner S pool. SSS grade contract spirit chaotic young dragon, infant. Lin Xuan's mouth fell agape, yet no sound escaped. SSS grade? Mythical prize? Chaotic young dragon? Each word detonated like a mental bomb, unleashing a tidal wave that obliterated the worldview he had painstakingly constructed over the past 20 years. A chaotic young dragon. Wasn't that the ultimate being existing solely within the creation myths, serving as the backdrop of the world? The embodiment of devouring laws, mastering chaos. An existence so taboo that even deities gazed upon it with awe. And now, it manifested as an egg in his meager 800 yuan rented room. The script of fate was violently torn apart by an unseen hand, replaced with a tome he could not decipher. Before he could revel in ecstasy, a deadly chill surged unbidden from his spine, racing toward the crown of his head. Warning. SSS grade contract spirit aura has leaked, triggering the scrutiny of multiple high-tier entities. Warning. Temporal coordinates have been locked. It is advised that the host immediately disguise themselves or face obliteration within 10 seconds. The jubilation on Lin Xuan's face froze instantaneously, replaced by an icy dread. Obliteration, a royal flush at the outset, with the cost being annihilation of both body and card. He hadn't even had the chance to touch that dragon egg, and the countdown to death had already begun. Disguise. Instantly disguise. Lin Xuan's survival instincts eclipsed all else, and he roared into the void, his voice hoarse with fear. Use my existing contract spirit as a template. Hurry. Immediately. Right now? His gaze darted to his feet, where Little Soft, with her round, worried eyes, looked up with confusion. Disguise as what? The answer was self-evident. Who would have thought that a common F-grade slime, often regarded merely as a unit of combat measurement, would harbor within it a creation dragon? This was the perfect camouflage, a disguise capable of deceiving even the divine. Initiating mythical grade disguise will consume a significant amount of energy. The beginner's energy reserves are insufficient and will extract 99 of the host's vitality as an alternative energy source. Do you agree? Lin Xuan's eyes twitched violently. 99% of his vitality? This was no mere cost. It was a trade of life itself. Yet the cold countdown loomed over him like a guillotine, flashing its final light. There was no choice. Agreed. Lin Xuan forced these two words through clenched teeth. In an instant, an indescribable sensation of detachment engulfed him. It was not pain, but a profound emptiness. The warmth of his body ebbed away. His blood felt as if it had turned to solid lead, and his skin rapidly lost moisture and luster, resembling the bark of a withered tree. His consciousness was forcibly dragged into an abyss, the world before him drained of all color, transforming into a desolate gray. The sensation was akin to a bottle filled with water being instantaneously emptied, leaving even the moisture on the walls completely stripped away. In the final second before his awareness sank into oblivion, Lin Xuan vaguely saw the 9-colored dragon egg rune morph into a decisive stream of light, crashing directly into Little Soft's transparent body. Little Soft, you better work hard for me, was his last thought. The 9-colored divine light enveloped Little Soft entirely, space twisted violently. And ultimately, all the radiance was devoured, retreating into that diminutive form. Everything returned to tranquility. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, before Lin Xuan struggled to open his eyes. What greeted him was still that familiar blue slime, sprawled upon the table, as familiar as ever. Is this it? Lin Xuan's throat emitted a sound akin to a wheezing bellows, feeling as if he might suffocate right then and there. He had traded half his life. Yet it hadn't even changed color? But he soon sensed a difference. In Little Soft's pure eyes, there seemed to be an inexplicable spark of intelligence. Perhaps even a hint of world-weary insight? System notification, your contract spirit information has been updated. Lin Xuan summoned the panel with his thoughts. Contract spirit, Little Soft, disguised. Race, chaotic young dragon, slime form. Rank, F. Attributes, chaotic none. Skills, devour, disguised. Regeneration, disguised. Slime impact, disguised. Remarks, a creation divine beast clad in slime. It may be stronger than you imagine, or perhaps more abstract than you can comprehend. Lin Xuan gazed at the description of the chaotic young dragon, slime form, in silence. Good heavens. This was no longer merely a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. This was a divine dragon masquerading as a slime, appending the entire food chain. Meanwhile, high above the distant Jiangnan city, terrifying divine thoughts capable of collapsing mountains swept through every inch of space like an invisible storm. Deep within the Alchemist Association, the president abruptly opened his eyes from the alchemical furnace, his brow furrowed. Was that sense of foreboding merely an illusion? Within the city lord's mansion, a venerable priest, holding a whisk, gazed gravely toward the heavens. The celestial anomaly vanished in an instant, yet the oppressive force unsettled even my soul. What manner of being has descended? In the outskirts, an ancient creature, having slumbered for a millennium, was roused, restlessly turning over, a flicker of confusion flashing in its murky eyes. Yet it found nothing amiss and could only curse softly before sinking back into slumber. Inside the rented apartment, Lin Xuan had yet to fully comprehend his F-grade dragon when a new prompt emerged once again. Counterintuitive disguise side effects, due to severe energy deficiency. The disguise has undergone unknown mutations. The instincts of the chaotic young dragon will manifest randomly in the form of a slime. The dragon's instincts in the guise of a slime? Lin Xuan murmured to himself, a sense of absurdity washing over him. What kind of scene would that evoke? Spitting out a gooey dragon breath. Utilizing a bouncy body to perform a dragon carriage? As he pondered, he noticed the little slime sluggishly wriggling its way to the rusty iron sword beside him. Then, to Lin Xuan's astonishment, the front end of the little slime suddenly split open, resembling a mouth. Awu! It gulped down the half-meter-long iron sword in one bite. Lin Xuan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The little slime swallowed the sword without any visible change, simply swaying in satisfaction. The next moment, a crisp and resounding burp echoed through the silent room. Chapter 5. The Reluctance of a Best Friend and Reverse PUA. Lin Xuan lay sprawled on the bed, feeling as though every bone in his body had been drained of energy. He resembled a humanoid machine completely depleted of power. It was a burden even to think, let alone move. Upon introspection, he found his meridians barren, his dantian exhausted like a plundered treasury. A 99 extraction of vitality. This system was not merely drawing blood. It was draining him dry. He was left with nothing. Lin Xuan's cracked lips parted, yet no sound emerged. This operation had completely wiped him out. Principal and interest alike. He was in dire need of a vast resource to replenish himself. Otherwise, the notion of nurturing a chaotic young dragon was futile. He might even perish from the effort of rising to get a drink of water. While he contemplated where to optimize resources for survival, a loud crash reverberated through the air. The door was forcefully smashed open from the outside. Splintered wood colliding with the wall, creating a gaping hole. Lin Xuan, get your ass up. A furious roar erupted beside his ear. Lin Xuan struggled to turn his head. And a hulking figure, as massive as a small mountain, blocked the doorway, with a face full of muscle and veins bulging on his forehead. It was none other than his childhood friend, Wang Dali. Did you vanish after the awakening ceremony? Not even eating? Do you think you're cultivating immortality? Wang Dali charged to the bedside in a few strides and seized Lin Xuan by the collar with such strength that Lin Xuan's already fragile neck emitted a strained creak. Weakly, Lin Xuan raised his hand to push him away, but only a wheezing sound escaped his throat. His pale face, devoid of color, and those utterly exhausted eyes became irrefutable evidence of self-despair in Wang Dali's sight. So what if you awaken to slime? Is it necessary to be this despondent? What is wrong with being F-grade? My D-grade Earth Turtle is still training. Wang Dali raged, his voice shaking the room. Listening to this heartfelt camaraderie, Lin Xuan felt an urge to laugh. My good buddy, if you knew that my F-grade is a chaotic young dragon, slime form, you'd probably perform a spontaneous ascension right here. You think I'm disheartened over being a slime? I've been hollowed out by the system. This was the wondrous misunderstanding brought about by an information gap. Seeing Lin Xuan still on the verge of collapse, Wang Dali's chest heaved violently, and he ultimately could not continue scolding. With a heavy huff, he produced a coarse cloth bundle from his pocket and slammed it onto the bedside table. The cloth unfurled to reveal several bottles of worn-label low-grade vitality potions and a few dark, compressed rations. These are what I saved up over the past few months. If the contract spirit isn't effective, you can't go down first. Take this, don't starve to death. After Wang Dali shouted, he turned away, his voice slightly hoarse and his eyes reddened, gazing at the few bottles of cheap potions. Lin Xuan's parched heart felt as though it had been infused with a trickle of life. This was his brother, hard as a rock in words, soft as tofu in heart. Just as he was about to say something, a cold, mechanical voice detonated in his mind. Ding! Key plot node detected, divine selection activated. A translucent panel unfolded before Lin Xuan's eyes. Option A. Accept Wang Dali's assistance and hint at part of the truth. Reward. Wang Dali's loyalty max. Physique enhancement potion X1. Option B. Refuse Wang Dali's goodwill. Maintain an aloof persona. Reward. Minor increase in mental strength. Option C. Accept the assistance and reciprocate with a more precious item. Reward. Wang Dali's loyalty max. His contract spirit's talent giant's stomach awakened. System points 100. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted suddenly. The reward for option C was tailor-made for Wang Dali. Giant stomach. The name itself suggested a terrifying talent capable of devouring all to utilize as its own. This was no mere friendship. It was the forging of a future god-tier ally. What he sought was never the sympathy of others, but a partner who could keep pace with him and fight alongside him. Lin Xuan made his decision, laboriously raising his hand to gather all the potions and rations Wang Dali had brought to his bedside. Then, under Wang Dali's puzzled gaze, he strained to reach beneath the bed and retrieved a stone that glimmered with a faint azure light, presenting it to Wang Dali. E-grade evolution material, moss stone. Wang Dali's contract spirit was a D-grade earth turtle, and this moss stone was sufficient to grant its bloodline a crucial purification evolution. Its value was dozens of times greater than those bottles of vitality potions. Wang Dali stood frozen, his rugged face etched with shock and confusion. He looked at the stone, then back at Lin Xuan's pallid face, his mouth opening and closing without a word. He could not comprehend why Lin Xuan, who had awakened as an F-grade slime, possessed such an item. Even less could he fathom why Lin Xuan would offer his final trump card to him. Meeting his bewildered gaze, Lin Xuan summoned all his strength, speaking each word with utmost clarity. This is my last capital. You need it more than I do. If you want to help me, first make yourself stronger. Wang Dali clutched the cold moss stone tightly, its rough surface digging into his palm. He gazed into Lin Xuan's calm and profound eyes, as if they contained a vast ocean of stars he could not comprehend. Clenching his jaw, he nodded firmly, turning without a word and striding out of the room. Ding! Core character Wang Dali's loyalty has been locked at max. Talent Giant's stomach has been implanted into his contract spirit's bloodline and will awaken at a specific moment. Lin Xuan observed the system notification, a faint smile finally gracing his pale lips. This was a win-win situation. Chapter 6. Thank you for the copper coins that funded my startup. The next day, Lin Xuan dragged a body that felt as if it could fall apart at any moment into the classroom. The aftermath of the backlash still plagued him, each step feeling like a depletion of his very life force. He was attending the theoretical class for Beast Tamers. Once the top student in the school, he now found even sitting still a challenge, as if his soul were being gradually stripped away. As soon as he stepped through the classroom door, dozens of gazes converged upon him. Those looks were a mix of pity, schadenfreude, but predominantly pure disdain. The stares seemed to silently declare, "Look, that waste who awakened an F-grade slime has returned once more." Lin Xian's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his heart was enveloped in a frigid chill. The sting of that gaze was, astonishingly, more acute than the pain inflicted by yesterday's contract backlash. His eyes swept past the front row, where the campus belle, Su Qingxue, was engaged in hushed conversation with several female companions. Upon noticing his arrival, a faint, almost imperceptible curve graced the corners of Su Qingxue's lips, not a smirk, but a more grievous, utter disregard. It was as if he were merely a speck of dust that had inadvertently intruded upon her field of vision. Unworthy of any emotional investment, Lin Xian's seat had been thoughtfully arranged by the homeroom teacher in the farthest corner of the classroom, adjacent to a garbage bin exuding a foul odor. He paid it no mind and proceeded to sit down. At his feet lay a gelatinous creature, quietly sprawled, utterly oblivious to its surroundings, exuding an air of naive indifference. At the lectern, the instructor was animatedly expounding upon the energy absorption and transformation efficiency of contract spirits. The monotonous theory lulled Lin Xian into a drowsy state, the weakness from the backlash surging within him like a tidal wave. Just as his consciousness threatened to blur, the small creature at his feet stirred slightly. It seemed to respond instinctively to the term energy absorption. In the next moment, a minuscule vortex materialized at the center of its featureless body. A low, almost hallucinatory hum reverberated in Lin Xian's mind. The ethereal, nearly invisible spirit energy that floated in the air of the classroom was suddenly ensnared by an invisible force, tugged and twisted, coalescing into a miniature spiritual energy vortex. This vortex was voraciously consumed at an unfathomable speed, entirely absorbed into the diminutive form of the gelatinous creature. The entire process unfolded in a flash, so swift and secretive that no one in the classroom, not even the teacher at the lectern, noticed the astonishing phenomenon, except for Lin Xian, the contract master. In an instant, Lin Xian's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He immediately focused his mind inward, accessing the system panel. Chaotic young dragon, disguised form, slime. Experience points, 7,100. Just from that one absorption, the experience points surged by a full 3 points. It was actively devouring the ambient spirit energy to level up. Lin Xian's heart raced with exhilaration, while others required arduous meditation to draw even a trace of spirit energy into their bodies. His small companion merely needed a thought to drain the surrounding spirit energy entirely. This was no longer mere talent. It was sheer plunder. It was a miracle. The chaotic young dragon, even in its juvenile stage and disguised as the weakest of slimes, had the instinct to consume everything inscribed deep within its very essence. Lin Xian struggled to suppress the overwhelming joy that threatened to burst forth from his throat. Growth. This was the epitome of discrete development. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Just as Lin Xian prepared to head to the cafeteria, a tall shadow loomed over him. Oh, isn't this our genius Lin? The newcomer was Lin Wei, his rival from the same clan, a so-called prodigy built on family resources. A group of sycophants followed him, their faces adorned with the same nauseating sneers. Lin Wei's gaze fell upon the small creature at Lin Xian's feet, his eyes filled with revulsion. He lifted his foot, maliciously nudging the slime with the tip of his shoe. The slime tumbled over, curling into a ball and emitting a soft, pitiful tremor. In an instant, Lin Xian's expression turned icy. A surge of violent rage erupted from within him, the veins on the back of his hand taut and ready to explode. Yet he restrained himself. Rationality urged him that the time was not yet ripe. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. A momentary lapse could jeopardize grand ambitions. Lin Xian, look at you in this pathetic state. You're truly a disgrace to the Lin family. Lin Wei, sensing Lin Xian's silence, grew increasingly smug. Let me tell you, even the guard dog at my house has a contract spirit 100 times stronger than this pile of sludge. With that, he pulled a copper coin from his pocket. With a flick of his finger, the coin arced through the air, landing precisely at Lin Xian's feet, spinning on the ground with a sharp clatter. Here, a gift for you, Lin Wei sneered, gesturing with his chin towards the coin, his tone dripping with condescension. Take it for your pet, perhaps buy some low-grade nutritional paste. Laughter erupted from the surrounding students, derision and mockery piercing like needles into Lin Xian's psyche. At that moment, Su Qingxue and her friends passed by. Qingxue, look. That waste is being bullied by Lin Wei again. How pitiful and deserving. One girl chuckled, her voice pitched just right for everyone to hear. Su Qingxue paused briefly. She glanced at the glimmering copper coin on the ground, and then at Lin Xian, whose face was as pale as parchment. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, yet her eyes remained an unmoving expanse of icy calm. She did not intervene, nor did she linger for a second longer, but simply averted her gaze and walked through the crowd, as if everything happening before her was merely a tedious farce. Under the scrutiny of all, Lin Xian's body moved. He did not erupt in anger, nor did he argue, nor was there a flicker of humiliation on his face. He bent down, amidst a multitude of mocking eyes, and calmly picked up the dust-covered copper coin. Then, he straightened slowly. He raised his head, meeting Lin Wei's bewildered gaze, and a faint smile crept across his lips. That smile, though subtle, sent an inexplicable chill racing up Lin Wei's spine. "Thank you," Lin Xuan said softly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, as tranquil as the declaration of an undeniable truth. Having spoken, he no longer cast his eyes upon anyone, but took the small creature at his feet and turned to leave the crowd, departing quietly. His silhouette, bathed in the corridor's light and shadow, appeared somewhat frail, yet emanated an unshakable tenacity. Lin Wei stood frozen in place, feeling as though he had punched nothing but empty air. The thrill of humiliating another did not bring satisfaction. Instead, it morphed into an unnamed rage, choking him with a blend of embarrassment and fury. As Su Qingxue walked away, she inexplicably cast a glance back at that retreating figure. For the first time, a question flickered in her mind. Could a true waste, after suffering such extreme humiliation, genuinely remain so indifferent? Or perhaps, he simply did not regard it all as significant? This Lin Xuan seemed entirely different from the boy she had known. Chapter 7. Humiliation in the Middle. The Divine Choice approaches. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the classroom, casting a warm golden hue. Yet it failed to warm Lin Xuan's heart, which had grown cold from the disastrous experience in the cafeteria. He was contemplating whether to brawl with someone at the window or indulge in the luxury of ordering takeout when the bell for the combat practice class rang, sharp and jarring. Damn, Lin Xuan cursed internally. He was all too aware that Teacher Wang's personal stand-up comedy show was about to commence. Teacher Wang, a middle-aged man with a rapidly receding hairline, possessed eyes that blended shrewdness with a touch of mercenary. His gaze towards Lin Xuan was always imbued with genuine emotion. He cherished Lin Xuan for providing a perfect negative example for his classes, yet simultaneously loathed this waste who brought the school's standards to an all-time low. Why had he not taken the initiative to withdraw? It was an indelible stain on his teaching career. Teacher Wang entered with his teaching plan in hand, barely allowing the students time to settle before clearing his throat. His voice resonated as if amplified. Classmates, today we shall delve into the ultimate question that will shape your future: the merits and demerits of contract spirits. In the corner, Lin Xuan silently rolled his eyes. Here came Wang's annual tour de force on the theory of bloodlines. Next, he would extol the virtues of the top students while promoting his premier training class for spirit companions. This routine was all too familiar to him. As expected, Teacher Wang's gaze swept across the classroom before landing precisely on Su Qingxue in the front row. The wrinkles on his face blossomed into a smile. Behold, Su Qingxue's A-grade ice crystal bird. Exceptional aptitude and pure lineage. This is the golden path for beast masters. A wave of suppressed gasps and envy rippled through the room. Lin Xuan smirked slightly. An A-grade ice crystal bird? Understood, a public display of vanity. Soon, Teacher Wang's attention shifted to Lin Wei, his cousin who had humiliated him with a copper coin the previous day. And here we have Lin Wei's C-grade firehound. While its aptitude is only C, with proper nurturing, it too can become a formidable force. Teacher Wang spoke passionately, as if envisioning Lin Wei receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award in the realm of beast mastery. Lin Wei puffed up with pride, casting a provocative glance towards Lin Xuan through the crowd. Lin Xuan's heart coldly sneered. Hard work compensates for lack of talent? More like financial prowess compensates for lack of talent. With the atmosphere perfectly orchestrated, Teacher Wang's gaze finally landed on Lin Xuan in the corner, pinning him like a nail. However, he suddenly raised his voice, causing the entire classroom to buzz. To provide a more intuitive understanding of the dangers posed by inferior contract spirits, I have specially invited a negative example today. Lin Xuan's heart jolted. An ominous premonition crawled up his spine. He scarcely had time to internally lament that this unfortunate soul wouldn't be him. Teacher Wang's finger pierced through the air, as if an invisible dart, pinpointing his brow. Lin Xuan, bring your slime to the battle stage. The tone and posture proclaimed. Congratulations, you've become the most conspicuous offering of this lesson. Lin Xuan began to calculate whether the emotional toll of this class could afford him a tube of premium nutritional paste. Suddenly, the entire class's gaze converged like two searchlights, locking onto him firmly. Their eyes sparkled with excitement for the spectacle, unmasked derision, and the delight of schadenfreude. Lin Wei laughed heartily, his shoulders shaking, as if he longed to announce to the world, yes, this was all my doing. Lin Xuan was keenly aware. The humiliation he endured yesterday had not broken him. Rather, it had left him with a peculiar smile that rendered him unable to retreat. This was a calculated move to have Teacher Wang deliver a live demonstration, reclaiming the face he lost yesterday, with interest. Very well, I shall remember this debt. His expression remained impassive as he rose, silently under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes. Step by step, he approached the center of the battle stage. At his feet, the little blue slime bounced along, oblivious. Embodying the essence of what it meant to be a blanket under a collapsing sky, Teacher Wang observed as Lin Xuan ascended the stage. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He pointed at the slime and began his so-called lecture. Classmates, observe. This is the quintessential F-grade contract spirit. The slime. With a simplistic structure, it possesses no offensive capabilities, and its evolutionary potential is nearly non-existent. Its skill slot is a pitiful single one. Lin Xuan's ears automatically filtered out this drivel. At that moment, Teacher Wang's tone shifted to a chilling coldness. To ensure everyone comprehends what it means to have no cultivation value, I will personally demonstrate. He swung his hand dramatically. In a flash of light, a massive B-grade wind blade mantis appeared on the battle stage. The mantis, of vibrant green, bore forelimbs akin to sharp scythes, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. Wind blade mantis. Teacher Wang commanded, his voice laced with malicious amusement. Use your weakest wind blade on that slime. The mantis arms quivered. A pale blue wind blade shot forth with a sharp whoosh. Lin Xuan's pupils dilated in alarm. No, the trajectory of the wind blade was aimed directly at him. He could even see the rapidly vibrating pale blue air currents at the edge of the blade, entwined with lethal sharpness, rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Slicing. A cold, sharp pain erupted from his cheek. A few strands of black hair were severed, cascading down. A line of blood slowly oozed from his cheek. The warm liquid trickled down his skin. 1 drop, 2 drops, splattering onto the dust-laden floor, blooming into small, glaring red spots. He did not falter. He was merely ignited. The madness and ferocity he had suppressed since his arrival in this world found a perfect outlet at that moment. The little slime, startled by the sudden gust of wind, squeaked and shrank into a quivering blue ball. Teacher Wang's delight intensified at this sight. He pointed at the trembling slime, exclaiming to the class, "Do you see? This is F-grade. It lacks even the most basic courage to fight. Such a contract spirit will only become a burden, ruining your future." The entire classroom transformed into a cage of laughter. The mirth crashed upon Lin Xuan like waves. He raised his hand, wiping the blood from his cheek. The warm, viscous sensation was as vivid as a brand. With his head bowed, the shadow of his bangs obscured his eyes. No one noticed that deep within his pitch-black pupils, something had shattered. Yet beside him, the little slime suddenly ceased its trembling. A flicker of dark golden light glimmered across its jelly-like blue surface. Just as Teacher Wang was about to continue his lengthy tirade, relishing the thrill of this public execution, Lin Xuan slowly lifted his head, meeting Teacher Wang's smug, nauseating face. Then he smiled, a silent grin, steeped in the scent of blood. Blood-stained fingertips brushed lightly against his lips. Here it comes. In Lin Xuan's mind, that cold, mechanical prompt finally arrived as expected. Detection of host experiencing extreme humiliation. Retaliation will is at threshold. God-level choice activated. Chapter 8. Swallow a pebble and then explode you. The lifeless mechanical voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. At this moment, the sound was more melodious than any celestial music on earth. The golden finger had finally finished loading. In Lin Xuan's vision, 3 distorted light screens tore apart. The special effects as cheap as a pop-up advertisement on a website. Option A, endure. Temporarily retreat from the spotlight, transforming today's humiliation into the motivation for cultivation. Reward, perseverance state, 10 increase in cultivation speed for 3 days. A flicker of coldness crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. Endure? That word did not exist in the lexicon of his past life. In this lifetime, it would be even less likely to appear. Option B, dispute. Publicly expose Teacher Wang's acceptance of bribes, seeking personal revenge. Reward, basic skill of eloquence. Teacher Wang's reputation diminished. Quite intriguing. Yet, what use is mere verbal sparring? Spittle does not drown. It merely serves to thicken the skin of this old charlatan, rendering him even more shameless. A superficial remedy does not address the root of the issue. Ultimately, Lin Xuan's gaze fixed upon the last option, ablaze with golden flames. Option C, battle. Accept the challenge. Using your slime to crush his wind blade mantis. Completion reward. Unlock SSS level skill, Devourer of Chaos, beginner. Immediate expulsion of Teacher Wang. Your reputation within the academy will soar. Lin Xuan's chest tightened abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. SSS level skill, Devourer of Chaos. That is the innate divine ability of the Chaos WIRM. Even the aftercare is laid out clearly. What else is there to choose? Risk? When the reward is substantial enough to alter one's fate. Risk transforms into the greatest opportunity. I choose C. Lin Xuan roared silently in his heart. In that moment, He felt an unspoken, wicked consensus reached with this enigmatic system. He raised his head, wiping away the warm trace of blood from his cheek. The viscous sensation ignited the last flicker of reason within his eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Teacher Wang, who was eloquently basking in the limelight, his expression unsettlingly calm. Teacher Wang, his voice, though muted, pierced through the chaotic clamor like a needle. Thank you for your guidance. To deepen my understanding of your teachings regarding wastefulness, I wish to engage in a spar with my slime against your wind blade mantis. As his words fell, the air within the arena was sucked dry. All discussions and mockery were choked in that instant. Eyes converged upon Lin Xuan, transitioning from disdain to astonishment, ultimately morphing into an incredulous semblance of madness. To challenge a B-grade wind blade mantis with an F-grade slime, he must either be dazed with fear or have had his wits sliced away by that previous wind blade. The smug smile on Teacher Wang's face froze. A second later, as if he had heard the funniest joke since the dawn of creation, he erupted into a fit of laughter, almost convulsing. Ha! Good. Very good. Tears streamed from his eyes as he pointed at Lin Xuan, breathless with mirth. Lin Xuan, I truly underestimated you. Well, since you insist on humiliating yourself, I shall oblige. His laughter ceased abruptly, his expression turning sinister in an instant. I shall stand right here. If your slime can even touch my windblade mantis once, I will accept defeat. Ah, what a solid and unwavering death flag he has raised. Lin Xuan silently commended him in his heart. Teacher Wang, you are indeed a splendid accomplice in self-destruction. However, Lin Xuan did not immediately accept the challenge. Instead, he offered Teacher Wang a courteous smile. Not so fast, Teacher Wang. Before the battle, my contractual spirit needs to replenish some energy. That is only fair. Wouldn't you agree? As you wish. Teacher Wang replied impatiently, crossing his arms, snorting disdainfully. He was eager to see what tricks this waste would conjure. Replenishing energy for a puddle of mud? Even if it swallowed an elephant, it would still remain a puddle of mud, under the absurd gaze of hundreds. Lin Xuan leisurely rummaged through his pocket. Was it a high-grade energy cube? Or concentrated nutrient solution? No. He produced a stone. A smooth pebble, glistening gently under the light. Commonplace and unremarkable. A flawless pebble. The audience. A colossal question mark loomed over everyone's foreheads. What bizarre pre-battle ritual is this? Feeding a stone to a slime? This menu is rather hardcore. Lin Xuan ignored the bewildered stares surrounding him and casually tossed the pebble in front of the little slime. The once trembling little creature seemed to catch a whiff of an exquisite delicacy, its blue body springing forward. It writhed, opening its invisible mouth, and with one gulp, consumed the pebble that was harder than its own body. Gulp! A barely audible sound echoed, and then, there was nothing. The little slime's body merely swelled momentarily before returning to its original form, still bouncy and harmless. Are we done playing around yet? Teacher Wang's patience had completely evaporated. All right. Lin Xuan lifted his head, the curve of his lips harboring an inscrutable cruelty. The show is about to begin. Chapter 9. With a single, thick sputum, you shall be finished. As the battle commenced, the air was taut as a bowstring. Teacher Wang crossed his arms, his chin held high, his demeanor suggesting he was not presiding over a teaching duel, but rather overseeing the ceremony of his own deification. He was even too lazy to command the windblade mantis to assume an offensive stance. Those iconic, sharp arms of a B-grade battle pet hung limply, its crimson compound eyes radiating a contemptuous human-like disdain, surveying the little slime as if it were merely a blue jelly unworthy of a blade. In his eyes, the outcome of this battle had been sealed the moment he took his first sip of goji berry water. An F-grade slime getting within 3 meters of his B-grade windblade mantis would be a miracle of physics. TSK, the opening move is standard villain fare. Lin Xuan scoffed inwardly. This Teacher Wang was merely one step away from tattooing pretentious fool across his forehead. Little soft. Lin Xuan's voice rang sharply in the dead silence of the arena. Use hardening. The command was given. The surface of the blue jelly-like creature shimmered faintly, as if coated in a delicate layer of crystal. It appeared, indeed, slightly more resilient than before. Uffed. From the audience. Someone was the first to break the silence with laughter. Soon, uncontrollable chuckles spread like a plague. Hardening? The hardening of an F-grade slime? Is he trying to evolve from jelly to a super bouncy version of jelly? My stomach hurts from laughing. This defense is flimsier than paper against a B-grade wind blade mantis. This guy is leaving himself no room for retreat, fully embracing the notion of reckless abandon. Lin Xuan paid no heed to the mockery around him. Laugh all you want. The louder you laugh now, the quicker your faces will swell later. This is called showmanship. Are we finished yet? Teacher Wang's patience was utterly spent. He waved his hand irritably, as if swatting away a buzzing fly. Stop wasting everyone's time. Deal with it. The command was issued. The wind blade mantis's crimson compound eyes instantly locked onto the little slime. Buzz. The air was torn asunder, with a vigorous shake of its arms. Two wind blades, each half a meter long and solidified as if made of substance, instantly took shape, imbued with an intent to annihilate, and crossed toward the petite blue figure at the center of the arena. It was upon them. The breath of every student hung, suspended in that moment. They could nearly envision that in the next heartbeat, the unfortunate slime would be mercilessly sliced into fragments, its azure fluids splattering across the ground. Yet, in the face of this lethal assault, Lin Xuan did not command Little Soft to evade. Rather, he issued a directive that left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Spit it out. Spit. What to spit? As if receiving a monumental command, Little Soft's body swelled dramatically, opening its invisible mouth to aim at the oncoming wind blade. Whoosh. A sharp sound of slicing air pierced through. What it expelled was neither a skill wave nor an acidic spray, but a mundane pebble, which it had only just swallowed. The pebble transformed into a grayish-white projectile, spinning at high velocity, and hurtled directly towards the first wind blade. What kind of bizarre maneuver was this? Using a stone to counter a skill? The collective consciousness of the onlookers momentarily short-circuited. In the blink of an eye, clang, a sharp, piercing metallic clash resounded. The pebble collided with the first wind blade midair, and both the hard stone and the solidified energy exploded into fragments. Chunks of rock and azure light shards scattered in all directions. It had truly blocked the attack, though merely for a fleeting instant. It successfully impeded the onslaught of the wind blade, granting Little Soft that crucial 0.5 seconds. However, the second wind blade followed closely, its speed unabated, its power undiminished. Thud. The wind blade struck Little Soft's body with unerring precision. It was over. A heavy sense of dread enveloped the hearts of all. Yet, the anticipated scene of gruesome dismemberment and splattered fluids did not transpire. The sharp wind blade, upon making contact with Little Soft, seemed to plunge into a quagmire with an insatiable suction. Little Soft's body, astonishingly pliable, indented inward, not only avoiding being cleaved in two, but instead enveloping the azure energy wind blade entirely, wrapping it thoroughly. Following this, a disconcerting sizzling sound filled the air. Under the gaze of hundreds of wide-eyed spectators, the wind blade, capable of cleaving through gold and jade, was visibly disintegrating and being devoured within Little Soft's form. In mere breaths, it vanished without a trace. The triumphant smirk on Teacher Wang's face, which had seemed to command the situation, froze entirely. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and the scorn and disdain in his eyes were swiftly eclipsed by a bewildering emotion known as incredulity. The slime's mucilage corroding an energy entity? What on earth was this principle? This had never been addressed in the beast mastery textbooks. This defied logic. This was not beast mastery. Impossible. Teacher Wang, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in a fit of rage, howling hysterically. Wind blade mantis. Engage. Use your blade arms. Tear it apart for me. If skills were ineffective, then pure physical assault would suffice. He refused to believe that this puddle of muck could withstand the indomitable blade arms of a B-rank combat pet. Whoosh. The wind blade mantis morphed into a blurred green shadow, launching itself with powerful strides and instantly covering several meters to materialize before Little Soft. It raised its unscathed metallic blade arm, glinting ominously, and aimed a downward strike at Little Soft's head. This blow was accompanied by a violent gust that tore through the air. Now was the moment. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened to its utmost. Mucilage. Little Soft's body swelled once more, and a blob of blue mucilage, roughly the size of a baby's fist, was precisely expelled from within. It struck unerringly against the blade arm of the wind blade mantis. Then, a scene that would be etched into the memories of all present unfolded. Sizzle. That seemingly innocuous and somewhat gelatinous blue mucilage, upon contact with the B-rank hardness of the mantis's shell, erupted into an indescribable and horrific reaction. A dense cloud of green smoke, mingled with a pungent odor of burning, surged skyward. Screech. The wind blade mantis emitted a shrill, dissonant wail, brimming with unbearable pain and terror. In the midst of the profound silence, its once proud, indestructible blade arm was corroded and dissolved at an astonishing pace by the mucilage. The once solid shell softened like wax, and the sharp blade bubbled violently, transforming into a pool of greenish-brown sludge that dripped onto the ground. The arena fell into utter silence. A silence so profound that even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish, akin to a grave. All the students, including Lin Wei and Su Qingxue in the front row, had turned into petrified statues. Their mouths agape, eyes wide, expressions blank. They resembled puppets stripped of their very souls. Teacher Wang, too, was as if struck by lightning. He stood frozen in place, his pupils constricted to the most dangerous pinprick size, fixated on the pool of still smoking sludge. His B-rank combat pet had been rendered half-lifeless by an F-rank slime with a single mouthful of mucilage. This world had gone mad. Chapter 10. Power must be accumulated through wealth. The system issues an extreme mission: brave the black market. The pervasive silence was shattered by the hurried sound of footsteps approaching from the doorway. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man with an exceptionally distinctive hairstyle, balding, yet shining like the brightest spot in the Mediterranean Sea, reflecting light akin to a military searchlight. As though he feared that others wouldn't recognize his baldness. The principal of Ching Tung Academy. Behind him trailed the grim-faced director of education. Both men immediately grasped the dire situation unfolding in the arena. The smoldering pool of sludge still emitting wisps of green smoke. Nearby, the wind-blade mantis stood disoriented. One arm severed, its expression steeped in philosophical contemplation of its identity and surroundings. And there was Teacher Wang, frozen in place, resembling a desiccated wax figure. Veins bulged on the principal's forehead. Wang, Jian, Gua. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing dust from the ceiling to flutter down, as if questioning its own existence. Teacher Wang jolted awake at the sound. His entire being shivered. His unfocused gaze gradually sharpened to meet the principal's face. Principal, I. What do you mean, I? The principal's fingers trembled with fury. Improper teaching. Gambling with students. Abuse of power. Do you believe my position as principal is merely for you to wipe your backside? Security. Get him out of here. Suspend him immediately. Take him to the investigation room. 2 security guards sprang into action at the command. They swiftly grabbed the dazed Teacher Wang and lifted him away. No, it's impossible. An F-rank slime corroding an energy entity. This defies logic. This is not beast mastery. Teacher Wang muttered nervously as he was mercilessly dragged away. His worldview, it seemed, had been utterly shattered. Lin Xuan observed this gratifying spectacle with a serene demeanor. Villains perish due to their verbosity and obstinacy. The ancients did not deceive me. Lin Xuan, the principal's gaze shifted toward him, forcibly curving his furious expression into a semblance of a friendly smile. The transition was slightly awkward, yet his performance remained commendable. Your slime has arrived. In the classic reserve program, how does one explain the use of cheats? Lin Xuan's mind raced with thoughts. In this day and age, one must concoct their own excuses for cheating. It is exceedingly difficult. A look of confusion and surprise instantly adorned his face, embodying an image of utter innocence as if he were completely oblivious. He scratched his head and, with a naive demeanor, explained, Principal, I am just as astonished. I suspect that little soft may have undergone some form of benign mutation. It seems that its slime possesses a slight, just a minuscule hint of corrosiveness. As he spoke, Lin Xuan extended his pinky and index finger, illustrating a minuscule distance, anxious that the principal might not believe him. Minuscule? Just a hint. The entire assembly of faculty and students instinctively glanced at the large pit on the ground, still corroding the floor and emitting an eerie green smoke. They then turned back to Lin Xuan's face, which radiated sincerity akin to that of a revered figure in Chinese history. The room descended once more into an eerie silence. Brother, do you truly consider this minuscule? This level of corrosiveness could make concentrated sulfuric acid offer a cigarette and call you big brother. The principal's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He yearned to probe further. Yet reason dictated that any further inquiry might shatter the entire worldview he had cultivated over decades within the realm of beast mastery. He had no desire to follow in the footsteps of Wang Jiangwo. It was simply unfathomable to acknowledge that an F-grade slime could melt the arm of a B-grade battle pet on the spot. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Should this information leak, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire realm of beast mastery. So it is a benign mutation. The principal swallowed hard, reluctantly accepting this explanation. He resolved to instruct the head of education to gather all cases regarding slime mutations for thorough examination. This was a remarkable opportunity, a monumental boon. It would bring honor to our academy. Lin Xuan, please take it back to rest and check its condition. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach the school. Certainly, Principal. Thank you, Principal. Lin Xuan executed a perfect 90-degree bow, his posture impeccable. He then swiftly bent down to scoop up the still innocent-looking little soft from the floor and turned to leave, his feet seeming to take flight as he made a hasty exit. If he lingered any longer, the throng of inquisitive classmates would besiege him, and he could forget about escaping through that door. The mere thought of being encircled and bombarded with questions about how he achieved that feat with the slime sent a chill down his spine. He sprinted home, slamming the door shut behind him and leaning against it, finally allowing his taut nerves to relax. Feigning confidence is exhausting. He tossed Little Soft onto the bed and delved into his thoughts, accessing the system panel. Indeed, the icon for Devourer of Chaos, Beginner, glowed in little soft skill bar. However, the energy bar beneath it was alarmingly red and nearly depleted. Darn it. The blue bar is completely empty. It turned out that it was not an infinite power mode, but rather a bolt-action rifle that required reloading after each shot. That previous strike had completely drained all the energy accumulated from devouring Windblade and Pebbles. It seemed that this ultimate move could not be used as a mere basic attack. It needed to be conserved. Just then, the system's cold electronic voice echoed once more. Notification. The growth of the Chaos Dragon requires immense energy. The host feeding efficiency is excessively low. It is advisable to acquire high-energy materials or substantial wealth promptly to meet its growth needs. Suggestion. Provide high amounts of wealth to the Chaos Dragon as a substitute for ineffective emotional support. Lin Xuan. Is this system trying to engage in psychological manipulation? However, the system was correct. He was indeed in dire need of funds. His greatest challenge at present was the lack of money. Lin Xuan rummaged through his pockets for what felt like an eternity, ultimately revealing his open palm, where a few clinking copper coins lay. He fell into contemplation. With this meager sum, he couldn't even afford to splurge on a pack of spicy strips, let alone invest in Little Soft. His eyes reflected an intense yearning for wealth. I must make money. I must amass great wealth. It was as though the system sensed his inner turmoil. Suddenly, the interface flickered, detected the host's intense desire for wealth. Willingness has surpassed the critical threshold. Generating counterintuitive task. Task issued. Extreme challenge. Venture into the black market. Task description. As a man endowed with a golden finger, how can you be constrained by financial woes? Go forth, youth, to that chaotic realm of opportunity and earn your first bucket of gold. Task requirements. Within 3 days, earn 10,000 gold coins in the underground black market of Jiangnan City. Task rewards. 1. Unlock the system mall's wealth section. 2. Golden lottery ticket X1. 3. Mysterious item. Concealment mask X1. Failure penalty. Randomly strip the host of one acquired ability or item. Lin Xuan's breath hitched momentarily. High risk, high reward. This was an opportunity not to be missed. His gaze fixated on the item known as the concealment mask. Concealment mask, wear it, and you become the most inconspicuous figure in the crowd. It can alter the wearer's appearance, physique, and aura at will, imperceptible to beast masters below the king level. Wow. Is this not the legendary disguise artifact, a boon for the socially anxious, a perfect ensemble for mischief? With this item, he could confidently roam anywhere without fear of revealing his identity. He was determined to secure this reward. However, the Jiangnan City black market was no novice's playground. It was a tangled web of chaos and opportunity, a gray area where the law held no sway. Every day, some struck it rich, while others lost everything. It was a place where fortunes were sought amidst peril. With his current F-grade strength and the identity of a side branch of the Lin family, entering would be akin to a lamb wandering into a barbecue banquet for wolves, complete with its own seasonings. The challenge was immense. Yet, the word retreat did not exist in Lin Xuan's lexicon. He did not rashly rush out. Impulsive actions were unwise. After a moment of thought, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Dolly. On the other end, Wang Dali's voice erupted with excitement. Xiangu, wow, you've become famous. You really have. An F-grade slime annihilated a B-grade wind blade mantis. The entire school forum is buzzing. You are my idol. Calm down. Basic operations, Lin Xuan replied coolly. Though inwardly he scoffed. Idol? I nearly drained my energy bar and had to put on a brave face. Dolly, I need a favor. Whatever you say, Xiangu. I brave mountains and seas for you. If I flinch, I'm no brother. No need for such exaggeration, Lin Xuan chuckled. I'm planning to explore the black market, so I need you to gather intelligence about it, like the lingo to get in, the divisions of various areas, and any noteworthy transactions occurring recently. Chapter 11. Donning the faceless mask, I transform into the most mysterious passerby in the night. Wang Dali sent over an encrypted map, marking red dots in the abandoned warehouse district in the south of the city. Lin Xuan navigated through several twists and turns until he finally reached this cursed place where even the navigation system would get lost. The air was thick with rust and mold, and even stray dogs would avoid relieving themselves here. The area was desolate and deserted. Lin Xuan felt a sudden shift in his thoughts as he claimed his reward from the system. No sooner had he spoken than a chill coursed through his palm. A mask, entirely black, materialized from the void. Its surface was as smooth and lustrous as a mirror, devoid of any facial features, resembling a black hole that absorbed light. The concealment mask can alter the wearer's appearance, physique, and aura at will. It cannot be discerned by beastmasters of king rank or below. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan affixed the mask to his face. A hum resonated around him as a wave of icy energy surged from the mask, instantly enveloping his entire being. He heard faint cracking sounds in his bones as he grew half a head taller, his previously slender frame transforming into one of striking elegance. The contours of his face began to blur, ultimately shrouded by a veil of mist. His aura underwent a complete metamorphosis, shifting from that of an ordinary student to that of an unfathomable enigma. The system panel now displayed an additional note beside his name: Host Lin Xuan, the Faceless One. Approaching a puddle, Lin Xuan gazed down, and the water reflected an unfamiliar silhouette, tall and imposing, exuding a chilling demeanor, yet obscured by the mist that concealed his features. Perfect. From this moment forth, it was Lin Xuan attending school, while the Faceless One orchestrated the mischief. With enough aliases, he need not fear exposure. Following the map's guidance, he arrived at the entrance of an abandoned factory. Two burly men, their muscles bulging and eyes fierce, stood guard at the door. Lin Xuan approached, and the man on the left barked, "Halt!" His massive hand, akin to a fan, blocked Lin Xuan's path. Without uttering a word, Lin Xuan simply regarded them silently. The two men's gazes fell upon his face, fixating on the black mask. In the next moment, their fierce expressions froze. They exchanged a glance, their pupils constricting. "Please, come in," one said, their demeanor shifting to one of respect as they swiftly parted to allow passage. Lin Xuan's heart stirred. This mask had the capability to render one inscrutable, fascinating. He nodded subtly and stepped through the iron gate. Inside lay an entirely different realm. The mingling scents of blood, herbs, and cheap alcohol assaulted his senses. The vast underground space was dimly lit and bustling with noise. Makeshift stalls lined the area, where rugged vendors with vigilant expressions hawked their wares. Beastmasters in hoods or masks hurried past, their movements swift and furtive. This was the underground black market of Jiangnan City. After taking a few steps, a figure hastily collided with him. "My apologies." The person, clad in a black robe adorned with a crow insignia, muttered an apology before swiftly disappearing into the throng. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected special energy fluctuations. You have encountered a member of the Night Organization. This group is the true power behind Jiangnan City's black market, employing clandestine and ruthless tactics. Lin Xuan paused. He had just entered and already encountered the local kingpin. While his expression remained unchanged beneath the mask, he firmly committed the crow insignia to memory. The Night Organization was a force he could not yet confront. Suppressing his thoughts, he began to navigate through the various stalls. The merchandise was absurdly outrageous. An ancient dragon egg, authentic or not, was being sold for 998 coins, with the vendor spitting in fervor as he pointed to a stained egg. Lin Xuan glanced at it. It bore no resemblance to the village's ordinary eggs. Another vendor brandished a yellowed fang from a B-rank beast, the blazing lion, claiming it possessed burning properties. Lin Xuan cast a sidelong glance. This item was likely pried from a wild boar, with even the tartar uncleaned. After perusing a few stalls, Lin Xuan realized the futility of hoping to uncover hidden treasures with mere observation. This band of old swindlers were all masterful actors. Activating the identification feature, he noted, identification function activated. Each use consumes 1 system point. Current balance, 100 points. A mere 1 point, affordable. Lin Xuan's gaze roamed the stalls once more. This time, the world shifted. Above each item, semi-transparent information boxes emerged. Withered iron vine roots hold no value. Discarded mechanical puppet parts are recommended to be sold as scrap iron. Ordinary black iron or contains excessive impurities, suggesting it be reforged. A cascade of notifications flashed by, nothing but refuse. Continuing onward, his gaze fell upon a stall in the corner. The vendor was a one-eyed man, exuding an air of indifference. The table displayed a collection of junk, several pieces of dark, unremarkable ore, some wilted plant roots, and a few rusted metal parts. Lin Xuan activated the identification feature as his eyes slowly swept over the items. Withered iron vine roots hold no value. Discarded mechanical puppet parts are recommended to be sold as scrap iron. Ordinary black iron or contains excessive impurities. All rubbish. Just as he was about to shift his gaze, it suddenly landed on a fist-sized black stone. Ding. Detected special item. Chapter 12. A frenzy in the black market. 5 copper coins for 100,000 dragon's breath grass. The one-eyed man dropped his jaw. Lin Xuan fixated on the black stone, his palms dampening with sweat. The golden information box in the system interface flashed frantically across his retina. Star iron ore? Stained with dragon's blood. Top-tier forging material containing a faint draconic aura, suitable for weapon enhancement or as a primary material for evolving metal-type spirit contracts. Estimated value: over 50,000 gold coins. 50,000. Lin Xuan nearly faltered on the spot. His entire fortune amounted to less than 5 copper coins. Yet here lay a piece of refuse worth 50,000 gold coins. The black market was indeed a paradise for the impoverished and a hell for the foolish. Yet, he did not move. Not a single motion. He even deliberately slowed his breathing. Lin Xuan understood, well, that if he rushed forward and proclaimed his desire for that stone, it would blatantly reveal its worth. At that point, not only would 50,000 be out of reach, but he might not even secure it for 500,000. The more likely outcome was a swift demise. Wang Dali's words echoed in his mind. The rule of the black market is that those who covet must be prepared to be eliminated. Lin Xuan forced himself to divert his gaze. He feigned ignorance, continuing to stroll forward, his eyes casually scanning the surrounding stalls as if he were an oblivious novice. After passing several stalls, he paused at one selling herbs. The vendor, a small, wiry old man with a goat-like beard and shifty eyes, was clearly a seasoned player in the black market. His table was cluttered with a heap of wilted herbs, most of which appeared on the verge of death. Lin Xuan's eyes swept over the items, and the system's identification feature activated automatically. Withered iron vine holds no value. Inferior coagulation herb has less than 30 efficacy. Ordinary recovery grass is of extremely poor quality. All garbage. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a corner where a yellowed plant stood. The leaves were curled, and the roots were blackened, appearing even more lifeless than the others. Yet again, the system interface erupted with golden light. Ding! Detected special item. Mutated dragon's breath grass, withered. True quality, legendary grade herb. Main ingredient useful for concocting various high-level potions. Though rendered inactive due to improper storage, its core medicinal properties remain intact. If activated, its value is incalculable. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted abruptly. Dragon's breath grass. This was a fabled treasure of the highest order. Even withered, if it can activate value, it is undoubtedly worth over 100,000 gold coins. The collision of two treasures sent Lin Xuan's heart racing, as if it might burst from his chest. Yet, his face remained inscrutable. Panic was not an option. In moments like this, one must maintain composure. Lin Xuan's mind raced. Directly purchasing was out of the question. The risk of acquiring the starry iron was already considerable. Buying the dragon spurt grass would be transparent even to a fool. So what to do? His gaze swept the surroundings and landed on a nearby stall selling alchemical recipes. A spark ignited in his mind. He turned and approached the recipe vendor. A rotund man whose face was a canvas of disdain. What do you want, fatty? He grumbled in a gruff voice. Do you have any cheap recipes? Lin Xuan lowered his voice, striving to sound like a destitute apprentice. Cheap, huh? The rotund man scoffed. A pauper like you wants to learn alchemy? He casually tossed a yellowed piece of parchment. Here's a bleeding powder recipe, 10 copper coins. Lin Xuan accepted it and glanced at the details. Bleeding powder recipe, low level. Effect, can stop bleeding with a 30 success rate. Required materials, coagulation grass x3. Clean water x1, moderate heat. A worthless recipe, yet it would suffice. Lin Xuan fished out the last few copper coins he had, managing to scrape together 10, and handed them to the vendor. The man accepted the coins with a look of disdain. Get lost. Turning back to the herb stall, Lin Xuan found the old man idly scratching his nails. Upon seeing him return, the old man's eyes lit up. What have you found, young brother? Lin Xuan crouched down and pointed to the withering coagulation grass. How much for these? 5 copper coins each, the old man replied without hesitation. Too expensive. Lin Xuan shook his head, revealing the bleeding powder recipe. I'm a novice alchemist looking for some affordable materials to practice with. These herbs are nearly dead. Can you lower the price? The old man glanced at the recipe and chuckled. So you really are a novice. He scrutinized Lin Xuan, noting his plain attire and weak aura, and relaxed his guard. All right, I see you're struggling. I'll give you these coagulation grass along with that withered grass over there for 5 copper coins. Withered grass? Lin Xuan's heart raced, but his expression feigned hesitation. Is that still usable? Usable? Nonsense. The old man waved dismissively. It's practically rotten. I'm keeping it just to save space. Take it or leave it. Lin Xuan pretended to deliberate, finally nodding. All right then. He produced 5 copper coins and handed them over. The old man accepted the payment and tossed the herbs, including the dragon spurt grass, into a ragged sack, shoving it toward Lin Xuan. Take it, and don't say I cheated you. Thank you, Lin Xuan replied, clutching the sack as he turned to leave. His pace was steady, mimicking that of a true novice alchemist. But his grip on the sack was so tight it turned his knuckles white. 5 copper coins exchanged for a dragon spurt grass worth over 100,000. A tremendous profit. After departing from the herb stall, Lin Xuan did not linger and continued to wander through the black market. He needed to project the image of a lost novice. After a few more rounds, he returned to the stall displaying starry iron. The one-eyed vendor was smoking, his patience wearing thin. Done looking? If you're not buying, then scram. Lin Xuan crouched down, surveying the pile of scrap. How much for these ores? A flat rate of 50 copper coins, the one-eyed vendor replied, exhaling smoke dismissively. Lin Xuan frowned. Too expensive. Buy it or leave, the vendor rolled his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lin Xuan suddenly pointed at a piece of starry iron. Can I buy just that black stone? The vendor paused, glancing at the dark stone. You want this? Uh-huh, Lin Xuan nodded. I find its color quite unique. I'd like to keep it as a decoration. Decoration? The vendor nearly laughed. This fool thought a piece of rock could serve as decor. Assessing Lin Xuan's ordinary appearance and weak aura, he concluded this was an inexperienced novice. Fine. Since you're new, I'll cut you some slack. This stone along with that pile of ores for 30 copper coins. 30 copper coins? Lin Xuan chuckled inwardly. This one-eyed vendor truly underestimated him. Yet, he maintained an expression of indecision. 30 seems a bit high. Then leave, the vendor waved impatiently. Lin Xuan bit his lip, feigning a resolute demeanor. All right, I'll buy it. He retrieved a handful of copper coins, counting out exactly 30. This was the startup capital he had borrowed from Wang Dali earlier. The vendor accepted the coins and casually tossed the starry iron along with the ores into a burlap sack, handing it to Lin Xuan. Take care not to say I cheated you. Thank you, Lin Xuan replied, turning to depart. His pace remained steady, yet his grip on the sack began to tremble slightly. 30 copper coins for a piece of starry iron worth over 50,000. What a windfall. After leaving the stall, Lin Xuan did not immediately exit the black market. He understood that leaving too conspicuously would attract attention. He continued to wander, ensuring no one was watching before slowly making his way toward the exit. Just as he approached, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Stop! Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes, black eat black. He looked up to see a young man in his 20s, clad in black attire, with a short blade at his waist. His aura was not weak. He was at least a C-grade beast master. The young man scrutinized Lin Xuan, his gaze landing on the sacks in his hands. New here? Yes, Lin Xuan nodded. First time at the black market? Yes. The young man smiled broadly. Well, you're in luck. Lin Xuan's internal alarm bells rang. What did this guy mean? Suddenly, the young man pointed at the sack Lin Xuan held. What's inside? Or, Lin Xuan replied, striving to keep his voice steady. Or, the young man's eyebrows arched. Let me see. Lin Xuan did not move. Why not? Because the young man's smile had faded, his eyes turning icy. This is the black market. He rested his hand on the short blade at his waist. I suspect what you have is stolen. Lin Xuan smirked inwardly. As expected, the black market's rule is that there are no rules. Yet, his expression remained calm. I bought it with money. Bought it. The young man scoffed. Do you have a receipt? Lin Xuan fell silent. The young man, seeing his lack of response, grinned wider. No receipt, huh? Then it's stolen. He reached out to snatch the sack from Lin Xuan's grasp. At that moment, a cold voice interjected, Stop. The young man halted, turning to see a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a crow emblem on his chest, approaching slowly. It was the very member of the Nightshade organization Lin Xuan had bumped into upon entering. Upon seeing the crow emblem, the young man's expression changed instantly. The man immediately sheathed his short dagger and bowed respectfully. The figure clad in black approached Lin Xuan, his gaze sweeping over the burlap sack and cloth bag in Lin Xuan's hands. I have seen the items you procured. The voice of the black-robed man was chilling, as if emanating from a frozen abyss. They are not stolen. The young man's expression stiffened. Indeed, I must have misjudged. He lowered his head and retreated to the side. Feeling dejected, the black-robed man cast a glance at Lin Xuan, said nothing, and turned to depart. Lin Xuan stood rooted to the spot for several seconds, bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Members of the night organization were aiding him? He glanced down at the mask adorning his face. Could it be because of this? Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. The concealment mask possesses a special effect, intimidation. Effect, the wearer's aura becomes unfathomable, instilling a sense of awe in beast tamers below the rank of king. Lin Xuan's heart surged with understanding. So that was it. This mask not only concealed his identity, but also rendered him inscrutable. No wonder those two burly gatekeepers and the member of the night organization treated him with such courtesy. They believed him to be a hidden power. How delightful. Lin Xuan reveled in his newfound fortune. This mask was nothing short of an essential artifact for the black market. Without further hesitation, he swiftly departed the black market, clutching the burlap and cloth bags. He ran until he was certain no one was trailing him before coming to a halt. Lin Xuan found an isolated, abandoned warehouse to enter. After shutting the door and ensuring the surroundings were clear, he exhaled deeply. Finally, he was safe. He placed the burlap and cloth bags on the ground and opened them. Starsteel and Dragon's spittle grass lay quietly within. Lin Xuan gazed at these two treasures, Starsteel valued at over 50,000 gold coins and Dragon's spittle grass exceeding 100,000. Together, they amounted to at least 150,000. The task demanded only 10,000 gold coins. He had exceeded the requirement by a staggering 15 times. Yet, Lin Xuan did not immediately rejoice. He paused in silence and issued a command to the system. Analyze the dragon's spittle grass and star steel to seek the most profitable plan. Ding. Analyzing. Cost, 10 system points. Analysis complete. Plan 1, direct sale. High risk, unstable returns. Estimated profit around 150,000 gold coins. Plan 2, extract the dragon's blood aura from star steel to activate the dragon's spittle grass, concocting the long-lost ancient elixir, dragon's blood regeneration liquid. Effect, can heal all non-lethal injuries and enhance the contract spirit's aptitude, market value exceeding 500,000 gold coins. Note, the elixir's formula is incomplete and must be restored before it can be concocted. Lin Xuan's breath caught in his throat. 500,000. And it could enhance the contract spirit's aptitude. If this were given to Little Soft, wouldn't it allow her to soar? But the formula was incomplete. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. How would the system restore the formula? Ding. Detecting host's need. Recommendation. Proceed to the deeper areas of the black market to seek the night auction, held monthly, offering various rare items, including lost alchemical formulas. Next auction in 3 days. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. 3 days, just in time for the task's deadline. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Let us do this. After all, having come this far, wouldn't it be a shame not to aim for something grand? Lin Xuan gathered the star steel and dragon's spittle grass and left the warehouse. He needed to prepare diligently for the auction in 3 days. He must acquire that formula. Chapter 13, The Golden Roulette, A-Class Formula Secured. Lin Xuan leaned against the wall, his mind racing. The incomplete formula was akin to a lottery ticket scratched halfway, enticing yet unredeemable. He pulled out his phone and opened the banking app. Balance, 32 copper coins. He was so impoverished that he couldn't even touch the threshold of the system's shop. The task required earning 10,000 gold coins. And he currently didn't even have a fraction of that. But suddenly, Lin Xuan recalled something. Among the task rewards, there was a golden lottery ticket. His eyes brightened instantly. Even a novice 10 draw could yield him an SSS level divine ability. A golden lottery ticket, which sounded incredibly impressive, would surely yield something even more extraordinary. System, I wish to use my task reward in advance. Ding. Detecting host's application for early withdrawal of task reward. Risk warning. If the task ultimately fails, penalties will be doubled. Confirm application? Lin Xuan did not hesitate. Confirm. He had faith in himself. This would be a sure win. Application approved. Golden lottery ticket has been issued. Use the golden lottery ticket. Buzz. The space before him suddenly warped. A massive golden roulette materialized out of thin air, radiating a luxurious golden glow, adorned with an array of prize names. It was on an entirely different level compared to the previous bronze novice roulette. Lin Xuan scanned it briefly. D-Class Enhancement Potion. C-Class Skill Scroll, Flame Burst. B-Class Equipment, Shadow Blade Short Sword. A-Class Formula, Perfect Evolution Potion. S-Class, Weight A-Class Formula. Lin Xuan's breath hitched. This thing starts at a minimum of D-Class? The golden lottery truly lived up to its reputation. Spin. The golden roulette began to spin wildly. The light was blinding, making Lin Xuan feel as though he were ascending to the heavens. The speed gradually slowed. The pointer glided past one segment after another. D-Class Enhancement Potion passed by. C-Class Skill Scroll passed by. B-Class Equipment passed by. Lin Xuan's heart raced. Please don't be rubbish. Please don't be rubbish. The pointer slowed further, finally halting on a shimmering golden segment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the A-Class Formula. Perfect Evolution Potion. Lin Xuan was stunned. What? A-Class? He had only hoped to draw something to complete the ancient formula, yet he had drawn a complete A-Class formula instead? This was an incredible stroke of luck. The system interface displayed detailed information. Perfect Evolution Potion, A-Class. Effect. Can ignore bloodline shackles, forcibly elevate D-Class and below contract spirits by 1 rank, with a very low probability of triggering their hidden bloodlines. No side effects. Main ingredient, Dragon's Spittle Grass X1. Auxiliary ingredients, Golden Stone Aura Material, Star Steel can be substituted. Moonlight Dew X3, Spirit Spring Water X5. Refining difficulty, high. Market value, inestimable, due to the formula being lost. Lin Xuan's hands began to tremble. Ignore bloodline shackles? Forcibly elevate ranks? And no side effects? If this were sold, forget 50,000. 500,000 would be a conservative estimate. Even more astonishing, the main ingredient, Dragon's Spittle Grass, and the auxiliary ingredient, Star Steel. He just so happened to possess both. Lin Xuan felt as if his luck had reached an unprecedented high. This was not merely a fortunate find. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky, landing squarely in his mouth. Ha ha ha. Lin Xuan couldn't contain his laughter. sounding almost deranged. But he paid no mind to it. What an exhilarating feeling. At that moment, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Detected that the host has acquired an A-level alchemical formula. The secondary profession system's alchemist module has been activated, transmitting alchemical knowledge. A surge of immense information flooded Lin Xuan's mind. Mastery of temperature control, processing of medicinal materials, energy guidance, formula analysis. Countless pieces of knowledge related to alchemy inundated his brain like a tidal wave. Beads of cold sweat formed on Lin Xuan's forehead as he gritted his teeth to endure. Minutes later, the torrent of information finally ceased. Lin Xuan gasped for breath, yet his eyes shone with newfound brilliance. He had now become a theoretical alchemist, well-versed in knowledge. Although devoid of practical experience, with the right tools and materials, he could commence the alchemical process. However, he lacked the necessary tools. Lin Xuan composed himself and began to assess his resources. An alchemical furnace was essential. Auxiliary materials needed to be procured as well, but all of this required funds. He glanced at the sack in his hand, which contained not only starlight iron, but also a heap of genuine scrap ore. Could he sell this refuse? He recalled the vendors he had seen at the black market earlier, each one a master of deception, turning trash into treasures. If that was the case, why couldn't he learn from them? A smirk crept onto Lin Xuan's lips. It was time for his identity as the faceless one to shine. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan reappeared in the black market. This time, he did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he headed directly to a corner and set up a stall. Displayed on the makeshift table were the heap of scrap ore. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding an aloof demeanor that suggested he was indifferent to whether someone chose to buy or not. Passers-by cast a glance at him, only to shake their heads and walk away. Another vendor of junk. The ore was clearly worthless. Lin Xuan remained unperturbed, patiently waiting for a genuine fool to approach. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a middle-aged man with a frantic expression rushed over. Brother, are you selling these ores? Lin Xuan lifted his gaze, casting a casual glance at him. Yes. How much? The middle-aged man asked eagerly. Lin Xuan extended a hand. 50 gold coins. What? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. You want 50 gold coins for this scrap? Lin Xuan's expression remained impassive beneath his mask. If you don't want to buy, then leave. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, suddenly lowering his voice. Brother, let me be honest with you. I am a blacksmith. I just received an urgent order. My client needs a batch of impure ores as filler material. Your ores are just what I need, but I can only offer you 30 gold coins at most. Lin Xuan chuckled inwardly. Indeed, he was dealing with a desperate fool in need of materials. Yet, he maintained a calm facade. 40, 35, deal. Lin Xuan nodded decisively. The middle-aged man sighed in relief, pulling out a pouch and counting out 35 gold coins to hand to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan accepted the coins and packaged the heap of scrap ores for him. The middle-aged man hurriedly took the ores and departed. Lin Xuan glanced at the gold coins in his hand. 35 gold coins acquired. Next, he needed to sell a few herbs. He rummaged through his bag, pulling out several wilted blood coagulation herbs and displaying them on the stall. He naturally would not sell the dragon saliva grass. That was a primary ingredient for alchemy. However, these wilted herbs, though of poor quality, might still deceive an untrained eye. Lin Xuan cleared his throat and began to call out. Mutated herbs. Rare species. Don't miss out as you pass by. His voice was not loud, yet it stood out sharply in the otherwise quiet black market. Soon, a young man wearing a hood approached. Mutated herbs? The young man squatted down, scrutinizing the wilted blood coagulation herbs. Lin Xuan's eyes flickered. An unsuspecting buyer had arrived. Indeed, Lin Xuan said earnestly, I discovered these blood coagulation herbs in the outskirts. Due to their unique growth environment, they have mutated. Though they look wilted, their efficacy is 3 times stronger than that of ordinary blood coagulation herbs. The young man's eyes brightened. Really? If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lin Xuan shrugged. The young man hesitated for a moment, then suddenly pulled out a small knife and made a cut on his finger. Blood oozed out. He took a blood coagulation herb, squeezed out the juice, and applied it to the wound. A few seconds later, the wound indeed began to heal, albeit slowly. The young man was exhilarated. How much? Lin Xuan raised 2 fingers. 20 gold coins. Deal. Without further ado, the young man produced the money and bought all the blood coagulation herbs. Lin Xuan looked at the gold coins in his hand. 35 plus 20 made 55 gold coins in total. That was sufficient. He packed up his stall and swiftly left the black market, heading straight to the tool shop. The tool shop was located on the outskirts of the black market. The establishment was modest, yet it was filled with various alchemical tools. Lin Xuan stepped inside, his gaze scanning the shelves. Basic alchemical furnace, 50 gold coins. Intermediate alchemical furnace, 200 gold coins. Advanced alchemical furnace, 1,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan chose the most affordable basic alchemical furnace. Though inexpensive, it sufficed for his needs. He also purchased some auxiliary materials, such as moonlight dew and spirit spring water. When he settled the bill, he had just enough to spend all his gold coins. Lin Xuan left the black market, carrying the alchemical furnace and materials, and hurried back to his small abode. Once inside, he shut the door, drew the curtains, and confirmed that no one was around before finally exhaling in relief. It was time to begin. Lin Xuan placed the alchemical furnace on the table and arranged the starlight iron, dragon saliva grass, and other materials neatly. His expression turned intensely focused. Tonight, he aimed to concoct the world's first perfect evolution potion. This potion would not only enable Xiao Ruan to evolve directly, but would also allow him to earn enough money to complete his task. More importantly, it marked the first step toward his ascent to greatness. Lin Xuan pressed his hand on the lid of the alchemical furnace. Let us go. Let this world witness what a true divine potion is. His eyes blazed with fervor. Chapter 14. Xiao Ruan causes the furnace to explode while refining the divine pill. The night was as dark as ink. Inside the small room, Lin Xuan secured the door bolt firmly, then laboriously moved a table to barricade the door. Still feeling uneasy, he tore off several strips of ragged cloth to seal the gaps in the windows, ensuring not a sliver of light could penetrate. After completing these tasks, he didn't forget to rummage in the corner for a few broken bowls, placing them in a haphazard arrangement as a makeshift tripwire at the entrance and beneath the windows. Anyone daring enough to intrude would surely experience the thrill of a 3-second weightlessness before hitting the ground. Ritualistic significance must be upheld. Lin Xuan dusted off his hands and solemnly placed the cheap alchemical furnace he had acquired from the black market in the center of the room. Beside it, Xiao Ruan resembled a puddle of translucent jelly, curiously wriggling. Its round, glistening eyes conveyed a pure and naive foolishness. Let us get to work. Lin Xuan exhaled a deep breath, the playful glint in his eyes fading to reveal a cold intensity. He first picked up the piece of starlight iron ore. Following the guidance of the system manual, he closed his eyes, and an invisible mental force, akin to the delicate antennae of an ant probing into its nest, gently infiltrated the depths of the ore, inch by inch. The first step was to extract the essence of the precious stone. Lin Xuan's lips moved slightly as his mental energy navigated the intricate structure of the minerals with pinpoint accuracy. Eureka! Beneath the bait of his mental hook, wisps of faint golden aura, resembling a startled school of fish, were deftly stripped from the ore. The second step was to isolate the dragon's blood essence. This substance was concealed even deeper, its aura more elusive. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Xuan's brow as his mental energy concentrated intensely, as if he were engaged in a challenge of a billion-pixel image. At long last, in the core of the mineral, he detected a thread of red light, finer than a spider's silk. That's it. Collect. With a low exclamation, Lin Xuan abruptly retracted his mental force. A drop of peculiar liquid, a golden hue tinged with red, materialized in his palm, emanating an ancient and searing wave of energy. Task accomplished. Having hands was sufficient. A faint smile graced Lin Xuan's lips as he carefully stored this precious liquid in a jade vial. Next, it was time to deal with the few strands of mutated dragon's saliva grass acquired from the naive trader. Brother, your 20 gold coins have departed peacefully, nobly contributing to the advancement of humanity. Lin Xuan observed a moment of silence for the unknown young man, lasting a mere half a second. Then, he acted with ruthless precision. Employing a unique technique, he ground the dragon's saliva grass into a fine, dark green powder, subsequently channeling a trace of weak spiritual energy from within, like gentle spring rain, to cover it. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The once desiccated herbal powder began to regain its luster and fullness at a visibly rapid pace. An indescribable fragrance of herbs permeated the small room, invigorating the spirit with just a single inhalation. All preparations were complete. Time to ignite the furnace. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened as he began to add dozens of auxiliary materials, including moonlight dew and spiritual spring water, into the cauldron in a specific sequence, producing a melodic clink. He placed his hands upon the cool surface of the furnace, unleashing his mental energy without reserve, transforming it into an invisible flame to heat the cauldron. The temperature of the fire, under his mental control, fluctuated with precision, each moment's change executed to perfection. Such operations drained his mental energy at an alarming rate. Within less than half an hour, Lin Xuan's complexion had turned as pale as paper, sweat dampening the dark strands of hair on his forehead. Damn, wasn't this supposed to be alchemy? Why did it feel like I was the one being refined? His mental energy was akin to a mobile phone battery, plummeting from full charge to the red warning level. Just as all the elixirs were on the verge of merging, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The drop of dragon's blood essence he had introduced into the furnace suddenly became frenzied, without warning. It erupted like an ancient beast driven to fury, clashing destructively with the gentle medicinal properties of the dragon's saliva grass. Buzzing. The cheap alchemy furnace emitted a mournful cry under the strain, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across its surface. Dazzling light burst forth from the fissures, and the entire furnace appeared on the brink of explosion. What the heck? An explosion? What happened to the beginner's protection period? The system manual did not mention this twist. A negative review. I must leave an epic bad review for customer service. In that moment of life and death, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Xuan's mind. He abruptly turned his head, fixating intently on the jelly-like creature beside him. The chaotic young dragon, embodying chaos and devouring all, could encompass everything. A gamble. Little soft. Lin Xuan shouted with all his might. Spit it out. Give it a hefty hurl. The dazed little soft, startled into alertness, seemed to comprehend its master's call. It strained to curl its body into a ball, and then suddenly opened its mouth wide. Puffed. A crystal-clear droplet, glistening and adorned with mysterious sticky strands, arced gracefully in a perfect parabolic trajectory, accurately landing inside the violently shaking alchemy furnace. With that, the furnace did not explode. A miracle unfolded. That droplet, fundamentally composed of chaotic energy, transformed into an invisible giant net the moment it entered the furnace. It enveloped the raging dragon's blood essence and the medicinal properties of the dragon's saliva grass with an absolute and unreasonable force, forcibly compressing them. The two forces, which had been battling fiercely just a second ago, became as docile as two schoolchildren caught misbehaving before their teacher, instantly obedient in the presence of the higher-dimensional chaotic energy. Fusion. Buzz. The vibrations of the alchemy furnace came to a sudden halt. A fragrance, 100 times more potent than before, wafted from within, rich and aromatic, as if capable of cleansing the very dust of the soul. At the base of the furnace, a vial shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors lay quietly. Around the vial, the air's spiritual energy formed visible tiny whirlpools, eagerly converging towards it. It entered with its own background music and special effects, the scene utterly magnificent. Lin Xuan gasped for breath, extending a trembling hand to retrieve the vial. Ding! System identification in progress. A line of virtual text materialized before his eyes. Item: Super Perfect Evolution Elixir. Quality: A. Effect: can enable any F-level contracted spirit to evolve perfectly, with a high probability of awakening its hidden bloodline. Due to the accidental infusion of a trace of chaotic energy, the efficacy has received an epic enhancement, capable of awakening the hidden bloodline of 100 contracted spirits. Evaluation: a novice's audacious maneuver, inadvertently creating an epic-making masterpiece. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, the contemporary god of alchemy, officially debuted today. He gazed at the resplendent elixir in his hand, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, ready to perform a Thomas spin for Little Soft. This was his lever to shake the very foundations of Jiangnan City. Lin Xuan cherished the elixir, storing it carefully before turning his gaze to the system panel. The countdown for the task of daringly venturing into the black market had only 1 day remaining. The curve of his lips was harder to suppress than an AK-47. The first bucket of gold? No, the first mountain of gold was just within reach. Chapter 15. A drop of divine medicine exploded the identification device. The overseer slid to his knees. 1 commission, please sell. The first bucket of gold? That was too small a vision. Lin Xuan regarded the remaining day on the countdown for the black market venture on the system panel, a smile curling his lips. Harder to contain than a fully equipped M4 in the hands of a special forces soldier. This was not simply about striking gold. This was akin to bringing the entire gold mine home. He carefully tucked the vial of the resplendent super-perfect evolution elixir into his embrace, treating it with the tenderness one would afford a peerless treasure. How to sell it? Set up a stall? Too lowbrow. Visit a small shop? Purely delivering vegetables. The principle of possessing a jewel brings misfortune was not lost on him, a transmigrator well-versed in countless web novels. If one were to play, one must play at the highest level. Lin Xuan retrieved the most ordinary black iron mask from his backpack. The moment he donned it, his very presence seemed to evaporate, transforming him into a shadowy figure blending seamlessly into the darkness. It was not an ostentatious display of arrogance, but an embodiment of absolute mystery, standing there while remaining imperceptible. He strode purposefully through the chaotic outskirts of the black market. The gaudy ancestral treasures on the stalls and the frenzied discounts were not even worthy of a glance. His goal was singular, the official auction house run by the Night Organization at the very heart of the black market. If one were to sell, one must do so on the most prestigious platform. Let all the powerful magnates of the entire Jiangnan City be compelled to either succumb or perish for the sake of this vial of potion. Within the appraisal room of the auction house, the air was thick with the peculiar aroma of disinfectant mingled with the scent of fermenting wealth. The appraiser, a middle-aged man with a glistening complexion and drooping eyelids, scrutinized Lin Xuan with the gaze of one observing a misplaced stray cat, replete with a veneer of programmed disdain. "Present your item," he uttered lethargically, rapping his fingers upon the table. "Let it be known in advance, we do not accept items of inferior quality. Do not squander our time." Lin Xuan remained unfazed internally, even suppressing a chuckle. Here it comes, the quintessential moment encapsulated in the adage of not underestimating the impoverished youth. You know how it unfolds. Disinterested in idle chatter, he placed the vial, radiating a vibrant, multicolored luminescence, upon the table. With a soft thud, the appraiser's drooping eyelids finally parted slightly. "Ah, the bottle is rather ostentatious," he remarked, smirking with an air of condescension as he leisurely donned a pair of monocles. Lin Xuan crossed his arms, internally commencing a countdown. "Please commence your performance. In 3 seconds, I wish to witness the collapse of your worldview. Otherwise, your professional competence will be deemed inadequate." The appraiser picked up a pair of tweezers, deftly extracting a droplet of the potion and introducing it into a nearby rudimentary appraisal device. 1 second, 2 seconds, beep, 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 beep. A piercing alarm rang out, sharp enough to threaten the integrity of eardrums. The needle of the instrument swung violently to the right, crashing against the end of the scale. Then, with a crack, the needle snapped. A wisp of green smoke spiraled from the now-defunct mechanism, exuding a foul, burnt odor. "What?" The appraiser's nonchalance shattered instantly, replaced by a profound blankness. The device had exploded. This antiquated apparatus had served him faithfully for a decade. It had never faltered even with C-grade potions. Yet today it had perished on the spot? Good heavens! The appraiser blurted out an expletive, his corpulent frame springing into an unprecedented agility as he rolled and scrambled towards a corner, yanking aside a thickly dust-laden black cloth. Beneath it lay an advanced metal array inscribed with innumerable arcane runes. An elite appraisal array. His hands trembled violently as he cradled the vial, treating it with the reverence one might afford a deity. Carefully, he placed the potion in the center of the array, then ground his molars and forcefully activated the switch. With a hum, the entire array erupted into brilliance. Yet, the light was not the ordinary white or blue. It was a dazzlingly pure gold, so resplendent it threatened to blind. A golden beam shot skyward, illuminating the room as if a divine presence had descended. This was a phenomenon only witnessed during the appraisal of A-grade or higher legendary treasures. The appraiser stood agape, his mouth agape as if he could fit a fist inside, utterly transfixed by the astronomical numbers cascading from the array. He recognized each character on the data panel, yet the combination rendered his mind utterly bewildered. Perfect quality. Activate hidden bloodlines. Probability 100. Is this even something a mere mortal can concoct? This is a miracle. This is a walking anomaly. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, regarding the faceless figure clad in a black iron mask with an expression of reverence and trepidation, the shock and shudder of a mortal confronting the transcendent. "Pardon me. May I request a moment?" The appraiser hastily scrambled towards an internal communicator, his voice trembling as if powered by a motor. The head supervisor. "Hurry to appraisal room 3. We are in the presence of divinity." In less than a minute, a middle-aged man clad in dark golden attire, with a gaze sharp as lightning, entered the room. Upon entry, his eyes immediately fixed upon the vial enveloped in golden light, as if all else had faded into insignificance. This man was none other than the head supervisor of the Jiangnan City Black Market Auction House, a high-ranking member of the Night Organization. He paid no mind to the appraiser, nearly crumpled on the floor, and approached the array, personally scrutinizing the astonishing data. After a lengthy pause, he turned to face Lin Xuan, bowing slightly in a gesture of utmost respect. The gravity of his demeanor left the appraiser's eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "Sir." The head supervisor's voice was deep yet tinged with unmistakable excitement. "We have been blind and presumptuous. May I inquire the name of this divine elixir and your desired starting price?" Lin Xuan maintained his lofty, aloof persona, though internally, he reveled in delight. What sheer exhilaration! Is this the ultimate joy of playing the fool to ensnare the wise? With a deliberately rough yet nonchalant tone, he articulated 5 words. "Perfect evolution potion." He extended a finger. "Starting price, 100,000 gold coins." 100,000. The appraiser gasped audibly, feeling as if his heart might seize in the next heartbeat. Yet, the head supervisor did not perceive the price as exorbitant. Instead, a wry smile crept upon his face. "You jest, sir. Such a groundbreaking masterpiece deserves far more. 100,000 is but a paltry starting point." A glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes as he grew increasingly earnest. Our auction house is prepared to promote this potion with the utmost grandeur. We shall only take a 1% commission, far below the customary 10, not for profit, but in hopes of cultivating a favorable relationship with a future master alchemist like yourself. Oh, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow inwardly. I can appreciate a brother with such expansive vision. I shall accept this friendship. He nodded slowly, choosing his words with great care. However, that very night, an urgent announcement disseminated rapidly through the Knight Organization's extensive intelligence network, igniting the upper echelons of Jiangnan City. Emergency auction. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. The grand finale. The revolutionary perfect evolution potion crafted by the enigmatic alchemist, the Faceless One. Effect: 100 perfect evolution of any F-grade contract spirit. 100 activation of hidden bloodlines. Guaranteed by the Knight Organization's century-long credibility. An unprecedented offering. Only this single vial. In the Jiangnan City Alchemist Association, the silver-haired president, Li Dihai, leisurely savored his favorite Yunding Shuya tea. When his assistant presented this news, he merely glanced at it and scoffed derisively. Perfect evolution? 100%? The youth of today will spout any nonsense to capture attention. Utterly ridiculous. Before he could finish, his gaze fixated on the line stating the Knight Organization's century-long credibility guarantee. The smile on his face froze inch by inch. Crack. The priceless ancient teacup in his hand shattered upon impact. Scalding tea splashed onto his palm. Yet he felt no sensation. The other senior alchemists within the association erupted into chaos. What nonsense is this? A potion of perfect quality exists only in theoretical conjecture within textbooks. Who dares claim they can achieve a 100 activation of bloodlines? Do they consider themselves a god of medicine descended to the mortal realm? Ah, but that is the assurance of the Dark Knight. They never engage in false advertising. It is the rule. Amidst the cacophony, Li Dihai abruptly rose, his aged visage a portrait of shock and disbelief. Prepare the vehicle. His voice trembled with urgency. I shall personally witness which audacious fool dares to mock the knowledge and dignity of our entire alchemical community. Lin Xuan had long since departed the auction house, making his way back to the slums. The evening breeze was cool, yet his heart burned with an intensity that threatened to ignite. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have exceeded the task of bravely venturing into the black market. Final gains will be calculated post-auction. New identity, the Faceless One, reputation level 100. Lin Xuan looked up at the night sky, painted in vibrant hues by the city's neon lights, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. From tomorrow forth, the name of the Faceless One shall no longer be obscure. It shall become a legend, a myth, a tempest sweeping across the entirety of Jiangnan City. Chapter 16. Cousin wants to ruin me with drugs? Apologies, but your trump card is merely my plaything. The night in the slums was thick with the mingled scents of cheap perfume and damp earth. Lin Xuan turned into the narrow alley leading to his home, his pace unhurried. The clamor of the black market, along with the ripples stirred by the codename Faceless One, were now firmly behind him. Door closed, lock secured. He transformed once again into the unremarkable Lin family branch member, bound to an F-grade useless slime. Okay, the actor is in position. Please adjust the stage lights this way. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers in his mind, accompanied by a fitting background score. From legendary alchemical master to the family's invisible pawn, a seamless transition. With my acting skills, it would be unprofessional of the Oscars not to bestow upon me a little golden statuette. The next morning, a knock resonated precisely on time. It was the Lin family steward, a middle-aged man with a chin raised so high it seemed to pierce the heavens. He pinched his nose in disdain, as if merely breathing the air of the slums might poison him. A shabby cloth bag was tossed at his feet. The clinking sound of coins meeting the ground echoed sharply. Lin Xuan, this is your allowance for the month. The steward's gaze swept over him from the corner of his eye, his tone dismissive, as though he were shooing away a beggar. Spend it wisely. You wouldn't want to starve before the month ends and bring disgrace to the family. Beside the bag lay a small packet of dark, moldy granules emanating an unpleasant odor. What is this? A new type of eco-friendly coal ball? Lin Xuan inwardly scoffed. Oh, it's animal feed. This stuff would make even the sewer rats weep as they nibble on it, fleeing in the night. Seeing Lin Xuan silent, the steward assumed his pride had been wounded, and the smirk on his lips deepened. Look at you, reduced to this state. Not even as valuable as the servants. I suggest you recognize your situation and voluntarily withdraw from the family, rather than squatting here and wasting precious family resources. Here we go, another classic PUA moment. Lin Xuan felt no stir within, even finding the humor in it. With your flowery tongue, are you preparing for an entrance exam? The steward was in the midst of his tirade when a more arrogant voice interrupted from behind. Zhang steward, what is there to discuss with a useless person? Lin Wei strode forward, flanked by two lackeys, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. having suffered a narrow defeat at Lin Xuan's hands in class. The incident still nagged at him like a fishbone lodged in his throat. He looked down at Lin Xuan, his gaze akin to that of a vulture scrutinizing a pile of rotting refuse. Lin Xuan, I forgot to inform you. 3 days from now is the family's monthly assessment. The corners of Lin Wei's mouth twisted into a malicious grin. I kindly remind you, according to family rules, a branch member who places last in 3 consecutive assessments will have their qualifications as a beast master revoked and be dispatched to the northern mines for a lifetime of coal digging. He emphasized the word 3 with relish. And you, precisely, are about to hit that mark. Oh, what a timely delivery of coal in the snow. Are you here to stoke the flames? Lin Xuan mused silently, mentally applauding him. This villain is exceptionally dedicated. To amplify the oppressive atmosphere, Lin Wei signaled to his contracted spirit. Howl! A blazing hound leaped forth, standing nearly a meter tall, its muscles rippling beneath a coat of fiery red fur. Flames dancing upon its paws. Peak C-grade. Already half a step into the upper echelons of C-grade. Oh whoa! The hound opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that struck the half-dead sapling in front of Lin Xuan's door. Boom! The sapling was instantly carbonized, snapping in two, releasing a thick plume of black smoke. The acrid scent of charred wood filled the air. Lin Wei reveled in his handiwork, turning to Lin Xuan, eagerly anticipating a display of fear, despair, or fury on his face. However, nothing of the sort occurred. Lin Xuan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Under the incredulous gaze of Lin Wei and his lackeys, he quietly turned and re-entered his home, retrieving a broom and dustpan. He then commenced the meticulous task of sweeping the ashes from the ground. His movements were earnest and meticulous, as if he were not the object of humiliation, but rather a diligent sanitation worker. Damaging public property, an utter lack of decorum. This flame's temperature is subpar. It fails to heat water as quickly as my alchemical furnace. As he swept, Lin Xuan conducted a calm, technical assessment in his mind. Lin Wei felt as though he had thrown a punch with all his might, only to strike a puff of cotton. No, it was worse than cotton. It felt as if he had prepared an elaborate fireworks display, only for the audience to care solely whether the debris would fall into their dinner bowls. The sheer frustration was unbearable. You worthless fool. Are you completely numb? Lin Wei's fingers trembled with rage. Lin Xuan finally lifted his gaze, his eyes clear yet imbued with a hint of foolishness as he regarded Lin Wei, speaking slowly. Huh, what did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. Lin Wei nearly spewed blood in exasperation. He shot Lin Xuan a death glare, then stormed off with his lackeys, furious at the prospect of being driven to the brink of madness. Just as Lin Wei departed, a robust head peeked around the corner. Wang Dali crept over like a thief, his face etched with urgency. Xiangu, bad news. He lowered his voice. I just overheard someone say that Lin Wei, that dog, is spending a fortune to buy a berserk pill from the black market to crush you in the assessment. That thing can significantly boost the strength of his blazing hound in a short time. He truly intends to ruin you. Oh, resorting to drugs when one cannot win in a fair fight? Such youthful disregard for martial ethics, Lin Xuan remarked, sweeping the last of the ashes into the dustpan, brushing his hands off with a nonchalant demeanor. Understood. He turned and returned indoors, retrieving a small porcelain vial, which he pressed into Wang Dali's hands. This is for you. Give it to your turtle minister to bolster its health. Wang Dali uncorked the vial, an indescribable fragrance wafting immediately into his nostrils. With just a whiff, he felt his entire being relax, a warm current coursing through him as if boundless strength was awakening within. Xiangu, this is too precious. I merely concocted this from the leftover scraps of my alchemical endeavors. It holds no value, Lin Xuan remarked nonchalantly, his tone dripping with an exquisite air of superiority. Wang Dali's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Even scraps like this are so formidable. Brother Xian, my superhero. He cradled the potion as if it were a rare treasure, his admiration for Lin Xuan soaring to celestial heights. After bidding farewell to Wang Dali, Lin Xuan closed the door, and the room fell into a profound silence. He glanced down at the adorable little soft, who lay at his feet, blissfully asleep and blowing bubbles from its nose. In that moment, all traces of his earlier nonchalance and indifference vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. I initially sought only to quietly level up, yet there are always pesky flies buzzing around. Lin Wei, you are quite remarkable. Your repeated provocations have successfully captured my attention. He crouched down, poking the jelly-like body of Little Soft. Since you so eagerly wish to embarrass yourself in front of the entire clan, as your beloved cousin, I must fulfill this desire. I have resolved it. This assessment will deliver a lesson you shall never forget. A ghostly blue system panel materialized before Lin Xuan. His fingers glided across the virtual screen, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, a blend of amusement and cruelty evident in that arc. A simple victory lacks artistic flair. It must be achieved in the most humiliating, unfathomable manner, one that will utterly overturn their worldviews. Yes, it is settled. On the day of the assessment, you shall witness what it truly means to face a dimensional strike. Chapter 17, A Puddle of Mud? Look closely at what it is. It was the Lin family's monthly assessment day. The martial arts arena was teeming with people, a sea of dark figures. On the podium, a row of family elders stroked their beards, their expressions grave as they surveyed the anxious young faces below. Ah, what a star-studded lineup. Lin Xuan stood inconspicuously in a corner of the crowd, lazily yawning, his eyes reflecting a leisurely detachment as if he were merely a spectator. One might think we're convening for a clan assembly to enact a grand act of familial betrayal. The atmosphere was solemn to the point of being palpable. This was a pivotal moment, determining whether the younger generation of the family would feast or merely sip broth. The one presiding over the assessment was none other than Manager Zhang, who had previously withheld Lin Xuan's cultivation resources. He cleared his throat and picked up the drawing tube, his demeanor as somber as if he were conducting a sacrificial rite. The first match, Lin Wei versus. He deliberately elongated the final word, his cold gaze sweeping the crowd before decisively landing on Lin Xuan. The corners of the manager's mouth curled into a brutally unapologetic smile. Lin Xuan, as the name echoed. The arena fell into a deathly silence before erupting into a cacophony of discussions, akin to oil splashing into water. Wow, what a surprise. I'm so shocked I'm nearly falling asleep. Lin Xuan remained unfazed, even contemplating giving this lackluster performance a round of applause. Dude, the level of manipulation here is more blatant than when I won the grand prize at my last company's annual meeting. Next time, at least make it look real. Perhaps stir the box a bit, all right? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Wei strode confidently to the dual platform. His brand new, resplendent martial arts attire gleamed with golden trimmings under the sunlight, each movement showcasing his extraordinary prowess. He did not glance at Lin Xuan. Instead, he turned to the elders on the podium and bowed deeply. Esteemed elders, today, I, Lin Wei, shall personally cleanse the Lin family of this disgraceful waste. Who tarnishes our honor? His voice was loud and resonant, each word imbued with a hypocritical sense of righteousness. Here it comes. The classic villain's opening monologue, seizing the moral high ground to erect a facade. Next, will he claim that all of this is for the sake of the family? To amplify the spectacle of humiliation, Lin Wei dramatically turned, pointing his chin at Lin Xuan and bellowing. Lin Xuan, I offer you a chance. Let us engage in a duel for our dignity. If I lose, I shall forfeit all my resources for this month, along with my invaluable C-grade magic core. Presented to you on bended knee. If you lose. He flashed a wicked grin, his teeth gleaming white as a demon from the depths of hell. You and your repugnant slime shall bark like dogs before me 3 times, and then you will leave the Lin family, never to return. Boom. This wager detonated like a bomb, igniting the crowd in shock. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Wei's cruelty. This was no mere sparring match. It was an attempt to utterly trample upon one's dignity and sever all avenues of retreat. On the podium, several elders, who typically favored Lin Wei, stroked their beards, their faces reflecting a sense of pride as they tacitly endorsed this brutal wager. No one spoke up for Lin Xuan. In this vast family, he was an island of solitude, abandoned by parents who had gone missing. Quite the gamble, brother. Going all in? Lin Xuan's inner self was already rolling on the ground with laughter. You're offering resources, a magic core, and even helping me clear the trash? Is there such a good deal in this world? Expressing concern is no substitute for a hefty sum. You truly are like a reborn father to me. Amidst the complex gazes of sympathy, schadenfreude, and disdain, Lin Xuan finally lifted his head. He calmly regarded the frenzied Lin Wei on the stage and simply uttered one word. Good. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly throughout the martial arts arena. His decisive response left Lin Wei, who had anticipated a display of hesitation, fear, and struggle, momentarily stunned. Something's amiss. This waste is not afraid at all. The duel commenced. The manager eagerly struck the gong, its sharp sound piercing the air. Lin Wei snapped back to attention, his eyes glinting with a more intense malevolence. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Little soft, go. Lin Xuan spoke calmly. A jelly-like creature was summoned, the infamous F-grade Chaos Dragon, or rather, the F-grade useless slime. Uffed. The crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into raucous laughter. Haha, it's really a slime. I thought the last time was just a rumor. Using a slime to battle a peak C-grade firehound. Has he lost his mind? This is going to be good. Lin Xuan paid no heed to the scathing mockery, as if he were an outsider to the scene. Come on, little soft. Whether we bring home the Oscar today depends on your performance. Scene 1, Act 1, Fear. Action. On the duel stage, little soft. upon seeing the imposing firehound radiating scorching heat, began to tremble uncontrollably. Its originally translucent body quickly lost color, as if frightened to the point of fading. The round, glistening eyes were filled with terror and helplessness, and a sticky liquid began to seep from its surface, resembling cold sweat from sheer fright. "Ha! Look at that cowardly appearance." Lin Wei laughed uproariously, reveling in his triumph. He raised his hand and issued the command, "Inferno Hound, unleash a menacing roar to whet its appetite." Roar! The Inferno Hound opened its gaping maw, emitting a thunderous roar accompanied by a searing wave of heat, akin to an invisible shockwave, hurtling towards the quivering creature, Xiaowan. Struck by this surge of energy, Xiaowan's body succumbed in terror, collapsing with a soft plop. It lay on the ground, transforming into a pool of semi-transparent, quivering sludge. Utterly immobilized. Excellent. The portrayal of this paralyzing detail is executed with great emotional depth. This transition from solid to liquid is imbued with a sense of despair. I award full marks. I'll treat you to 2 chicken legs later. Lin Xian's heart raced with exuberance. The laughter of the audience grew louder, their scornful gazes piercing Lin Xian like daggers. Lin Wei felt victory was within his grasp. He no longer wished to squander time with this worthless opponent. He intended to conclude this farce in the most brutal and flamboyant manner possible. He extended his finger, gesturing towards the puddle of sludge below, issuing the final command. "Inferno Hound, deliver a fiery assault." His voice, tinged with overwhelming excitement, became sharp. "Completely incinerate that disgusting mass." Howl! The Inferno Hound roared, flames erupting from its paws. In an instant, its entire body was enveloped in flames, transforming into a ferocious line of fire, charging with a savage intent to obliterate the helpless Xiaowan on the ground. At that moment, the air seemed to ignite. Every spectator held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. They envisioned the gruesome scene of the sludge being evaporated by flames and shredded by claws. Yet, in the fleeting moment before the fiery assault collided with Xiaowan, Lin Xian's lips curled into a silent smirk, unseen in the shadows. The show was about to commence. Chapter 18. The Godly Slide. Your dog is launched. In that instant, the air ignited. The Inferno Hound transformed into a brutal line of fire, propelled by a merciless force, barreling towards the motionless Xiaowan. The atmosphere froze. Countless eyes fixated on the scene, as though they had already foreseen the moment where the sludge was consumed by flames and shredded to pieces. However, just a tenth of a second before the fiery line reached its target, Lin Xian's lips silently curved upwards in the unnoticed shadows. Lights, sound, props team, final shot ready. Actors in position, last scene, action. Deep within him, commands surged like lightning. Xiaowan, slide to the left. Action. In the next moment, a scene defying all comprehension unfolded. The motionless, terror-stricken slime abruptly glided half a meter to the left, without warning. It was not a roll, nor a jump, but an ethereal shift. Silky, eerie, and swift as a specter. Even more terrifying was the glistening, oily slime that oozed forth along its path, transforming the stone floor into an impeccably smooth mirror. Beautiful. This unexpected slide comes with its own lubrication effect, truly a chaotic-level performer, with side effects delivered with such dedication. The Oscars owe you a golden statuette. The Inferno Hound's fiery charge was already an arrow drawn on the bowstring. All its power and speed concentrated in a single line, rendering any chance of deviation impossible. In its line of sight, the target vanished into thin air. Its flaming claws came crashing down. Perfectly, it landed upon the freshly created, utterly smooth layer of slime. Howl! The Inferno Hound emitted a short, innocent whimper of confusion. Its entire body lost control instantaneously. The immense inertia propelled it skyward, tracing a chaotic spiral in the air. Its flight posture was so grotesque that it was almost painful to behold, and its landing point was none other than the edge of the combat stage. Against the hard wall constructed of stone, the audience's gaze followed the trajectory of the out-of-control fire, completing a perfect parabola. Then boom! A deafening crash reverberated through the air. The sound of bone meeting rock was a jarring intimacy. It was solid, dull, filled with the sheer beauty of physical violence. The entire arena trembled violently. The Inferno Hound let out a brief, sorrowful wail, rolling its eyes back, as its body slumped against the wall, sliding down in a feeble heap. For paws in the air, it lost consciousness, its body twitching involuntarily. A bright, swollen lump appeared on its smooth forehead, rapidly inflating, steaming. It fell into a stupor. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The drop of a pin could be heard. Just a moment ago, the air had been filled with raucous laughter and derision. Now, an invisible hand seemed to have choked off their vocal cords. Everyone stood with mouths agape, eyes vacant. expressions frozen. Their minds refused to process the information before them. What just happened? Am I blind? A mere F-grade, useless slime, caused a C-grade Apex Inferno Hound to knock itself unconscious with a single slide? What in the world is this combat style? On the stage, Lin Wei's twisted, malicious grin froze inch by inch, cracking, ultimately transforming into a deathly pale visage of absurdity. He stared blankly at the twitching Inferno Hound in the corner, then glanced back at the other side. There lay Xiaowan, completely unharmed, even curiously extending a tentacle to poke at the slime it had just secreted. The entire world shattered in his eyes. This is blatant cheating. Look at its innocent little eyes. It merely slid. Your dog couldn't maintain its footing. What does that have to do with our Xiaowan? Lin Xuan, internally deflecting blame, wore a mask of feigned innocence and bewilderment. Lin Xuan, victorious. The announcer, Zhang, at the podium, trembled as he finally declared this outcome, one he himself could scarcely believe. As the words left his lips, all the elders at the podium stood in unison. Their expressions of pride in nurturing talent had swiftly been replaced by sheer shock. The gazes they cast upon Lin Xuan were, for the first time, laced with unfathomable astonishment and scrutiny. Among the crowd, Lin Ruoxue, who had remained aloof, finally let ripples of unexpected surprise dance in her glassy, beautiful eyes. Lin Xuan paid no heed to any of this. He walked calmly onto the stage. Directly approaching the ashen-faced, teetering Lin Wei, he extended his hand, his movements tranquil, his expression serene. Then, he uttered 2 words, the wager. These words were a verdict. An ice pick, piercing deep into Lin Wei's heart. Under the watchful eyes of the entire clan, what he had lost was not merely resources and magic cores. It was also the pitiful and absurd dignity he held as a direct descendant of a genius. Chapter 19. The Perfect Potion Auction. Rich sister snatches it for 1 million. The farce at the Lin family's martial arena had just concluded. Meanwhile, the true epicenter of the storm in Jiangnan City had quietly shifted. That evening, the black market auction commenced. The lights tore through the darkness. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a clandestine current of money and desire intertwined. Mingling with a faint scent of rust, Lin Xuan, also known as the Faceless One, reclined comfortably in a private chamber with an exquisite view. He crossed his legs and leisurely savored the top-tier juice specially provided by the auction house. Oh, this place is far more exhilarating than the dilapidated training grounds of the Lin family. He surveyed the audience below, President Li Dihai of the Alchemist Association, the head of the Wang family from the southern district, and the patriarch of the Li family from the north. What a stellar lineup for Jiangnan City. As if hosting a G20 summit, each one sat upright, their expressions radiating an air of nobility, looking down upon mere mortals, yet their minds were undoubtedly racing with schemes. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Finally, the moment of climax arrived. A strikingly attractive auctioneer ascended the platform, cradling a crystal-covered tray that housed the perfect evolution potion Lin Xuan had crafted. Esteemed guests, her voice possessed a unique allure. Now, behold the epic-making divine elixir. The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement, lavished with grandiose claims. Who could discern the truth? 100% perfect evolution? Not even the apothecary god would dare to proclaim such. Patience, though, the knight's reputation remained impeccable. Let us first observe their reactions. With a knowing smile, the auctioneer snapped her fingers. A servant promptly wheeled out an iron cage, within which trembled a D-grade contract spirit, a mountain rat. Ah, a live testing segment. How thrilling. Yet, she mused, this little white mouse is rather unseemly, tarnishing the elegance of my potion. Before the gathered crowd, she delicately dipped a slender silver needle into the vial. Extracting merely a drop, she then introduced this single drop into a large glass of clear water. Instantly, the water shimmered with an ethereal glow. The potion diluted at least tenfold. The auctioneer administered this diluted concoction to the unfortunate mountain rat. Li Dihai, president of the Alchemist Association, laughed derisively, his tone dripping with disdain. Diluted tenfold? Utter nonsense. The efficacy must be virtually non-existent. Suddenly, his scornful words were interrupted by a violent surge of energy that resonated through the air. A blinding, pure light of evolution erupted from the mountain rat, illuminating the entire auction stage. Under the gaze of thousands, the creature began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Its bones cracked audibly as its body grotesquely expanded. The once drab scales radiated exquisite golden patterns, akin to divine brushstrokes adorning its surface. With a roar that belied its original size, it echoed throughout the venue. As the brilliance faded, a magnificent, imposing beast emerged before the astonished crowd. Its size had multiplied, covered in golden patterns, exuding a ferocious aura. Already striding into the pinnacle of C-grade, the golden-scaled pangolin, its bloodline ignited. Its level ascended. The arena fell into a stunned silence. The next moment, gasps and exclamations surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to lift the very roof of the auction house. Holy moly! It's real. Truly real. Even diluted tenfold yields such miraculous effects. Those golden patterns signify a return to ancestral traits, a sign of bloodline refinement. President Li Dihai sprang from his seat, his dragon-headed cane clattering to the ground as his wrinkled face contorted with fervent shock. He realized this was no mere potion. This was a miracle. It would alter the power dynamics of Jiangnan City, no, of the entire kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, the auctioneer's voice soared with excitement. The perfect evolution potion. Starting bid. 100,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence. 110,000. I bid 150,000. 200,000. This potion belongs to the Wang family. 300,000. Li Dihai's eyes blazed with greed as he shouted an astonishing price. 400,000. 500,000. The bids soared like wild horses, quickly surpassing 500,000 gold coins, shattering the historical record for a single item in Jiangnan City's black market. Everyone was in a frenzy. Just as the price climbed to 600,000, major families prepared to stake everything in a fierce battle. On the second floor, in a silent VIP box, a bidding light abruptly illuminated, displaying a single, cold number. 1 million gold coins. Gasp. The auction house fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's head snapped up, fixated on the box, desperate to discern the identity of this mysterious figure. 1 million. This was not merely bidding. This was a demonstration of wealth, crushing all competition beneath its weight. What financial might! What audacity! Holy moly! A wealthy lady. It must be a wealthy lady. Lin Xuan's juice cup trembled slightly in his hand. Sister, I'm hungry. I want food. I don't want to work anymore. The auctioneer, rendered speechless by the staggering bid, was met by the auction house's chief officer, who rushed to the stage and bowed respectfully towards the box, summoning every ounce of strength to shout. The second VIP bids 1 million gold coins. Is there a higher bid? Silence reigned. A higher bid? Who would dare? 1 million going once. 1 million going twice. 1 million sold. The gavel struck, sealing the birth of a legend. The name Faceless One would be forever engraved in the hearts of all the elite in Jiangnan City alongside the staggering sum of 1 million gold coins. As the auction concluded, the chief officer personally approached Lin Xuan's chamber, his demeanor infinitely more respectful than before. He presented a pitch-black crystal card, cradled in both hands, and offered it to Lin Xuan. Your Excellency, the Faceless One, after deducting the commission, here are 99 million gold coins. He paused, adding, moreover, the second VIP has asked me to convey her profound admiration for your work and hopes for the opportunity to acquire your potions in the future. Any price can be negotiated. Internally, Lin Xuan's elation soared as he received the card with an air of nonchalance, his words measured. However, once the chief officer departed, he found himself alone in the chamber. As he absorbed the astronomical figure contained within the card, a surge of ambition welled within him. I'm wealthy. At last. I am a person of means. Poverty had stifled my imagination, but now, my creativity can soar freely. With a thought, the ethereal blue system panel materialized before him. His gaze fixated on the dazzling option labeled, Supreme Luxurious 10 consecutive draws. A glimmer of determination ignited in Lin Xuan's eyes, a light born of financial prowess. Come forth. System. It is time to unveil true wealth. Give me the draw. Chapter 20. A lavish spend. Diamond 10 consecutive draws. SSS grade treasures. Lin Xuan returned to his dilapidated abode, where the wind whistled through every crevice, and the place was devoid of furnishings. He withdrew a pitch-black crystal card from his pocket. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the surface of the card shimmered with a mysterious luster, as if it contained the essence of a voracious beast that devours gold. Ah, is this the realm of the affluent? One card, 999,000 gold coins. Lin Xuan pressed it to his forehead, feeling the chilling touch, as if he could hear the melodious clinking of gold coins within. In my previous life, I never even set a 6-digit bank card password, for my savings never exceeded 5 digits. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, 6 zeros. Goodness. With so many zeros, the interest alone in a bank would be enough for me to lounge comfortably until my next life. He chuckled foolishly for a moment before abruptly slapping his thigh, his gaze sharpening. Money only holds significance when transformed into power. Otherwise, it is merely a string of disconcerting numbers. He deftly accessed the system's marketplace and opened the lottery interface. The once resplendent golden 10-draw icon now appeared rather unremarkable, even somewhat mundane in his eyes. Golden lottery? Not even a dog would participate. Now that I am a wealthy individual, I must indulge in something befitting my status. His finger glided across the screen, revealing a hidden, more opulent option. Diamond Lottery. The entire icon was composed of countless sparkling virtual diamonds, radiating an arrogant aura that proclaimed, "I am expensive. You cannot afford me." Lin Xuan glanced at it, his eyelids twitching violently. A single draw, 100,000 gold coins. A 10 draw, 1 million gold coins. What the hell? This is blatant robbery. This price is 100 times more outrageous than the black market agents I've encountered in my past life. Yet, when he saw the list of items in the diamond prize pool, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, causing his heartbeat to falter. The most basic prizes were all A rank. A rank equipment, Shadow Cloak. A rank skill book, Thunder Flash. S rank potion, Dragon's Blood Essence. S rank skill, Frozen Throne. SS rank contract Spirit Egg, Abyssal Dragon. SS rank skill, Absolute Domain. SSS rank Phoenix, Divine Feather. Lin Xuan's blood began to heat up, and his heart thudded like a drum. This was no mere prize pool. It was undeniably a treasure trove of celestial wonders. Just one item could leave so-called geniuses of Lin Wei's caliber kneeling before him. He hesitated no longer. System recharge. Ding. Detected that the host possesses 999,000 gold coins. Would you like to recharge the entire amount? Absolutely. Recharge successful. Current balance, 999,000 gold coins. Lin Xuan gazed at the 1 million 10 draw button, his brow furrowing slightly. Just 1,000 short. At that moment, a line of text flickered on the system interface, gleaming with platinum light. Detected that the host is participating in a diamond lottery for the first time, triggering the Destiny Favor Mechanism. Mechanism 1. The first diamond 10 draw enjoys a steep discount, only requiring 999,000 gold coins. Mechanism 2. Guaranteed rewards enhanced, ensuring at least one SS rank item or higher. Lin Xuan froze for a moment, then erupted with joy. Oh, what a delightful surprise. There are newbie protections and first-time recharge benefits. I could cry. This system is truly so gentle. 1,000 times better than my last boss, who only knew how to make empty promises. The last vestiges of doubt evaporated. His eyes burned with a fervent light, fueled by a desire to take risks. As long as I draw quickly enough, poverty cannot catch up with me. Come on, darling. Give me the draw. He forcefully pressed the diamond 10 draw button. 999,000 gold coins instantly evaporated, transforming into an unapproachable torrent of energy that surged into the lottery interface. A colossal vortex composed of countless diamond fragments erupted before his eyes, dazzling to the point of feeling miraculous. The pointer transformed into a streak of light, spinning at an incomprehensible speed, stirring up a mesmerizing storm of brilliance. Ding! The first burst of light exploded, enveloped in purple. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-rank equipment, Shadow Cloak. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-rank equipment, Windwalker Boots. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-rank skill book, Thunder Flash. The brilliance flickered 9 times consecutively. 3 pieces of A-rank equipment, 2 A-rank skills, and 4 bottles of S-rank rare potions. Any single one of these items could compel a so-called genius like Lin Wei to kneel and call him father. Yet Lin Xuan's expression remained unperturbed, even slightly stifling a yawn. A-rank. Not bad, I suppose, barely usable. S-rank potions? Quite nice, I'll save them for Shaowan's juice later. His gaze remained locked onto the last and most resplendent square at the vortex's center. Finally, the pointer gradually came to a halt. The 10th square radiated an overwhelming brilliance. No longer golden or purple, but a profound, weighty dark golden light, as if it contained the immense power of the cosmos. The entire system interface trembled violently at the emergence of this light. The system's prompt sound grew more exhilarating and solemn than ever. Destiny Favor reward triggered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SS rank item, left arm of the Titan Ape. As the light dissipated, a segment of an arm, forged as if from black iron and brimming with explosive power, floated silently before Lin Xuan. It was not enormous, yet it emanated a terrifying pressure capable of collapsing mountains. Every inch of muscle on that arm seemed to embody the power of creation. System information then appeared. Item, left arm of the Titan Ape, fusion possible. Level, SS rank. Description, the remains of the ancient divine beast, the Titan Ape. Its left arm contains a fragment of the residual law of power. It can be fused with the host or a contracted spirit, granting the passive ability Titan's might, resulting in a devastating enhancement of physical attacks, physical defense, and strength attributes. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. Devastating enhancement. Law of power. He reached out, eager to touch the arm. For my own use. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he extinguished it himself. No, no, I'm too fragile. I'd probably explode like a firework even if I just touched it. To meet my demise before even beginning to flaunt my power would be too pathetic. His gaze fell to the ground. Xiao Ruan was curiously nudging his pant leg with her body, her round, innocent eyes filled with wonder. But Xiao Ruan is different. With the physique of a chaos hatchling, she could probably swallow an entire SS rank arm without so much as a burp. Decision made. This formidable weapon is intended for Xiao Ruan. However, Lin Xuan did not immediately initiate the fusion. With a thought, he stored the left arm of the Titan ape along with the other 9 spoils in the system space. The faint energy that diffused during the lottery bestowed a meager nourishment upon his long-depleted body. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. At this moment, he had matters of greater importance to attend to. There's no rush for upgrades. Let us first deal with the incessant buzzing flies. A knowing curve formed at the corner of his mouth. That group of old-timers from the Lin family, along with that mysterious wealthy woman in box 2, who spends lavishly. This Jiangnan city is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 21. Investing 100,000 for a bright future for my brothers. In his humble abode, Lin Xuan silently swallowed for 3 minutes while gazing at the Titan giant ape's left arm, which gleamed with a black iron luster within the system space. If I could somehow attach this SS-grade fragment of the law of strength to myself. He raised his arm for a moment, only to quickly lower it again. Forget it. With this fragile body of mine, if I were to install it, I'd end up incinerated on the spot, ascending in flames. Better to give it to Little Soft. The constitution of a chaos young dragon is the perfect cradle. Good steel should be utilized on the blade. A good arm should be bestowed upon a slime. He delightedly mapped out the ultimate modification route for Little Soft, when a familiar, honest face suddenly flashed through his mind. Why should I revel alone when I can share the joy? If I take flight, I cannot let my unfortunate brother remain grounded. Wang Dali is probably contemplating his family heirloom turtle shell right now. With that thought, Lin Xuan pocketed a newly acquired crystal card and stepped outside with a composed demeanor. In Wang Dali's yard, the air felt stifling, akin to a damp cloth that could not be wrung dry during the plum rain season. Wang Dali squatted on the ground, smoking one low-quality cigarette after another while staring at a moss-covered stone the size of a grinding wheel, the haze swirling around him, casting a gloomy shadow over his face. His contracted spirit, a soil rock turtle, lay quietly beside the stone, sensing its master's despair. It stretched its wrinkled neck and nudged Wang Dali's pant leg with its head, emitting a plaintive gurgle from its throat. The duo, one man and one turtle, with their faces etched in sorrow, formed a poignant tableau titled The Sorrow of the Poor Father and Son. Old pal, it's all my fault for lacking ability. Wang Dali crushed his cigarette, but with force, his rough palm caressing the hard shell of the soil rock turtle, his voice rasping like a broken gong. Evolution requires earth dragon roots, thick earth crystals, and stone milk essence. Any one of these would be enough to sustain my family for a year. Where on earth am I supposed to find them? Here it comes, the classic tear-jerking scene. Look at how troubled the child is. His hairline is almost retreating to the back of his head. Lin Xuan, having eavesdropped at the door, shook his head. He no longer concealed himself and strode confidently into the yard. Upon hearing footsteps, Wang Dali looked up just as a cool crystal card slapped against his forehead with a crisp sound. The action was swift and clean, the noise resonant. Startled, Wang Dali jolted, his mind momentarily blank. Xinge, what are you doing? This is for you, Lin Xuan replied succinctly, arms crossed over his chest. Wang Dali, perplexed, took down the crystal card. Upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. It was as if he had been struck by a surge of electricity. He sprang up from the ground, the card in his hand feeling like a searing iron, nearly tossed aside in shock. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? Wang Dali's voice cracked from sheer astonishment, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiangu, did you rob a bank? Brother, we may be poor, but we must not stray from the righteous path. Tell me the truth, where did this money come from? If you've broken the law, I, Wang Dali, will make it my mission to drag you to confess. Goodness, such a sense of justice, rivaling that of the city guard's political commissar. Truly, he is the man I have my eyes on. His values are even more upright than his features. Lin Xuan silently applauded in his heart, a knowing smile gracing his face. He patted Wang Dali's tense shoulder, lowering his voice as if sharing a monumental secret. Dali, have you heard of that name circulating in the black market lately? Who? Wang Dali paused, bewildered. Lin Xuan slowly uttered 3 words. The faceless one. The faceless one. The very mention of those 2 words struck like thunder, causing Wang Dali to draw a sharp breath, his initial fear swiftly replaced by a fervent admiration. Of course I've heard of him. The mysterious alchemist who sells a single vial of potion for a staggering 1,000,000. My heavens. He is a god among us common beastmasters, an elusive figure with unparalleled skills. Some say he is the last descendant of a hidden family, while others claim he is an ancient alchemist who has lived for centuries. Well, my fan filter is quite thick indeed. Even ancient monsters are emerging now. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction, continuing his facade with unwavering composure. I happen to know an intermediary connected to this master. Wang Dali's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit an egg. Lin Xuan cleared his throat, launching into an Oscar-worthy performance. A few days ago, didn't I mention the talent known as the giant spirit's stomach? I sold that information to the faceless one through the intermediary. He showed great interest in it. Thus, this is the reward. This explanation was nothing short of flawless. It not only perfectly accounted for the source of the 100,000, but also subtly elevated his own air of mystery while inadvertently enhancing his legendary status. Perfect. I truly am a gifted storyteller of the most unremarkable kind. Indeed, after hearing this, Wang Dali's gaze towards Lin Xuan transformed entirely. It was no longer the admiration shared between brothers. Instead, it was a gaze of awe and shock, akin to that of mortals gazing upon a divine being. To connect with a legendary figure like the Faceless One, and to receive 100,000 in return for a single piece of information. Just who is my Xiangu? Such a profoundly enigmatic character. Take this. Lin Xuan pressed the crystal card back into Wang Dali's hand, his tone brooking no argument. Go. Purchase all the materials your old companion needs for evolution. Get the best ones. If the funds fall short, I shall think of a way. Wang Dali hesitated. But Lin Xuan quickly pulled out another list from his pocket, slapping it against Wang Dali's chest. This is the optimal evolution route I obtained for your old companion, costing me 100 points from my intelligence channel. Damn, almost let that slip. Following this list will not only ensure its successful evolution, but also maximize the effects of that giant spirit's stomach talent. Wang Dali, his hands trembling, grasped the list filled with rare materials and detailed steps he had never heard of, then looked down at the heavy crystal card worth 100,000 in his hand. His eyes instantly reddened. This towering man, standing at over 6 feet, now quivered like a leaf in the autumn wind. This was not merely money and a list. It was a tremendous opportunity that could alter the course of his life and that of his contracted spirit. Xiangu Wang Dali's voice broke, and in the next moment, he suddenly dropped to one knee, his right fist striking heavily against his left chest, producing a muffled thud. Wang Dali, may be clumsy with words, but I cannot express my gratitude. From this moment forth, my life shall belong to you. Oh dear, must I kneel and bow for this? As brothers, if I have a morsel of meat, you ought to at least gnaw on a bone with some flesh on it. Lin Xuan swiftly pulled him to his feet. Enough of this blubbering like a child. Hurry and get to work, lest we delay our important tasks. Under Lin Xuan's urging and guidance, the two immediately set off on their respective missions. Wang Dali, with a heart brimming with excitement, was tasked with procuring goods from the legitimate herbal medicine market. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, armed with a list of the rarest materials that were virtually unseen in the market, turned and headed straight for the most chaotic and secretive black market in Jiangnan City. He made his way directly to the largest trading center of the black market, the Dark Knight Auction House. Upon presenting a black insignia etched with unique spiral patterns to the indifferent steward at the entrance, the steward's demeanor transformed instantaneously. The previous arrogance melted into a servile terror as he bent at a 90-degree angle, hastily ushering Lin Xuan into the most exclusive VIP room. In less than half an hour, the rare materials capable of inciting a minor familial conflict in the market were personally delivered to Lin Xuan by the chief appraiser of the auction house, who did not even dare to mention the price. This is the privilege that the name Faceless One commands in the black market. That evening, in Lin Xuan's modest abode, which had not been this lively in quite some time, Wang Dali meticulously arranged a simple yet profound evolution array, adhering to the instructions on the list with a near-religious fervor, as all the rare materials were sequentially placed into the array's focal points. The entire formation erupted with a resounding brilliance. The materials were instantaneously decomposed, vaporized, and transformed into a torrent of vibrant energy, akin to a wrathful dragon awakening, roaring fiercely as it surged into the earthy tortoise at the center of the array. Buzz! The dazzling light of evolution erupted forth. The radiance was so intense it seemed as though a miniature sun had risen within the room, illuminating the dilapidated space as brightly as day. With even the cracks in the walls rendered visible, Wang Dali clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. His gaze fixated on the core of the blinding light that was no longer bearable to behold. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, stood calmly with his arms crossed, vigilantly guarding him. Come on, little tortoise. Let me see if 100,000 gold coins can indeed forge you a future that reaches the heavens. Chapter 22. shattering the tortoise shell, 100,000 for the brother to summon the devouring demon tortoise. At the heart of the radiance, the earthy tortoise emitted an excruciatingly painful wail. Crack! A sharp, jarring sound pierced through the hum of energy, violently striking Wang Dali's eardrum. He stared intently at the radiant sphere, his heart gripped by an icy hand. On the indomitable shell of the earthy tortoise, web-like fissures began to appear. Xianxiangu. Wang Dali's voice trembled uncontrollably, his complexion turning pale. It's cracked. The old fellow's shell has shattered. It cannot endure any longer. He anxiously paced back and forth, utterly distraught, wishing he could leap in and bear the brunt of this ordeal for his contracted spirit. What is there to panic about? It's just a minor setback. No pain, no gain, no great rupture, no great establishment. To level up, one must first endure a system crash, right? This is a technical adjustment. Lin Xuan's expression remained utterly unchanged as he accurately detected the energy within the formation teetering on the brink of chaos, and he decisively commanded, "Don't panic. The time has come. Toss that deep-sea sunken iron into the mix. Quickly." Oh. Wang Dali was now completely flustered. Lin Xuan's words were his only lifeline. He clumsily grasped the pitch-black, heavy metal, summoning all his strength, and hurled it forcefully into the blinding light. As the deep-sea sunken iron entered the formation, it was instantaneously melted by the raging energy. Streams of dark light erupted, forcibly injected into the frenzied torrent of energy. Ugh! The tortoise's anguished wail abruptly ceased. In its place was a contented, low gurgling sound. Centered around it, a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. The energy of the entire evolution array, along with the elemental remnants in the room, transformed into visible streams of colorful energy, forming a massive vortex that madly surged into its body. It ceased trembling, no longer lamenting, and began to ravenously consume all surrounding energy. Here it comes, buffet time. Little tortoise, feast away. The more you consume, the greater the rewards. Wang Dali gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He witnessed that the fissures on the earthy tortoise's shell not only failed to expand but were instead filled, connected, and reformed by mysterious silvery light. Those cracks had become the most splendid embellishments on its newly reborn shell. As the brilliance gradually receded, when the last glimmer of light vanished into the tortoise shell, an entirely new contracted spirit materialized before the two. Wang Dali was taken aback. Why has it shrunk? The contracted spirit before him was indeed a full size smaller than before its evolution. The once earthen-colored shell had transformed into a hue as deep as the night sky, adorned with intricate silver patterns that shimmered with a myriad of colors, as if the vast cosmos had been imprinted upon its back. Concentrated essence is the true essence. Do you understand, my brother? This is what we call understated luxury with depth. Your earthen-colored grinding stone is the true earthiness. Before Lin Xuan, a brand new data panel vividly materialized. Name, Devouring Demon Tortoise. Rank, C-Class Pinnacle. Talent, Giant Spirit Stomach, Initial Awakening. Skills, Energy Devour, Gravity Domain New. Oh, splendid. Not only has it ascended to C-Class Pinnacle, but it has also activated its talent and even comprehended a Domain Class skill. That 100,000 gold coins were not spent in vain. At that moment, Wang Dali trembled violently. An unprecedentedly powerful mental link surged from the devouring demon tortoise, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. My old buddy is now at C-Class Pinnacle. Wang Dali felt the torrent of power surging within him, his eyes instantly reddening. Two streams of hot tears could no longer be controlled, cascading down his rugged cheeks. He understood that the leap from C-Class to C-Class Pinnacle, though seemingly a single step, was a chasm of difference. His battle companion had crossed a threshold that countless common beast tamers could only dream of in their lifetimes. Stop wallowing in tears. Come. Let us test out the new abilities. Lin Xuan, arms crossed, gestured towards the small soft creature at his feet. The small soft creature understood his cue, opening its mouth to emit a small blob of corrosive slime, billowing with black smoke and reeking of a pungent odor, which it accurately shot towards the devouring demon tortoise. Be careful, Wang Dali instinctively exclaimed. However, the next moment unveiled a sight that nearly made his eyes pop out. The devouring demon tortoise, adorned with the cosmos, leisurely opened its mouth and, with a fierce inhale, devoured the blob of corrosive slime. Burp. The devouring demon tortoise belched and scathed. Wang Dali was astonished to sense that its aura had even grown slightly stronger as a result. His mind went blank. Goodness, so unrestrained. Everything is fair game for consumption. In the heat of battle, when the opposing mage painstakingly conjures a massive fireball, one could simply devour it with a gaping mouth, simultaneously replenishing mana. Wouldn't that infuriate the opponent? With physical defenses maxed out and immunity to magical attacks, how can one possibly compete? Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He possessed an SS grade Titan arm of the chaotic young dragon, along with a staggering sum of 999,000 gold coins. Wang Dali had acquired a mutated magic turtle of boundless potential, capable of devouring all. This duo had amassed a terrifying strength that far surpassed their peers, instilling fear even in some smaller clans. Now, on to the next steps. With a mere thought, Lin Xuan retrieved several pieces of equipment from the system space and unceremoniously tossed them to the still petrified Wang Dali. The Shadow Cloak, Windrunner Boots, and Thunderflash Skill Book, all A-grade. Brother Xuan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept. Wang Dali cradled the resplendent gear, feeling the weight of it in his hands. Silence. Lin Xuan's words were succinct. A powerful meat shield capable of withstanding blows was worth far more than these trifling items. This is called a risk investment, understand? My first foundation must be armed to the teeth. Wang Dali ceased his protests, nodding solemnly, engraving this immense favor deep within his heart. He immediately donned the new equipment and learned the new skill. Clad in the inky Shadow Cloak, feet shod in Windrunner Boots, and wielding the family heirloom shield, he stood alongside the starlet, devouring magic turtle, exuding an aura that transformed him into an indomitable mobile fortress. He turned to face Lin Xuan, his eyes radiating an unprecedented determination and resolve. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, pounding his right fist against his chest with a resounding thud. Brother Xuan, from now on, I, Wang Dali, shall be your most steadfast shield. Anyone who dares to harm, you must first tread over my lifeless body. Lin Xuan, observing his brother before him, felt a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. His foundation had finally acquired its first, and most reliable, cornerstone. Chapter 23, The Icy Bird on the Brink. The school beauty weeps blood. A mysterious figure approaches. Your god has arrived. Wang Dali's kneeling posture was so standard it could be emblazoned on a recruitment poster. His declaration, anyone who dares to harm, you must first tread over my lifeless body, resonated with such vigor that it caused the roof of Lin Xuan's humble abode to vibrate. Lin Xuan rubbed his ears. Oh dear, what a sense of ceremony. As expected of my fortuitous brother. Your awareness surpasses even that of my former company's Monday morning meeting leaders. He gazed approvingly at the transformed Wang Dali. The A-grade Shadow Cloak, imbued with stealth and breath concealment, rendered him akin to a top-tier shadow assassin when standing in a corner. The A-grade Windrunner Boots, granting swiftness akin to the wind, made him a first-class contender whether in pursuit or retreat. Coupled with the C-grade Pinnacle Devouring Magic Turtle, capable of consuming all, and Wang Dali's ancestral heavy shield, a perfect, indestructible, uncontrollable, and psychologically polluting super meat shield had officially emerged. At last, my first foundation is armed to the teeth. Lin Xuan patted Wang Dali on the shoulder, helping him to his feet. Enough of this posturing. We will face battles together and share the burdens. Wang Dali nodded earnestly, the gratitude and resolve in his eyes nearly palpable, as Lin Xuan and Wang Dali soared in strength, contemplating which secret realm to raid for supplies the following day. News swept through Jiangnan City's third middle school like a Category 12 typhoon overnight. Have you heard? The school beauty, Su Qingxue, is in trouble. How could that be? Isn't she our school's top prodigy? Yes, it's her. Her A-grade ice crystal bird attempted to evolve its bloodline to S-grade, but failed. It's hanging on by a thread. Nearing death, Wang Dali had just returned from outside, his face still bearing the shock of the revelation. Lin Xuan was contemplating how to turn the S-grade potions in his system space into drinks for Xiao Ruan when he paused at this news. Oh, is the plot thickening? The genius school beauty has fallen. The lofty flower has descended from its pedestal? I'm quite familiar with this script. Is it time for me? The Dragon King masquerading as a pig to make my grand entrance? What exactly happened? Lin Xuan inquired. Alas, Wang Dali plopped down, his face a mask of regret. I heard that Su Qingxue forcibly accelerated the bloodline evolution of her ice crystal bird to secure a good ranking in the national competition months later. Unfortunately, the backlash of cold energy froze her entire life essence. Now her ice crystal bird is immobilized, resembling an ice sculpture. The Su family had summoned the finest healing beast masters in Jiangnan City, even the vice president of the Alchemist Association, yet all emerged shaking their heads, declaring it would last at most 3 more days. 3 days. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Overclocking has led to a burnt CPU, taking the motherboard down with it. Now it's irreparable. All that's left is to await its demise. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, a cool, aloof figure flashing through his mind. Su Qingxue, the school beauty of the third middle school, hailing from an illustrious family, with unparalleled talent, was as ethereal as her name suggested, akin to a lotus blooming at the peak of a snowy mountain, a dream unattainable for countless boys, including her cousin, Lin Wei. Wang Dali seemed to share the same thought, angrily exclaiming, "Brother Xian, you wouldn't believe it. Just as I returned, I happened to run into Lin Wei and his bunch." That scoundrel was practically reveling in her misfortune, nearly popping champagne in celebration. He dares to call himself a genius? Now he's nothing but a waste. It makes my fists clench with rage. Those sycophants who can't win the goddess's favor instead wish for her downfall, hoping to trample her when she's down. TSK. What a lowly countenance. Lin Xuan felt no stirrings in his heart. If anything, he found it somewhat amusing. His thoughts delved into the system space. Among the array of A and S-grade equipment and potions, one vial lay quietly in a corner, radiating a unique glow that even the SS-grade Titan arm could not obscure. Supremely Perfect Evolution Potion. Description: contains a trace of chaotic essence, capable of disregarding all bottlenecks and forcibly enhancing the target's evolution success rate by 100. This potion was the sole antidote for that ice crystal bird. However, once it was revealed, his identity as the Faceless One would be laid bare in the sunlight. After all, who else could casually produce such a miraculous elixir, except for the mysterious alchemist who stirred the black market into a frenzy? To save, or not to save? If I save her, trouble will ensue. If I don't, I'll watch a beautiful girl weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom, alongside a pitiful little bird meeting its end. Lin Xuan, once a corporate drone in his past life and now a seeker of joy, fell into brief contemplation. Mainly, Lin Wei's smug face is just too infuriating. Forget it, standing idly by is not my style. Slapping the faces of petty individuals is. System, come forth and assist. Lin Xuan summoned in his mind, wondering if there was a way to deliver the potion without revealing his true identity. Ding. Analyzing the optimal solution for the host. Plan generated. Through system power, the supremely perfect evolution potion can be reconstructed, erasing the traceable aura of chaos within, transforming it into a vial of a mysterious remedy with diminished efficacy, yet whose origins remain shrouded in enigma. Expected effects. It can flawlessly heal the target's injuries and boasts a high probability of facilitating a bloodline evolution. The final quality is assessed as S rank. Lin Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, this system even comes with a one-click desensitization and encryption feature? Disguising a nuclear bomb as a tactical missile may diminish its potency, but it excels in stealth. Excellent work. Let us proceed. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan concentrated his thoughts, and the super-perfect evolution potion within the system's space radiated a brilliant light. Threads of profound chaos energy were precisely peeled away, restructured, and concealed. A minute later, a new potion emanating a soft, ice-blue glow appeared in his hand. Having completed this task, Lin Xuan did not rush to leave. He activated the anonymous communication channel of the black market, assuming the identity of the Faceless One, and with a grand gesture, he issued a bounty quest. Bounty, a handsome reward for anyone who can stabilize ice-type bloodlines and treat the backlash of cold energy. A reward of 10,000 gold coins will be given upon adoption of any leads. He even included several erroneous pharmacological directions in the task description, such as using fire to counter ice and the neutralization of yang flame grass, creating the illusion that even a master of the Faceless Ones was troubled by this issue and was actively researching a solution. Let us muddle the waters, directing everyone's attention towards those elusive remedies. When all hope seems lost, only then will my authentic potion make its discreet appearance. Finally, he spent 100 gold coins to procure the latest defense schematics of the Su family mansion from a black market informant, which detailed even the corners where surveillance had a 3-second delay. Everything was in place. The Su family mansion was ablaze with light, yet within the top-tier intensive care unit. The atmosphere was as frigid as a polar winter. Su Qingxue, clad in a simple white loungewear, lay despondently on a specially made ice jade bed. She gazed at the ice crystal bird beside her, covered in frost, its breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, her eyes filled with an inescapable despair and guilt. For the first time in her 18 proud years, she encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Xiaoshui, I'm so sorry, I was too impatient. She reached out her hand, yearning to caress her companion's feathers, but her fingertips were pierced by the excruciating cold. Tears fell silently, as night deepened, just when Su Qingxue, exhausted both physically and mentally, felt her consciousness beginning to blur, creak. The window of her room was quietly pushed open by a gentle breeze. Su Qingxue suddenly looked up. In the moonlight, a tall shadow stood at the window, having arrived there unbeknownst to her. He seemed to be a part of the night itself, descending quietly and silently. The figure was clad in black, wearing a featureless white mask, exuding an aura of cold detachment and mystery that repelled approach. Su Qingxue's pupils constricted, her heart raced. Before she could scream, the shadow slowly raised a hand. In his palm rested a glass vial. Inside the vial, an ice-blue liquid glimmered, radiating a soft and ethereal glow, illuminating a corner of the despair-laden darkness. Why do you weep? Lin Xuan silently voiced in his mind. Your god has arrived. Chapter 24. A magnificent script and a perfect opening. Why do you weep? Lin Xuan stood at the window's edge, the moonlight casting a frosty glow, spotlighting his internal theater. Your god has arrived. He gazed down at the slender figure trembling with despair, a fleeting smirk of amusement dancing in his eyes as he admired the actress. Su Qingxue sprang to her feet. The battle instinct of an A-rank beastmaster surged within her, causing her spiritual energy to ripple and gather, poised for action. But in the next moment, she froze. The man clad in black with the pure white mask bore no trace of malice, not even the slightest hint of hostility. He merely stood there, blending seamlessly with the night, emanating an air of aloofness and indifference, as if looking down upon the mundane world. Not bad. Your reflexes are sharp. You are not a mere flower in a greenhouse. You are qualified to be the protagonist of my play. Lin Xuan silently acknowledged Su Qingxue's vigilance with approval, then commenced the solo performance he had long rehearsed. Without uttering a word, he casually tossed the vial of potion forward. The vial, glowing with an ice-blue luminescence, traced an almost perfect arc through the air. It landed silently on the cold jade stone table before Su Qingxue. Thud. A faint sound, barely perceptible. Perfect. The force, the angle, the timing, flawlessly executed. Having completed this crucial scene, Lin Xuan felt no regret. Any longer delay would diminish the mystique. He turned, his figure dissolving like ink in water, merging with the boundless night outside. With a light tap of his toes on the window ledge, he vanished like a wraith. Only a message, transmitted through mental energy, processed by the system into a cold, genderless, and unyielding proclamation, echoed in Su Qingxue's mind. Administer it, or await death alongside it. The curtain falls. The audience's reaction is just beginning. On a rooftop 100 meters away, Lin Xuan's form solidified once more, sitting leisurely in the audience's seat, cloaked in anonymity. Inside the room, Su Qingxue fixated on the dreamlike potion on the table, then suddenly dashed to the window. The night sky was silent, the only sound being the whisper of the wind. Her mind was a blank slate, yet the vial continued to emanate a profound and vibrant life force. A warmth that starkly contrasted with the chilling aura of the ice crystal bird, forming an absolute dichotomy of life and death. Who goes there? A thunderous shout erupted as a figure in black suddenly appeared in the room, eyes gleaming like lightning. The guardian of the Su family, a peak B-rank powerhouse. His formidable spiritual energy swept across the entire Su family mansion, missing no inch of wall or shadow. The result sent chills down his spine. There was nothing. No signs of intrusion, not a trace of lingering spiritual energy. It was as if the mysterious man had merely been a figment of Su Qingxue's extreme sorrow. The middle-aged man's face turned grave. This only indicated one thing. The strength of the intruder exceeded his comprehension, reaching a terrifying realm beyond his imagination. Faced with this vial, which could be a lifeline or a deadly poison, the Su family elders who had rushed over erupted in chaos. Qingxue, do not use it. This is undoubtedly a trap. Is it the Lin family or the Wang family scheme? Indeed, the origins are dubious. Their intentions must be sinister. Su Qingxue remained silent. She merely lowered her gaze, staring at the ice crystal bird lying on the jade bed, its life force dwindling to the brink of extinguishment. Then she raised her head, looking at the vial exuding the hope of life on the table. In her mind, the cold, domineering, and unyielding words of that man echoed repeatedly. On the distant rooftop, Lin Xuan's lips curved into a slight smile. Hesitating? Excellent. In the face of absolute despair, even the slightest hint of seemingly absurd hope is magnified infinitely. Now, make your choice. At long last, Su Qingxue lifted her head. In her eyes, which were usually as cool as autumn waters, there now burned a fervor of unprecedented determination and madness. Rather than watch it perish in despair, I choose to gamble on this slender thread of life. She disregarded the gasps and protests of the elders, resolutely grasping the vial, uncorking it, and carefully administering the icy blue liquid into the rigid beak of the frozen crystal bird. A miracle, amidst the gaze of all, audaciously descended. The instant the potion entered its body, an indescribable torrent of life surged forth, akin to a resplendent sunrise, erupting within the crystal bird. The frozen, solidified veins within it crackled and shattered, reminiscent of glaciers thawing in a symphony of intense fracturing sounds. The chill of death was fervently dispelled, devoured, and transformed by an even purer, more magnificent source of vitality. Chirp! A clear, soaring cry filled with boundless joy resonated through the night sky of the Su family. The crystal bird suddenly awakened, taking flight, with a cascade of ice shards dancing like diamonds. Not only had its injuries healed, but its once dull, icy blue feathers now shimmered with vibrant hues, crystalline and translucent, as if sculpted from the finest sapphires. The cold aura radiating from it was no longer wildly unleashed, but rather refined and controlled, emanating from within. Its life essence, through this rebirth, had not only remained intact, but had transformed entirely, surpassing its former self. This is impossible. The vice president of the Alchemist Association, who had rushed over in a flurry, was rendered speechless as he beheld the lively creature, its vitality even exceeding that of before its injury, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He rushed forward to inspect it, freezing in place, repeatedly murmuring, "A miracle. This is the wonder of life. This defies pharmacology. What on earth is this?" A group of esteemed healers found themselves engulfed in madness and stupor, as if witnessing a deity walking among mortals. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue simply caressed her resurrected companion, feeling the soul bond that had been restored, and tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. Yet, in her mind, the image of that enigmatic figure wearing a pure white mask was indelibly etched. Who was that man who descended from the heavens, granting miracles, and quietly departing? Why did he choose to assist me? She wiped her tears, her gaze regaining its coolness but now infused with an unprecedented resolve and tenacity. She turned to her guardian and issued a command. Activate the highest intelligence protocols of the Su family. Spare no effort to uncover the identity of the Faceless One from tonight. Her curiosity about him had intensified to an extreme degree. Chapter 25. The Useless Captain in the Wild. The school beauty seeks to join, shocking the entire school. The miraculous recovery of Su Qingxue's crystal bird sent ripples through the upper circles of Jiangnan City. A week later, the fervor surrounding this incident was overshadowed by another piece of news. The annual outdoor training of Jiangnan City's third high school was officially launched. Location: outside the city. Black Wind Mountain Range. The results would be directly linked to the distribution of resources for the final exams. Upon hearing this announcement, the entire grade erupted with excitement. The outdoor training allowed for free grouping, with each group consisting of 3 to 5 individuals. As soon as the director finished speaking, the classroom erupted. Various small factions instinctively banding together, fearing to be left alone. Lin Wei and his entourage promptly formed a so-called elite team. He looked at Lin Xuan as if he were a pile of unsightly refuse, brimming with blatant disdain. The majority of students, like avoiding a plague, kept their distance from Lin Xuan. Ah, here we go, the classic segment of campus bullying, isolating the protagonist. It's just that these people's acting is a bit exaggerated. As if they're afraid I won't notice they don't want to team up with me. Lin Xuan yawned in boredom. Wang Dali, with hands like a fan, slapped his chest, producing a dull sound. Brother Xian, count me in. Lin Xuan nodded. Yes, my loyal brother, always first on the list. Just when Lin Xuan thought this would be yet another duo performance with his loyal brother, a cool figure traversed the bustling crowd, making a beeline for him. The noisy classroom fell into eerie silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. The newcomer, clad in a pristine white tracksuit with long hair elegantly tied up, revealing a graceful swan-like neck, was none other than the school beauty, Su Qingxue. Under the gaze of hundreds of stunned and incredulous eyes, she halted before Lin Xuan. Her voice was cold, devoid of emotion. I wish to join your team. Boom. The crowd erupted. Everyone was left agape, their worldview shattered. The lofty and untouchable school beauty Su Qingxue was actually seeking to join the infamous team of the useless Lin Xuan and the newly dubbed shield warrior Wang Dali. What sort of hellish joke was this? Had the sun risen from the west? Lin Wei's expression darkened instantly. It shifted from black to green, then to purple, ultimately culminating in a ghastly shade reminiscent of liver, his teeth grinding audibly. He felt as though an invisible hand had slapped his face, leaving it stinging. Su Qingxue, the woman he had pursued for 3 years without receiving a favorable glance, had publicly chosen a useless partner. This was not merely a choice. It was an affront. A blatant humiliation. Wow, the scene of a slaughterhouse is unfolding. The goddess of the sycophants is running off with the useless. This plot is explosive. I love it. Lin Xuan observed Su Qingxue with great interest. This girl was no mere romantic fool. For an entire week, the Su family had mobilized all their intelligence networks. Yet they had not uncovered even a hair of the Faceless One. But she was clever. A clever person would not overlook any suspicious clues. For example, a useless individual who had also created a miracle during the same period. So, this isn't a matter of unrequited love. This is a female detective going undercover to investigate. Suspecting that I have a connection with the Faceless One? Or that I myself am the Faceless One? How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Lin Xuan saw through the probing and scrutiny hidden beneath her cool gaze, yet he did not refuse. He too wished to observe this future heroine up close. And perhaps tease her a little. All right. Lin Xuan calmly nodded, uttering a single word. His composure stood in stark contrast to the surrounding tumult, causing Su Qingxue to momentarily pause. Thus, an exceptionally peculiar training team was officially formed. Captain Lin Xuan, with a contracted spirit that was a slime. Main damage dealer Su Qingxue, with a contracted spirit that was an A-class peak crystal bird. Main tank Wang Dali, with a contracted spirit that was a C-class peak devouring tortoise. A universally recognized useless individual, a cold genius, and a newly emerging shield. This combination possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, yet appeared utterly mismatched, quickly becoming the laughingstock and the latest topic of discussion throughout the entire grade. A slime as captain, commanding an ice phoenix and a black tortoise? I can't bear to look at such a beautiful sight. The night before departure, Lin Xuan switched to the identity of the Faceless One, logging into the VIP channel of the black market. He clicked on the arms dealer's interface and began to indulge in a frenzied shopping spree. A deluxe wilderness survival package, please, 10 A-grade trap devices, and 20 B-grade explosive runes. The speed at which he spent money led the black market arms dealer to believe he had encountered a windfall, nearly depleting their inventory. Subsequently, he spent 500 points to exchange for the most detailed map of the beast distribution around the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountains from the system store. The map meticulously indicated even the locations of rabbit holes beneath specific trees. All set, just waiting for the show to begin. The journey of honing his skills was about to commence. The Black Wind Mountains, dense with foliage, cast a dim light as sunlight filtered through the layered tree canopies in fragmented beams. Lin Xuan, Wang Dali, and Su Qingxue formed a team, leisurely trailing at the back. While Su Qingxue appeared to be on the lookout for any threats, her peripheral gaze remained fixed on Lin Xuan. Finally, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Her voice still icy. Lin Xuan, your slime seems quite extraordinary. Here it comes, she is starting. Internally, Lin Xuan was brimming with thoughts, but on the surface, he maintained an air of calm. Just lucky, it mutated. This nonchalant reply rendered Su Qingxue momentarily speechless. She shifted the topic. Have you heard of the Faceless One? The mysterious apothecary who cured my ice crystal bird. As she spoke, she scrutinized Lin Xuan's eyes, attempting to catch any flicker of emotion. Lin Xuan did not even lift his eyelids. Heard of him, seems like quite a formidable figure. Not a single crack in his demeanor. His performance was flawless, akin to that of an ordinary student utterly indifferent to the outside world. Yet, the more he acted this way, the heavier Su Qingxue's suspicions grew. A true loser would not remain so composed in the face of her overtures. Just as she prepared to probe further, Lin Xuan raised his hand, signaling for silence. Something was amiss. His voice was low, yet it sent a jolt of alarm through both Wang Dali and Su Qingxue. No sooner had he spoken than disturbances erupted from the woods ahead. Deep within the forest, pairs of eerie green eyes suddenly illuminated the darkness. Like will-o'-the-wisps, they danced in the shadows. Then came the second and third pairs. A pack of robust black wind wolves, numbering 30 to 40, surged forth from the thickets. Encircling the trio, each was a D-grade beast. The leading wolf was significantly larger than the rest, emanating a fierce aura, unmistakably a peak D-grade. Wang Dali's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately raised his heavy shield, positioning it like a wall in front of Lin Xuan. Su Qingxue too sprang into combat mode. An aura of chill surrounding her as her ice crystal bird emitted a sharp, warning cry. Ah, the appetizer has arrived. Lin Xuan regarded the unexpected guests with an unperturbed expression, even contemplating applauding their dramatic entrance. Such display, such momentum, and those little green eyes, quite professional indeed. Wang Dali's face paled as he slammed his ancestral heavy shield to the ground. Thud! The sound resonated, with him standing firm like an impenetrable fortress before Lin Xuan. Xiangu, be careful. It's the Black Wind Wolves. The devouring magic tortoise was summoned, its tiny form radiating an unexpected heft as it stood resolutely alongside its master. Su Qingxue reacted with utmost swiftness. Her delicate features hardened as coldness enveloped her, and her ice crystal bird took to the skies, preparing to control the battlefield. Not bad. A tank and a mage, their reaction times are satisfactory. Lin Xuan stood at ease, resembling an invigilator surveying an exam hall. Su Qingxue's expression grew grave as she prepared to command the ice crystal bird to unleash a wide-ranging freezing rain to cripple the wolf's mobility. However, the leading wolf emitted a suppressed growl. The pack sprang into action. Instead of rushing blindly, they cunningly dispersed. Each wolf utilized the sturdy trunks and bushes as cover, darting through the shadows with remarkable speed, constantly shifting positions. The encirclement tightened, yet the airborne ice crystal bird struggled to find an optimal angle for a group spell. Damn, this wolf is a tactical genius. It even knows to utilize the terrain for guerrilla tactics to mitigate the mage's AoE cooldowns. Are wild creatures this competitive nowadays? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Su Qingshua's expression turned even colder. She had no choice but to abandon area attacks and directed the ice crystal bird for precise strikes. Sharp ice spikes rained down, relentlessly targeting those black wind wolves that occasionally exposed vulnerabilities. The battle erupted in an instant. How? 3 or 4 black wind wolves fearlessly lunged at Wang Dali, their sharp claws crashing against the shell of the devouring magic tortoise. Clang! A series of metallic clashes erupted. Yet not a single mark was left. Goodness, physical immunity? My 100,000 gold coins were well spent. Wang Dali stood resolutely at the forefront, like an insurmountable mountain. Su Qingshua's ice crystal bird circled above, ice spikes falling like a torrential downpour, each accurately claiming a life. The situation seemed to reach a stalemate. Yet, the peak D-grade leading wolf remained motionless. Its green, gluttonous eyes pierced through the front line of Wang Dali, locking onto Su Qingxua, who was incessantly casting spells from the rear. In those eyes, a chilling intent to kill resided. This wolf cub isn't playing by the rules. Not targeting the tank, aiming straight for the backline. Have you played MOBA games before? Just as Lin Xuan mentally scoffed, the leading wolf sprang into action. It did not attack head-on. Instead, it transformed into a streak of black lightning, accompanied by several elite black wind wolves, perfectly circumventing Wang Dali's defenses from an extremely crafty flank. Their target was none other than the absolute core of the team's output, Su Qingshuo. The intent to kill was palpable, swift as lightning. Watch out. Wang Dali's eyes widened in horror, desperate to fall back, but he was ensnared by 7 or 8 black wind wolves, unable to break free. Su Qingshua's ice crystal bird was similarly restrained by other beasts in the air and could not provide assistance in time. In the blink of an eye, she could only hastily conjure a translucent ice shield before her. Bang! The leading wolf's claws struck with tremendous force, shattering the ice shield with a single blow. Ice shards exploded into the air. The fetid wolf claw, with a tearing wind, lunged straight for Su Qingshua's delicate, alabaster throat. The shadow of death loomed over this proud daughter of heaven. Wang Dali roared in despair, while Su Qingshua's pupils constricted in the face of impending doom. Just when everyone believed her death was inevitable, the seemingly dazed captain, who had stood in place all this while, finally made a move. No, he did not move. He didn't even lift his head. He merely issued a simple, yet shockingly absurd command to the harmless blue jelly at his feet. Slap it. The performance has concluded. It is time to wrap things up. As the words fell, a resounding hum filled the air. Xiao Ruan's form suddenly inflated, transforming from the size of a basketball into an immense grinding stone. In an instant, it morphed into a blue afterimage, a blur that defied the eye. Surging forth with a terrifying velocity that belied its adorable appearance, and struck fiercely at the regal alpha wolf. The sound of that slap resonated with a deafening sonic boom. The alpha wolf sensed an imminent peril, its fur standing on end, instinctively seeking to evade. Yet, in a moment of sheer terror, it discovered that the space around it had solidified like amber, rendering every movement sluggish, delayed by more than a heartbeat. Welcome to my realm of power. Albeit merely a passive one, Lin Xuan silently intoned, invoking the subtle effects of the SS-class Titan Giant Ape's left arm fusion. A passive domain effect that exerted a weak force law suppression. A thunderous crack echoed through the forest. The sound was as crisp as the swatting of a mosquito on a summer's night. In the astonished gaze of Su Qingshuo, the once mighty D-class apex alpha wolf, which had driven her to the brink, hardly had the chance to emit a cry of despair before being sent flying by that blue jelly-like creature. It traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, crashing down with a resounding thud, shattering 7 or 8 massive trees along its path. Finally, like a lump of violently compressed mud, it was embedded deep into a mountain wall 100 meters away, fitting snugly, lifeless after a few spasmodic twitches. The scene was enveloped in eerie silence. The remaining pack of black wind wolves stood frozen, their emerald eyes wide with bewilderment, filled with the overwhelming dread of a profound existential crisis. Su Qingshuo was rendered speechless. She gazed at the blue slime that had just dispatched the Wolf King with a single blow, which then shrank back to its original size, nuzzling affectionately at Lin Xuan's feet as if seeking praise. Her mind was blank. Had the world gone mad? Chapter 27. A single slap to obliterate. Do you believe it's a gift? In the forest, silence reigned supreme. The wind had stilled, leaves remained motionless, and even the most boisterous insect chirps fell silent. The air grew thick, almost suffocating. The once ferocious and bloodthirsty black wind wolves stood as statues, their cunning and brutality washed away, leaving behind a raw, primal fear that resonated from the depths of their souls. Their minds had evidently been utterly scorched by the recent events. Where was the Wolf King? The Grand D-Class Apex Wolf? Ah, there it lay. All eyes mechanically shifted towards 100 meters away. On the cold mountain wall, a perfect indentation, conforming to the wolf's anatomy, had appeared. TSK, what an impressive impact, what a flawless fit. A masterpiece of relief, Lin Xuan mentally critiqued with an artist's acumen. Wang Dali's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit his fist. He glanced at the adorable blue jelly at Lin Xuan's feet, then turned to fixate on the wolf-shaped imprint on the distant wall. His worldview was being relentlessly torn apart and reshaped by a slime, ultimately swept disdainfully into the annals of history. He understood that Xian Gu's slime was peculiar, capable of corrosion and transformation. But good grief. Who could explain why this creature's physical attack power could reach such a level that defied the laws of physics? This was no mutation, it was an aberration. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, the paragon of grace, had just stepped back from the brink of death, before the relief of having survived could settle in her heart. She was overwhelmed by an even more absurd and unfathomable shock. Her gaze was locked on the diminutive blue entity that had conclusively ended the battle with a single slap. Now shrunk back to the size of a basketball, it affectionately rubbed against Lin Xuan's pant leg, exuding an air of innocence, as if pleading for praise. Corrosive slime. Cataclysmic power. An F-class slime? She felt her understanding of reality was gravely skewed. No, there was something fundamentally wrong with this world. Amidst this eerily profound silence, Shaoruan stirred. It anthropomorphically wiggled its gelatinous form, as if shaking off non-existent bloodstains. Then, it turned to face the entire pack of black-winged wolves, emitting its signature soft, harmless sound. A soft pop resonated clearly in the stillness of the woods. This sound bore no intimidation, yet served as an invisible death knell, crashing down upon the tautly strung nerves of the wolf pack. A woof, a piercing, discordant wail shattered the night sky. The remaining black-winged wolves, as though they had received a divine execution order, burst into chaos, tails tucked and heads turned, fleeing in all directions, trampling over one another, lamenting their lack of limbs as if pursued by not a blue jelly, but the very essence of their deepest fears. The crisis was averted. Yet the atmosphere was tenfold more oppressive than when the wolf pack had surrounded them. Wang Dali and Su Qingshue's gazes pierced Lin Xuan like swords. Their expressions unmistakably conveyed 4 words. Explain. This, too, me. Here it comes, the classic interrogation phase, Lin Xuan mused internally. Knowing full well that he could not escape the reality of luck today. Clearing his throat, he donned a visage of mixed surprise and confusion, perfectly calibrated. He first glanced down at his hands, then at the little slime at his feet, before finally meeting the gazes of the two. I'm not entirely sure what just happened, he began, his tone laced with uncertainty, tinged with the awe of discovering a new world. In the heat of the moment, it seems I awakened my beast master talent? Su Qingshue's brow furrowed, even tighter, her icy gaze scrutinizing him with a continue your fabrication intensity. Lin Xuan completely disregarded her skepticism, continuing on, his expression growing more convinced. Yes, it's a talent. I felt my power surging into Shaoruan's body at that moment. My talent must be some form of power amplification. His face bore the expression of someone who had just realized they were an extraordinary genius. This explanation, absurd as it was, bore a certain twisted logic. After all, the talents of beast masters were known to be peculiar and varied, a widely accepted notion in this world. Compared to the idea that an F-class slime could possess such innate power to shatter a mountain wall with a mere slap. The notion that its master had awakened some rare amplification talent was psychologically easier to accept. Holy cow, Wang Dali was the first to buy into it. His gaze towards Lin Xuan shifting from that of an alien to one of awe akin to gazing at a living deity. Xiangu, you actually awakened such an outrageous talent? Transferring your power to your contracted spirit? That's incredible. Ah, my unfortunate but loyal brother. Forever the best supporting actor in this world. Lin Xuan silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He understood that this hastily concocted excuse was riddled with flaws. It could never deceive someone as astute as Su Qingxue, a product of a prestigious institution. However, that mattered little. What he sought was not her belief, but rather a means for her to gracefully retreat. After all, Shaoruan would undoubtedly devise more tricks in the future. It would be simpler to attribute them all to my fictitious talent. If one layer of disguise is insufficient, then let us don another. The essence of feigning ignorance lies in making others forever uncertain as to whether you are merely a pig or a Godzilla clad in swine-esque skin. Su Qingxue cast a penetrating glance at Lin Xuan. Her icy, clear eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, swirling with curiosity, skepticism, and an undercurrent of intrigue that she herself had yet to recognize. She refrained from further questioning him. Yet, within her heart, the formerly vague suspicion had crystallized into undeniable clarity. Lin Xuan was certainly no fool. The secrets he harbored were far deeper and more fascinating than she had imagined. She resolved that in the forthcoming trials, she would shadow him closely, observing his every move. She was convinced that matters could not be so straightforward. She was determined to uncover all of his secrets. Chapter 28. Public Execution. My worth is 90,000. Do as you will. In the ensuing days, the trials persisted. The Black Wind Mountain Range conveyed its message to all. The wolf pack was merely an appetizer. Swathes of D-class demon beasts, the Shadow Cats, emerged as the new nightmare. They flitted through the forest, moving so swiftly that they left only afterimages, launching surprise attacks that exploited the team's defensive blind spots. Su Qingshua's ice crystal birds provided aerial fire support, yet the falling ice shards mostly shattered mere shadows. Wang Dali, shielding himself with a heavy shield, remained immovable, akin to an unyielding boulder, rendering the Shadow Cat's claws ineffective. The trio's coordination grew increasingly refined amidst repeated perils. Lin Xuan, the leader, is about to flee. Use your talent. As the largest Shadow Cat, having failed its strike, transformed into a streak of black, poised to vanish into the depths of the forest. Su Qingshua's voice rang out, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan, imbued with an unmistakable sense of scrutiny and urgency. Here we go again. The relentless interrogation of a female detective. Does she truly believe my talent operates on infinite power mode, as if the blue bar is free of charge? Internally, Lin Xuan lamented, yet outwardly he had already immersed himself in the act. His complexion paled, and he staggered back a step, instinctively clutching his chest. This level of exertion was too taxing. His voice was barely a whisper, as though he might faint at any moment. If he used it once more, he feared he might not survive this encounter. His performance, combining flamboyance with sincerity, vulnerability with determination, was nothing short of impeccable. While he feigned weakness, Xiaoruan, at his feet, displayed remarkable instinct, emitting a soft sound. A small, inconspicuous glob of corrosive slime was expelled. The slime traced a delicate parabolic arc, landing precisely on the dried leaves where the leader Shadow Cat was about to tread. The rapidly advancing Shadow Cat failed to notice this subtle change. It stepped down, and an overwhelming sensation of slickness instantly surged from its paw. The Shadow Cat lost its balance, spiraling uncontrollably through the air before crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. In the next instant, the ice shards from the ice crystal birds pierced through the air, accurately pinning it to the earth and bringing its nefarious existence to a swift end. Su Qingxue, she turned her head, casting another profound gaze at Lin Xuan. The emotions in her eyes were more intricate and inscrutable than the Shadow Cat's trajectory. Lin Xuan responded with a pale smile, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. Stop guessing. I assure you, I am no great figure. I am merely an unremarkable support, creating opportunities for my teammates to secure decisive victories. As the trials concluded, all teams returned to camp to tally their spoils. The director, holding the register, called out names one by one, his voice booming like a public execution. Su Qingshua's team has slain 5 D-class demon beasts and gathered several rare materials from C-class beasts, earning a comprehensive evaluation worth 3,000 gold coins. Excellent. Wang Dali, as the main tank, stood firm against damage, his personal haul valued at 1,500 gold coins. Good. A chorus of gasps filled the air, mingled with barely suppressed envy. Then it was Lin Xuan's turn. The director's pen hovered in the air as he observed Lin Xuan pulling a few wilted herbs from his backpack, falling into a prolonged silence. 5 iron leaf grasses and 2 ordinary mushrooms. Clearing his throat, Lin Xuan attempted to make his voice sound less awkward. Total value 20 gold coins. Well, it's the participation that matters, right? A burst of raucous laughter erupted from Lin Wei and his entourage, unable to contain themselves. Yes, yes. You all fight to the death, while I focus on participation. We all have bright futures ahead. Lin Xuan maintained an air of calm, silently retrieving his spoils, indifferent to the jeers around him. Little did anyone know that within his system space, an entirely different scene unfolded. A bunch of blind fools. During the battle, he had stealthily plucked an inconspicuous 7-star vine from a corner swept by residual energy. In the crevices of the mountain stream, a handful of glistening century-old stalactites had been quietly consumed by Xiaoruan. And then there was the Wolf King. While Su Qingshuan and Wang Dali were busy clearing the battlefield, Lin Xuan had merely instructed Xiaoruan to sneak up to the concave rock wall. The corrosive slime silently seeped into the deepest recess of the wolf-shaped pit, melting a pinhole-sized opening. A fist-sized, entirely verdant crystal core, swirling with winds, was swallowed whole by Xiaoruan and promptly transported into the system space. B-class wind spirit crystal core, market value starting at 50,000 gold coins, priceless. Thanks to the Wolf King for delivering a super rocket. Much appreciated. Just as Lin Xuan finished his internal homage to the Wolf King, the system's settlement notification resonated in his mind. Beep. Calculating outdoor trial results. Visible gains. Iron leaf grass x5, ordinary mushroom x2. Total value, 20 gold coins. Hidden gains. Wind spirit crystal core x1, 7-star vine x3, century-old stalactite x1. Total value, 87, 500 gold coins. Overall evaluation S. The host's understanding of survival has surpassed that of 99 of peers. Maintenance is advised. Reward, 500 system points. A genuine smile curved Lin Xuan's lips. Warm inquiries pale in comparison to striking a lucrative deal. System, you're paving the way for success. Upon returning to school, the final results of the trials were announced. The immense electronic screen displayed the top 3 names in the comprehensive rankings. Lin Xuan, Su Qingxue, Wang Dali. The entire grade erupted into chaos. First place, an A-grade evaluation. Surely I must be seeing things. That waste, a vase and a brash fool. Claim the top spot. This reeks of corruption. The Su family must have bribed the school. Lin Wei's face darkened like a pot bottom. His gaze fixated on that glaring name on the screen, feeling as though his 3 years of devotion to Su Qingxue had transformed into a complete farce. Not far away, Su Qingxue's gaze traversed the bustling crowd, landing upon Lin Xuan. In her cool, piercing eyes, a medley of emotions, confusion, curiosity, and intrigue, intertwined, ultimately manifesting as an unusual brilliance that she herself had yet to recognize. She had to concede that the man she once deemed a burden had played an undeniably pivotal role throughout their trials. The enigma surrounding him resembled a fathomless vortex, irresistibly drawing her nearer. Her perception of him had long since transformed from that of a worthless individual to one of profound mystery and depth. Just as Su Qingxue prepared to approach him with words, Lin Xuan yawned, slid his hands into his pockets, and sauntered away. Don't be infatuated with me. I am but a legend. That evening, at the Lin family's villa, Lin Xuan gazed at the astonishing figures displayed on the system panel. Excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. Over 90,000 gold coins. More than 500 points. Another day for fervent indulgence. Come on, system. 10 consecutive diamond draws. Show me the goods. His fingers hovered over the shimmering lottery button, poised to press it. Suddenly, a series of urgent, thunderous knocks echoed at the door. The butler's voice, trembling with excitement from outside, called out, "Young master. Young master, a distinguished guest has arrived at the door. He bears the prestigious golden invitation from the Alchemist Association, specifically requesting to visit our esteemed alchemist." Lin Xuan's finger froze in midair. What? They come knocking already? Which identity has been exposed? Chapter 29, Godlike Imagination. The entire family pleads for me to be the crown prince. Lin Xuan's finger hovered just above the button, a mere millimeter away from pressing it. Come on, my SSR, my limited character, my wife. Deliver. Give me a bountiful reward. Just as he was about to complete this sacred draw, a series of resounding knocks interrupted the solemnity of the moment. The butler's voice, now tinged with an almost hysterical tremor, pierced through the heavy wooden door. Young master. Young master. This is terrible. No, rather, it is magnificent. A truly monumental figure has arrived at the door. He carries the highest specification golden invitation from the Alchemist Association, specifically requesting to meet our family's alchemist. Lin Xuan's finger remained suspended in the air, his fervor abruptly freezing as he slowly formed a question mark on his face. What? They come knocking already? Which identity has been revealed? Is it the faceless one or the team leader of the Survival King? No, wait, Alchemist Association? Seeking the master? Are the ancestral graves of our Lin family not exuding blue smoke, but rather mushroom clouds? By the time Lin Xuan leisurely made his way to the front hall, the upper echelons of the Lin family had already gathered in full assembly. The atmosphere was solemn and grave, quiet enough to hear each other's heartbeats. His father, Lin Zhengnan, the patriarch of the Lin family, was currently bent at a 90-degree angle, his usually authoritative face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum as he engaged in amiable conversation with an elderly man clad in a moon-white robe. This elder, with hair and beard as white as snow and a gaunt visage, bore a badge forged from 7 different metals upon his chest. At the center of the badge, a golden flame flickered as if alive, emanating an intangible pressure. The vice president of the Jiangnan City Alchemist Association, a senior alchemist. Feng Hui, a true heavyweight whose every stomp could send tremors through the entire Jiangnan City herbal market. The Lin family elders, including the second elder, Lin Wei, cowered in the background like quails, heads bowed, deliberately slowing their breaths. Ah, what a scene. One might mistake this for an imperial visit in disguise. Lin Xuan found a shadowy corner to immerse himself in the unfolding spectacle. Vice President Fong Hui took a sip of the supreme cloud mist tea, served by the trembling servants, then set down his cup. He spoke directly, his tone gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. Lin family patriarch, let us speak plainly. I have come today on behalf of the Alchemist Association to seek an audience with a master alchemist from your esteemed household. He paused, his seemingly murky old eyes suddenly sharpening as they locked onto Lin Jungnan. Our investigation into the recently leaked batch of perfect evolution potions has traced the unique aura of several auxiliary materials back to your household. Only a master alchemist could concoct such divine substances. Boom. These words detonated like thunder in the silent hall. The patriarch and the gathered elders were left utterly stunned. Perfect evolution potions? A master alchemist? In our Lin family? How come we were unaware? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting a collective confusion of identity and location. Cold sweat broke out on the patriarch's forehead. If they failed to respond adequately, it would be a heinous crime of deceiving the Alchemist Association. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, the second elder, Lin Wei's father, suddenly jolted. A flash of insight struck him. He recalled Lin Xian's recent peculiarities, the suddenly mutated slime, the piece of moss stone that even he could not identify, the astonishing wager worth 100,000 gold coins, and Lin Xian's unbelievable power amplification talent during their recent trials. All the seemingly irrational occurrences coalesced in that moment, strung together by an invisible thread. The second elder trembled with excitement. Boldly, no, with unshakable certainty, reaching a conclusion. Lin Xian must have a reclusive master alchemist guiding him from behind the scenes. That potion must have been casually concocted by this master for his disciple as a mere snack. Holy cow! A celestial teammate. Lin Xian, nestled in his corner, was left dumbfounded. Big brother, please don't imagine things. Just write the script for me. This logical loop, this spirit of proactively patching my narrative. Yes. That's exactly how it is. My master has a notorious temper and enjoys watching me play the fool. The second elder shared his astonishing realization with a fervent gaze, and the other elders instantly appeared enlightened, as if they had been struck by a revelation. Logical. Incredibly logical. This was the only explanation that could account for everything. The patriarch, a cunning old fox, immediately picked up on the signal. The confusion on his face vanished, replaced by a respectful yet troubled expression. To speak frankly, there is indeed an elder in our household, but he possesses a peculiar temperament and is not fond of meeting outsiders. That potion did indeed originate from him, merely a trinket for the younger generation. Upon hearing this, the masterful aura and esteemed image of the alchemist was instantly solidified. Vice President Fong Hui's expression shifted to one of profound reverence. This was the true demeanor of a master. He quickly rose, retrieving an exquisitely worded golden invitation from his robe, presenting it with both hands. It was my rudeness. I hope the patriarch will kindly convey this letter. Whenever the esteemed master has the time, the association will be ready to welcome him. With that, he waved his hand, and several heavy wooden chests were immediately carried in from outside. A mere token of appreciation, not meant to convey any profound respect. I offer this as a simple gift for my esteemed elder. As the box was opened, an intoxicating aroma of medicinal herbs mingled with spiritual energy instantly filled the entire foyer. Within lay a century-old dragon blood vine, its vivid crimson hue resembling a coiling dragon. Beside it, a crystal-clear, frost-laden iceberg snow lotus, aged a millennium. Furthermore, there were various rare herbs previously unseen and unheard of, each shimmering with a precious glow. Good heavens! I am utterly astounded. This is what one calls professionalism. Not only has the enemy crafted the script for me, but they have also graciously provided the remuneration and props. Lin Xian gazed at the piles of treasures, nearly drooling in delight. News spread like wildfire, and the entire Lin family was thrown into chaos. With a master alchemist as their pillar of support, Lin Xian emerged as the most cherished disciple of that esteemed figure. In an instant, all gazes directed towards Lin Xian transformed. Former disdain, ridicule, and contempt morphed into awe, flattery, and an unmistakable hint of trepidation. From a once derided wastrel, he ascended to the status of a prince whose favor none dared to offend. That very evening, within Lin Xian's chamber, he was served a sumptuous dinner prepared from the exquisite meats of demonic beasts and spiritual grains by a blushing maid. He chose to embrace this newfound treatment with nonchalance. A warm inquiry pales in comparison to a substantial fortune. From this day forth, I shall become the foremost benefactor of the Lin family. Just as he finished his meal, a knock echoed at the door. Standing outside was Lin Wei, his face ashen and lips tightly pressed. Behind him, the second elder glared at his son with an intensity that suggested murderous intent. Lin Wei took a deep breath, seemingly expending all his energy. and squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. "I'm sorry." "Oh, come to apologize?" Just look at that expression, filled with reluctance, jealousy, and anger, nearly overflowing with emotion. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Xuan wore a warm smile. "It's all right. Hold it in. The youthful spirit burns bright. And it's beneficial for both body and mind to contain that fervor." A new tempest surrounding the mysterious master was quietly brewing within the Lin family. Chapter 30. Just became the prince, and the city's top genius is at my door demanding my life? In the Lin family council chamber, the atmosphere was stiflingly silent, with even the sound of breathing feeling acutely jarring. The family head, Lin Xuan, and a host of elders sat upright, their expressions grave, akin to a group of prisoners awaiting judgment. Today's meeting had but one agenda: how to ingratiate themselves. No, it was about establishing a favorable, stable, and sustainable strategic partnership with the enigmatic master alchemist supporting Lin Xuan, a matter that would determine the Lin family's fortunes for the next century. Lin Xuan slammed his palm on the table, the sound heavy and resolute. "We must spare no effort to tie this esteemed master to the Lin family's chariot." The second elder, Lin Wei's father, beamed with renewed vigor, his wrinkles smoothing as he nodded vigorously, his voice booming. "The head of the family is wise. Xianer is our sole connection to that esteemed figure. From this day forth, we must treat Xianer as if he were a living ancestor. Here it comes. The classic tale of familial status reversal. Yesterday you treated me with indifference. Today, I shall render you unable to reach me. I am well versed in this script. According to the flow, is it not time for me to take the stage and receive an award?" As Lin Xuan internally scoffed, the heavy pearwood doors of the council chamber were respectfully pushed open by a servant from outside. "Young master, the family head and the elders request your presence." Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Lin Xuan was ushered into the council chamber. In that moment, a dozen glances, mingled with eagerness, flattery, and reverence, converged upon him like searchlights. Lin Xuan's usually stern countenance contorted into an exaggerated grin, his expression artificial and mask-like, as he personally stepped forward, his tone dripping with sweetness. "Xianer, it seems the family has wronged you in the past. Regarding your esteemed master's situation, what say you? The performance mode is activated." A perfectly poised expression of feigned difficulty appeared on Lin Xuan's face, laced with a youthful defiance, neither acknowledging nor denying. He addressed the family head and the elders with a slight bow, presenting himself with utmost decorum. "My esteemed master cherishes tranquility and prefers not to be disturbed by mundane matters." In just 8 words, he conveyed a wealth of meaning. "I acknowledge the existence of such a person. He is of high standing and great power, deserving of your respect. He favors solitude, so do not trouble him or me. Should anyone dare to intrude, they shall bear the consequences." This vague and enigmatic rhetoric served as a potent tonic, painting an image of a quirky, powerful recluse in the minds of the Lin family's higher-ups. Yes, this is exactly the essence. A true master should possess such an aura. "We understand." Lin Xuan, excited, thumped his thigh, proclaiming, "We shall not disturb the elders' cultivation." He turned towards all the elders, voice booming like thunder. "From this day forth, we shall restore Lin Xuan's status as the direct heir. All resources from the family treasury shall be allocated to him without limit. Any requests he makes must be prioritized above all else. Hooray! I can finally embrace the role of a resource powerhouse without pretense." Lin Xuan felt a surge of elation, yet maintained an air of composure that belied his age. Seizing the moment, he stated, "To avoid disturbing my master's study of new elixirs, I require an independent courtyard, preferably with an alchemy room. Moreover, I do not wish for anyone to approach and disrupt the tranquility. Arrange it. Immediately clear out the finest Qingzhou courtyard for Xianer." The family head commanded decisively. "Furthermore, provide him with 2 of the most adept servants to manage all his affairs." This lavish request was fulfilled at lightning speed. Lin Xuan effortlessly utilized the information advantage to create a perfect, undisrupted sanctuary for his secret development. On the first day of gaining power, Lin Xuan's initial act was not to rush into the treasury for a shopping spree. He strolled leisurely to the administration office in the outer courtyard. The once overbearing and unscrupulous steward, who had previously withheld his resources and made his assessments difficult, greeted Lin Xuan with a sycophantic grin as soon as he saw him, bowing and scraping like a dog. "Ah, isn't this young Master Xuan. What an honor. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them." Lin Xuan smiled. That smile was as warm as the gentle spring breeze in March. He neither struck nor scolded, but calmly issued the coldest order in the most gentle tone, in front of all the curious onlookers. "Steward Zhang has worked hard for the family. It is time for you to enjoy a more leisurely life. From today on, you shall oversee the family cemetery at the back mountain." The location boasts excellent feng shui, tranquility, and is perfect for your retirement. The steward's smile froze, then shattered into pieces at the mention of the family cemetery, a place where not even birds would dare to alight. A desolate spot where one might not encounter a living soul for a decade. In a dire predicament where the entire family is stripped of resources, their future irrevocably extinguished. This is no mere demotion. It is the incineration of a career. With a thud, the stout overseer collapsed, his legs betraying him as he sank to the ground like a puddle of mud, tears streaming down his face. His forehead striking the cobblestones with a resounding thump as he frantically pleaded for mercy. Yet, Lin Xuan spared him not even a sidelong glance, turning away and departing with an ethereal grace. This act of slaying the chicken to warn the monkey was swift, precise, and ruthless. In an instant, the entire circle of servants within the Lin family fell silent, acutely aware that this once maligned young master now stood as the true heir apparent of the Lin family, wielding unassailable authority. Not far off, in the corridor's bend, Lin Wei happened to witness this spectacle in its entirety. His complexion shifted from ashen to purple, then to a deep black, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, the jealousy and rage in his eyes threatening to erupt like tangible flames. Yet, he dared not utter a sound. Ah, young man, one must learn the art of emotional management. Hold it in, perhaps it will birth a pearl of wisdom. Lin Xuan mused, in high spirits as he moved into his exclusive bamboo courtyard. He immediately harnessed the vast resources provided by his family, transforming the rudimentary alchemy room into a fully equipped, top-tier laboratory. Now he could concoct potions with greater safety and efficiency, continuously supplying products under the guise of the Faceless One, thus establishing a perfect virtuous cycle. He even wielded his mentor's need for reference materials to request a plethora of intelligence from the family archives, including the distribution of major powers in Jiangnan City, extraordinary tales, and even some high-level techniques that were not publicly accessible. This invaluable information granted him an understanding of the entire Jiangnan City landscape that far surpassed that of his peers. Of course, Lin Xuan was acutely aware of the truth. This facade of a mysterious mentor, while imposing, was ultimately a ruse. There would inevitably come a day when the mask would be ripped away. He must elevate his strength to a level sufficient to overturn any table before that day arrives. As night enveloped the world, Lin Xuan sat in his chamber, gazing at the system panel displaying over 500 points and nearly 90,000 gold coins, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. Come forth, my precious system. It is time to showcase true skill. 10 consecutive diamond draws. Deliver me treasures. I ask for nothing more than a beautiful girl SSR. His fingers hovered over the shimmering 10-draw button, poised to press down with fervor. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed, disturbingly intrusive. What the hell? Is there some sort of anti-draw alarm installed on my door? Does it only go off when I'm about to draw? Outside, the unmistakable booming voice of the school's director resonated, this time laced with an unmistakable undertone of suppressed flattery and tension. Lin Xuan, are you in there? A significant figure wishes to see you. Irritated, Lin Xuan flung open the door. Who is it? Even the King of Heaven must wait in line. Can't you see I'm busy? The director's forehead glistened with sweat as he leaned in closely, lowering his voice to a near whisper, articulating each word with a weighty deliberation. It is the pride of the Qin family, the foremost genius of Jiangnan City. Qin. Ao. Tian. He specifically requests to meet you. Lin Xuan's fingers froze midair. Qin Ao Tian. That name is the epitome of a standard overachiever. The greatest talent in Jiangnan City, demanding to see me. A mere waste who has just begun to rise. This is bad, very bad. I know this plot well. He must be coming for Su Qingxue. The classic scenario of a genius fiancé discovering a rival at his betrothed's side, here, to assert his claim. Am I to become the scapegoat? Chapter 31. A million smacked in the face. Tear off my disguise. The Ice Queen protects me. What the hell? Is there a reverse draw alarm on my door? Does it only go off when I'm about to draw? Lin Xuan's mind raced with a torrent of frustration as he yanked the door open. Who is it? Even the King of Heaven must wait in line. Can't you see I'm busy? His words faltered as he beheld the director's face, brimming with obsequiousness and anxiety, sweat dripping profusely. The director, upon seeing him, rushed closer, his voice barely above a whisper, each syllable laden with gravity. It is the pride of the Qin family, the foremost genius of Jiangnan City. Qin. Ao. Tian. He explicitly wishes to meet you. Upon delivering this proclamation, the director seemed to have completed a perilous task, hastily stepping aside as if wishing to merge with the wall itself. A figure blocked the doorway, a young man clad in a pristine, tailored Beastmaster combat suit, the fabric shimmering under the light like pearls, impeccably tailored and spotless. He stood tall, handsome, yet an innate haughtiness radiated from him as if it were an aura. Behind him, two dark-clad bodyguards stood motionless, their presence oppressive enough to stifle the air. Is there a background music that accompanies this entrance? A white combat suit, immaculate as if just descended from a fashion runway, accompanied by two bodyguards, as if to announce his wealth? Lin Xuan inwardly scoffed at the absurdity, his mind racing with cliches. Qin Ao Tian didn't cast a glance at Lin Xuan, nor did he acknowledge the obsequious director. His gaze pierced through the room, fixated on a photograph hanging on the wall. It was a group photo taken after a training session, mandated by the school, featuring Su Qingxue with her signature coolness, Wang Dali grinning broadly, and Lin Xuan standing beside Su Qingxue. This is bad, very bad. I recognize this plot. He must be here for Su Qingxue. The classic trope of a genius fiancé confronting a rival. Am I to become the scapegoat? Just as Lin Xuan braced for the tirade of classic lines about a toad aspiring to eat swan meat, Qin Ao Tian's actions took a turn that completely blindsided him. There was no anger on his countenance, nor disdain. He simply reached into his pocket, producing a card that was entirely black, its edges adorned with intricate gold filigree. Approaching the table, he casually slid the card across the surface, where it halted precisely in front of Lin Xuan with a crisp sound. An anonymous black gold card. Worth 10 million. Finally, Qin Ao Tian spoke, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. This is your compensation. He paused, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Xuan's. His eyes devoid of contempt, only a dispassionate indifference akin to that reserved for a mere stone by the roadside. The condition is that you voluntarily withdraw from school and leave Jiangnan City forever. In an instant, the room was engulfed in silence, so profound that even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. The director stood frozen, his eyes glued to the black gold card, nearly bulging from their sockets. He gestured frantically towards Lin Xuan, his expression twisted in a silent plea. Accept it. Quickly. That's 10 million. Enough to ensure you a lifetime of comfort. Goodness. Is this staggering fortune arriving just like that? Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. This is not a parting gift. It is a severance package compelling me to leave. Is he attempting to humiliate me with money? If so, I can only ask for a bit more. Lin Xuan did not glance at the card. Outwardly composed as a seasoned veteran, while internally, his system had quietly activated. System, please scan this walking RMB player. Ding. Scan successful. Character, Qin Outyin. Power level, peak C class. Contract spirit, golden three-headed dragon, A-class bloodline. Evaluation, an ultimate pay-to-win warrior, whose monetary prowess is directly proportional to his strength. It is advised that the host temporarily avoids confrontation and awaits a miracle from a tenfold draw. An A-class bloodline golden three-headed dragon. Goodness. Is this not akin to encountering a world boss right in the novice village? This fellow must be cheating. Oh, his family is the cheat. With newfound clarity, Lin Xuan's smile grew warmer. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Outyin interjected once more, his words akin to a bucket of icy water dousing him unexpectedly. Enough with the theatrics. A mocking smirk graced Qin Outyin's lips. There is no so-called alchemy master behind you. The president of the Alchemist Association is a close friend of my father. If such a person truly existed in Jiangnan City, my father would have been the first to know. Boom. Lin Xuan's smile froze. Oh no, the mask has been stripped away. This guy is not following the script. Shouldn't he first hurl mindless insults only to be outsmarted by me? Why is he flipping the table right away? I despise intelligent antagonists. An overwhelming pressure surged forth. Qin Outyin took a step forward, looking down at him with an icy demeanor. I offer you two choices. First, take the money and leave with dignity. His tone elongated, transforming his arrogance into palpable oppression. Secondly, I will ensure that you and your Lin family can never establish a foothold in Jiangnan City. This is bad. Not only is he asking me to leave, but he is also targeting my entire family. This is unacceptable, my friend. Lin Xuan's mind raced, frantically devising a counter-strategy. The facade had been pierced too swiftly. He had yet to develop. Just then, a clear voice unexpectedly resonated from the doorway. Qin Outyin, what are you doing? Su Qingxue had arrived at the entrance, her brows slightly furrowed as she surveyed the tense atmosphere within the room, a flicker of evident anger glimmering in her clear eyes. Without hesitation, she walked straight to Lin Xuan, positioning herself protectively behind him, confronting Qin Outyin alone. This is my friend, please leave. Oh, the main character has arrived. I relish this battlefield. The Ice Queen stands up for me. I adore this script. Lin Xuan felt an unearned sense of security hiding behind Su Qingxue's somewhat fragile figure, instantly immersing himself in the role of a pitiful victim finally receiving support from a formidable ally. Seeing Su Qingxue defend Lin Xuan, a flicker of change appeared on Qin Outyin's typically unperturbed face. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He withdrew the black gold card from the table and cast a lingering glance at Lin Xuan. That gaze resembled one directed at something already deceased. Very well. He uttered no further words, merely turning to Su Qingxue and leaving her with a statement. Qingxue, you will understand. Some individuals are separated from us by an insurmountable chasm. With that, he departed without a backward glance, flanked by 2 bodyguards. An insurmountable chasm? Fine, just wait. Once I draw an SSR beauty from a tenfold pole, let us see who truly stands on the other side of that chasm. Chapter 32, Killing with Heart. A single word of inferiority, and the proud are exposed. Oh, the main character has arrived. I relish this battlefield. The Ice Queen stands up for me. I adore this script. Lin Xuan felt justified in hiding behind Su Qingshue's somewhat slender silhouette. He instantly got into character, envisioning himself as a victim of bullying finally receiving the support of a powerful sister. Upon witnessing Su Qingshue's defense of Lin Xuan, Qin Aoyan's usually indifferent expression underwent a notable shift. He completely disregarded Su Qingxue, even too disinterested to spare her a glance. He merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. No magical formations, no incantations. A terrifying pressure, emanating from the depths of his bloodline, descended with thunderous force, instantly seizing the entire Qingzhou courtyard. The air thickened, and breathing became burdensome. The space within the courtyard warped and contorted under an invisible force, groaning under the unbearable strain. Roar. 3 deep dragon roars overlapped, as a colossal creature tore through space, appearing out of thin air. It was a dragon exceeding 5 meters in length, its body covered in palm-sized golden scales, each as sharp as a blade, glinting with a frigid metallic sheen. 3 menacing dragon heads raised high. Their molten vertical eyes surveyed the courtyard with the indifference of deities gazing upon mere ants. A-class bloodline, the golden, 3-headed dragon. The sheer dragon majesty descended like a tangible hammer, striking fiercely at the depths of each soul present. Gulp. The nearby director of education rolled his eyes, his legs giving way, collapsing onto the ground. A foul liquid quickly soaked his pants. He had been so utterly frightened that he lost control. What? It can be played this way? Direct spatial summoning? This is against the rules. The modeling, the effects, this must be the annual limited edition skin for the whales, right? It's undeniably striking, but also exorbitantly priced. Qin Aoyan did not command an attack. He merely gestured with his chin toward a massive rockery weighing several tons in the corner of the courtyard. His tone was calm, as if instructing a servant to fetch a glass of water. Have it quiet down. The central dragon head of the golden, 3-headed dragon lazily opened its mouth. No roar. No flames. A golden beam, no thicker than a finger, silently shot forth. The moment it struck the hard blue stone rockery, it did not even withstand a second. There was no explosion, no shattering, not even a hint of dust. It simply vanished soundlessly, transitioning from solid to a bubbling pool of molten red lava. The magma sizzled upon the ground, emitting white smoke. From a massive rockery to a puddle of lava, the entire process was eerily suffocating in its silence. This extreme destructive power and terrifying control over energy were far more unsettling than any chaotic bombardment. Su Qingshue's expression tightened. She could distinctly sense her S-class ice bird within the contract space emitting cries of despair. It was not fear, but an instinctual tremor stemming from the hierarchy of life. A primal suppression felt by lower life forms when confronted with top-tier predators. Qin Aoyan finally deigned to lower his haughty gaze upon Lin Xuan. That look scrutinized him as if he were an insect easily crushed underfoot. A smirk of unmasked disdain crept across his lips as he enunciated clearly, "Do you see? This is the chasm. Your F-class slime does not even qualify to be my dragoness dessert. Here it comes, the classic moment of stepping on one while lifting another. You say my slime is unworthy of being a delicacy? Strangely enough, that is indeed the case. My precious little blob is meant for scavenging, not for offering as a sacrifice." Just when Qin Aoyan and Su Qingshuan anticipated that Lin Xuan would exhibit fear, resentment, or anger, a surprising clap resonated. Clap, clap. Lin Xuan suddenly raised his hands and clapped vigorously twice. His face bore no trace of negativity. Instead, it radiated a profound realization, his eyes sparkling with sincere brilliance. Incredible. Truly extraordinary. He gave a thumbs up to Qin Aoyan, his tone brimming with admiration and reverence. Qin Xiao is indeed Qin Xiao. This dragon, this spectacle, this sheer destructive force. I declare, from this day forth, I shall be the foremost fan of your dragon. The atmosphere once again descended into a peculiar silence. The carefully prepared barrage of mockery, humiliation, and disdain that Qin Aoyan had rehearsed was instantly lodged in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. It felt as if his fully charged fist had struck a mound of cotton. No, it was as if it had hit nothingness. That overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and fatigue caused his handsome visage to contort slightly. This was not the script. He should not be reacting this way. Lin Xuan, disregarding Qin Aoyin's confounded expression, shook his head and let out a heartfelt sigh. Alas, what a pity, what a shame. He shifted his tone, adopting a tone tinged with regret and a hint of teaching, and slowly articulated, "My esteemed master once imparted to me. True strength never seeks to flaunt its minions, for their inner fortitude requires no external validation." He paused, locking eyes with Qin Aoyin, his gaze filled with a penetrating compassion that seemed to see through him. Only those profoundly insecure within themselves feel the incessant need to parade their toys, desperately concealing their intrinsic emptiness and anxiety. Insecurity. These two words pierced Qin Aoyin's heart like invisible needles. He, Qin Aoyin, the foremost prodigy of Jiangnan City, the celebrated child of destiny, was being labeled as insecure by a universally acknowledged waste in front of Su Qingxue. Boom. The expression on Qin Aoyin's handsome face evaporated in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. His aura shifted dramatically, the chilling intent to kill now laid bare without pretense. He abandoned any further verbal humiliation, realizing that the thickness of this waste skin and his responses exceeded his comprehension. Against such an unyielding opponent, any words would be futile. Only the most direct and brutal physical means could utterly crush him and his ludicrous dignity into dust. Qin Aoyin retracted the golden three-headed dragon, casting one last deep glance at Lin Xuan. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed almost palpable. "You are quite articulate. I hope your bones are as resilient as your tongue." Chapter 33. Holding her hand in front of you, Qin Aoyin withdrew the golden three-headed dragon. The facade of gentleness he had donned was entirely stripped away, leaving only a pure, predatory indifference. He cast a final glance at Lin Xuan. His eyes held no anger or disdain, merely a serene gaze reserved for lifeless objects. "You are quite articulate." His voice was low, yet managed to chill the air in the courtyard. "I hope your bones are as resilient as your tongue." With that, Qin Aoyin chose to ignore Lin Xuan, as if any further contemplation of this waste would tarnish his esteemed identity. He turned and strode directly towards Su Qingxue, his face coated in frost, his tone utterly commanding. "Qingxue, once you're done playing, come over here. Do not mingle with such unworthy beings. It diminishes your stature." "Oh, is this a PUA teaching session? First, label you with nonsense, then degrade your friend to an object, and finally use status to manipulate you. A seamless combo. What a pity. Our Qingxue is immune to mental control at max level." Lin Xuan silently critiqued, ready to witness Qin Aoyin's downfall. Indeed, Su Qingxue's delicate brows knitted even tighter. Her cool voice now carried a sharp edge. "Qin Aoyin, I will say this once more. Lin Xuan is my friend. My affairs are not yours to meddle in." This declaration struck Qin Aoyin's proud face like an invisible slap, echoing throughout the gathering. Excellent. Qin Aoyin's handsome features contorted entirely. All patience incinerated in that moment. Boom. An even more terrifying aura erupted from within him. This time, it was no mere test. The malevolence behind this pressure was pure, intent on reducing Lin Xuan to mere pulp, locking onto him with unyielding ferocity. The air in the Qingzhou courtyard seemed to be sucked dry. The bamboo leaves at the corners freezing in place. The lantern's glow dimmed under the oppressive weight. Even the dust on the ground ceased to stir. The nearby director of education could barely utter a cry, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath like a fish on the brink of death. What the hell? This lunatic is for real. The full force of a C-class peak pressure. Is he expecting me to perform a full prostration right here? Lin Xuan felt as though a heavy truck had been placed upon his shoulders. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, every bone in his body groaning under the unbearable strain, the flow of his blood sluggish. Yet he did not retreat. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to keep his spine straight, which felt as if it could snap at any moment. He even took a step forward, using his not-so-broad frame to shield Su Qingxue more effectively behind him. At that moment, a golden light screen, visible only to him, suddenly unfolded before his eyes. God-tier choice triggered. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of Jiangnan City's foremost prodigy, Qin Aoyin, and his covetous gaze upon your friend, you choose. Option A. Endure, retreat, and acknowledge that your relationship with Su Qingxue is merely that of ordinary classmates. Reward: 1 A-class defensive skill stone. Unmoving as a mountain. Option B. Stand your ground. Proclaim that your friendship with Su Qingxue is not to be provoked. Reward: 1-time SS class mental shock. And a mysterious treasure chest. Here it comes. The choice question is back again. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Option A. A survival skill. But at the cost of losing face and being trampled upon, leaving an everlasting imprint of weakness in Su Qingxue's mind. He would never be able to hold his head high again, his resolve shattered. Option B. The rewards were explosively generous. An SS class 1-time attack, plus a blind box to open. This was the correct way to unlock the protagonist's narrative. Retreat? The more I think about retreating, the angrier I get. Let us do it. Lin Xuan's mind instantly settled on an answer. Yet, the capitalist heart within him couldn't resist a mischievous thought. System. This option B is merely a straightforward confrontation, too small in ambition. If I not only stand firm, but also provoke this Qin fellow to the point of a cardiac arrest right here, shouldn't my performance be rated as S? And the rewards doubled? The system interface flickered momentarily, and a line of cold text appeared. Ding. The system will adjust rewards based on the final task completion level. So the performance evaluation KPIs have been established, have they? Very well, I am exceedingly well versed in this. Just wait and see. Lin Xuan's brief moment of silence, in Qin Outyan's eyes, became a testament to weakness and fear. A victorious smirk finally graced his face, and the terrifying pressure he exuded diminished slightly. He could scarcely be bothered to cast another glance at Lin Xuan, reaching out instead to grasp Su Qingshua's wrist. Qingshuo, look, a worm is still a worm. A little scare, and it behaves. Let us depart. There is no need to waste time in this place. How dare you lay a hand on her? You are finished. Not even the King of Heaven can save you now. Just as Qin Outyan's fingertips were about to make contact with Su Qingshua's sleeve, Lin Xuan moved. Contrary to Qin Outyan's expectations of a furious tirade or a reckless charge, he executed an action that left everyone present utterly astonished. He stepped forward boldly, not towards Qin Outyan, but with pinpoint precision, grasped Su Qingshua's cool, delicate hand. Then, amidst her momentary astonishment, he forcefully pulled her behind him. Having completed this act, Lin Xuan slowly raised his head, meeting Qin Outyan's gaze, which froze in shock before morphing into a furious glare. A radiant smile blossomed on his lips. Action, after all, possesses a power that words cannot rival. This grip surpassed 1,000 verbal confrontations. This pull served as the most direct and domineering proclamation of sovereignty. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's actions have vastly exceeded the expectations of option B. Task completion assessment in progress. Assessment result, God tier. Reward upgraded. Chapter 34, Fingers interlaced, God tier reward. Your fiancé's hand is remarkably soft. The sensation at his fingertips was exquisite, cool, and incredibly smooth. Lin Xuan precisely enveloped Su Qingshua's delicate hand in his own. He even went a step further, his long fingers sliding between hers, their fingers interlocking. The texture is delightful, though a bit chilly. Perhaps I should procure a hand warmer. Su Qingshua's body stiffened abruptly. An unfamiliar thrill surged from their clasped hands, racing up her arm and flooding her mind, leaving her utterly dazed. On her eternally frostbitten, exquisite face, a visible blush rapidly spread. Instinctively, she wished to break free. Yet Lin Xuan's grip was firm and unwavering, imbued with an undeniable strength. Strangely, her struggle dissipated in the next moment, leaving her frozen in place, allowing him to hold her tightly. This scene pierced Qin Outyan's vision like a heated steel needle. His outstretched hand froze midair. The triumphant mockery on his face shattered inch by inch, peeling away. The chill in his eyes evaporated in an instant, replaced by an unmasked, palpable, murderous intent. The temperature in the courtyard plummeted, frost forming on the edges of the stone table. Oh, it comes with a cooling effect? If that gaze could generate electricity, Jiangnan City wouldn't need to pay for power. This expression change is worthy of the annual best material. I've even thought of a title. Regarding the dog I thought I knew. Ntring right in front of me. Lin Xuan completely disregarded the piercing gaze that felt as though it could skewer him alive. He couldn't be bothered to glance at Qin Outyan's already contorted handsome face. He spoke calmly, his voice low yet resonant enough for all to hear. Su Qingshua's choice of friends is her prerogative. This matter does not concern you. He paused, his tone suddenly intensifying. And it certainly does not concern the Qin family behind you, who has no right to dictate terms here. Each word struck like nails, driving deep into the hearts of everyone present. This was not merely a public rebuke. It was a direct affront to the colossal Qin family. Such arrogance. Yet Lin Xuan felt it was still insufficient. To strike a serpent, one must aim for its vital point. To slay a man, one must pierce his heart. I must utterly shatter his ludicrous sense of superiority from its roots. He shifted his tone, a semblance of helplessness gracing his features as though recounting a regrettable truth. Additionally, allow me to correct a misconception. My master does indeed exist. Lin Xuan finally raised his gaze to meet Qin Outyan's, his eyes reflecting the compassion and generosity of an elder viewing an ignorant junior. However, you and your father are not yet worthy to engage with him. This statement landed like a silent slap, sending tremors through Qin Outyan's very soul. It obliterated the pride he held in his lineage, denying the very foundation upon which he stood. Did you not claim your father as close friends with the city lord? Apologies, but that is merely a mundane camaraderie. My master resides in the realm above the clouds. You mere ants lack even the privilege to look up. Upon hearing this, even the two composed black-clad bodyguards behind Qin Outyin could not help but widen their eyes in shock, exchanging incredulous glances. They began to reevaluate the extraordinary youth before them and the towering figure that must stand behind him. At that moment, the golden light screen visible only to Lin Xuan finally provided its ultimate feedback. Ding. Detection indicates the host's actions have vastly exceeded the expectations of Option B. Task Completion Assessment, God Tier. Reward has undergone epic enhancement. Congratulations to the host for acquiring SS level Mental Shock, one-time use, Legendary Mysterious Treasure Chest. Wow, legendary level. System. You truly understand me. This KPI must be filled to the brim. Lin Xuan's heart surged with joy, and this elation became the final straw that broke Qin Outyin's reason. Ha! Qin Outyin laughed out of fury, growing too weary to utter another word. He realized that any verbal exchange would be futile against this obstinate adversary. Then let us resort to violence. Break his bones, tear his mouth, force him to kneel and regurgitate every word he had just swallowed. Golden Hydra. Qin Outyin unleashed a beastly roar, his voice laced with chilling malice. Teach him a small lesson. Break his legs. With a roar, the golden dragon that had just vanished tore through space once more, its most ferocious head snapping open. A basketball-sized, intensely compressed golden fireball began to rapidly coalesce in its maw. Scorching waves of heat radiated outward, violently distorting the air, producing a piercing howl. An A-level contracted spirit's full-force strike. Icebird. Su Qingshue's complexion turned ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her contracted spirit. An S-level icebird, crystalline and ethereal, screeched as it positioned itself before Lin Xuan, enveloped in chilling air, preparing to withstand this devastating blow. Yet she knew better than anyone that, under the dual pressure of bloodline and rank, her icebird would stand no chance. This strike would leave the icebird either dead or severely injured. In that critical moment, a warm hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. Lin Xuan gently pulled her back while he stepped forward once more, standing alone to confront the terrifying fireball capable of reducing the entire courtyard to ashes. Not a trace of fear graced his countenance. He did not even cast a glance at the ostentatious golden dragon. His gaze was fixed solely on Qin Outyin, observing the handsome face contorted by rage. As a peculiar smile slowly crept across his lips, one laced with a hint of pity, a touch of mockery, and an anticipation of a splendid performance about to unfold. Chapter 35. The Lin family arrives. Young Master Qin performs as a white lotus, and I force him onto the stage of life and death. The basketball-sized golden fireball had become a concentrated embodiment of destruction. The light and heat emanating from it ignited the very air within the courtyard, causing it to shriek in agony. An all-out strike from an A-level contract spirit, targeting Lin Xuan's legs. What the hell? Resorting to violence when words fail. Can't handle the heat? Why flip the table? Now you aim to break my legs? This script is all wrong. Where's my backup? Why is my VIP family bodyguard service delayed? Alarms blared in Lin Xuan's mind, yet the serene smile on his face only grew more pronounced, as if deriding his opponent's impotent fury. Su Qingshue's S-level ice bird emitted a mournful cry, unfurling its crystalline wings to stand resolutely at the forefront, prepared to sacrifice itself to defend its master's dignity. Just as the destructive fireball was about to unleash its fury, an ancient voice resonated through the air. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority, akin to an invisible iron clamp that seized the very throat of the space around them. The savage fireball in the mouth of the golden three-headed dragon dimmed at a visible rate, energy spilling out uncontrollably. Finally, with a soft pop, like a punctured balloon, it dissipated into harmless wisps of azure smoke. With a mere utterance, the law was invoked. The courtyard door creaked open, and a procession entered. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his hair meticulously arranged, and his countenance exuding a natural authority. He stood there calmly, as though he alone commanded the atmosphere of the entire courtyard. It was none other than Lin Zhongnan, the current head of the Lin family. Behind him trailed several venerable elders of the Lin family, their auras imposing, followed by a regiment of Lin family guards clad in black combat uniforms. Their gazes sharp and resolute. The weapons at their waists glimmered with a metallic sheen, their steps synchronized, radiating a palpable air of intimidation. This was no mere attempt to mediate. They had come to flatten the Qin family. The service has finally arrived. My VIP family subscription has been successfully renewed. Grandfather's assertion of my people was masterfully executed, elevating my status immensely. From this day forth, I, Lin Xuan, am also a person of organization. Joy surged within Lin Xuan, causing him to instinctively straighten his posture. Qin Outyan's face, twisted in fury, froze as he beheld Lin Xuan, utterly stunned. He could scarcely fathom that the Lin family would muster such a formidable display for a discarded waste. Even the long-secluded head of the Lin family had personally come forth. His apprehensive gaze swept over Lin Xuan and the menacing guards, ultimately waving his hand in reluctant resignation. The golden three-headed dragon emitted a low, indignant roar, its massive form dissolving into a cascade of golden light, disappearing begrudgingly. Just when everyone assumed he would depart with a parting threat, Qin Outyan's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. The ice-cold fury that had frozen the air melted away in an instant, replaced by a gentle humility, even tinged with a hint of apology. It was as if the man who had just threatened to cripple Lin Xuan was no longer the same. He bowed respectfully to Lin Xuan. "Uncle Lin, you have misunderstood." His smile was flawless, his tone sincere. "I merely wish to engage in a friendly spar with Brother Lin Xuan upon witnessing his awakening of a contract spirit. If Brother Lin Xuan is unwilling, then so be it." "Oh my, a master. This is definitely a tea ceremony expert of the 9th level." With a single phrase, he twisted an attempted assault into a friendly exchange, and framed being interrupted by an elder as my own cowardice. Such a talent for reversing black and white should not be wasted on a mere spokesperson at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "You wish to tarnish my reputation, portraying me as a coward who bullies others with influence? You think you can outmaneuver me in the realm of public opinion? You are sorely mistaken." Not waiting for Lin Xuan to speak, Lin Xuan stepped forward, his voice not loud, yet cutting through the murmurs of the crowd with clarity. "A spar is acceptable." His gaze pierced through everyone, like two nails firmly affixed to Qin Outyan's face. "But not now, nor here." A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips, brimming with unrestrained provocation and audacity. "1 month from now, at the Jiangnan City High School League, on the arena stage, we shall settle this, shall we?" These words plunged the crowd into a profound silence. Even Lin Xuan and several elders displayed unmistakable astonishment on their faces. Qin Outyan was momentarily taken aback. Then, an uncontrollable wave of elation erupted from the depths of his eyes. This was precisely the declaration he had awaited. What was the purpose of secretly breaking Lin Xuan's legs? Merely a release of momentary frustration. What he sought was to crush this reckless fool, along with his laughable dignity and his elusive master, before all the media, the powerful, and the students of Jiangnan City. On that grand stage, he would reduce them to dust, ensuring that they and their family would never rise again. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Good one. Lin Xuan." Qin Outyan's laughter rang out, filled with derision and bloodlust. "I will be waiting for you. Let us see if your F-grade slime can withstand even a moment beneath my dragon's maw." His laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze turning icy as he added, "By the way, there exists an unwritten rule in the league's arena. Life and death are not to be discussed." These 4 words, devoid of emotion, crashed down upon each heart like 4 towering icebergs. This was not merely a duel, it was a contract of life and death. The expressions of Lin Xuan and the others darkened considerably, their gazes towards Lin Xuan filled with gravity, confusion, and even a trace of frustration. They could not comprehend how this recently empowered grandson dared to sign such a fatal pact against Qin Outyan, who commanded an A-level golden three-headed dragon. "We shall take our leave," Qin Outyan declared with satisfaction, turning away with his 2 bodyguards, as if he could already envision Lin Xuan's tragic demise a month hence. In the courtyard, the atmosphere had become unbearably tense. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. He felt the small hand in his palm gently stir, and only then did he realize he was still holding Su Qingshue's hand, hastily letting go. In my eagerness to show off, I almost forgot I was still holding her hand. That sensation, so smooth and tender. I must ask her later which brand of hand cream she uses. He gazed at the receding figure of Qin Outyan, his eyes calm as an abyss. A month? That would suffice. From this moment forth, between him and Qin Outyan, only one could emerge from the arena of the league standing tall, and that individual could never be Qin Outyan. System, activate my beginner's gift pack. With a mere thought, Lin Xuan disregarded the anxious and puzzled gazes surrounding him, plunging his entire consciousness into the realm of the system. A chest hovered serenely before him. It did not radiate blinding light. Rather, it emanated an ancient dark gold hue, shrouded in wisps of nebulous mist, as if it harbored the secrets of the universe's inception. Legendary level mysterious treasure chest. This was a prestige far exceeding that of Qin Outyan's ostentatious golden dragon by more than 1,000-fold. Lin Xuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with boundless anticipation for the future. "Come forth, my treasure. Let me witness what extraordinary marvels you shall bestow upon me." Chapter 36. B-Class Divine Skill, Absolute Defense. Qin Outyan, your demise is inevitable. Qin Outyin departed with an air of arrogance. Yet, as he left, the atmosphere in the courtyard felt as though all air had been siphoned away, oppressive enough to wring water from it. Lin Xuan, seemingly unfazed, even took a moment to admire the setting sun. At that moment, he felt the delicate hand in his palm stir slightly. It dawned on him that in his eagerness to showcase himself, he had forgotten he was still firmly holding onto Su Qingshue's hand. What a faux pas. This hand. So smooth and tender. I must inquire about her hand cream later. I ought to procure a set for my non-existent master. Hastily, Lin Xuan released her hand, his expression devoid of any embarrassment. Su Qingxue, however, recoiled as if electrified, quickly concealing her hand behind her, her exquisite face flushed with a fiery hue, her ears radiating a captivating crimson, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his. Just then, a gaze as imposing as a mountain finally fell upon Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, come with me. The head of the Lin family, Lin Zhengnan, spoke, his tone inscrutable, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Here we go, the family tribunal's reserved session. The three halls convene, and I pose but one question. Why are you so reckless? Lin Xuan understood the gravity of the situation, yet he feigned a dutiful demeanor as he followed Lin Zhengnan into a nearby chamber. Once the door closed, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid silence. Lin Zhengnan and several elders of the Lin family sat on either side, their solemn expressions resembling those convening to conduct a memorial service for Lin Xuan. Nonsense. A hot-tempered elder slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly, and pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xuan. Do you comprehend the caliber of Qin Outyin's golden three-headed dragon? A-class, a pure-blood dragon species. What do you intend to challenge him with? Your F-class slime, to serve as its dental floss. Signing a death warrant. Do you wish for your life to be overly prolonged, or do you believe the Lin family's century of reputation has not yet been thoroughly tarnished? Lin Zhengnan remained silent. He merely fixed Lin Xuan with a piercing gaze, his murky old eyes swirling with currents of disappointment and anger, awaiting an explanation. The pressure is on me now. Lin Xuan ignored the elder's tirade, not even lifting his eyelids. He calmly turned his gaze to Lin Zhengnan and posed a question that rendered the chamber instantly silent. Grandfather, what if I win? The words struck like a thunderclap, resonating in the minds of all present. The elders, previously fuming, were rendered speechless, jaws agape, unable to utter a single word. When? The very thought had never crossed their minds. Lin Zhengnan, too, was taken aback, then his old eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. Indeed, what if? What if Lin Xuan truly emerged victorious? A discarded member of the family, ridiculed by the entire city, wielding a universally acknowledged inferior F-class slime. Triumphing over the city's foremost genius and his illustrious A-class golden three-headed dragon in a league arena broadcast live for all to witness. What an awe-inspiring miracle that would be. The Lin family's prestige would soar to unprecedented heights, and the enigmatic master behind Lin Xuan would wield influence potent enough to overshadow all powers in Jiangmen City. The intangible benefits and immense deterrence contained within such an event were simply incalculable. It's done. This is what is known as venture capital. The stakes are my life. The payoff is the future of the entire family. The prospect is grand enough. I fear not your reluctance to partake. Observing the flames of ambition igniting in his grandfather's eyes, Lin Xuan realized his crowdfunding had succeeded. He promptly seized the moment, producing a folded paper from his pocket and presenting it. This is a list prepared by my master for my preparations. He stated that once the materials are gathered, remarkable results will be achieved within a month. An elder received the list with skepticism, glancing at it, only to feel his hand tremble violently. Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus, Millennium Ginseng King, Deep Sea Dragon Essence. My heavens, every item listed here is worth a fortune. The cumulative value of these resources could deplete half of the Lin family's treasury. Arming the army? That's too narrow a vision. This is about injecting funds into the system to boost performance. Lin Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of profound mystery. The methods of my master are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Grant him the resources. Lin Zhengnan slammed the table with conviction, his voice resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Everything available in the storeroom, give it all to him. If it is lacking, we shall resort to selling our possessions to procure it within 3 days. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan returned to his quaint bamboo courtyard, a satisfied grin stretching from ear to ear as he beheld the mountain of rare materials before him. Caring and warmth are no match for a hefty sum. Grandfather, you truly are the best grandfather ever. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts. System, recover everything and convert it into gold coins and points. Ding. Resource exchange successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 1,888 888 gold coins and 20,000 points. Wow, instant wealth overnight. This feeling of spending someone else's money is simply exhilarating. Lin Xuan rubbed his hands together, immersing his entire consciousness into the system space. Open the chest. The ancient dark gold treasure chest hovered quietly, its surface wreathed in chaotic mist, exuding an aura that proclaimed its worth, beckoning to be opened. Legendary level mysterious treasure chest. Come forth, my treasure. He reached out and tapped it. Open. The chest responded, not with earth-shattering effects, but with two gentle beams of light that floated forth, hovering quietly before him. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 1 golden Tindra lottery ticket and an ancient text titled Initiation of Mental Power Training. Oh, a Tindra ticket coupled with a skill book? Not bad at all. Let us first examine what this book entails. Lin Xuan opened the Initiation of Mental Power Training and discovered it was a guide on how to cultivate and utilize mental power. He promptly settled into a meditative position, attempting to guide his ethereal mental power as instructed within the book. To his astonishment, the moment he entered a state of meditation, he felt his mental power surge forth like a wild stallion, or rather, as if suddenly connected to a gigabit fiber optic line, instantly coursing through every fiber of his being. In a single night, he unexpectedly breached the threshold and successfully condensed his immense mental energy into an almost imperceptible thread. What the hell? Not only am I a gaming genius, but I am also an extraordinary talent in cultivation. I absolutely adore this setup. He could distinctly sense an unprecedentedly close connection established with the little soft entity within the contract space. Previously, issuing commands relied predominantly on shouting. Now, it was a direct mental link with virtually negligible delay. Preparations complete. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance illuminating them. System login. Initiate the draw. He directly utilized the resplendent golden Tindra lottery ticket. Buzz. 10 robust golden beams shot skyward, nearly tearing the roof off the Qingzhou courtyard. Come on, grant me a miracle. As the first beam dissipated, consolation prize, potent healing potion, X3. Alright, an appetizer. As the second beam faded, rare material, a piece of century-old turtle shell, moldy. Somewhat useful, but not much, and it's moldy. As the ninth beam waned, thank you for your patronage. A bag of expired spicy-flavored potato chips. Lin Xuan's expression darkened considerably. Damn system, have you devoured my guaranteed rewards? I, with a prestigious golden Tindra ticket, end up with this rubbish? Is expired potato chips something a person can draw? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the final and most robust golden beam gradually dissipated. An unusual B-grade glow suddenly illuminated the entire system space. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a B-grade skill stone, Absolute Defense. Lin Xuan's breath caught sharply as he immediately examined the skill description. Absolute Defense, B-grade active skill. Consuming vast amounts of mental energy and power, creating an absolute shield capable of withstanding an attack far exceeding the host's level. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Gazing at this succinct yet overwhelmingly powerful description, Lin Xuan's previously strained expression transformed into uncontainable ecstasy. A one-hit kill defensive shield. This is precisely the perfect safeguard tailored for Qin Outyan's full-force strike from that golden three-headed dragon, isn't it? The smile on Lin Xuan's lips broadened, his gaze icy and frenzied. Qin Outyan, do you believe victory is in your grasp? Just wait, in a month. You shall witness what it means to possess the ultimate game understanding of a top-tier player. Chapter 37. 1 month. I've amassed enough wealth to crush Qin Outyan. There remains a full month until the Jiangnan City High School League. During this month, Qin Outyan, under the deluge of his family's abundant resources, entered a frenzied state of seclusion, striving to elevate the combat power of that golden three-headed dragon to an even higher echelon. Su Qingxue also diligently trained, the aura of her S-grade iceberg sharpening with each passing day. All the senior students in Jiangnan City were making their final sprint for this life-altering examination. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, he leisurely opened the system marketplace in the Qingzhou courtyard, akin to perusing a vegetable market. System, provide me with the recipe for A-grade perfect evolution potion. Oh right, let's include some B-grade ones as well, with a variety of types, stealth, speed, poison, all aimed at achieving unexpected victories. What a joke. Engaging in combat is so tedious. Struggling for survival, how demeaning. What era is this? Making money is the true path. What does it mean to strike from a lower dimension? Use my grandfather's money to earn all the wealth in Jiangnan City, and ultimately use that wealth to bury you. Qin Outyan, so deep you won't be able to claw your way out. That is the art of a top-tier player. Thus, in the days that followed, Lin Xuan transformed into a relentless alchemical machine. By day, he practiced initial understanding of mental energy, honing that condensed thread of mental energy to be ever more resilient. Manipulating it with such precision, he could perform ocular surgery on a fly. By night, the courtyard was no longer tranquil. He treated the half a treasure trove of rare materials sent by the Lin family as if they were cabbages, tossing them in heaps into the system's alchemical furnace. The furnace shimmered with light, operating at an astonishing efficiency. Ding! A-grade perfect evolution potion successfully crafted. Quality, perfect. Ding! B-grade potent stealth potion successfully crafted. Quality, perfect. Ding! B-grade truth serum, inferior version, successfully crafted. Quality, perfect. Note: there is a 30% chance that the consumer will uncontrollably start singing, dancing, or rapping. Ding! Bottles shimmering with a liquid starlight-like sheen were casually stacked on his table. The scene resembled not a mysterious alchemical workshop, but rather a stall in Yiwu's commodity wholesale market awaiting shipment. Under the cloak of night, Lin Xuan skillfully retrieved an unremarkable bronze mask from a drawer and donned it. From this moment forth, he became the Faceless One. He logged onto the underground black market website of Jiangnan City, hidden deep within the web, and without a moment's hesitation, anonymously auctioned off 20 freshly crafted A-grade perfect evolution potions and 50 bottles of various B-grade potions, posting them in batches. The starting bid was set at 100,000 gold coins per bottle. The bait has been cast. Now it's up to the fish in the pond to recognize its worth. The post was published. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The entire anonymous forum of the black market erupted instantaneously. Holy crap. Everyone stop chatting. Quickly go check the auction house. Someone has listed perfect quality A-grade evolution potions. It's perfect quality. What? Is this for real? I just spent a fortune on a bottle of excellent quality. Where's the screenshot? Hurry, post the screenshot. Don't go upstairs. The first batch of 5 has already been snatched up. Final price, an average of 120 million gold coins per bottle. Insanity. This world has gone mad. 120 million for a single potion? My entire fortune wouldn't even cover that. Lin Xuan watched as the number in his black market account skyrocketed from a lonely 0 to 6 million in an instant. The corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. He leisurely listed another 5 bottles. This time, the bidding section devolved into a battlefield, starting from 100,000. The price soared to 150 million in a mere 10 seconds, and it continued to rise in an utterly unreasonable manner. 160 million. The Wang family from the west side of the city claims it. No one else can contend. To hell with that. I'll bid 180 million. This potion can help my son's contract spirit break through his bottleneck. Anyone who dares to compete with me will face dire consequences. 200 million. I am the vice leader of the Black Fire Mercenary Corps. Everyone here, give me some face. Face. How much is your face worth in the black market? I'll bid 250 million. A noxious war without gunpowder erupted within the small auction house. Lin Xuan could almost envision those normally high and mighty heads of families and leaders at this moment, red-faced and nearly ready to come to blows over the potions he had casually crafted. In just a few days, Lin Xuan utilized hunger marketing to release his potions in batches, each time stirring up a tempest throughout the city. The balance in his black market account soared like a rocket. Tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions. The speed at which the numbers pulsated exceeded even the rapidity of his heartbeat. Concurrently, an influx of perfectly concocted potions of unknown origin flooded the market, finally drawing the attention of the true titans of the Jiangnan City Alchemist Association. In a quaint and antiquated conference room, the atmosphere was stifling, suffocating in its intensity. At the forefront sat an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, cradling a vial of iridescent elixir, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. Have we made any progress? He croaked, his voice gravelly. This master alchemist, known only by the codename the Faceless One, was an enigma of unparalleled magnitude. One individual, drenched in perspiration, averted his gaze, too intimidated to meet his eyes. President, the target's counter-tracking capabilities are top tier. We have employed every conceivable technology, yet we have uncovered not a single clue. Incompetent fools. The president refrained from slamming his fist upon the table. Instead, he gently set the vial down with the delicacy of handling a rare treasure. However, we must locate him. His gaze swept across the assembled members, his eyes radiating uncontainable fervor and reverence. The ability to consistently fabricate potions of impeccable quality is not mere skill. It is a miracle, a revolution for our entire alchemical system, a divine boon. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle, his tone taking on an unprecedented seriousness. Relay my orders. Immediately establish a top-tier special task force. Spare no expense in our efforts to contact this faceless master. Inform him that should he choose to join our association, we shall bestow upon him anything he desires. Honor, status, resources, whatever he wishes, we will provide. Oh, is it not a rivalry among peers, but rather a desperate quest for talent? The president of the Alchemist Association has quite the vision. Lin Xuan observed the high-priced insider information sold to him by a black market informant, a smile gracing his lips as he casually closed the dialogue box. Collaboration? Not at this moment. He gazed at the shimmering figure on his account balance, having just surpassed a significant threshold following another round of auctions. 100 million. A full 100 million gold coins. 9 digits. From this day forth, please refer to me as Lin E, impoverished in wealth, yet rich in potential. The joy of the wealthy is remarkably unpretentious and somewhat monotonous. Lin Xuan stretched languidly. Possessing such immense wealth, yet feeling no impulse to purchase luxury cars or opulent estates. He leisurely opened the bounty section of the black market. Money at times serves as a more effective weapon than brute force. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, swiftly posting 2 bounties that he had elevated to the highest tier with his gold coins. Bounty 1. High price for acquiring all business-related intelligence of the Qin family, particularly regarding various contraband and gray market transactions. Name your price. Bounty 2. High price for procuring all ancient texts, insights, notes, and even fragments pertaining to the cultivation of mental prowess. Requirements. As many as you have, I will take them all. Once the tasks were posted, a frenzy engulfed the bounty hunters and informants across the black market, drawn in by the intoxicating scent of wealth. Lin Xuan reclined in his chair, watching as encrypted messages began to flood his inbox, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Qin Outyin, do you truly believe our confrontation will simply be a matter of life and death in the arena 1 month hence? No. Your vision is still too limited. While you toil in seclusion, I am already preparing to steal your home. Chapter 38. I place a bounty on the destruction of the Qin family, and the black market queen offers intelligence to aid me. In Jiangnan City, the underground black market thrives, a realm untouched by sunlight, a lawless sanctuary where desire and wealth burgeon untamed. At the pinnacle of the black market, within a hall that overlooks the entire underground kingdom, silence reigns supreme. In the center of the hall, a figure reclined upon a throne, her silhouette strikingly alluring. She exuded a languid elegance, yet everything within the hall seemed to bow beneath an invisible weight. A lavish dark gold mask concealed much of her face, revealing only a pair of slightly upturned phoenix eyes and a pair of lips the color of flames. She was the sole sovereign of this dark domain. The Queen of the Night, Yi Mei. Your Majesty. A subordinate clad in black knelt, his head bowed, afraid to meet her gaze, as he reported on the Faceless One. Within 72 hours, the Faceless One has sold 20 vials of perfect grade A evolution potions and 50 vials of perfect grade B special potions in batches, totaling an astonishing transaction amount of 136 million gold coins. His voice quivered as he relayed this figure, enough to purchase half the black market. The technical department had employed every means available to trace the IP and financial flows, yet each time, all traces were meticulously erased. The opponent's technology eluded our comprehension. Yi Mei remained silent, her finger, clad in a silk black glove, gently tracing the eye socket of a skull gem embedded in the armrest of her throne. The movement was delicate, slow. Yet, the subordinate's cold sweat soaked the ground beneath him. Interesting. After a lengthy silence, Yi Mei finally spoke. Her voice imbued with a magnetic allure, tinged with a hint of raspy amusement. She casually swiped across the virtual screen before her, revealing Lin Xuan's 2 exorbitant bounties. Particularly, the one targeting the Qin family, which she enlarged with the tip of her finger. How intriguing. This queen possesses a commanding aura and is a master of body management. Yet I wonder what lies beneath the mask. I hope she is not merely a beauty warrior. Ahem, what am I thinking? Anyone who can reign as queen in the black market must be anything but benevolent. Far away in the Qingzhou courtyard, Lin Xuan remained utterly oblivious that his faceless persona had captured the attention of the ultimate boss of the black market. Yi Mei scrutinized the bounty, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering in the depths of her gaze. Unlike the Alchemist Association, which sought to recruit this prodigious alchemist, she instead smiled. That laughter was soft, echoing throughout the expansive hall, laced with a chilling allure. Relay my orders. Yes. Initiate Dark Raven. The subordinate's head shot up, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. Dark Raven. That was the Queen's most clandestine and lethal weapon, a network of ultimate intelligence reserved for times of clan extermination. Was it truly worth it for an unacquainted Faceless One? Yi Mei seemed to perceive his thoughts, her crimson lips parting to issue an even more unfathomable command. Uncover every unsavory business the Qin family has engaged in over the years, every sordid transaction, every rotten debt, and bring them to light. Then, process this information and discreetly distribute it in batches, ensuring the bounty hunters who accept the task believe it to be a monumental discovery they unearthed by their own merit. The subordinate was utterly petrified. What manner of operation was this? To anonymously provide information extracted from their own intelligence network to others, allowing them to claim the bounty for the faceless one? Was this not akin to hiring oneself to work for another for free? The queen intended to subsidize the faceless one's bounty. Proceed. Yi Mei's voice revealed no hint of emotion. As you command. The subordinate no longer dared to hesitate, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he vanished into the darkness. Silence reclaimed the hall once more. Nightshade slowly rose, her bare feet gliding down from the throne as she approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the resplendent, yet nefarious underground city below. Raising her hand, she removed the dark golden mask from her face. Beneath it lay a visage of unparalleled beauty, capable of captivating all who beheld it. Yet, at this moment, her expression was devoid of emotion. Her enchanting eyes, which should have sparkled with life, were now filled solely with an ice-cold hatred, fathomless and deep. The Qin family, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a sigh. It is time to settle the debt. Meanwhile, in the tranquil courtyard of Qingzhou, Lin Xuan reclined in a grand armchair, casually crossing his legs as he leisurely refreshed his black market inbox. In the next instant, the relaxed expression on his face froze. Staring at the encrypted emails that filled his inbox in an instant, he was struck dumb. What the hell? Are information brokers today this intense? My bounty was just posted less than a day ago. This efficiency surpasses even the rocket deliveries I ordered in my previous life. He skeptically opened one email. After a mere glance, the muscles in his face tightened. The email contained a complete chain of evidence regarding the Qin family's smuggling of prohibited magical beast materials through a secret route 3 years ago. Time, location, the code for the contact person, photocopies of ledgers, so detailed that it was as if they had attached a video of the Qin family head signing off. Lin Xuan's heart raced as he immediately opened another email. It revealed the Qin family's clandestine funding of a notorious assassin organization, detailing the entire flow of funds used to eliminate business rivals. The third email, the fourth. Each one contained damning evidence that could nail the Qin family to the pillar of shame, dragging them off to face the ultimate punishment. Moreover, the completeness and accuracy of each piece of information were alarmingly high. The smile on Lin Xuan's face vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming gravity. Something was amiss. This was far too strange. Such intelligence could not possibly have been unearthed in a day by a mere band of rogue brokers. Clearly a well-organized, immensely powerful force was orchestrating this operation from behind the scenes, presenting him with the meticulously cut cake on a silver platter. Which benevolent soul is clandestinely delivering me this warmth? He mused. No, wait, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's more likely a bomb-laden iron disc falling from the sky. They intend to use me as a pawn. Lin Xuan's mind connected the dots in an instant. Evidently, a mysterious force, even beyond his knowledge, sought to bring down the Qin family, but perhaps preferred not to act directly for some reason. His high-profile bounty provided them with a perfect opportunity. They had smoothly handed him the sharpest of knives. To conspire with a tiger for its skin? Lin Xuan's lips curled into a wild and exhilarated grin after a few moments of silence. Being a pawn? Wonderful. I relish being a weapon. As long as the ammunition is sufficient, I could pierce the heavens for you, let alone take down a single Qin family. Without a shred of hesitation, he not only refused to retreat, but instead played into their hands, immediately utilizing this top-tier intelligence to post several new, more targeted bounties on the black market, stirring the already murky waters even further. Simultaneously, within the palace of the black market queen, the black water mirror before Nightshade clearly reflected all of the operations executed by the Faceless One's account. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan unhesitatingly using the intelligence she provided to set an even deeper and more venomous trap, a slight upward curve appeared at the corner of her ice-cold mouth. It was a genuine expression of approval. He possessed both courage and strategy, she murmured softly, her gaze finally tinged with admiration. He was a player worth collaborating with, and not merely a useful blade. Chapter 39, Shut yourself in. When you emerge, the grave will have been dug. The efficiency of the night organization was nothing short of monstrous. Lin Xuan felt that this was no mere assistance. It was akin to violently excavating the Qin family's ancestral grave, meticulously categorizing the incriminating evidence, packaging it into a presentation, and even thoughtfully including mind maps and annotations before thrusting it into his hands. What the hell? This is not just intelligence. This is a death sentence generator for the Qin family. Lin Xuan stared at the emails labeled Qin Family Evidence 10, Qin Family Evidence 20 Upgrade, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. One document pointed directly at a prohibited drug known as the Frenzy Potion, which had been strictly banned on the black market due to its inhumane properties. This substance could exponentially boost the combat power of contract spirits in a short time, at the cost of permanently damaging their foundations. And it carried a high probability of causing the contract spirits to go berserk and devour their masters. The chain of evidence laid before Lin Xuan was a flawless, perfect loop. From comparing two sets of ledgers from a secret alchemy workshop under the Qin family to the clandestine transportation routes for each batch of frenzy potions, culminating in high-definition audio recordings of several key figures responsible for the illicit sales after receiving friendly greetings. In those recordings, the unfortunate souls cried out in anguish, desperately recounting how the Qin family coerced and lured them into committing these dangerous, head-losing tasks. Every detail was as clear as if it had transpired just yesterday. Professional. Incredibly professional, Lin Xuan exclaimed. This is not the Dark Crow Intelligence Network. This is clearly the Jiangnan City branch of the Chaoyang District community rushing to meet year-end performance targets. In an instant, he realized that the enigmatic black market queen was determined to make full use of him as a weapon. Do they want me to hand over this evidence to the Lord S. Manor for a righteous, real-name report? The very thought made him chuckle foolishly. What a ridiculous notion. The Qin family's connections within the Lord's Manor are likely thicker than my own skin. The moment I submit this evidence, I'd find myself performing a tragic drowning act in Jiangnan City's moat for the citizens. A righteous report? That's a script reserved for the hot-blooded protagonists in comics. As an ultimate pleasure seeker, I'll certainly play it as entertainingly as possible. Lin Xuan's fingers danced across the virtual screen, pulling up information on the prominent families of Jiangnan City. His gaze gradually settled, ultimately fixating on the name Li family, the Qin family's most formidable commercial rival in the public eye. The enemy of my enemy is my paid tool. Lin Xuan's smile morphed into something increasingly sinister. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately repackaged the damning evidence regarding the frenzy potion into an anonymous email, placing it in the black market's intelligence trading area. Price, 500,000 gold coins. Purchase conditions, limited to verified accounts of the Li family. The bait is set. Now it's up to this famished fish from the Li family to recognize its worth. After posting the intelligence, there was a brief silence of about 10 seconds. Lin Xuan could almost envision the reactions of the Li family's monitors in the black market as they experienced the roller coaster of emotions from shock to doubt to wild elation upon seeing this intelligence. The next moment, a transaction success notification popped up. Look at this naive reaction. I bet their hands are trembling with excitement upon receiving the evidence. Does it resemble the feeling you had when you snagged a hefty red envelope worth a fortune in the family group chat during the New Year? The Li family, as if possessing a treasured gem, swiftly vanished from sight after acquiring the intelligence, stirring not the slightest ripple in the black market. Clearly, they intended to tightly clutch this potent bomb capable of obliterating the foundations of the Qin family, awaiting the most opportune moment to unleash it. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Lin Xuan, with a deft maneuver, dispatched another segment of evidence, detailing the comprehensive smuggling network established by the Qin family in the black market, complete with a map of 7 secret strongholds, anonymously to the infamous enforcement team known for their ruthless adherence to rules. 1 fish, 2 meals? No. This is but a mere beginning. This is a feast of many dishes from a single fish. Let the Li family sink their teeth into the Qin family's vital artery, while the enforcement team sever their hands and feet. A double blow, double the delight. Qin family, your misfortunes are yet to unfold. The efficiency of the enforcement team rivaled that of a flash sale on Double 11. That very night, an unforeseen thunderstorm swept through the underworld of Jiangnan City. The 7 secret strongholds that the Qin family had painstakingly cultivated over the years were uprooted in a single night. All smuggling channels were instantaneously severed. The illicit goods amassed in warehouses were consumed by the flames of the enforcement team. The towering inferno, it is said, illuminated half of the black market, resembling festive fireworks from a distance. In an instant, the Qin family saw their financial lifeline severed by nearly 30%. Word of this calamity reached the Qin family estate, where it is rumored that the family head, in a fit of rage, shattered an ancient tea set passed down from previous dynasties, his roar echoing throughout the residence. Yet, upon thorough investigation, they could only ascertain that the enforcement team had acted in accordance with their regulations, leaving them with no clues regarding the mastermind behind the scenes. With nowhere to vent their frustration, the Qin family ultimately unleashed their wrath upon the heads of the dismantled strongholds. In no time, the atmosphere within the Qin family turned chaotic, rife with suspicion and unease. In the Qingzhou courtyard, Lin Xuan reclined in a grand chair, leisurely perusing the black market forum filled with posts reveling in the Qin family's misfortune, while sipping on the chilled sour plum soup sent by Su Qingxue. A satisfied smile, one typically reserved for arch-villains, adorned his face. This was the first time he had tangibly grasped the power of intelligence and strategy. I used to think that sheer strength was the ultimate truth. Now I realize that cleverness is the true means of dimensionality reduction. Watching my enemies perform wildly on a stage of my design, completely oblivious to my identity, is far more exhilarating than engaging in a physical confrontation. Qin, while you are busy honing your skills in that secluded chamber, pondering how to reclaim your honor in the arena, by the time you emerge, your home may well have been pilfered. I wonder if your steadfast resolve will shatter into a million shards when faced with that reality? As Lin Xuan indulged in these thoughts, a grin spread wider than the recoil of an AK. However, once the revelry subsided, he swiftly regained his composure. The amusement is over. It's time to attend to serious matters. He closed the forum, the playful glint in his eyes fading into a focused intensity. All schemes and machinations must be underpinned by an absolute strength that allows one to overturn the table at any moment. Should anything go awry, one must ultimately rely on brute force. The commencement of the league was drawing ever closer. He must elevate his strength to a level capable of confronting any unforeseen variables. Qin, just you wait. Lin Xuan's gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of space, landing squarely upon his rival engrossed in seclusion. Once I cultivate this slime into Godzilla, let us see how you dare to contend with me. He opened the system shop, gazing at the astonishingly lengthy 9-digit gold balance in his account. A surge of audacity coursing through him. System, unleash my fortune. Bring me everything that can enhance my strength and fill my coffers to the brim. Chapter 40. The aloof cousin blocks my path, seeking to collaborate in the quest for the family patriarch position. After stirring the Qin family into disarray, Lin Xuan finally recalled his obligations as a senior high school student. He strolled into the training ground of the Lin family. In the center of the arena, a jelly-like slime quivered, having morphed into a puddle of goo. Before it hovered a silver needle, as thin as a hair. Through the needle's eye, a nearly invisible thread of mental energy coursed. This was the result of Lin Xuan's concentrated efforts during his seclusion, refining his skills in elementary mental energy training. Come, little softy, don't be afraid. Perform a trick for me. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his mental energy coalescing to an extraordinary degree. The finely honed filament, under his willful command, directed the silver needle with pinpoint accuracy towards the slime. Little Soft's form trembled violently, nearly liquefying. Don't quiver. I'm not here to torment you. I'm merely performing a microsurgery to extricate those F-grade impurities from your being. Do you understand the concept of genetic ascension? With a playful spirit, Lin Xuan navigated the thread of mental energy within Little Soft, akin to playing a hyper-precise 3D maze game. Just as he became fully engrossed, a sudden, chilling aura struck him from behind, akin to a drawn sword poised at his brow. Lin Xuan's wrist twitched, the mental energy filament tightening instantaneously, emitting an almost inaudible chime, nearly snapping under the pressure. What the hell? Who's there? Do you not know how to walk silently? Are you trying to scare this billionaire to death so you can inherit my black market forum account? He whipped around abruptly. Standing 10 paces behind him was a woman clad in a pristine martial arts uniform. Tall and statuesque, her long black hair was tied into a sleek ponytail. Her countenance as cool as the moon, yet her eyes bore a piercing sharpness that could penetrate the soul. The foremost talent of the younger generation in the Lin family. His cousin, Lin Xuan. Beside her lounged a massive lion, its coat shimmering like moonlight, arcs of electricity flickering through its mane, its indifferent golden eyes lazily scrutinizing him. An A-class bloodline, Thunder Lion. Its power had reached the mid-level of C-class. Ah, I see, it's the aloof academic sister from the family. Thoughts raced through Lin Xuan's mind, yet his face wore a harmless smile. Good afternoon, cousin, I was just bonding with Little Soft. Lin Xuan ignored his fabricated excuse. Her gaze first fell upon the still quaking slime, then returned to Lin Xuan, her cool eyes seemingly scrutinizing something. Moments later, she spoke, and with a single sentence. Lin Xuan's smile froze completely. You have no master, do you? The wind in the training ground seemed to still at that moment. Lin Xuan's mind raced. What the hell? Is she using X-ray vision, or has she installed an anti-cheat plugin? How did she figure this out? 100 schemes to feign ignorance flashed through his mind. However, when he met Lin Xuan's clear and resolute gaze, he realized that before truly intelligent individuals, any clumsy performance would be an affront to their shared intellect. Lin Xuan reined in his smile, restoring his expression to calmness. What makes you say that, cousin? Your mental energy. Lin Xuan's response was simple, direct, and utterly irrefutable. Its level of refinement and precision of control has surpassed the vast majority of D-rank beast tamers. Such mastery cannot be bestowed by any external force or elixir. It is born solely from countless instances of self-discipline. She took 2 steps forward, her gaze piercing. A month ago, you were merely an ordinary individual incapable of projecting any mental energy. Thus, the transformation you have undergone is not a result of external influences, but rather an internal metamorphosis. Impressive. This analysis surpasses the teachings of my non-existent master. Lin Xuan silently commended his cousin. I am indifferent to your secrets. Lin Ruoxue's voice lowered, imbued with an undeniable resolve. I am also unconcerned with who stands behind you, or if no one does. I value only the outcome. You, single-handedly, have brought shame to the Qin family while elevating the reputation of the Lin family. That is sufficient. Agreed, I appreciate this. Engaging with an astute individual saves time, eliminating the need for convoluted formalities. Lin Xuan smiled inwardly, leaning back against the railing of the training ground, adopting a more comfortable posture as he leisurely turned the tables. So, cousin, your visit today isn't to expose me as a family fraud, is it? Upon hearing this rhetorical question, Lin Ruoxue not only did not become enraged, but a flicker of admiration passed through her sharp eyes. What she detested most were those who passively accepted without possessing their own opinions. The demeanor Lin Xuan displayed at that moment was that of an equal collaborator. Certainly not. Lin Ruoxue candidly replied. You may be stirring up a tempest outside, but within the family, there are many who wish to thwart you. The Elders faction has been laying traps for you during the Elder meetings. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan. I can clear these obstacles for you within the family. Here it comes. The angelic investment has arrived. Lin Xuan chuckled, but did not immediately express gratitude. He raised a finger and gently shook it. Alliances are advantageous. However, before we discuss an alliance, shouldn't we first converse about what I can offer you and what you can do for me? Are you hoping to exploit my combat prowess for free? That is out of the question. Cooperation is possible, but let us be forthright. Reveal your resources and capabilities so I can ascertain your worth. Very straightforward. Lin Ruoxue seemed to have anticipated his inquiry, unabashedly stating her objective. I seek to contend for the position of the next family head. The Elders faction, namely Lin Wei's father, is my greatest obstacle. They have persistently suppressed me from behind the scenes, attempting to elevate Lin Wei to power. Her words were resolute. I require a formidable external ally, one who does not belong to any family faction but possesses the strength to disrupt the status quo and command the attention of all elders. Her gaze remained firmly locked on Lin Xuan, the implication clear. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth gradually widened. A family power struggle? Now that is something I relish. I am in need of a spokesperson to rally support within the family's upper echelons, handling trivial matters. She requires a nuclear weapon that can overturn the table and defy convention. This mutual interest is a match made in heaven. Deal. Lin Xuan extended his hand. Lin Ruoxue promptly reciprocated, their handshake firm and resolute. The alliance was established. This is my sincerity. She produced an ancient bronze token from her bosom and offered it to him. The token felt icy to the touch. Engraved with a complex seal of the character Lin, exuding a sense of historical gravitas. This is a passage token to the deepest recesses of our family treasury, Lin Ruoxue explained. There lie treasures that even grandfather and the elder cannot access at will, bequeathed by our ancestors. Perhaps it will prove useful for your duel a month hence. Lin Xuan weighed the token in his hand, unable to conceal the smile that spread across his face. This is splendid, my generous sister. This token holds far more tangible value than half of grandfather's vast fortune. Now this is what I call an effective alliance. He watched Lin Ruoxue's decisive silhouette as she turned to leave, his spirits soaring. Qin Outyin, your adversary has just multiplied. Just wait. Once I retrieve some treasures from the treasury, I shall prepare an even greater surprise for you. Chapter 41. I only administered one needle, and my genius cousin lost her composure. Lin Xuan clutched the icy bronze token, his smile more genuine than if he had stumbled upon a windfall. Quite impressive. My angelic investor has an astute eye. Not only is her intellect sharp, but her generosity is lavish. Her introductory gift is a VIP black gold card granting access to the core area. As Lin Ruoxue turned to depart, her demeanor exuded an air of brisk efficiency. Lin Xuan's eyes glinted as he called out to her. Cousin, hold on. What kind of joke is this? You sign a contract and already wish to clock out? If I don't allow you to witness the true power of this nuclear weapon, how can you wholeheartedly commit to being my reliable aide? Lin Ruoxue paused and glanced back. Her cold gaze was wordless yet laden with inquiries. Lin Xuan cleared his throat, adopting the mysterious smile characteristic of a fortune teller. Tilting his chin slightly towards her majestic thunder lion beside her. Cousin, I sense that the energy within your battle pet might be slightly misaligned. How about letting your unlearned cousin offer you a few pointers? A barely perceptible frown crossed Lin Xuan's beautiful brow. Pointers? You wish to instruct me on my A-rank bloodline. Mid-C-rank Thunder Lion with your F-rank slime? While she acknowledged Lin Xuan's remarkable ability to stir the winds of change, she harbored a significant doubt regarding his own beast taming prowess. After all, even if a slime were to mutate, it would still remain a slime. Oh, look at that doubtful little expression. Are you afraid I might lead your beloved big cat astray? Rest assured, I am a professional, so much so that even I believe it myself. Lin Xuan chuckled inwardly, maintaining an air of inscrutability. What's the matter? Do you not trust me, cousin? Lin Xuan remained silent for 2 breaths. Ultimately, she nodded. All right. She was curious to witness what schemes this mischievous cousin harbored. Let it use a lightning claw. Lin Xuan clasped his hands behind his back, adopting the posture of a secluded master. The most basic one, no need to charge. Lin Xuan complied, issuing the command to the Thunder Lion. With a low growl, the Thunder Lion swiftly raised its right paw, silver arcs of electricity spiraling upward, forming 3 razor-sharp electric claws that sliced through the air. ZZZTT. The atmosphere was marred by 3 shallow, scorched trails, the arcs of electricity crackling with residual force. A hint of controlled pride appeared on Lin Xuan's face. This was the result of her countless hours of refinement with the Thunder Lion. Her control over energy was unparalleled among her peers. However, at that moment, Lin Xuan shook his head, releasing a long sigh. What a pity. Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat. What a pity about what? Lin Xuan extended a finger, and his gaze abruptly shifted, dissecting the superficial layers with surgical precision to reveal the core. As he unleashed his skill, energy flowed from the core to the node of the 3rd meridian in his left forelimb, resulting in a momentary stagnation of 0.03 seconds. It was this nearly imperceptible instant that caused over 15% of the lightning energy to dissipate into thin air during transmission. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the training arena seemed to freeze, the very wind stilled. A flicker of self-satisfaction on Lin Xuan's face instantly froze, replaced by a profound turmoil. 0.03 seconds of stagnation? 15% energy dissipation? The 3rd meridian in the left forelimb? How could this be possible? This detail, a flaw that even the esteemed king-level beast master, who had meticulously guided her, had never mentioned. How on earth did this young man perceive it? On what grounds could he discern it? A product of the system, guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. What you perceive as energy flow, I see as a dynamic PowerPoint laden with bug reports and performance analyses, my dear cousin. Observing the astonishment etched across Lin Xuan's face. As her worldview was violently shaken, Lin Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration. He leisurely retrieved a slender silver needle from his pocket. This needle, acquired from the system shop for a mere 1 point, was so soft that even stitching fabric would prove challenging. This needle, named Duo E, was purportedly bestowed by his master, specifically designed to resolve various meridian blockages and energy stagnation issues. Approaching the formidable Thunder Lion, towering over him by 2 heads, he extended his hand, gently grasping its left forepaw under the creature's vigilant gaze. Then, employing that limp silver needle, he delicately pricked the very node of stagnation he had just identified. 1 needle unblocks the meridian, 2 needles invigorate the spirit. 3 needles lead to a long life of 99. Off you go. Withdrawing the needle and stepping back, Lin Xuan casually dusted off his hands, his demeanor as nonchalant as if he had merely brushed away some dust. All right, dear cousin, give it another try. Still ensnared in a profound stupor, Lin Xuan, almost instinctively, issued a command once more. Thunderclaw. Roar. This roar, piercing through the air, was exponentially more powerful than before. The electric arcs entwined around the Thunder Lion's right paw had transformed from a silvery hue into a dazzling azure. The thickness of the arcs far exceeded those previously conjured, and the 3 talons that coalesced were almost tangible. Swish. The talons struck out, moving so swiftly that they left behind trails of afterimages in the air. This time, the aftermath was not mere scorch marks, but 3 gaping, unhealable rifts in space, violently torn apart. The power had surged by at least 20%. Lin Xuan stood frozen in place, her gaze fixated on those terrifying rifts, before abruptly turning to Lin Xuan. The expression in her eyes had irrevocably changed. If moments ago, she had viewed Lin Xuan as a worthy investment, an equal collaborator, now, deep within those typically cold eyes, swirled a mixture of awe and fervent admiration. This was not mere skill. This was a miraculous transformation, a terrifying talent capable of overturning the entire Beastmaster system and altering the fate of a prestigious family. TSK, look at that glimmer in her eyes. The value has skyrocketed. From assessing your worth, we've fast-forwarded to the realization that you're a big shot in need of nothing. The results are satisfactory. We can conclude the session, seeing the situation favorably. Lin Xuan chose not to prolong the display of prowess. He waved his hand dismissively, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Biting off more than one can chew is unwise. Let us conclude for today. Cousin, allow your big cat to acclimate to this newfound energy flow. He subtly hinted, my master's gifts are never given freely. Lin Xuan, a woman of great caliber, immediately grasped the underlying meaning. She composed herself and, in a gesture she had never extended to her peers, solemnly bowed to Lin Xuan. The guidance you provided today, dear cousin, I shall never forget. Raising her head, her gaze radiated an unprecedented brilliance, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction. Henceforth, I, Lin Xuan, shall shoulder all matters concerning you within the family. She understood all too well. This alliance was the most astute and rewarding investment she would ever make in her lifetime. Chapter 42, A Shift in Paradigm. Half the resources? No, I demand the very best. In the Lin family, during the monthly family sparring session, a multitude of elders took their seats atop the high platform. Their expressions varied. Below, a throng of Lin family disciples murmured amongst themselves, creating a cacophony. Lin Xuan had been forcibly dragged from his slumber by his grandfather, Lin Zhongnan, and was now leaning against a pillar, yawning, with a face that clearly conveyed his desire to return home. What is the purpose of this enforced family team building? It would be far better to return and peruse the black market forum, to see what new hilarity the Qin family has contributed today. Oh, today as appetizer features my cousin Lin Xuan. In the center of the arena, Lin Xuan, clad in white, retained her cool demeanor as always. Her opponent was another core disciple, their strengths traditionally balanced. Xuan, pardon me, the confident disciple exclaimed, as his battle pet roared and charged forth. Lin Xuan said nothing, merely casting a fleeting glance at the thunder lion beside her. Roar. The sound reverberated, a stark contrast to the previous day. Its penetrating force seemed capable of tearing the very dome of the arena asunder. The thunder lion raised its right paw. The electric arcs entwined around it no longer a mundane silver, but transformed into a brilliant azure. The electric energy was nearly tangible, and the pressure emanating from it caused all C-grade and below battle pets to immediately quail, collapsing in terror. Thunderclaw. Swish. A lightning-fast azure claw shadow cleaved through the air, meeting the skill of the opponent's battle pet head-on. There was no cataclysmic clash of energies as anticipated. Instead, a mere insignificant resounded. The battle pet, which the core disciple had once taken pride in, crumbled like a fragile sheet of window paper, succumbing instantly to the piercing azure claw. With the residual force unrelenting, it sent the creature hurtling out of the arena, crashing to the ground, electric arcs flickering wildly, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. In a single move, merely one move, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Every breath was suspended, eyes darting between the formidable thunder lion, its mane crackling with azure electricity, and the still expressionless Lin Xuan by its side. This investment of mine is yielding returns that outshine all financial products. Lin Xuan shifted comfortably in his seat, nodding in satisfaction. One needle down. Basic attacks become critical hits. Skills now come with armor-piercing capabilities. Professional. I am indeed a professional. On the high platform, the elders could no longer maintain their composure. What on earth was happening? One elder abruptly rose, his voice altered, questioning how the power of the Thunder Lion's skills had surged to such heights. Its energy utilization rate was nothing short of textbook perfection. Indeed, another elder, who specializes in the cultivation of battle pets, was nearly burning holes into the Thunder Lion with his gaze, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. The skill was unleashed with seamless grace, devoid of the slightest hesitation. This was a level of mastery that could not be achieved through mere diligence. Xuan, what extraordinary fortune have you encountered? The patriarch, Lin Wei, bore a countenance so dark it could wring water from the air. In an instant, all eyes converged on Lin Xuan. Here it comes, the classic interrogation segment. Sister, it's your time to shine on stage. I recited the script to you until I was hoarse yesterday, so don't mess it up now. Lin Xuan leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing off the froth on the surface, adopting a posture of an audience member. Lin Xuan slightly bowed to the elders, her tone calm, yet she dropped a bombshell. In response to the esteemed elders, Xuan has not encountered any fortuitous opportunity. Merely yesterday, I had the fortune of receiving a casual pointer from my cousin Lin Xuan's master. Casual pointer? Those two words struck the hearts of all the elders like invisible hammers. Instantly, hundreds of gazes shot toward the young man sipping tea in the corner. The expressions were fervent, astonished, and incredulous, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the scene, then set down his teacup, a perfectly timed, bashful yet enigmatic smile gracing his face as he gently nodded. Yes, yes. It's me. Don't ask. Just know my master is remarkable. I'm merely an unremarkable messenger for my master. The elder's seats erupted in chaos. A casual pointer could induce a qualitative change in a grade A battle pet. Good heavens. To what terrifying heights has that master ascended? What we have devoted our lives to studying probably doesn't even register as childish play in the eyes of that senior. The previously neutral elders, who had maintained ambiguous attitudes, could no longer contain themselves. As soon as the sparring concluded, they surrounded the family head Lin Zhongnan and Lin Xuan like sharks scenting blood. Patriarch, look at my grandson. His talent is exceptional. May I ask cousin Lin Xuan to introduce him to the senior for a casual pointer? Lin Xuan. My granddaughter has just awakened this year. She is a promising seedling. If the senior is willing to speak, all resources from my lineage are at their disposal. Oh, just moments ago, you were all business. Now, you're practically calling me your ancestor? Such a rapid change of face. No wonder you're the old hand of the family. Meanwhile, the elders aligned with the grand elder found themselves completely isolated. Their expressions a mix of green and white. That afternoon, the Lin family convened an emergency elder meeting. Seizing the momentum, Lin Xuan proposed a shocking initiative that made everyone's heart stop. I propose that, to express our Lin family's utmost respect for the senior, we allocate half of the family's resources for the next 3 years entirely under Lin Xuan's discretion. He will relay them to his master as a show of filial piety. Absurd. The grand elder slammed the table, his beard bristling as if stirred by an invisible wind, clearly enraged. Handing over half the family's resources to a mere child? Lin Xuan, you are undermining the very foundation of our Lin family. Oh, my sister, are you playing this big? You're cutting off the enemy's supply lines. Well done, I absolutely love it. Lin Xuan stood by with his eyes downcast, appearing indifferent, yet internally he applauded Lin Xuan's audacity 1,000 times. However, to the grand elder's astonishment, his furious outburst failed to stir any significant reaction. I agree. Seconded. To forge a connection with such an esteemed senior is a fortune for our Lin family. What are mere resources worth? The grand elder was gravely mistaken. This was an investment in the future. It was to secure a path to greatness for our Lin family. The elders, eager to secure guidance for their own offspring, scrambled to raise their hands in support. Ultimately, the proposal was overwhelmingly passed. The grand elder's chest heaved violently, nearly causing him to faint from the shock. Lin Xuan, in name, acquired the terrifying power to mobilize half of the Lin family's resources. Good heavens, achieving such a position directly makes him the family's chief financial officer. This power surpasses that of a mere puppet patriarch. Just when everyone anticipated Lin Xuan to joyfully accept this monumental boon, he rose instead. Esteemed elders, your kindness is appreciated, but my master is a recluse, long disinterested in worldly affairs and mundane matters. He initially presented himself as a highborn scion, then swiftly changed his tone. However, I shall convey your intentions, and I will only take 30% of these resources. But, he paused, casting a sweeping gaze across the assembly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I have a condition. I require priority selection rights over the resources among the family's entire stock. What a joke, taking half. That would put me on the hot seat, a living target. What I desire is the top-tier flagship model, not a pile of unwanted chargers and data cables. I want the most coveted treasures, not heaps of worthless items. Vision. Everyone should learn what it means to have vision. The words stunned the room into silence. Those who had harbored jealousy quickly fell silent. The elders felt their hearts race, and when they looked at Lin Xuan again, their gazes had utterly transformed. They were no longer looking at a mere lucky junior, but at an enigmatic figure capable of stirring the winds of change. Not greedy, visionary, aware of when to advance and retreat. Lin Xuan gazed at Lin Xuan, and for the first time, her cold eyes sparkled with a brilliance named amazement. This maneuver of retreating to advance was executed beautifully. The internal dynamics of the Lin family had been completely upended after this day. The Grand Elder's faction was gravely weakened, while the alliance between Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan had firmly seized control over the family's voice. Done. That's a wrap. Lin Xuan smiled inwardly. With the internal strife settled, it's time to head to the treasure vault and stock up. Qinaoyan, your Double 11 surprise gift is being rapidly delivered. Chapter 43. Do I hold an S-class advantage over F-class? The next moment, the school bell's heart shattered. After completing the internal restructuring of the family, Lin Xuan returned to campus, instantly experiencing the treatment of a top-tier celebrity. The air at Jiangnan City's prestigious Beast Taming High School was imbued with a sweet fragrance, akin to ripe fruit ready to fall. His duel with Qinaoyan, A contest not only of skill but also of life and death had already spread to every corner of the campus, becoming the most explosive topic among students and faculty alike during their breaks. Walking along the tree-lined path, countless gazes converged upon him like spotlights. Those eyes bore complex emotions, mingling sympathy, pity, schadenfreude, and a look reminiscent of a fool stubbornly attending school despite terminal illness. Oh, the public opinion has turned. Just like the stocks I purchased in my previous life, all in the red. 99% of people bet on Qin Outyin winning. The remaining 1% probably hopes to see what new tricks I might pull in my demise. Qin Outyin, the chosen one, the Dragon King returns. Lin Xuan, F-class slime, an oblivious cannon fodder. TSK, this script is utterly unimaginative. Lin Xuan feigned ignorance to the gazes, even finding the leisure to wink at a few younger female students who were stealing glances at him. The result left the group of young girls pale and terrified, as if they had encountered a ghost, hastily fleeing while clutching their skirts. Just as he contemplated skipping class to further examine the procurement lists in the treasury, a chilling fragrance swept across his path, signaling the presence of Su Qingxue. Today, she donned a crisp, light blue athletic outfit. Her smooth long hair was tied into a high ponytail, replacing her usual softness with a refreshing vigor, exuding an aura of formidable resolve. Ignoring the increasingly curious onlookers, her autumn-like eyes locked onto Lin Xuan, her voice ringing clear and devoid of emotion. With a month left until the league, we shall prepare together. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, a wealthy lady offering one-on-one training services, and here it is, delivered to my doorstep? He mused to himself. This is not merely preparation. It seems she wishes to tether me by her side, examining how I, a mere slime, evolved from a 2G network to quantum communication under the scrutiny of a high-powered microscope. He was acutely aware of Su Qingxue's mindset as a top student. A bug that could not be explained by existing knowledge had manifested before her. If she could sleep soundly, that would truly be a miracle. Very well, Lin Xuan agreed readily, a radiant smile illuminating his face, pure as an innocent neighbor boy. Let the exclusive decryption quest for the heroine commence. First level, please pay to watch. Allow me to demonstrate what cognitive limits truly entail. This is merely my opening act. Together, they ventured towards the school's premier A-class exclusive training ground. It was Lin Xuan's inaugural visit to this venue, which resembled a miniature ecological park, equipped with a system capable of simulating various extreme combat environments such as forests, deserts, and icy plains. Ah, the nefarious realm of pay-to-win players. Even the air is infused with the sweet aroma of gold coins. Su Qingxue selected the icy plains mode. As the system activated, the temperature plummeted, and the ground rapidly crystallized into a thick layer of ice, while the howling cold wind lashed against their faces with a stinging reality. Let us commence, Su Qingxue stated succinctly, without any intent to test the waters. The space behind her warped slightly, and an ice bird, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters and composed entirely of pure ice crystals, emerged silently, emanating an intimidating S-class bloodline pressure. Little soft, come out and warm up, Lin Xuan yawned, casually tossing the slime onto the smooth ice surface. Upon landing, Little Soft shivered violently, its entire form instantly becoming exceedingly bouncy. Ice spikes, Su Qingxue commanded, her voice as frigid as the icy expanse. The ice bird emitted a clear, resonant cry, its wings unfurling as dozens of ice spikes, thicker than an adult's arm, materialized from thin air, shrieking through the air and weaving a deadly net aimed at the seemingly weak and helpless slime. From a distance, several students who had secretly come to observe gasped in suppressed astonishment. However, the following scene left all minds momentarily blank. In the face of the overwhelming assault, Little Soft did not unleash any skills or even display the slightest inclination to counterattack. Instead, it began to bounce wildly on the icy surface, left and right, resembling a chaotic rubber ball or a drunken jelly swaying in a midnight disco. The ludicrous sight elicited bursts of laughter from the observing students. What is that? A new form of calisthenics? I'm dying of laughter. Is it planning to absorb the attack with its face? Truly, an F-class pet lacks intelligence. Go ahead. Laugh to your heart's content. Ignorant mortals, Lin Xuan thought. Do you believe this is mere folly? Wrong. This is the art of evading the Murphy's Law, also known as the inability to hit a target that doesn't wish to be hit. Su Qingxue, however, did not share in the mirth. Her brows furrowed tighter, almost knitting into a frown. To outsiders, Little Soft's antics appeared absurd and chaotic. Yet to her, each bounce and movement was executed with a breathtaking precision that sent shivers down her spine. It was not mere evasion, it was anticipation. The trajectory, landing point, and speed of each ice spike seemed pre-calculated, as Little Soft navigated through the impending attacks at the very last moment with minimal movements, conserving energy to slip past the tips of the spikes with perfect accuracy. This was no battle. It was an open execution of her and her S-class battle pet, Blizzard. Su Qingxue escalated her assault, a hint of barely concealed frustration seeping into her tone. The ice bird let out a long cry, summoning a tempest of snow, transforming into a terrifying vortex that sliced through everything in its path, racing toward Little Soft. Yet, there it remained, dancing on the edge of the storm, dodging effortlessly left and right. It resembled a sprite performing a waltz upon the blade's edge, each leap landing precisely in the storm's singular energy gap. 10 minutes elapsed. Beads of sweat began to form on Su Qingxue's forehead. The S-class ice bird behind her breathed heavily, its resplendent crystalline form dimming, having expended immense energy. In stark contrast, Little Soft remained lively and composed, even shaking its body at the exhausted ice bird, as if mocking it. The arena fell silent. Those who had been laughing moments ago now stood with mouths agape, their expressions akin to having their worldviews ground into the dirt. Finally, Su Qingxue signaled to cease the attack. She gazed at the unscathed Little Soft, then at her own panting ice bird. A wave of unprecedented defeat mixed with absurdity crashing down upon her reason. She could not fathom it. Her knowledge, her experience, her pride, all turned to mockery in that moment. Just then, Lin Xuan strolled over leisurely, tossing a bottle of water in his hand. With a pure and harmless smile, he pointed at Little Soft and remarked in a tone that was almost cruelly casual, "See? I told you, Little Soft has always been lucky." Su Qingxue accepted the water, the cold bottle sending a shiver through her fingertips, yet she did not drink. She fixed her gaze on Lin Xuan's serene smile, attempting to discern even the slightest crack in his clear, unfathomable eyes. For the first time, she felt a profound hatred towards the word luck. No, this was no mere luck. It was a dual affront to her intellect and dignity. She suppressed all her confusion, resentment, and fury, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Tomorrow, we continue." She was resolute. Over the course of this month, she would peel away every secret this man held, layer by layer. "Oh, are we getting serious? Welcome to the second level of the decryption game, my diligent committee member. Don't rush, this is just the beginning." A more pronounced smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. Chapter 44, Absolute Zero. Apologies, my slime just had an icy hiccup. The following day, in the A-class exclusive training ground, Lin Xuan arrived to find Su Qingxue already waiting. She still wore her sharp light blue athletic outfit, but today her aura was even colder than the previous day's icy plains. In those enchanting eyes, a resolute determination was vividly inscribed. "Oh, my dear, your expression today resembles that of someone who has just recklessly splurged on Double 11 and is now scrutinizing the bill. Have I shattered your defenses with my deft, evasive maneuvers? Your mental fortitude seems lacking. Today, we shall adopt a different approach." Su Qingxue, direct and unyielding, spoke in a tone devoid of emotional fluctuations. Testing the limits of defensive strength, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Here we go, the classic PvP segment. If one cannot prevail, resort to brute force. Yesterday, we assessed agility, and I achieved maximum evasion. Today, you wish to test defense by attempting to obliterate me with damage? The scholarly mindset is delightfully straightforward, yet dreadfully mundane." Seemingly perceptive of his apprehensions, Su Qingxue elaborated, "My ice bird has recently grasped a new S-rank skill, Absolute Zero Breath." She paused, a rare gravity gracing her usually frigid visage. "It possesses immense power, yet its control is precarious. I require a sufficiently resilient target to assist me in testing its limits." "Well, then, I am utterly astonished. After all this build-up, you merely wish to unleash a grand move upon me. You even crafted a justification that serves both our interests. Your persuasive skills would be wasted if you did not venture into insurance sales." Lin Xuan immediately adopted a look of feigned distress, as if he had just heard the most outlandish of tales. "My dear classmate, I must remind you that is an S-rank skill. Little Soft is merely an F-rank fragile being, the kind that shatters upon contact." He gestured dramatically, with that single strike. "I fear it might transcend into the first slime ice sculpture of Jiangnan City, right here on the spot. I shall endeavor to control it." Su Qingxue's tone brooked no argument, her autumn water-like gaze fixed intently upon him, radiating an obstinate resolve to achieve her goal. "Oh, thus the persona of the madcap beauty has been firmly established." Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. He donned an expression of reluctant camaraderie, as if he were prepared to sacrifice himself for a noble cause, and nodded. "Very well. However, should anything happen to Little Soft, you shall owe me a new one in S-rank, no less. Better to secure a deal now, in case she truly freezes my precious little one." The odds may be lower than winning the lottery, but still Su Qingxue ignored his extortion having fully devoted herself to the impending assault. She commanded the ice bird behind her to gather energy. With a cry, the ice bird let out a piercing wail, its crystalline body aglow with fervent radiance, causing the temperature in the training ground to plummet at a visible rate. Waves of azure cold surged forth, coalescing into tangible energy vortices that wildly converged into its beak. The intensity of the energy's accumulation caused the specially crafted alloy floor of the A-rank training ground to groan under the strain. A thick layer of frost spreading rapidly from beneath the ice bird's feet. Even the air grew thick and sluggish. By the heavens! This spectacle is such that one might think Godzilla is about to unleash atomic breath. Little Soft, brace yourself. It is time to showcase your true skills. Faced with this all-out assault capable of instantly incapacitating a peak C-rank battle pet, Little Soft did not flinch. It displayed no desire to leap away. Instead, it merely trembled slightly, then curled into a compact ball, resembling a fist. Just as the apocalyptic breath was about to erupt, a barely perceptible shield of light flickered across Little Soft's surface, almost merging with the air. System skill, absolute defense. Activate. Su Qingshua's command was cold and resolute. Absolute zero breath. Boom. A beam of ice blue light, thicker than a barrel, tore through the air, carrying a terrifying chill that annihilated all in its path. Striking squarely at the curled Little Soft in the center of the arena, the ferocious cold instantly engulfed it. In an instant, the entire training ground was cloaked under a thick layer of half-a-meter deep azure ice crystals. The residual force of the breath slammed against the distant energy barrier, generating violent ripples. Su Qingshua's breath hitched at that moment. She gazed upon the frozen world of silence, her heart tightening, a flicker of regret surfacing. Had she gone too far? An F-rank slime. Surely it could not withstand such power. Yet, as the raging cold gradually receded and the icy scene became clearer, she witnessed an unforgettable sight. At the center of the arena, where the S-rank skill had struck, Little Soft remained unscathed. No, it was not merely unscathed. Not a single frost flake adorned its rotund body. It lazily stretched out, swayed a bit, and before Su Qingxue let out a contented belch. A small puff of pure white, still tinged with a hint of chill, leisurely escaped its mouth. Su Qingxue stood utterly dumbfounded. Her mind was a blank slate. She fixated on the belching, satisfied slime, then mechanically turned to observe her S-rank ice bird behind her, dimmed from excessive energy consumption. A thought so absurd it threatened to dismantle her 20 years of understanding. Sowing seeds of existential doubt within her mind, began to flourish in F-rank. Could it truly achieve such feats? This was no mere sparring partner. It was a dimensional strike. Well, how does it feel, my diligent class representative? This move, I executed while belching on the frozen throne. The dramatic effect is unparalleled, wouldn't you agree? How is your worldview holding up? Do you require assistance dialing 120 to book a procedure for reconstructing your worldviews? Lin Xuan, witnessing Su Qingshue's utterly bewildered countenance, could no longer suppress the mirth blooming within him. Chapter 45. The Ice Mountain Campus Bell flips the table for me. The Qin family? I shall annihilate them. Lin Xuan glanced at Su Qingshue's shattered expression, a wave of satisfaction nearly overflowing within him. He approached Little Soft, cradling it like a plump, overindulged ginger cat, savoring its delightful texture. He even gave it a gentle pat. Burp. Little Soft let out another satisfied belch, a wisp of azure cold emanating from its core, momentarily coalescing into a fleeting ice crystal flower in the air. The grin on Lin Xian's face was impossible to conceal. Not bad, not bad. The essence of an S-rank skill is as simple as it is profound. Look at how our Little Soft has been spoiled. With Little Soft cradled, he turned to leave, casting no glance back. Only his exceptionally graceful silhouette and a light-hearted remark echoed in the expansive training ground. Classmate Su, let us call it a day. I must take it home to digest. Oh, and by the way, his figure paused at the door, not turning back. Be sure to settle the fee for the worldview reconstruction procedure. With that, he vanished. The training ground fell silent. Only Su Qingshuo remained, surrounded by a floor covered in diamond-hard azure ice crystals and her S-rank ice bird, now questioning its very existence in the corner. She did not leave. She remained silent, turning towards the elite gravity training room at the school. With a hum, she adjusted the gravity parameters to the utmost limit of her endurance. A terrifying pressure surged from all directions, causing her bones to emit faint cries of anguish, and sweat instantly soaked her thin sportswear. She confined herself within these walls, attempting to combat the overwhelming tempest of her mind with the purest and most excruciating physical pain. Yet, it proved futile. No matter how many pull-ups she performed, nor how the perspiration blurred her vision, that scene replayed with relentless clarity in her mind. The ethereal blue beam obliterated everything. As the light dissipated, The slime deemed F rank languidly stretched its form and then belched at her. The sound was akin to an invisible slap, more like a sledgehammer, striking repeatedly at her once invulnerable system of beliefs. An hour later, Su Qingxue returned to her exclusive laboratory within the Su family estate. She accessed the highest tomes concerning beast mastery from the Su family archives. Advanced mutation theory, rare bloodline genealogy, analysis of extra-dimensional biological structures, conjectures on forbidden gene sequences. Each precious manuscript, capable of driving any beast master scholar to madness, was rapidly perused in her hands. She sought. She yearned for even the slightest theoretical basis that could elucidate the scene she had witnessed today. Acidic mutation of the slime? Devouring mutation? Mimetic mutation? None. Absolutely none. No known mutation could enable an F-rank battle companion to withstand the frontal barrage of an S-rank skill, only to belch with satisfaction as if it had just feasted at a buffet. This defied the laws of science. This was not beast mastery. This was sheer metaphysics. With a clap, Su Qingxue irritably closed a heavy, ancient tome, leaning back against her chair, and closed her weary eyes. She relinquished her search for answers within theory. Instead, she began piecing together all the anomalies surrounding Lin Xuan since his emergence, like a jigsaw puzzle in her mind. The awakening ritual. The detection instruments overloaded and malfunctioned upon his touch, with the report concluding, equipment aging, accidental failure. In class, Xiaowan's slime effortlessly corroded the scales of a B-rank battle companion, leading the teacher to conclude, a rare acidic secretion mutation. During field training, Xiaowan swatted away the frenzied leader of a beast pack. Lin Xuan remarked, lucky. He just happened to strike its weakness. Yesterday, amidst a rain of ice shards, he comically bounced around, flawlessly evading all attacks. He said, lucky. Today, he took an absolute zero-breath attack without a scratch. He claimed, Xiaowan's luck has always been superb. Luck. Luck. Again, this damned luck. Su Qingxue's eyes snapped open, a flicker of extreme self-mockery flashing in her icy gaze. She had actually believed it. It turned out that the so-called good luck was merely his crude yet effective excuse to obscure the truth. The fool was indeed herself. A conclusion crystallized clearly in her mind. All of Lin Xuan's incredibility rested on one foundation. His slime was far from being F-rank. Yet new questions surged like a tide. If Xiaowan was not F-rank, then what was it? Why could even the Academy's most sophisticated S-rank detection instruments not reveal its true nature? And why did Lin Xuan go to such lengths to masquerade as a wastrel with an F-rank slime? Suddenly, a name intruded upon her thoughts, Qin Outyan. That sensational life and death duel that shook the entire school. A chilling realization gripped her, leaving her icy all over. Lin Xuan's agreement to that duel was not born from youthful recklessness, nor was it a desperate act of a cornered rat. He had possessed absolute confidence in overcoming Qin Outyan from the very beginning. He was not impulsive. He was self-assured. While the entire faculty and student body regarded him as a joke, a condemned man heading to the guillotine, he was actually observing a pack of fools. Su Qingxue's breathing quickened. For the first time, she recognized the sheer absurdity of her previous judgments regarding Lin Xuan. Instinctively, she desired to rush out, confront Lin Xuan, and demand he unveil all his secrets. Yet, as she moved, she abruptly halted. She was not a fool. Lin Xuan's elaborate concealment must have a reason behind it. This secret could be more earth-shattering than she had imagined. If exposed, it might even bring him mortal peril. If she recklessly unveiled it to satisfy her curiosity. Su Qingxue's expression transformed within mere seconds, shifting from shock to confusion, then to realization, ultimately solidifying into an unprecedented determination. She would not inquire. She chose to believe. Approaching the communicator, she directly connected with the Su family's intelligence chief. Utilized the highest authority to gather all information regarding Qin Outyan and his golden three-headed dragon. Her voice regained its usual icy composure, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. This includes, but is not limited to, his combat habits, skill release animations, energy fluctuation patterns, and every single weakness of the golden three-headed dragon. I demand the most detailed report possible, and the sooner, the better. After terminating the communication, Su Qingxue walked to the grand floor-to-ceiling window. She gazed in the direction Lin Xuan had departed, her frosty eyes now ignited with a fierce flame. It blended shock with admiration, empathy with an unrecognized hint of possessiveness. Lin Xuan, she whispered softly, as if pledging a vow to herself. No matter what you conceal, I choose to trust you. In this duel, I shall be the one to protect you. Chapter 46. A million at stake, divine lottery. You call this rabbit the ultimate weapon? With only 3 days left until the league, the entirety of Jiangnan City had already succumbed to a festive frenzy. Streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns. Everyone's conversations revolved around the reckless scion of the Lin family and Qin Outyan, the destined child of the Qin family, and their impending life-and-death confrontation. Underground casinos had even opened outrageous betting odds. If Qin Outyin wins, the payout is 1-0-1 to 1. If Lin Xuan wins, the payout is 100 to 1. By heavens, these odds are more absurd than the chances of the national football team making it to the World Cup. If I could place a bet on myself winning, wouldn't I instantly achieve financial freedom? Alas, the house won't let me wager. In the Lin family's Qingzhou courtyard, Lin Xuan lounged leisurely in a rocking chair, sifting through a thick stack of documents. These were top-secret files on Qin Outyin, procured through Lin Ruoshue's connections within the family intelligence network and the black market. The intelligence was detailed to the extent of noting how many times Qin Outyin used the restroom daily and what color underwear he favored. TSK. A golden three-headed dragon sounds quite impressive. Covered in A-rank hard dragon scales, immune to most elemental attacks, and capable of simultaneously unleashing different attribute skills from its three heads. This configuration would undoubtedly make a top-tier pay-to-win player in a game. Lin Xuan's fingers lightly tapped the page of the document. Alas, nothing is perfect. The documents highlighted several inconspicuous areas with a red pen, soft flesh near the hind legs and the joints of the forelimbs. There, dragon scales were conspicuously absent. It was its singular, yet most fatal weakness. With proper maneuvering, a swift kill is not merely a fantasy. Lin Xuan carelessly tossed the documents aside. Knowledge of both self and adversary had granted him an unparalleled advantage in intelligence. Yet, he felt an inexplicable void. Indeed, absolute defense is formidable, allowing me to bathe in dragon fire. But merely enduring blows while waiting for an opportunity to strike lacks finesse. What he sought was not mere victory. He craved domination, an artistry, a visual spectacle that would leave all his detractors utterly astounded. He envisioned, before the entire city of Jiangnan, forcefully grinding Qin Outyin's imperious face into the ground. To achieve this, he needed more audacious and deceptive tactics. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth as he rubbed his hands together, opening the long-neglected system marketplace. He resembled a gambler poised to stake everything on a grand bet. System, reveal to me the extent of my fortune. Gold coins, 130 million. Points, 580,000. Indeed, looting the family treasury has proven to be the swiftest path to prosperity. His gaze swiftly bypassed the myriad of dazzling products, fixating instead on the shimmering platinum option at the pinnacle of the marketplace. Platinum 10 draw lottery ticket. Price, 100 million gold coins, 500,000 points. This represented the highest tier of lottery he could currently redeem. Let us take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. To present Qin Outyin with an unforgettable graduation gift, this money must be spent. Redeem. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan decisively pressed the purchase button. Buzz. A resplendent platinum card, adorned with intricate divine patterns, materialized within his system space. Initiate the lottery. Boom. 10 plumes of platinum light, each more robust than those of previous golden lotteries, surged skyward, nearly puncturing the very fabric of the system space. The spectacle resembled the simultaneous detonation of 10 nuclear bombs. Goodness, this effect has skyrocketed from 50 cents to $50. As the brilliance subsided, 9 luminous orbs appeared first. Acquired. A-grade rare material void, dust X10. Acquired. A-grade item substitute scarecrow X1. Acquired. A-grade skill book thunderlight projection X1. 9 consecutive treasures, all of A-grade or higher, with even a single item capable of fetching astronomical prices in the black market. Not bad, but still insufficient. Lin Xuan held his breath, his gaze intensely fixed on the final, most radiant and robust beam of light. Success or failure hinged on this moment. The light gradually converged. A card, its reverse pure white and adorned with the image of a rabbit, gently drifted down. It depicted a rabbit, entirely snow white with ruby-like eyes, curled up and appearing utterly harmless and adorably captivating. Lin Xuan's expression froze instantly. System, are you jesting? I spent 100 million. And this is what I drew? Is this an S-grade? A grade of cuteness? In disbelief, he extended his hand to touch the card. In the next moment, the card's information flooded into his mind. S-grade illusion skin, harmless little rabbit. Type, special item card, one-time consumable. Effect, can be designated for a contracted spirit, perfectly transforming its appearance into a harmless little rabbit for 24 hours. During the transformation, it cannot be detected by any skills below S-grade. Additional passive, cuteness equals justice. During the transformation, the contracted spirit will automatically gain a passive aura. All units that witness it will experience a significant reduction in wariness and hostility, most likely deeming it a non-threatening, adorable creature. After absorbing the introduction, Lin Xuan remained in stunned silence for a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the rigidity of his expression began to melt away. His lips curled upward at a speed more uncontrollable than an AK, ultimately transforming into a devilishly radiant smile. Marvelous. This is nothing short of divine inspiration, a divine artifact tailored just for me. He could already envision the scene. On the grand stage of the league, Qin Outyin would summon his majestic and imposing golden three-headed dragon. Meanwhile, on his side, a harmless, beloved little rabbit would amble onto the stage with its tiny legs. When that once mighty dragon is unexpectedly toppled by a little rabbit in an unfathomable fashion, what kind of bewildered expressions would adorn the faces of the audience? How would Qin Outyin-'s countenance of the fated sun twist in disbelief? Ha 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 ha. Lin Xuan clutched the skin card, letting out a laugh that epitomized the archetypal villain, yet resonated with genuine delight. Qin Outyin, are you prepared to face the greatest surprise or fright of your life? Your nightmare is about to commence. Chapter 47, Madness. On the eve of the finals, I have transformed my ultimate weapon into a rabbit. Lin Xuan, cradling that S-grade skin card, let his laughter grow increasingly deranged, resembling a final antagonist who had just escaped from a mental institution. Qin Outyin, your doom is upon you. Physical transcendence is far too pedestrian. Psychological torment is true artistry. I assure you, this will be a match you shall never forget in this life or the next. Without a hint of hesitation, he willed the card into action, decisively selecting to use it. It was settled, little softy. Ultimate transformation, harmless little rabbit form. Buzz. The card in his hand disintegrated instantly, transforming into a dreamlike stream of pink light, akin to a living silk that gently enveloped the slime named Softy on the ground. The radiance was not blinding. Rather, it emitted an extraordinary aura that instilled peace and dissolved all vigilance. Oh, this effect is far more endearing than the previous Platinum 10 draw, all pink and lovely. The light gradually faded. The previously plump, hydrating slime vanished, replaced by a snowball? No, a rabbit. A rabbit curled into a ball, entirely snow white. Fluffy like a freshly plucked cotton candy, devoid of any stray fur. It sported 2 excessively adorable long ears, which drooped slightly at the moment. As if sensing its master's gaze, it slowly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes they were! Like the purest, most transparent rubies in the world, devoid of any impurities. Clear and innocent, reflecting Lin Xuan's figure as if he were its entire world. The little rabbit tilted its fluffy head, gently blinking at Lin Xuan. Shoo! A soft, melodious sound, so sweet it seemed capable of melting hearts. In that instant, a terrifying conceptual weapon named cuteness pierced through Lin Xuan's cerebral cortex like a supernova explosion. Holy moly! Lin Xuan's thoughts momentarily stagnated for half a second. Is this thing even legal? It's absolutely adorable. Who could possibly resist this? If it were on the battlefield, who would have the heart to strike it? This is the ultimate test of humanity. This is a crime. An exceedingly ludicrous notion even blossomed in his mind. Why not cease fighting altogether, and instead take it to the finest park in the city, find the most skilled photographer, and capture a series of artful photographs worth millions? Fortunately, his steadfast resolve as a villain forcibly returned him to reality after 3 seconds. No, wake up. This is my combat unit. It is meant to shatter Qin Outyan's ridiculous pride, the ultimate weapon to leave him bruised and humiliated. He bent down and gingerly cradled the small, bunny-like creature in his arms. It felt soft and warm, an astonishing tactile sensation surpassing even that of its slime form. Off we go, let us show you the world. Clutching the rabbit, Lin Xuan promptly sought out Wang Dali, who was sweating profusely in the backyard, alongside Su Qingxue, who was supervising and guiding him. Brother Xian. Upon seeing him, Wang Dali immediately dropped the 300-kilogram barbell with a resounding clang and strode over with great haste. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze was entirely captivated by the small white rabbit cradled in Lin Xuan's arms. Wow! Wang Dali, a muscular behemoth towering at nearly 2 meters, emitted a dolphin-like squeal, his eyes nearly bursting with tangible stars. Brother Xian, when did you contract a new pet? What breed of rabbit is this? Its cuteness is off the charts. Can I touch it? As he spoke, his enormous hand reached out. Brimming with nervous excitement, Lin Xuan disdainfully sidestepped. Touch it? With those clumsy hands? Has he never seen a rabbit before? Su Qingxue also approached. She first cast a casual glance at Lin Xuan, then her attention fell upon the small white rabbit. Her expression momentarily froze. However, she quickly adopted a look of resigned exasperation, as if she had long since become numb to such antics. Raising her hand to her forehead, she let out a deep sigh filled with despair. Lin Xuan, there are only 3 days left until the competition. Her tone resembled that of someone speaking to a terminally ill patient who had given up hope. What on earth does it mean to conjure a purely ornamental pet at this juncture? Haha, the effect is outstanding. It's perfect. Even Su Qingxue, this human-like supercomputer, cannot see through it. Qin Outyin, with his muscle-bound intellect, is even less likely to uncover the truth. Lin Xuan's heart danced with joy. Though his face remained impassive, what's wrong? Don't you think it's adorable? I believe bringing it into the arena will exert tremendous psychological pressure on my opponents. Su Qingxue. She chose to remain silent. She feared that if she spoke another word, she might be driven to the brink of insanity by the convoluted logic of this man. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the system panel. Indeed, the S-rank skin was absurdly powerful. On the attribute panel for the little soft creature, the species category had temporarily changed from slime to moonlit rabbit. Its level remained F. Goodness, even the household registration has been altered. It has defected from the slime race to the moonlit rabbit tribe. This is a complete overhaul of its disguise. Perfect. The plan was in motion. Lin Xuan, cradling his new pet, swaggered into the Lin family's archive room, which was responsible for registering spirit contracts. The elderly attendant, who had worked for the Lin family his entire life and had watched Lin Xuan grow up, was taken aback when he saw the application Lin Xuan submitted, requesting to replace his combat spirit for the league from a slime to a moonlit rabbit. The old man's entire demeanor turned to stone. He raised his head, his clouded eyes reflecting confusion, then shock, and finally transforming into an expression of profound sorrow and disappointment for the boy he believed had utterly squandered his potential. Young master, have you completely given up? The moonlit rabbit is merely an ornamental pet with no combat capability. Bringing it into the arena would be tantamount to handing over a gift. I know, Lin Xuan interjected, wearing a carefree smile as if he had embraced a sense of reckless abandon. Losing the match doesn't mean losing face, old man. At least my pet is cuter than his dragon, right? The attendant gazed at Lin Xuan, who appeared utterly deranged and beyond reason, and let out a long, drawn-out sigh, ultimately trembling as he stamped the document with the mark of resignation. This news took flight, spreading throughout the entire Lin family within mere hours. Subsequently, it proliferated through the upper echelons of Jiangnan City like a virus. Have you heard? The Lin family's waste of a young master has changed his pet last minute. Changed to what? Did the old man of the Lin family finally intervene and bestow upon him some hidden treasure? Treasure my foot. He swapped that F-rank slime for an F-rank moonlit rabbit. You know, the kind that rich young ladies adore raising. Useless except for being cute and pooping. Haha. Is this for real? Does he know he is doomed and has decided to throw in the towel completely? Exactly. I reckon he thought to bring an adorable pet to the match, only to be devoured by young Master Qin's dragon. So at least his demise would be more aesthetically pleasing? The entire Jiangnan city was engulfed in a euphoric atmosphere. Naturally, this news reached Qin Outyin's ears without omission. At that moment, he was in his exclusive dragon training ground, finalizing his bond with his golden three-headed dragon. When his subordinates reported this information to him, he first stood in stunned silence, then erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha, a rabbit? He changed to a rabbit? Tears of mirth nearly streamed from Qin Outyin's eyes as he slapped the hard, golden scales of his dragon, his face contorted with derision and cruelty. Lin Xuan, you have indeed been so intimidated by my dragon's might that you have lost your sanity. Excellent. Very good. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes, and a wicked grin spread across his face. I shall relish the moment 3 days hence, when I personally rend your adorable little rabbit into pieces before the eyes of the entire city. I am becoming increasingly eager for that day. Chapter 48. A heap of trash, yet it summons an abyssal demon. The younger brother knelt in defeat. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xuan's efforts to register his new pet had become the laughingstock of the entire city. Jiangnan City had descended into a morbid revelry, eagerly anticipating how that poor rabbit would turn to ashes under the breath of the golden three-headed dragon. In response to all this chatter, Lin Xuan merely offered a two-word evaluation. Fools. A throng of mortals, incapable of grasping the artistry within my maneuvers. However, it is somewhat lonely at the pinnacle. A robust figure emerged in his mind, his number one fan and little brother, Wang Dali. Ever since their last outdoor training, Wang Dali had been invigorated, spending every waking moment in the gravity chamber, training like a beast. His fierce determination seemed to suggest he was ready to lay down his life for his brother at any moment. This resolve deserves an angelic round of investment. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. It was time to provide his good brother with an upgrade as well. In the backyard of the Lin family, within the gravity training ground, Wang Dali, bare-chested with a bronzed physique, struggled to lift a massive stone lock that mirrored his own size. Each breath he took resonated with a heavy gust of wind. Xiangu. Upon seeing Lin Xuan sauntering over while cradling a rabbit, Wang Dali abruptly dropped the stone lock. The heavy object crashed to the ground with a muffled thud, causing the entire arena to tremble. His gaze was instantly drawn to the fluffy, snow-white creature. But the memory of Su Qingshui's nearly distraught expression forced him to swallow back the words so adorable that were on the tip of his tongue. The instinct for survival in a man can often be quite unembellished. "Xiangu, did you summon me? I've brought you something wonderful." Lin Xuan casually set the little white rabbit aside and began retrieving an array of items from his system space. A multitude of jars and bottles emerged, alongside several radiant stones that clearly possessed extraordinary qualities. Strategically extracted from the family treasury, these rare treasures, coupled with my exclusive concoction of the 10 complete nourishing pills, will constitute a luxurious upgrade package for your turtle, Dolly. Wang Dolly stared at the collection, his breath hitching. Although he could not identify all of them, the energy fluctuations emanating from the stones alone sent prickles across his skin. "Xiangu, this is far too precious." "Precious? Nonsense." Lin Xuan feigned indifference, as though the items were mere trifles. "I've been researching alchemy, and these byproducts would be a waste to discard. Your turtle can consume them. Perfectly suited for handling kitchen scraps." The warmth of camaraderie is best expressed through practical generosity. Between brothers, simplicity and straightforwardness reign supreme. Wang Dali's eyes turned red in an instant. The towering man almost succumbed to tears once more. Without uttering another word, he immediately summoned his contract spirit, devouring demon turtle. As the enormous turtle appeared, its small green eyes fixated hungrily on the luxurious offerings on the ground, drool uncontrollably trickling from its mouth, forming a small puddle at its feet. "Eat up, there's plenty." Lin Xuan generously waved his hand, obeying the command. The devouring demon turtle elongated its neck and opened its mouth to an exaggerated extent. With a powerful inhale, like an industrial vacuum, it sucked in all the rare treasures, which vanished into its seemingly bottomless throat. Burp. It let out a satisfied belch. The next moment, chaos erupted. Boom. A torrent of overwhelming energy erupted violently from within the devouring demon turtle. Mysterious black patterns began to emerge on its once gray, rock-like shell, spreading wildly, as if alive. Wang Dali's expression shifted dramatically. "Xiangu, it seems like it has overeaten. No need to panic, it's a normal reaction." Lin Xuan remained composed, arms crossed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Here it comes, feel the power of investment." The devouring demon turtle's body began to tremble violently, expanding rapidly until it grew an entire size larger. Crack, crack. The gray stone-like exterior of its shell began to fissure, revealing a profound blackness that devoured all light. The entire shell became smooth as a mirror, radiating a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Its aura surged dramatically. C-Class Initial Stage. C-Class Intermediate Stage. C-Class Advanced Stage. Finally, it slammed into the threshold of the C-Class Pinnacle, and only then did its tumultuous energy gradually subside. Evolution complete. Ding. Your ally Wang Dali's contract spirit, the devouring demon turtle, has successfully evolved into the Abyssal Devourer. The Abyssal Devourer has comprehended a new core skill, energy ruminating. Energy ruminating. It can compress and store the energy of consumed materials to an extreme degree, releasing it in the form of high-energy beams when needed, inflicting devastating damage. Lin Xuan glanced at the system panel, raising an eyebrow. Goodness, a pure meat shield has been magically transformed into a mobile fortress cannon? In future team battles, let it feast well first, then find a corner to hunker down. Whoever dares to charge and will receive a ruminating cannon blast. What a sight that would be. My turtle. Wang Dali was utterly dumbfounded. He could distinctly feel the bond between himself and his contract spirit strengthening tenfold. Within the Abyssal Devourer, a colossal energy lay dormant, one that even he found terrifying. He abruptly turned, locking his gaze on Lin Xuan. The towering man could no longer contain the tears welling in his eyes, which cascaded down like a flood. Thud. He fell to his knees, the impact of his hardened kneecaps against the stone floor resounding like thunder. "Xiangu, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Through fire and water, if you command me east, I shall not venture west." Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback by this dramatic display. What the hell? Is this grand gesture really necessary? Am I supposed to feel like some gang lord receiving a subordinate? He hurriedly stepped forward, forcefully pulling Wang Dali up, slapping his sturdy back with a hint of exasperation. "Stop crying. You're a grown man, for goodness sake. Between brothers, there's no need for all this theatrics." Lin Xuan regarded Wang Dali's reddened eyes, his tone becoming particularly earnest. "I assist you not to make you my servant. I hope that in the journey ahead, you will walk alongside me as an equal, not merely gaze at my back, understand?" Wang Dali nodded vigorously, his tears flowing even more profusely, repeatedly uttering, "I understand." I understand. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Xuan's mind once more. Ding. Detected that the host is actively nurturing allies. Hidden task chain initiated. Task name, Ally Development Program. Task description. The power of one is ultimately limited. A reliable team is the best barrier against future storms. Please endeavor to cultivate your allies. And when their strength reaches specific stages, you will receive generous system rewards. Lin Xuan paused momentarily. Oh, it seems this system truly understands team dynamics? Rather than encouraging solitary heroism, it's urging me to build a faction? I like it. He glanced at Wang Dali, whose strength had surged and loyalty had reached its zenith, then at the little white rabbit nearby, clumsily chasing after a butterfly with its short legs. A radiant smile blossomed on his face. A stage for one pales in comparison to the thrill of a collective uprising. A grand blueprint for team building began to take shape at this moment. Qin Outyin, did you think your only opponent was me? Naive. Just wait. I will soon make you understand what it means for the Calabash brothers to rescue Grandpa, one by one. Bah. What it means to unleash the vast sea of the People's War. Chapter 49. Qin Outyin declares war publicly? Lin Xuan, as long as you're happy. The day before the league's opening, a grand ceremony was held at the central stadium of Jiangnan City. Banners fluttered and the crowd surged, as nearly all the prominent figures in the city gathered for the occasion. The flashes of cameras illuminated the night like a blazing day. Lin Xuan sat in the contestants' area, yawning with boredom. With this grandeur and background music, one might mistake it for the grand opening of a bathhouse. With all tickets at half price, the leader at the front has been reading his speech for 15 minutes. Pausing to drink water 10 times. Does he think he's quenching his thirst with some miraculous elixir? Beside him, Wang Dali sat upright, his face flushed with excitement, resembling a spirited young man visiting the city for the first time. On the other side, Su Qingxue crossed her arms, her exquisite face icy, exuding an aura so powerful that it set her apart from the surrounding revelry, silently proclaiming, "You mere mortals are hindering my cultivation." Just as Lin Xuan's eyelids began to droop, the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers and screams. The host, straining his voice to the brink, announced in a near-broken tone, "Now, let us extend the warmest applause for the once-in-a-century genius of Jiangnan City, the destined son of the Qin family, contestant Qin Outyin." As he takes the stage to speak, here he comes, Be King is on stage, complete with his own background music and effects. Lin Xuan perked up, straightening his posture. The spotlight suddenly focused, revealing Qin Outyin in a bespoke white suit, bathed in beams of light, as he gracefully ascended the stage. A well-timed, confident smile adorned his face, basking in the adoration and cheers of the crowd. His stride, and the angle at which he raised his chin, perfectly captured the essence of arrogance, balanced on the golden ratio of self-importance and disdain. He grasped the microphone, his spirited voice echoing standard platitudes about glory, the future, and the spirit of martial arts. The same old political rhetoric. My ears are almost calloused from hearing it. Could we perhaps have something new? Like a live demonstration of tearing apart a giant dragon? Oh, but he himself is a dragon knight, so never mind. As the speech approached its conclusion, Qin Outyin's tone abruptly shifted. His gaze, sharp as a bolt of lightning, swept across the contestants, ultimately landing like two burning steel nails on Lin Xuan. The uproar in the stadium was silenced, as if someone had pressed the mute button. An unmistakable, chilling murderous intent enveloped the atmosphere. Oh, the main event begins. VIP viewing positions are ready. Rather than feeling anxious, Lin Xuan settled into a more comfortable posture with keen interest. Qin Outyin's cold voice resonated through the loudspeakers, reaching every corner of the venue. Here, I would like to say a few words to a certain contestant. He paused, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow on the stage, I shall personally crush a certain oblivious rabbit before the entire city, and then, I will render his self-important master utterly useless. Boom. This declaration, dripping with blood and humiliation, detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Everyone was in uproar. No one anticipated that Qin Outyin would audaciously escalate personal grievances in such a formal setting, leaving no room for retreat. In the VIP section where the Lin family sat, Lin Zhengnan crushed his jade porcelain teacup with a loud crack, his face ashen. Lin Ruoxue exuded an aura of frost, her gaze icy enough to kill. Qin Outyin's words struck not just Lin Xian's pride, but that of the entire Lin family. Lin Xian, Su Qingxue could no longer maintain her composure. Gripping Lin Xian's hand tightly, that hand, usually cool, was now clammy with sweat, her voice laced with suppressed anger and concern. Yet, the center of the storm, Lin Xian, remained as calm as an outsider. Well, a personal attack coupled with a threat of animal cruelty. Has the Qin family's public relations department resigned en masse today? He has really panicked. He truly thinks I'm just a rabbit. Under the gaze of thousands, filled with sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude, Lin Xuan slowly raised his head. He met Qin Outyan's contemptuous and cruel stare with a smile, bright and innocent. He then raised his thumb towards Qin Outyan, slowly and resolutely. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was this? Had he been stunned into silence? Had he completely surrendered? Or was he begging for mercy, hoping the other would go easy on him? In an instant, disdainful murmurs erupted. He has lost his mind. He is smiling? Is this a plea for mercy? How embarrassing. He truly is worthless, lacking even the courage to resist. However, from Qin Outyan's vantage point on the stage, the perspective was entirely different. What did he see? He saw that infuriatingly nonchalant smile on Lin Xuan's face. He saw that thumb raised high. It was not a plea for mercy. It was a condescension, a mockery. That thumb seemed to convey, "You're quite brave, aren't you? Keep it up. I'm watching you." It was the ultimate. Unabashed ridicule from an upper echelon to a subordinate, from a deity to an ant. Buzz. Qin Outyan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Darkness clouding his vision. He had expected his words to instill fear in Lin Xuan, to make him tremble, to strip him of his dignity. Yet the response was akin to a silent slap across his face, a resounding blow that transcended distance. Lin Xuan. Qin Outyan forced those two words through gritted teeth, his hand gripping the microphone so tightly that the veins bulged, nearly crushing the metallic shell into scrap. The flames of rage burning in his eyes seemed ready to incinerate Lin Xuan on the spot. The opening ceremony was forcibly concluded under this bizarre atmosphere. With the host sweating profusely, people left, their minds swirling with questions and anticipation for tomorrow's bloody spectacle. Qin Outyan, surrounded by his subordinates, left with a darkened expression and a murderous intent, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Tomorrow, he would make Lin Xuan pay a price 1,000 times more painful than death for that smile. Su Qingxue looked at the still composed Lin Xuan beside her. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet no words escaped her throat. Lin Xuan turned to her, winking playfully, and gently patted her tightly clenched hand. "Don't worry, my chief strategic analyst. With emotions running so high, how can you assist me in analyzing the data? Just wait, tomorrow. I will present an extraordinary magic performance for all of Jiangnan City. The theme shall be on the N ways to cook a rabbit. Battle Techniques. Chapter 50. My father gambled 300 million. The entire city is laughing madly. The Qin family is involved, and with this hand, I will win 300 billion. The chaotic aftermath of the opening ceremony was awkwardly tidied up by the host, drenched in cold sweat. Just as Lin Xuan exited the contestant passage, a figure hurriedly intercepted him. It was the Lin family's old butler, his forehead glistening with fine sweat, his tone laden with an uncontainable urgency. "Young master, the master requests your immediate return to the main residence. The family is convening a high-level meeting." "A high-level meeting? What is going on?" Making it sound like the United Nations Security Council, Lin Xuan cast a sidelong glance, observing Wang Dali's face, which was a canvas of confusion, while Su Qingxue furrowed her brows, evidently sensing the impending storm. Understood, he thought. The Lin family's conference hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the patriarch's fingers tapping against the mahogany table, a sound that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Flanking the long table were the core elders of the Lin family, their expressions ashen, akin to participants at a prelude to a memorial service. At the head of the table sat Lin Xuan's father, Lin Zhengnan, who supported his forehead with the very hand that had been striking the table, his expression obscured. The moment Lin Xuan stepped into the hall, he became the eye of the storm. "Well, what a spectacle. Is this a 3-hall trial?" he mused to himself, finding a corner to sit down. No sooner had he settled than an elder sporting a goatee abruptly rose to his feet, clutching his chest. He wore a look of profound anguish. "Patriarch, Qin Outyan has issued a threat. He intends to strike hard. The safety of young Master Xian is of utmost importance to our clan. In my humble opinion, we must withdraw from this contest. As long as we have the Green Hills, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Here we go," the classic voice of the surrender faction. Lin Xuan thought with a smirk. Is this old man perhaps a covert operative planted by the Qin family? "Indeed," chimed in another corpulent elder, his flesh quivering. "What value do mere appearances hold? Life is paramount. The Qin family is formidable. We cannot risk the entire clan for the whims of the younger generation." A cacophony of voices clamoring for withdrawal filled the chamber, as if that were the only righteous path forward. Amid the clamor, a voice, chilling yet piercingly sharp, sliced through the noise. "I oppose." All eyes turned towards the source. Lin Ruoxue, clad in a well-tailored suit, her hair elegantly gathered, strode confidently amidst the array of elders in traditional garb, akin to a sword unsheathed. Her gaze swept across the assembly, causing even the most fervent of speakers to instinctively avert their eyes. Qin Outyin humiliated Lin Xuan in front of the entire city. He has insulted our entire Lin family. If we withdraw now, we will become the laughingstock of Jiangnan City. Who will regard us with respect henceforth? Our business, our dignity, will be trampled into the mud. By heavens, my sister's aura is formidable, towering at least 2 meters 8. Her combat prowess surpasses that of this gaggle of old men combined. Lin Xuan silently applauded his sister. The goateed elder turned crimson, neck straining as he countered, "But Miss Ruoxua, this is a contest we cannot hope to win. Are we to watch young Master Xian walk to his demise for the sake of a fleeting reputation?" Lin Ruoxua let out a cold laugh, her gaze piercing through the crowd to lock onto Lin Zhongnan at the head of the table. "Father, do you truly believe that Xian is the sort to engage in an unprepared battle?" Once more, all eyes converged on Lin Xian, like spotlights illuminating his presence. Lin Jingnan's inscrutable gaze finally shifted from his son. He beheld Lin Xian's unwavering tranquility, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the hall. His throat constricted as he rasped, "Xianer, tell me, what are your chances?" Rising to his feet, Lin Xian met the myriad gazes, some filled with concern, others skepticism or disdain, and extended a single finger. The goateed elder sighed heavily, as if already foreseeing the outcome. "Alas, only 1 in 10? That is far too risky." "No," Lin Xian interjected. A smile, radiant and reminiscent of the one he had worn at the ceremony, graced his lips. "What I mean is, he has no chance whatsoever." In the hall, even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Everyone was momentarily rendered speechless by this audacious proclamation. Explaining myself to these mortals is exhausting. It's like talking to a wall. Better to be direct. Lin Zhongnan fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xian, as though attempting to penetrate his very soul. After several seconds, he slammed his hand on the table with a resounding crash. "Good." Lin Zhongnan rose abruptly, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with a fierce light, a madness characteristic of a cornered lion. "My son, Lin Zhongnan, is no coward. Relay my orders. Mobilize all available liquid assets of the family to the Tianyun gambling house. Bet everything on Lin Xian's victory." Boom. Those words were more shocking than a death sentence from Qin Outyin. The elders in the conference hall, one and all, were left dumbfounded. Their mouths agape as if struck by lightning, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "Patriarch, think this through. That's 300 million gold coins. It constitutes half of our family's liquid assets. Madness. This is wagering the very fate of our clan." Lin Zhongnan waved his hand decisively, his voice resolute. "Does the Qin family wish to see us as a source of amusement? Then let us show them whether the Lin family harbors any cowards. By heavens, father is incredible." Lin Xian marveled at his father's audacious maneuver, going all in right from the start, betting on me as the ultimate long shot. Such boldness, such trust, impressive. My word. This lavish fortune is being offered up by my very own father. This radical decision could not possibly remain concealed. Within the hour, news exploded like a nuclear bomb across the night sky of Jiangnan City. Insanity. The Lin family has gone mad. 300 million gold coins for a guaranteed loss. Are they preparing to declare bankruptcy? I was at a loss, yet profoundly astonished. The entire Jiangnan City was in an uproar, with everyone convinced that the Lin family had collectively lost their minds, accelerating down the path of self-destruction. At the Qin family estate, Qin Outyin's father, the patriarch Qin Jinshan, listened to his subordinate's report. Initially stunned for half a minute, he erupted into thunderous laughter. "Huh, what a splendid Lin Zhongnan. Such audacity. Does he think this suicidal gamble will intimidate the Qin family?" A predatory gleam flickered in his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. "If he wishes to gamble, I shall play him to the end. Relay the order to mobilize 500 million in funds to the Tianyun gambling house, all on Outyin's victory. I not only want his son to be left with nothing but bones, but I also want the Lin family to be utterly annihilated overnight." Once again, the news reverberated throughout the city, silencing all. Everyone understood that this was no longer a mere clash between two youths. This was the ultimate showdown between the Lin and Qin families, two colossal factions vying for supremacy. The stakes were the very futures of their clans. In the courtyard of the Lin family estate, Lin Xian found his father standing alone, gazing contemplatively at the night sky. "Father." Lin Zhongnan turned to face his son, who seemed to have undergone a profound transformation overnight, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "The decision has been made. Now, the fate of our entire family rests upon your shoulders." Lin Xian remained silent, stepping forward to regard his father with solemnity. His calm and confident gaze acted like a potent elixir, dissipating the last vestige of unease within Lin Zhongnan. "Fear not, father." Lin Xian's voice, though soft, resonated with a force capable of quelling any tempest. After tomorrow, all those who have looked down upon the Lin family will come to regret their disdain. They will pay a most excruciating price for their ignorance, and we shall tread upon their corpses to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to us. Oh no, to be precise, it amounts to 30 billion. Chapter 51. A 400 billion gamble. The house scares itself into ICU. The entire city pleads with Lin Xuan not to strike. The Lin family patriarch's audacious decision detonated like a nuclear bomb in the pond that is Jiangnan City. A colossal wave surged forth, leaving every inhabitant, regardless of their station, gasping for breath in its wake. The Lin father and son became, overnight, the city's most notorious lunatics and the subject of ridicule. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Lin Xuan reclined nonchalantly in a rocking chair in his courtyard, swinging his legs leisurely while humming an off-key tune. All in is a form of sophisticated wisdom. Only a fool would consider it mere gambling. My father's maneuver, seemingly reckless and impulsive, is, in reality, on a scale that transcends the atmosphere. What he has wagered is not merely his fortune, but an unwavering belief in me, his son. This trust is worth 300 billion. At that moment, a tremor of footsteps reverberated through the air. Wang Dali charged in like a bull that had been stepped on 18 times, brandishing a communicator as though it were a trophy. His expression akin to someone who had endured 10 days of constipation only to find the toilet clogged. Xiangu, a monumental crisis has arisen. The sky is collapsing. Lin Xuan did not even lift his eyelids. He merely emitted a lazy syllable from his nostrils. What could possibly be of such magnitude? If the sky falls, surely there are those taller than I to support it. At 1.80, why should I panic? Someone has placed a bet on you. Wang Dali gasped, nearly breathless, thrusting the communicator toward Lin Xuan's nose. And it's a staggering 100 million. Lin Xuan's rocking chair came to a halt. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the bold, red lettering on the screen, followed by a long string of zeros, 100 million gold coins. His eyebrows involuntarily arched in surprise. Oh, aside from my father, the so-called gambling god, it seems there are other unwitting patrons. No, rather, top investors with discerning eyes. Who is it? Lin Xuan inquired. Have they so much money that they are at a loss as to where to spend it? I do not know, Wang Dali exclaimed, his neck thickening with excitement, his face flushed. It's an entirely anonymous account. They directly funneled the money into the Tianyun gambling house's odds. The entire back end of the gambling house is in chaos. Wang Dali quickly opened a local forum, where the posts had completely taken over, glowing of vibrant crimson. Astonishing nuclear explosion. Following the Lin family's 300 million all-in, a mysterious magnate has poured in another 100 million, also betting on Lin Xuan's victory. The Tianyun gambling house's back-end system has collapsed. Programmers are working overnight to repair it. Internal confidential news. The gambling house owner, upon seeing the odds, suffered a blood pressure spike to 208, resulting in a myocardial infarction, and has been rushed to ICU for emergency treatment. Lin Xuan observed these alarming headlines, the smile on his lips becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The odds are 1 to 100. If I win this 100 million, it translates to 10 billion. My father's 300 million, if victorious, amounts to 30 billion. Together, that totals 400 billion? Goodness. Am I about to generate a GDP for Jiangnan City for the next decade, all by myself? The owner of that gambling house is likely contemplating a leap from the ICU window right now. Serves you right for concocting a super obscure, high-yield gimmick before opening the odds, for underestimating me. Now look where it has landed you, stripped of your very undergarments. Xiangu, Wang Dali stammered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. The forum is abuzz with news. The Tianyun gambling house has gone mad, leveraging every connection to uncover the source of that anonymous account. But what? Lin Xuan's interest was piqued. The investigation only traced the funds back to one location. Wang Dali lowered his voice, as if that name held a certain magic. The black market, the night. The night? Lin Xuan's mind immediately conjured the image of a bewitching figure adorned with a fox mask, her voluptuous form defying reason. Her calculatingly beautiful eyes capable of piercing through hearts. So it turns out it was my number one sister who took action. Impressive, this sister of mine. Not only adept at intelligence, but possessing such a keen eye for investment? Is she betting on my potential as the faceless one, providing me with angel round funding in advance? I am enamored. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the black market's night, upon a throne symbolizing the power of the underworld, the figure known as the Night Queen, Yi Mei, casually draped a bare, jade-like foot over the icy armrest. She toyed with a pure black chip, a smirk playing on her red lips as she listened to her subordinate's report. Your Majesty, 100 million gold coins have been fully wagered. The Tianyun gambling house is now in utter disarray. Delightful chaos, Yi Mei replied lazily, yet with an undeniable authority. A A still pond is devoid of intrigue. However, her subordinate appeared quite hesitant. Do you truly have such faith in Lin Xuan? If he loses, that 100 million gold coins could lose. Yimei chuckled lightly, tossing the black chip into the air, tracing a graceful arc before catching it deftly. I understand the faceless one. He never engages in transactions without certainty. The fact that he dares to challenge a golden three-headed dragon while disguised as a mere rabbit indicates one thing. The trump card he possesses is far more formidable than anyone imagines. I wager 100 million gold coins on the strength of that card. Yimei's gaze seemed to pierce through layers of walls, landing toward the direction of the city lord's estate, her tone imbued with a chilling warning. A timely reminder for certain self-important individuals. She intentionally left a trace of the funding's trajectory, just enough for the true owner of the Tianyun gambling house, the city lord's estate, to uncover. This 100 million is not merely a bet, it is a declaration of war, a warning letter. It unequivocally communicates to the city lord's estate. In tomorrow's life and death duel, I, the knight, stand with Lin Xuan. You would do well to keep your claws clean and refrain from engaging in petty underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Within the city lord's study, an oppressive silence reigned. The current lord of Jiangnan City remained silent for a full incense stick's duration after hearing the report from his spy. The air was so thick with tension, it was almost suffocating. Originally, their plan was to manipulate the match through the referee or the venue, providing the Qin family with some advantages. After all, a powerful Qin family aligned with the interests of the city lord's estate. But now, that madwoman has personally entered the fray. Is it truly worth it to offend a figure who commands the entire underground realm of the city for the sake of the Qin family? The answer is self-evident. Dispatch the orders. The city lord wearily waved his hand, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Tomorrow's match will adhere to the utmost principles of fairness. No one shall intervene. Indeed, the silhouette of the spy silently melded into the shadows. That night, due to Lin Xuan, the power dynamics of the upper echelon of Jiangnan City underwent a silent reshuffle. Yet, the architect of all this remained blissfully unaware. He simply thought that events were becoming increasingly intriguing. Well, I haven't even taken the stage yet. And the external support is already paving the way for me like a star-studded avenue? Even the judges have been warned in advance. What is this? This is what one calls a spectacle. It feels like a ranked match where, before entering the game, the opposing team has already gone idle at their fountain, typing in the public chat, "Brother, I was wrong. We surrender." Lin Xuan leisurely stretched, gazing at the starry sky, grinning broadly. As carefree as a hefty child weighing 200 pounds. Qin Outyan, the Lin family, the Qin family, the city lord's mansion. Now, there's also a mysterious and affluent top-ranking sister added to the mix. Jiangnan City is truly becoming more entertaining by the day. Just wait. Tomorrow will be the moment to witness a miracle. I shall present an unprecedented grand magic show for the entire city. The name of the magic act shall be The Vanished Dragon and a Gorging Rabbit. Chapter 52. The Qin family crumbles completely. 50 million treated as rubbish? The entire city begs Lin Xuan to accept. One wave has yet to settle when another arises. The Lin family gambles everything, betting on the black market. These two deep water bombs have thoroughly boiled the waters of Jiangnan City, causing the lid to tremble and bubble uncontrollably. Across the city, from humble laborers to illustrious noble families, all are abuzz discussing the mad father-son duo of the Lin family and the impending showdown destined to flow with blood. However, just when the entire city believed tonight's magical drama had reached its conclusion, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. Thunderous roars. The heavy rumble of engines shattered the tranquility of the night. A convoy of over a dozen heavy trucks grandly came to a stop in front of the Lin family residence. The menacing steel fronts gleamed coldly under the lights, resembling an armed escort rather than a mere visit. The guards at the Lin family's entrance stood dumbfounded, hands tightly gripping their weapons, muscles taut, bracing for whatever may come. Oh, a sequel? Lin Xuan, who had just seen off his father and was preparing to retreat to his chambers for a beauty sleep, curiously poked his head out upon hearing the commotion. Which deity is this? The Qin family, unable to bear it, has sent a dump truck to crush me? Surely, that's too petty? Just then, a figure emerged from the lead luxury vehicle. An elderly man clad in an exquisitely tailored alchemist's robe, his hair meticulously styled, and a serious expression on his face. The badge on his chest, denoting his status as vice president of the Alchemist Association, shimmered with the aura of authority under the lights. He Yuan. In Jiangnan City, this was a name more esteemed than that of many illustrious family heads. He Yuan swiftly approached the Lin family's entrance and, facing the guards who were on high alert, displayed an unexpectedly genial smile and then slightly bowed. I am He Yuan, Vice President of the Alchemist Association, and I have urgent matters to discuss with young Master Lin Xuan. I kindly request your assistance in relaying this message. The captain of the guard's mind went blank. The Vice President of the Alchemist Association? Personally paying a visit? Using the term requesting an audience. What on earth is happening in this world? The news quickly reached Lin Xuan's ears. The Alchemist Association? Oh, I remember now. The one I previously took advantage of. So, they come sniffing around? Their noses are sharper than a dog's. Lin Xuan yawned, leisurely strolling to the entrance. Upon catching sight of Lin Xuan, Yuan's originally serious eyes suddenly sparkled with astonishing brightness. He completely disregarded Lin Xuan's home attire and slippers, stepping forward to perform an impeccable bow of respect. His waist bent nearly parallel to the ground. Young Master Lin Xuan, I humbly apologize for my late-night intrusion. I hope for your understanding. Yuan's demeanor had lowered to the dust, his tone filled with genuine respect. On behalf of the Alchemist Association, I extend my sincerest apologies for the previous neglect towards your esteemed master. We were blind to your greatness and failed to visit in a timely manner. This is indeed a grave offense. Goodness. This acting should be featured on the cover of a prestigious acting school's textbook. Apologies are one thing, but spare me the theatrics. A warm inquiry is no substitute for a hefty sum. Lin Xuan casually waved his hand, appearing nonchalant. Vice President you are too courteous. My master is a wanderer, unconcerned with trifles. Seeing that Lin Xuan bore no malice, Yuan's taut nerves finally relaxed. He promptly turned around and, with a vigorous wave of his hand towards the imposing convoy of steel beasts, commanded, "Bring forth the tribute for the elder." At his command, dozens of burly men leaped from the trucks, working in pairs to hoist down heavy Nanu wooden crates. Thud, thud, thud. The crates struck the ground with a jarring thud. Yuan personally stepped forward to open the foremost crate. Instantly, an overwhelming fragrance of medicinal herbs mingled with dazzling spiritual light surged forth like a tsunami, nearly blinding the eyes. Inside the crate lay an orderly array of rare medicinal materials, each more splendid than the last. A-grade medicinal material, Dragon's Bloodvine. S-grade material, Ice Soul Snow Lotus Seeds. My heavens, and even a millennium-old stalactite. The breath of several knowledgeable guards around them vanished in an instant. Their eyes seemingly magnetized to the crates, unable to tear themselves away. A sense of uncontainable pride appeared on Yuan's face as he proclaimed, "Young Master Lin, this is but a small token from the association. A total of 36 varieties of A-grade rare medicinal materials and 12 varieties of S-grade materials, valued at approximately 53 million gold coins. I hope your esteemed master will find them useful in his research of new pill formulas." He paused, his tone becoming even more humble, almost pleading. "Moreover, the association dares to request that, when you have the time, you might offer guidance to us, the unworthy juniors. We would be eternally grateful." Holy moly, 53 million. Outwardly calm, Lin Xuan's mind was already racing with calculations. This isn't merely delivering medicinal materials. This is akin to bringing me cash from a money printing machine. With a wager of 100 million, a family gamble of 300 million, and now acquiring 50 million worth of medicinal materials for free, have I inadvertently disturbed the lair of the god of wealth? Has this boundless fortune finally come my way? Yet, despite the exhilaration within, Lin Xuan's expression must remain composed. Clearing his throat slightly, he furrowed his brow, accurately portraying a look of difficulty in handling the situation. He approached the boxes and symbolically picked up a couple of the most inconspicuous medicinal herbs from each one. Then, with a resounding thud, he closed the boxes and, with a serious expression, addressed Yuan. "Vice President I shall graciously accept this gesture on behalf of my master. However, this gift is far too extravagant. My revered master has often instructed me that cultivators should strive for self-reliance and shun taking advantage of their juniors. Hence, I insist that you take these items back." This unexpected maneuver left Yuan and all those around him utterly bewildered. Refusing? Over 50 million gold coins. And he simply dismissed them? What kind of celestial operation is this? After a brief moment of shock, the respect in Yuan's eyes surged to its zenith, transforming into fervent admiration. This is the true demeanor of a genuine master. To regard wealth as mere refuse. Such an elevated disposition is simply unfathomable. He became even more convinced that the person behind Lin Xuan must undoubtedly be the legendary master alchemist. No, young Master Lin, you absolutely must not. Yuan, in a flurry, bowed deeply once more, his attitude now 100-fold more respectful. This is merely a token of filial piety from us juniors. If you refuse, it would imply disdain for our Alchemist Association. Are you suggesting that what we offer is beneath consideration? Here comes the classic moral coercion. If I refuse, it means I look down on you. I'm quite familiar with this tactic. Well, since you've put it this way, to decline further would only reflect poorly on my character. Lin Xuan sighed reluctantly, his expression etched with an air of helplessness. Alas, since Vice President he has stated it thus, I shall temporarily accept this on behalf of my master. As for the matter of guidance, I shall relay the association's request to my master when he is in good spirits. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. He Yuan exclaimed, overjoyed. As if pardoned from a great sin, the transaction was sealed. He Yuan departed contentedly with his convoy, leaving behind a veritable mountain of gold and silver. Along with Jaws agape in astonishment. This news spread like wildfire, reaching every elite circle in Jiangnan City within a mere 10 minutes. The entire city fell silent once more. If the Lin family's alliance with the black market stirred a tempest, then the Alchemist Association, a transcendent neutral entity, openly intervening to offer support, was akin to igniting a tsunami that would engulf the entire city. In the Qin family estate, the study was suffocatingly silent. An atmosphere so oppressive it chilled to the bone. Crack! A precious blue and white porcelain vase was violently smashed to the ground by Qin Jinshan, shattering into countless fragments. That old fox He Yuan from the Alchemist Association. Qin Jinshan's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing labored, his chest heaving violently. He could dismiss a single Lin family as mad. He could withstand the black market's pressure. But now, even the Alchemist Association had unmistakably aligned with Lin Xuan. The combined force of these three factions sent a bone-chilling shiver through even the Qin family. For the first time, Qin Jinshan wavered in his perfectly crafted plan to crush Lin Xuan and annex the Lin family. Events seemed to spiral toward a direction he could not control, descending into chaos. He felt less like a cunning hunter and more like a pitiful prey, stepping into a trap surrounded by ancient behemoths. Father. Qin Outyan's face darkened as if he could wring water from it. A mere alchemist association is insignificant. Tomorrow, strength is everything in the arena. You shut your mouth. Qin Jinshan snapped, whirling around to deliver a resounding slap across Qin Outyan's face. If it weren't for your foolish arrogance, would things have escalated to this point? He pointed a trembling finger at his son. I tell you, tomorrow, not only must you win, but you must do so decisively. Otherwise, our Qin family shall become the greatest joke in all of Jiangnan City. Chapter 53. The night before the final showdown, the school bell pleads with tears for my safety. I hand her a rabbit. In the Qin family study, the shards of blue and white porcelain still bore the remnants of Qin Jinshan's fury. The entire elite circle of Jiangnan City lay restless through the night, engulfed in an unprecedented gamble. Countless individuals calculated, weighed options, and quaked in fear. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Lin Xuan yawned, preparing for a restful night. In the grand scheme of things, sleep is paramount. Tomorrow, I must rise early for the performance. I need to be well rested. Just as he changed into his soft cotton pajamas, a graceful silhouette, accompanied by a cool, fragrant breeze, hurriedly entered his courtyard. It was Su Qingxue. The moonlight cast a silvery glow upon her, yet it did little to warm the pallor of her face. This usually aloof beauty, as cold as the peak of a snow-capped mountain, now displayed a visage devoid of color, her lovely eyes brimming with an unprecedented panic. Ah, the leading lady visits in the dead of night? I'm familiar with this plot. Next, she should be crying and pleading for me not to go to my demise, and if I insist, she would. Lin Xuan. Su Qingxue's voice trembled, revealing a quiver she herself had not recognized. In a few strides, she stood before Lin Xuan and, almost forcefully, thrust a data terminal into his hands. This is all the information I could gather regarding Qin Outyan's golden, three-headed dragon. Lin Xuan glanced down. Wow. This was no mere data. It was akin to a doctoral thesis. From the elemental properties each of the three heads excelled in, to the estimated cooldown times of each skill, and even to Qin Outyan's habitual commands in past battles, everything was meticulously detailed. It was impressively organized, and even included several 3D battle simulations. Goodness, a true scholar indeed. The level of detail in this analysis is such that I suspect even Qin Outyan himself could not comprehend it as thoroughly. In my past life, this would be akin to a high-scoring political exam prep teacher. Failing to hit the mark would be an affront to her efforts. Lin Xuan. Su Qingxue suddenly lifted her gaze, her clear eyes locking onto his, filled with a palpable concern that seemed almost tangible. Just give up. Her voice was soft, yet carried the weight of an almost pleading fragility. The intelligence I just received indicates that Qin Outyan's golden three-headed dragon has already brushed against the B-class barrier and could breach it at any moment. It is not something a C-class peak battle pet can contend with. You do not need to gamble your life on this. In that moment, she was no longer the lofty young lady of the Su family, but simply a girl genuinely afraid for a reckless boy. She couldn't help but take a small step closer, her tone growing more urgent. Listen to me. Even if you withdraw now, no one will look down on you. Not a soul. I can plead with my father to intervene. Our Su family can help mediate. No matter how domineering the Qin family is, they must give us some face. Oh dear, this is edging into the territory of a domineering female CEO, standing up for love. Lin Xuan listened quietly, his gaze resting on her eyes, slightly reddened from her agitation. A warm sensation unexpectedly flowed through his heart. It felt rather pleasant to be so unreservedly cared for. This girl is quite charming. He remained silent, under the intense gaze of Su Qingxue, whose heart felt as though it might cease to beat from anxiety. Lin Xuan suddenly raised his hand. His movements were slow and gentle. Su Qingxue's body tensed instantly, her mind going blank. What was he about to do? In the next moment, his warm fingertips softly brushed against her temple, deftly tucking a wayward strand of hair, tousled by the night breeze, behind her ear. Boom. A wave of searing heat surged from her neck to the crown of her head, her cheeks flushing with an astonishing rapidity, akin to a perfectly ripened peach. Her heartbeat spiraled out of control, pounding like a drum. She forgot to breathe, forgot to think, even forgot to evade. Once Lin Xuan completed this gesture, he casually withdrew his hand. TSK, how thin-skinned. Just a touch to the hair, and she turns this red. But it's rather adorable. He refrained from uttering the cliched phrase, trust me. Just as Su Qingxue stood frozen in place, her mind utterly malfunctioning, Lin Xuan flipped his wrist. A flash of white light appeared. A fluffy, round little white rabbit with a pair of innocent, wide eyes materialized out of thin air. It was none other than the disguised Xiaowan, posing as the Moonlight Rabbit. Su Qingxue was taken aback. She slowly lowered her gaze. Her pupils dilated in shock. What was happening? In the face of an impending battle, instead of analyzing intelligence or formulating strategies, he conjured a rabbit right before her eyes. Explaining is too cumbersome. Let's employ some physical cooling instead. Lin Xuan bent down, scooped up Xiaowan, and directly placed it into Su Qingxue's embrace. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around it. The sensation was indescribably soft and warm. The little white rabbit adjusted its position in her arms, finding a comfortable spot to settle down, then lifted its fluffy little head. Gazing at her with eyes purer than obsidian, its tiny three-part mouth quivered. Deep. This soft, delicate sound seemed like an invisible spell, instantly penetrating all of Su Qingxue's psychological defenses. The tension in her heart, taut with fear and worry, miraculously relaxed the moment she cradled this fluffy little creature. All her anxious and frantic emotions seemed to be gradually soothed and absorbed by its warm touch and innocent gaze. She felt an overwhelming calm envelop her. Lin Xuan observed Su Qingxue, who held the rabbit in her arms with a lingering blush on her cheeks, but her gaze had lost its earlier turmoil. A genuine, confident smile finally graced his lips. He spoke, his voice low yet steady, akin to a stabilizing anchor, quelling all storms and anxieties. Rest assured, I never undertake ventures without certainty. Tomorrow, you shall witness an extraordinary performance from the audience. Just wait. Tomorrow, I will present the city with an unprecedented grand magic show. The magic will be titled, The Vanishing Dragon and a Burping Rabbit. Chapter 54. Are they going to cheat? Splendid. I was just worried it wasn't chaotic enough. Su Qingxue remained in a daze, cradling the warm ball of fluff in her arms, her mind still in a semi-dormant state. Xiaowan nudged in her embrace, lifting its little head and peering at her with its pure, innocent obsidian eyes. Its tiny three-part mouth moved. Deep. This sound, so soft it could almost be squeezed for water, melted Su Qingxue's heart entirely. She gazed into Lin Xuan's eyes, which sparkled with a gentle smile, imbued with confidence and assurance, as if a warm hand had soothed all her chaos and fear. Finally, she took a deep breath, nodded, her voice barely audible. Then be careful. Now that's the spirit. If the sky were to fall, a tall person would hold it up. You, a delicate girl, needn't worry so much. Just sit back in the audience and enjoy the show. Lin Xuan watched as Su Qingxue turned back repeatedly, clutching the rabbit, reluctant to leave. Only after her figure completely vanished at the gate did the gentle smile on his face gradually freeze and then fade away. In its place emerged an absolute, emotionless calm. Phew, finally sent the leading lady away. If I stayed any longer, I might inadvertently reveal who the final boss is. He turned away, his gaze devoid of warmth. Tomorrow would mark his first real battle since arriving in this world. It was not a trivial skirmish, but a life-and-death struggle that could alter the entire landscape of Jiangnan City, one that wagered his very life and fortune. He had to prepare meticulously. System, open personal panel. A spectral azure screen, visible only to him, unfurled before his eyes. Host, Lin Xuan. Strength, peak level C Beastmaster. Battle pet, Chaos Young Dragon. Current disguised form, S-Class Harmless Little Rabbit. Battle Pet abilities, Corrosive Slime, A-Class, Devour, S-Class, Chaos Dragon Breath, SS-Class Sealed. Host skills, Absolute Defense, B-Class, can withstand a fatal attack once, refresh daily. SS-Class Mental Shock, one-time consumable. Passive abilities, Mental Power, A-Class, Battlefield Micro-Operation, C-Class. S-Class Harmless Little Rabbit with Passive Intelligence Reduction Aura, instilling a psychological suggestion of this creature is weak, cute, and poses no threat in targets. Well, I didn't realize I'd equipped myself so thoroughly. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, scrutinizing his trump cards line by line. Chaos Young Dragon, Divine Bloodline. Specialized in subduing all defiance. Golden Three-Headed Dragon. Sorry, you barely qualify as an appetizer on my Xiaowan's lavish lunch menu. B-Class Absolute Defense, my Resurrection Armor. Does Qin Outyin dare to break it? SS-Class Mental Shock? TSK, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This is a surprise prepared for that old coot from the Qin family. Qin Outyin ISNT worthy to use it. Plus, with the newly grasped battlefield micro-operation and the intimate knowledge of Qin Outyin's undergarment color. And most importantly, Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon the words Intelligence Reduction Aura. A wicked smirk crept onto his lips, curving into a near malicious arc. Tomorrow. Let all of Jiangnan City witness what it means for cuteness to be justice, what it means for adorableness to be invincible. He closed his eyes. In his mind, countless battle scenarios cascaded like a waterfall. Plan 1, instant kill at the start. Xiaowan reveals its dragon form and swallows it whole. Rejected. Too simplistic. It doesn't align with my aesthetic of fun. Plan 2, utilize corrosive slime for a war of attrition. Rejected. Too slow. The audience would fall asleep watching. Plan 3. Hundreds of combat possibilities were meticulously analyzed and dismissed one by one. Ultimately, a script that was the most audacious, the most absurd, and the most capable of humiliating Qin Outyin took shape in his mind. It's settled. To appear utterly harmless while executing the most outrageous deed. I want Qin Outyin, in his moment of utmost pride and public attention, to be publicly defeated in the most humiliating and bizarre manner by a rabbit he looks down upon. This is what we call performance art. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Lin Xuan pushed the door open, her delicate face taut, bearing an unprecedented gravity. Brother, something has happened. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, sister has come? It seems there's indeed something amiss. The Qin family has bribed the chief judge of the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, Lin Xuan spoke rapidly. I just received word that they plan to tamper with the arena's barrier during tomorrow's competition. They will secretly weaken the barrier in your area. Once Qin Outyin's attack exceeds a certain threshold, the barrier will unexpectedly shatter. At that point, his assault will strike you without obstruction. This is a blatant underhanded tactic, a guaranteed fatal blow. Lin Xuan's eyes were filled with anxiety and indignation. However, upon hearing this, Lin Xuan not only displayed no concern, but instead let out a low chuckle. The sound was not loud, yet in the quiet of the night. It resonated with a peculiar clarity, tinged with a sense of amusement, as if he were anticipating a spectacle. Oh, are they anxious? Resorting to such despicable means? I was worried that tomorrow's show wouldn't be grand enough, and now they've conveniently handed me the latter. Ah, the Qin family, you truly are my dear little cotton-padded jacket. Sensing my chill, and taking the initiative to ignite a fire. In the midst of Lin Xuan's astonished gaze, Lin Xuan pulled her closer, leaning in to whisper a few rapid words that only the two of them could hear. Lin Xuan's eyes widened progressively, from shock to disbelief, ultimately. A strange gleam flickered in her beautiful eyes, a mix of madness and exhilarating excitement. You intend to poke a hole in the heavens. Her voice quivered. After a pause, she suddenly bit her teeth, a near-maniacal smile emerging on her face. I like it. I'll arrange it immediately. With that, she turned and strode away, exuding an air of decisiveness and lethal intent. The entire courtyard once again fell into tranquility. Lin Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind him at the window, his gaze piercing through the night, distant yet focused on the brightly lit Qin family mansion. The night breeze tousled his hair. The curve of his lips was cold as he uttered, in a voice only he could hear, the final judgment for his distant foes. Qin Outyin, your defeat is inevitable. Along with the Qin family behind you. Chapter 55, the final script, the vanished dragon and the glutted rabbit. On the day of the decisive battle, dawn broke with a startling brilliance. The entire Jiangnan city seemed to be pressed by an invisible hand, momentarily frozen, only to be instantly accelerated to 16 times its usual speed. The streets lay deserted, all shops shuttered. The populace surged like a tidal wave towards the central duel arena, a city devoid of people. Since yesterday afternoon, Tales of Lin Xuan and his mysterious master had been fervently propagated by the Lin family, the black market, and the Alchemist Association, breaking free from the constraints of reality. This tempest had long swept through the upper echelons of society. The myriad versions and bizarre narratives were such that they could render even the most renowned storytellers in the city ashamed enough to abandon their craft in favor of selling pancakes. Version 1, Priceless Loyalty Edition. Have you heard? Lin Xuan's master is the legendary alchemist emperor who vanished a century ago. It is said that in his youth, he owed a life debt to Lin Xuan's ancestor, and this time he has emerged from seclusion to repay that immense favor. Hence, he made an exception to accept Lin Xuan as his sole disciple. No wonder. No wonder the vice president of the Alchemist Association, He Yuan, rushed to offer gifts like a grandson. The Alchemist Emperor. He is the patriarch of all alchemists. Version 2, the modified classic of Mountains and Seas edition. Your news is outdated. My third uncle's cousin's classmate works at the City Lord's mansion, and he heard it firsthand. Lin Xuan's master is not even human. What? What do you mean not human? It's an ancient medicinal beast. After cultivating for millennia, it transformed into human form to roam the world. It just happened to pass through our Jiangnan city and deemed Lin Xuan to possess extraordinary potential, thus selecting him as its heir. No way. Is that for real? So fantastical? Version 3 Plus, Expanded Perspective Edition. Stop the wild guesses. Let me tell you the most credible version. This matter involves the top forces of the central continent. Lin Xuan's master is an elder dispatched by the Sacred Pill Tower for inspection. Because he recognized Lin Xuan's unique innate medicinal physique, he secretly accepted him as a disciple. This duel is his ultimate test for Lin Xuan, and a chance to assess whether our Jiangnan city is qualified to establish a branch tower. My goodness, the Sacred Pill Tower. Our Jiangnan city is about to soar into the sky. Lin Xuan lay in bed, amusedly scrolling through the gossip section of the Black Market's internal forum, his legs kicking in delight. Talents. You all are buried treasures. Such imagination. It would be a waste not to write novels. Alchemist Emperor? Medicinal Beast? Sacred Pill Tower? Why not say my master is lousy himself? Especially the third version, it's my favorite. Grand in scope, astonishing in background, and it even bestowed me with an incredible physique. From now on, let us promote this standard. These absurd tales, so outrageous that even he felt like reporting them, successfully created a subtle fracture in the previously one-sided public opinion. A portion of astute opportunists began to harbor doubts about the outcome of the competition. They quietly placed seemingly inconsequential bets on Lin Xuan's side. The Qin family. Bang. Another valuable antique teacup shattered into powder in Qin Jinshan's study. His eyes were bloodshot, having not slept a wink all night. Listening to his subordinates report on the escalating rumors outside, he felt the blood vessels in his head pulsating with his heartbeat, each thump jarring his taut nerves. Alchemist Emperor? Medicinal Beast? Sacred Pill Tower? Investigate. Get me the lineage of that so-called master. All 18 generations. Qin Jinshan's voice was as dry as sandpaper, each word tinged with uncontrollable rage. However, the responses from his subordinates left his heart utterly frozen. All of the family head's intelligence channels had been mobilized, yet they found nothing but a blank slate. This person appeared as if he had materialized from thin air. The more he couldn't find, the more Qin Jinshan felt his heart plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. The unknown was the most terrifying. His trepidation towards that enigmatic master had swelled to its zenith. No, there can be no further mishaps. This duel must be foolproof. Qin Jinshan abruptly opened a hidden compartment in his desk, retrieving a brocade box exuding an ominous red glow. He swiftly approached Qin Outyin, his facial muscles contorted, and violently tore open the brocade box. Inside lay a talisman carved from an unknown beast's bone, adorned with eerie blood-red patterns, wisps of black mist coiling around it. Just a glance sent chills down one's spine. B-class pinnacle magic artifact, bloodthirsty talisman. Outyin, take this. Qin Jinshan gritted his teeth, commanding slowly. This is one of our Qin family's trump cards. At a critical moment, crush it. It can instantly unleash the ferocity of your contracted spirit, sending it into a frenzy, temporarily boosting its strength by a tier, enough to tear apart any enemy. Qin Outyin felt the brutal aura emanating from the talisman, his eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty fervor as he nodded emphatically. Father, rest assured, today, I shall rend Lin Xuan into 1,000 pieces. He failed to notice the fleeting tremor of reluctance deep within his father's gaze as he spoke of tearing apart any enemy. The side effects of this bloodthirsty talisman were profound. Once employed, the contracted spirit would suffer severe depletion, and without a year or more of rare medicinal nurturing, recovery would be impossible. Yet, he could afford no such considerations at this moment. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's phone vibrated subtly. It was an encrypted message from Yi Mei. succinct and to the point. The target has received new equipment from his forebears. Bloodthirsty Talisman, Peak Grade B. Function, Temporary Frenzy, Power Amplification. Side effect, Kidney Deficiency. End of report. Upon reading it, Lin Xuan nearly chuckled aloud. Kidney deficiency. Now that I'm using. Oh, Queen, your notes are becoming increasingly cheeky. After all this build-up, the ultimate move is merely drug use? The Qin family, how profoundly you disappoint me. Have you revealed all your trump cards? Very well. Then it's time to end this game. He switched off his phone and slowly rose, strolling to the window. The morning sunlight poured over him, warm and gentle. The tiger skin of my enigmatic master has successfully frightened all those who needed to be scared, securing for me the most perfect stage. The groundwork of public opinion. The hearts of the people, all the preliminary acts have been sufficiently prepared. Now, it is time for the entire Jiangnan city to witness what it truly means to deliver a dimensional strike. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curved into a tantalizingly cold smirk. He turned to the mirror, leisurely adjusting his collar before speaking softly. His voice was like the final announcement to an audience eagerly awaiting the grand performance. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. An unprecedented grand magic show is about to commence. The title of the magic act shall be The Vanished Dragon and a Burping Rabbit. Chapter 56. The Qin Family's Ultimate Strike? No, it is the knife handed to me. In the Qin family's secret chamber. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that twisted Qin Jinshan's visage, rendering it devilish. He fixed his gaze fiercely upon his son, Qin Outyin. Outyin, remember. Today is not merely a personal vendetta between you and Lin Xuan. Qin Jinshan's voice was hoarse and coarse, each word searing. That Lin Xuan, along with his enigmatic master, is a nail driven deep into the throat of our Qin family's aspirations. Until he is removed, I cannot find peace. His eyes blazed with a venomous gleam, every syllable laced with chilling malice. On the arena, employ every means necessary to kill him, not to incapacitate, but to slay. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Qin Outyin felt no fear. Rather, the mere utterance of the word kill ignited a morbid excitement within his eyes. Father, allow me to finish. Qin Jinshan interrupted, his tone growing frostier. The rules of the duel permit no regard for life and death. As long as you slay him within the permissible limits of the rules, that so-called master, if he truly exists, will suffer in silence. Afterwards, the family can manage the situation and bury it entirely. He thrust the ominous red-glowing, bloodthirsty talisman back into Qin Outyin's hands, his voice lowered to a whisper akin to a demon's murmur. Remember, at the moment you kill Lin Xuan, crush it immediately. Let your golden three-headed dragon spiral into a frenzy, masquerading as utterly uncontrollable. Thus, all blame can be shifted to the unexpected rampage of the contracted spirit. What we desire is a flawless, irrefutable accident. The plan was meticulous, insidious, and even the script for evading culpability post-murder had been pre-written. Qin Outyin felt a heat surge within him, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He licked his dry lips with a flick of his tongue, the cruelty in his eyes almost palpable. He was determined to win. More than that, he yearned to personally tear Lin Xuan apart in front of the entire city, relishing the ultimate ecstasy of dictating another's life and death. Father, fret not. I shall ensure his demise is most gruesome. The father and son locked eyes, each discerning a twisted satisfaction reflected in the other's gaze. Yet, neither noticed a nondescript gray moth silently fluttering its wings in the corner of the chamber. Simultaneously, in Lin Xuan's room. The bond between father and son, truly moving. Are we staging a power game here? And pulling out nails, why not mention scraping bones to cure poison? Your cultural literacy seems lacking. Lin Xuan reclined on a plush sofa, one leg crossed over the other, a minuscule earpiece no larger than a grain of rice nestled in his ear. Inside, it was relaying the entirety of the conversation within the Qin family's secret chamber in real time. An A-grade alchemical reconnaissance tool, mimetic listening moth. A 500,000 black market treasure, adept at unveiling all manner of secrets. Accidental murder, crushing the magical artifact, disguising it as a loss of control. Not a bad script, logical to perfection, though the acting is overly dramatic. Lin Xuan's smile grew increasingly radiant, tinged with a chilling delight. He had been contemplating how best to obliterate the Qin family once and for all, ensuring they could never rise again. And yet, what happened? He merely dozed off, and someone delivered a pillow, just as he was struggling to find a sufficiently legitimate reason to escalate the matter to its zenith. The Qin father and son had voluntarily presented him with a murder script on a silver platter. You wish to kill me? And disguise it as a loss of control? Oh, Qin family, you truly are my dear little cotton-padded jacket, knowing my stage was too small and willingly providing me with a ladder and props. I could weep, truly. Lin Xuan turned off the listening device, The subsequent content no longer required his attention. He already comprehended how to stage the grand finale of this magic performance. He retrieved his phone, his fingertips dancing across the screen to send a succinct message to Lin Xuan. The content was exceedingly brief. Plan B. Public opinion preparation. Keywords. Accidental murder. Magical artifact. Message sent successfully. Lin Xuan cast his phone aside and rose slowly. What he sought was never merely to win a contest. His goal was to publicly smash the meticulously crafted malicious conspiracy of the Qin father and son right back into their faces under the gaze of the masses. He intended to have the Qin family subjected to a comprehensive public execution in terms of power, morality, and public opinion. To be utterly nailed to the pillar of shame in Jiangnan City. Let the game begin. Let me witness the expression on your faces when your self-righteous schemes transform into the noose tightening around your own neck. How splendid that expression shall be. Chapter 57. The prey appears. Welcome to my hunting ground. On the day of the decisive battle, as dawn broke, Lin Xuan had just donned a sleek black outfit, ready to step out. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate violently. The frequency, so high it felt as though it might leap from his palm in a burst of frenetic energy. Ah, has the queen come to express her concern again? No. At this moment, this frequency indicates an urgent report of the highest level. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, his fingertips swiftly unraveling the 3 layers of encryption. The next moment, his previously nonchalant smile froze instantly. The content of the report struck him like an invisible ice hammer, brutally impacting his nerves. What the hell? They're serious. The Qin family has gone mad. They audaciously devised 2 murderous schemes. On the arena, Qin Outyin is to execute a botched assassination. This is Plan A. Outside the arena, should this plan falter, or if Lin Xuan miraculously survives, they have also enlisted the services of Bloodhand, the most infamous underground assassin organization in Jiangnan City, setting an intricate web of traps along Lin Xuan's path to the competition. The singular objective, to ensure he does not survive the day. Goodness, they even have a Plan B. They understand what risk hedging entails. The intelligence from Nightshade is so meticulously detailed that it is shocking, even specifying the trio dispatched by Bloodhand. The assassin codenamed Ghost Shadow, a peak C class, excels in stealthy backstabbing, mastering the art of evasion. The archer codenamed Eagle Eye, also a peak C class, is renowned for his long-range sniping abilities, claiming he can accurately hit a fly's left eye from 800 meters away. Lastly, there is the berserker codenamed Bull, a peak C class, designated for frontal assaults. His muscles bulging, clearly the type whose mind is as brawny as his physique. An assassin, an archer, a warrior, the classic trinity of tactics? What is this? A dungeon raid? Quite professional indeed. Lin Xuan's gaze grew progressively colder, inch by inch. It was a pure disdain born from having his bottom line crossed. He had initially believed that the Qin family, no matter how unscrupulous, would merely engage in the machinations of business rivalry, employing wit and strategy within the bounds of rules. It now appeared he had been woefully naive. The adversary had torn off the mask, overturned the table, and intended to erase him from this world in the most primitive, bloodthirsty manner. How infuriating. However, this fury only simmered in his heart for 3 seconds. It was swiftly consumed by a far more intense, almost pathological excitement. He did not panic, nor did he contemplate seeking aid from Lin Zhongnan or the city lord's office. For within his mind, a singular thought erupted with fervor, bold and illuminated. Opportunity. This was a divine chance to uproot the Qin family, nailing them to the pillar of shame. Hide? Why should I hide? A normal person faced with an assassination attempt would instinctively take a detour, seek help, or notify the authorities. But am I a normal person? The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, forming an exceedingly wicked arc. Not only will I not hide, but I shall also make a grand entrance. I must give these 3 assassin brothers their due respect. I want them to experience firsthand, at the most unexpected moment, what it means to think oneself the hunter when in fact, one is the prey, a socio-cultural beatdown. He immediately accessed the system mall, his fingers gliding swiftly across the interface like a devoted shopper on the eve of a grand sale. For such a minor affair, employing an SS-class mental assault would be akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Far too extravagant. It should be reserved for the patriarch of the Qin family. I need something cost-effective yet sufficiently extravagant. Before long, his gaze settled upon 2 glimmering items. A-class illusion generator, priced at 500,000 gold coins. Capable of creating large-scale illusions so realistic they could deceive the eye. Truly a pro-max beauty filter. B-class high-explosive alchemical bomb, priced at 100,000 gold coins each. Art is indeed explosive. Even Deidara would exclaim in admiration. It's settled then. Pikachu. With a thought, Lin Xuan placed the order, exchanging for 1 illusion generator and 5 alchemical bombs. A million gone. My heart bleeds. My heart bleeds. Oh well, the spoils come from the pig. I'll consider this a reimbursement from the Qin family. He stowed the freshly acquired toys into his backpack, leisurely adjusted his collar, and winked at his reflection in the mirror, confirming his impeccable handsomeness. Then, while everyone anticipated he would leave through the heavily guarded main entrance, he alone pushed open the side door leading to a secluded alleyway. With one step outside, sunlight streamed through the alley's mouth, casting a bright patch of light beneath his feet. Lin Xuan, resembling an actor poised to take the stage, wore a warm smile, humming an unknown tune, as he ventured into the path already shrouded in the shadow of death. Before the grand performance of magic that would captivate the masses, he was acutely aware that a bloody and violent appetizer awaited his indulgence. Come forth, my assassin gentlemen. Let me see if your blades are swifter, or if my artistry prevails. Chapter 58, System Collapse. My maneuvers are worthy of legendary rewards. The moment Lin Xuan stepped into that secluded alley, a chilling electronic prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a lethal crisis. A special fate decision has been triggered. A spectral blue light screen unfurled before him, the text on it mechanical yet clear. Oh, a lethal crisis? Sounds quite serious. Lin Xuan felt no ripples within. He even thought the weight of those 4 words insufficiently stimulating. The screen presented 2 starkly contrasting options. Option A, evade risk. Immediately seek family assistance, arriving safely at the arena under the protection of Lin family guards. Reward, A-class defensive item, Shield of the Guardian. Option B, turn the tables. Confront the 3-peak C-class assassins alone and seize this opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to the Qin family. Reward, SS-class random skill treasure chest X1. 1,000 task evaluation points. Lin Xuan's gaze disregarded option A entirely. A turtle shell? How can I overturn the Qin family's table while holding that? Only cowards seek help. Hunters are drawn to their prey. His eyes greedily fixated on the dazzling rewards of option B. SS-class skill treasure chest and 1,000 evaluation points. This windfall has finally landed in my lap. No need for further contemplation. With a thought, he locked onto option B. However, just as he was about to confirm, he hesitated. The System S light screen then presented new sub-options. Please select a tactical core. 1. Violent counterattack. Crush the enemy with overwhelming force, using absolute strength to intimidate the vile. 2. Cunningly outsmart the formidable foe. Utilize the environment and props to frame a third-party force, inciting chaos. Lin Xuan regarded these 2 options, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Option 1. Killing the 3 assassins would be exhilarating, but the dead cannot speak. How would I demand compensation for emotional damages from the Qin family? Disappointing. Option 2. Framing? That's too petty. Childish tricks are mere framing. The adult S-play is resource integration. I not only intend to frame, but also to ensure that the framed party feels grateful and willingly bears the burden of this blame. A far grander and more audacious scheme, exceeding the system's preset notions, rapidly formed in his mind. He did not opt for the choices presented, but instead constructed an entirely new directive within his consciousness. First, I want those 3 alive. They are the best witnesses to bring down the Qin family. Second, this blame must be deftly placed on the City Lord's office as archrival, the Scarlet Scorpion Chamber of Commerce, compelling them to turn against one another. Thirdly, I must narrowly escape the assault of the Scarlet Scorpion merchants, compelling the Lord's manor to owe me an unrefusable favor. Ultimately, the Qin family will be left in utter disgrace, the Scarlet Scorpion merchants severely weakened, and the Lord's manor will be overwhelmed with gratitude towards me. This, indeed, is the epitome of achieving 3 objectives with a single arrow, a perfect closure. He directly defined this strategy as his own choice. The system interface fell into an unprecedented state of stasis. There were no emotional fluctuations, merely data surging forth at a velocity that transcended all limits. 3 seconds later, the text on the luminescent screen began to flicker dramatically. Custom plan submitted by host detected. Feasibility assessment of the plan in progress. Assessment passed. Detected complexity of the custom plan, execution difficulty, and anticipated benefits far exceed the system's preset options. Determined to be a hidden, optimal solution. Task difficulty has been elevated. Task rewards are being recalculated. Recalculation completed. Final reward elevated to legendary level. Lin Xuan's pupils suddenly brightened. Legendary level. I understand now. The system has no limits. My ambition is its only constraint. What he sought was never merely to win a duel. To teach the Qin family a lesson? No, that is trivial. What he desired was a grand feast capable of reshaping the entire power structure of Jiangnan City. And he, Lin Xuan, was to be the sole director and leading actor. The arc of Lin Xuan's lips widened, ultimately transforming into a cold yet delightful smile. He stepped forward, turning into the depths of the alley. Here lay the optimal ambush point indicated in the intelligence from Night Charm. The surrounding air was so still that one could hear their own heartbeat. He paused, surveying his surroundings like an unwitting tourist in a forbidden realm, with an innocent smile adorning his face. Then, he leisurely spoke, his voice soft yet resonating like a boulder cast into still waters, echoing in every corner. 3 of you have been crouching here for so long. Your legs must be numb by now. Did the Qin family provide you with such a meager budget that you couldn't even find a decent ambush spot? Come out and chat. Don't keep me waiting too long. Chapter 59. He gently crushed the crystal, and the divine presence descended. In the alley, silence reigned like a grave. Only Lin Xuan's leisurely mockery ricocheted off the walls, its lingering sound ceaseless. The words were light, yet they weighed heavily upon the hearts of the 3 elite assassins. First act, mockery. Effect, anger. The actor's emotions were well executed, though the reaction was a beat too slow, indicating a need for improved psychological resilience. Poor review. Lin Xuan critiqued internally, his countenance maintaining an innocuous and sunny smile, showing no sign of change. In the shadows, the assassin codenamed Ghost Shadow seemed to meld into the darkness, as if stained by ink, leaving no trace. His chest heaved violently, an unnamed fury surging towards his crown. How many years had it been? This was the first time in his career that a target, before being ambushed, had the audacity to mock their professionalism. This kid was not here to deliver his death. He was here to cause a commotion. Beside him, Eagle Eye and Bull were utterly bewildered, their eyes filled with absurdity and shock. Did this assassination target truly regard death so lightly? Ghost Shadow suppressed his anger. A cold gesture slicing through the shadows. Prepare to strike, tear him apart, and do not let his words tarnish our achievements. Yet, just as his murderous intent peaked, the sound of deliberate footsteps echoed from the other end of the alley. A figure clad in the ceremonial elder robes of the Alchemist Association emerged from the darkness. The newcomer bore an imposing countenance. It was Lin Xuan, the vice president of the Alchemist Association. A calm, yet powerful energy radiated from him. The aura of a peak B-grade expert, as formidable as a mountain or prison. Oh, actor number 1 has taken position. Thanks to Vice President He for his guest appearance, although he is likely still at home tending to his potted plants. This strand of hair borrowed from his office, in conjunction with the A-grade illusion generator, truly produces outstanding effects. Lin Xuan silently praised his expensive props. Even the aura could be simulated with remarkable accuracy, truly worthy of the Pro Max version of a beauty filter. The Bloodhand trio was struck as if by lightning, their minds blanking instantaneously. Lin Xuan, how could he be here? Every word in the intelligence indicated that Lin Xuan had ventured out alone. In Ghost Shadow's eyes, only a pinprick of astonishment remained. The task intelligence had fatal discrepancies. This mission was a trap. A peak B-grade expert providing close escort? Did the Qin family consider this a C-grade task? Were they attempting to use others to eliminate Bloodhand as well? Withdraw? The thought barely surfaced before he extinguished it himself. The ironclad rule of Bloodhand. The consequences of mission failure are more terrifying than death. A frenzied ferocity crept into the corners of Ghost Shadow's eyes. What of a peak B-grade? The 3 of them together, with a thunderous strike, could certainly overpower the target in the blink of an eye. As long as Lin Xuan perished, the mission would be deemed a success. He made another gesture, more resolute and more violent than before. Execute. Roaring. Bull emitted a suppressed, beastly roar, the flagstones beneath his feet shattering explosively. His muscles bulging like a war beast gone berserk, charging towards Lin Xuan with unbridled ferocity. Eagle Eye's figure appeared like a wraith atop the wall. The bowstring drawn to its full moon, 3 arrows laced with ethereal blue poison sealing every inch of space around Lin Xuan in a triangular formation. Meanwhile, Ghost Shadow himself had entirely dissolved into the air, transforming into a thread of the deadliest intent, silently drifting towards Lin Xuan's vulnerable back. The tactical combination of bow and iron swiftly activated. The art of slaughter was executed with seamless perfection. Commendable courage, yet the intelligence is pitiful. All right then. Since you all wish to clock out early, allow me to escort you on your way. Lin Xuan gazed at the impending feast of death, his smile growing ever more radiant. Just as Bull's punch, capable of shattering castle walls, was about to graze his nose, he moved. No, he didn't even lift a finger. He merely crushed a cold crystal resting in his pocket. S-grade aura simulation crystal, master level, single use. Farewell, my 1 million gold coins. Every penny must be repaid in fear. In the next moment, a terror that defied description descended. No light, no shadow, no sound. The wind at the alley's mouth ceased. The swirling dust eerily hung, suspended in midair. Time and space seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand, rendering all things voiceless. It was a pressure, A terrifying will, mingled with the cycle of countless elixirs, imbued with the power to burn mountains and boil seas, to refine the very heavens. This aura transcended B-grade, crushed A-grade, and even trampled upon the so-called king level beneath its feet. It was the realm of the divine, a grandmaster, a living alchemical grandmaster. Bull's charge came to an abrupt halt, his fury instantaneously devoured by boundless terror, his entire being frozen in an utterly ridiculous posture, as if a statue. High above, Eagle Eye's fingers were glued to the bowstring. The 3 arrows poised to strike remained utterly motionless, as if welded in place. As the shadowy figure stealthily approached Lin Xuan from behind, its dagger poised to pierce his skin, it was abruptly thrust from the depths of darkness. It resembled a fish flung ashore by immense force, collapsing to the ground, utterly prostrate, unable even to move a single finger. The souls of 3 peak C-grade assassins were crushed into fine powder under the weight of this overwhelming aura, only to be forcefully gathered and mercilessly tormented. Their minds ground to a halt. The only thought lingering deep within their consciousness was one capable of sending them into a state of utter despair. The information was not merely incorrect, it was fundamentally flawed. Behind Lin Xuan stood a true master. Moreover, this master was right here. The effect is commendable. The scene is under control. This level of grandeur deserves full marks. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, like an innocent bystander, he quietly stepped back, his form entirely vanishing into the surrounding darkness, concealing his achievements and name. The stage was officially handed over to his actors. The illusion of Vice President He Yuan disregarded the 3 wretched figures on the ground, moving step by step to the spot where Lin Xuan had just stood. Then, he spoke slowly. The voice no longer belonged to He Yuan. Instead, it was an ancient tone infused with echoes from countless dimensions, exuding authority, detachment, devoid of any human emotion. Who dares to harm my disciple? How do you wish to meet your demise? Chapter 60. Assassin, the intelligence is erroneous. Lin Xuan, no? The script has changed. That ancient voice, mingled with the reverberations of myriad timelines, transformed into colossal hammers, relentlessly pounding the souls of the 3 assassins in the desolate alleyway. Who dares to harm my disciple? How do you wish to meet your demise? Each word contained the absolute zero that could freeze their very souls. Guiying, Ingyan, and Manu, 3 notorious peak C-grade powerhouses in the underworld, were stripped of their basic cognitive abilities in that moment. Their minds became a void. Their consciousness was reduced to a pulp. They desired to plead for mercy, yet their throats could not muster a single sound. They wished to flee, but their bodies were firmly anchored in place. Even the simple act of blinking became an extravagant luxury. Quite good, they are immersed in their roles. This expression of terror, this gaze of despair, this involuntary physiological reaction deserves 3 little golden statuettes from the Oscars. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Xuan observed his actors with the cold detachment of a meticulous director. His gaze ultimately settled on the bow-drawn figure of Ingyan atop the wall. The resolve of an assassin is unwavering. The resilience of a warrior is formidable. I shall commence with you, the most psychologically vulnerable ADC. Lin Xuan's consciousness delved into the system. The ultimate trump card he had kept concealed until now finally revealed its menacing fangs. SS-grade mental shock, one-time use. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? No, to kill a chicken, one must utilize a battleship. It is precisely this extreme disparity that I seek. It is this artistry of annihilation. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xuan locked onto Ingyan and unleashed the attack. Buzz, an invisible, intangible force, terrifying enough to rend dimensions, surged across the space, striking directly into Ingyan's mind. In that instant, the world within Ingyan's eyes shattered. It felt as if a mental nuclear bomb had detonated in his brain. His consciousness was torn into countless fragments, forcibly molded together, and crammed into the deepest recesses of his fear. The illusion descended. A chilling wind howled, and the cries of tormented spirits echoed. He beheld every target he had assassinated throughout his life. Those souls that should have rotted in the earth now manifested as grotesque specters, surging towards him from all directions. They extended their decaying hands, icy and piercing, tearing at his skin inch by inch, dragging at his flesh, gnawing at his bones. A shriek, unlike any human sound, erupted violently from Ingyan's throat, sharp enough to pierce eardrums. He had lost his mind. The world in his eyes was filled with an endless array of malevolent spirits. The closest to him, Manu and Guiying, transformed into the most terrifying, colossal demons in his bloodshot gaze. Ghosts. They are ghosts. Die. All of you die. Ingyan, seemingly possessed by madness, abruptly redirected his powerful bow. The 3 poisoned arrows originally aimed at Lin Xuan were launched with all his frenzy and terror towards his companion, Manu. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds of flesh being pierced echoed. Manu, already immobilized by the Master's oppressive aura, became a living target as the 3 poisoned arrows struck accurately into his chest, shoulder, and thigh. The virulent toxin spread instantly, blackened blood coursing through his sinewy muscles. Ugh! Are you insane? The excruciating pain allowed Manu to momentarily break free from the Master's pressure. He looked incredulously at his companion, but all he could see was a face twisted beyond recognition. A sudden turn of events. Guiying was also bewildered. What on earth was happening? Betrayal at the last moment? A mental breakdown? He struggled to resist the overwhelming presence of the Master while simultaneously dealing with his crazed teammate, his entire formation thrown into utter disarray. What a supportive teammate for life. Is this where the dog bites dog begins? It seems the Bloodhand organization's team-building funds have been embezzled by the higher-ups. A cold smirk graced Lin Xuan's lips. Now is the moment. He subtly flicked his hand tucked in his pocket. 5-point-sized, dangerously shimmering, B-grade high-explosive alchemical bombs silently slipped from his fingers, rolling like withered leaves to the chaotic feet of the 3 assassins. Delayed detonation, 3 seconds. The stage, lighting, actors, and props were all in position. Only the final call of action was needed. In the center of the alley, the illusion of Vice President Yuan slowly raised his hand. He disregarded the chaos and carnage before him, merely extending a finger towards the 3 pitiful worms. A seemingly light gesture, yet imbued with the supreme authority of divine judgment. Then, that cold, ancient voice uttered the final 2 words. Judgment. Perfect. This performance deserves full marks. The voice actor's emotions were spot on. The casting motion was full of flair. I must treat him to chicken legs later. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers in his heart. The next moment, boom, a violent explosion erupted within the narrow alley. The terrifying flames surged forth like a waking giant beast, instantly engulfing the 3 assassins. However, the explosion, powerful enough to level a small building, was intricately restrained by an invisible force. The raging energy rampaged only around the 3 of them, shattering their armor and charring their flesh, yet curiously avoiding all vital points. The shockwave was forcibly redirected, crashing violently into the adjacent wall. As the smoke cleared, the alley returned to silence. On the ground lay 3 charred, smoke-emitting humanoid figures, each gravely injured and unconscious, yet their chests still faintly heaving with the slightest breath. Behind them, a wall bore the hauntingly vivid emblem of the Alchemist Association, seared into the stone by flames, a sight both arresting and awe-inspiring. Lin Xuan emerged from the shadows, surveying his handiwork with a sense of satisfaction as he dusted off his hands. The job is done. We have a live witness, the blame is securely placed, and the scene has been meticulously fabricated. Now, it is time for the next audience to enter this grand performance. Chapter 61. I shall grant you 3 moves. The rabbit will finish its carrot before I strike you down. In the duel arena, the stands were alive with fervent chatter, every seat filled to capacity. Countless eyes, brimming with excitement, curiosity, and unabashed malice, were fixated on the contestants' passageway. This was no ordinary duel. It hinged on the fates of 2 illustrious families. Further amplified by Lin Xuan's potential descent into madness, a spectacle that could ignite the entire city. With a resounding boom of a war drum, Lin Xuan made his entrance. He strode forth with an air of indifference, clad in a sleek black ensemble that accentuated his tall stature, a signature nonchalant smile gracing his lips. However, as the crowd's gaze fell upon the peculiar object cradled in his arms, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, swiftly giving way to uproarious laughter that roared like a tidal wave. In his embrace was a rabbit, a fluffy, plump, utterly harmless rabbit. Its long ears drooped, and its ruby-red eyes twinkled, occasionally raising a tiny paw to scratch its nose, exuding an adorably dazed demeanor. Could it be? Lin Xuan had taken a pet rabbit into the arena. His opponent was none other than Qian, the formidable golden, 3-headed dragon. Had he truly surrendered? Or was he merely feigning folly, hoping to charm his way to safety with a fluffy companion? Supporters of the Qin family convulsed with laughter, their mockery palpable, envisioning Lin Xuan kneeling in supplication. Ah, the atmosphere team is quite adept. They've set the emotional stage splendidly, Lin Xuan mused inwardly, nonchalantly jostling the rabbit in his arms. The little creature, slightly perturbed by the motion, twitched its delicate pink nose and emitted a minuscule yet distinct grunt. Humph, foolish humans. Can you comprehend the brilliance of my performance? Amidst the cacophony, another contestant's entrance was heralded by the thunderous footsteps of Qian. Resplendent in glorious armor akin to the sun, his expression darkened as he stepped into the fray. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted beside him. A deafening roar echoed, shattering the noise around them. Accompanied by a tempestuous surge of energy, a colossal beast nearly 10 meters in length, cloaked in golden scales and adorned with 3 fearsome dragon heads, descended with a crash. The pinnacle of A-class contract spirits, the golden, 3-headed dragon. Its terrifying presence instantly enveloped the arena, rendering all contract spirits of C-class and below paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, some even collapsing in fright, leaving behind puddles of dubious liquid. The laughter of the audience ceased abruptly, replaced by a stifling silence that was nearly suffocating. The oppressive aura emanating from this creature, a product of the highest bloodlines, left everyone breathless. Well, this is quite the spectacle, though it may require a change of trousers, Lin Xuan silently critiqued, maintaining an exterior of unwavering calm. On the elevated platform, the expressionless royal beastmaster activated the arena's barrier, a transparent wall of energy rising to envelop the duel site. This referee, bribed handsomely by the Qin family, discreetly trembled his wrist during the activation, leaving a nearly undetectable weak point in the barrier directed toward the Lin family's viewing area. Seasoned actor, how professional of you. This flaw is more glaring than your acting skills. However, I find it amusing. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. Qin Aoyan's gaze fell upon the rabbit still innocently grunting in Lin Xian's embrace, fury igniting within his eyes, nearly materializing. He had anticipated Lin Xian to fight back desperately, yet was taken aback by his blatant disregard. This level of contempt was more humiliating than a public slap. Instead of attacking immediately, he let out a disdainful snort, raising the central dragon head, its golden slit eyes locking onto the rabbit. You wretched creature, perish. With an A-class mental skill, dragon might, an invisible mental shockwave surged forth, targeting the rabbit's consciousness. Qin Aoyan aimed to obliterate this ludicrous illusion with sheer mental force, or perhaps frighten the creature to death on the spot. He sought to extract the utmost humiliation from Lin Xian at minimal cost. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, the rabbit quivered, its ruby eyes widening in shock. Impressive. Little one, your acting has improved. The detail of being frightened is spot on, Lin Xian praised internally. However, as everyone braced for the rabbit's imminent demise, the next moment unfolded differently. It leisurely extracted a golden carrot from an unseen pocket, seemingly unfazed. It even rotated the carrot with its tiny paw, searching for the perfect angle to take a bite. Crunch. The crisp sound of munching resonated through the arena, piercing the silence with an almost provocative tone. Dragon might? Can I eat it? Still fragrant. Qin Aoyan was rendered utterly speechless. His prideful mental attack, capable of disorienting peers of equal rank, had no effect on a mere rabbit, not even a ripple in the illusion. The humiliation of being so thoroughly disregarded struck him with greater offense than defeat itself. His face darkened, fists clenched until his nails dug into his palms. Lin Xian, you seek your own demise. Qin Aoyan let out a beastly growl, the threads of rationality snapping in that instant. He no longer sought humiliation, he desired only destruction. The right dragon head surged with energy, gathering a tempestuous force. Die! A beam of compressed golden dragon breath, swift as lightning, shot forth. The target was not the rabbit, but the very ground beneath it. Qin Aoyan intended to obliterate both the creature and the earth beneath it. Oh, has he lost his composure? But do you believe this is the end? Just as the dragon breath was about to strike, the rabbit comically tripped over its own feet, tumbling backward in an utterly ridiculous manner. Boom. The golden dragon breath grazed its fluffy nose, crashing into the ground. The resulting explosion sent dust soaring, revealing a bottomless molten pit where the rabbit had stood moments before, the edges still flowing with red-hot lava, radiating a terrifying heat. Meanwhile, the rabbit rolled twice on the ground, sluggishly rising to pat away non-existent dust from its rear. Then, it resumed munching on its carrot, as if the near-fatal strike had merely been a trivial jest. The arena fell into another profound silence. Whether it was Su Qingxue and Wang Dali in the stands, or the city lord and various family heads on high, all minds froze in disbelief. What in the world was happening? This sheer coincidence had surpassed the bounds of mere luck. Was that rabbit truly just an unfortunate victim of a stumble? How is it that every evasion is executed with such impeccable precision? A bizarre, subversive premonition began to spread like wildfire in the hearts of all. Well, the audience's CPUs are starting to smoke. This is the kind of feeling that makes you question your very existence. The curve of Lin Xian's lips twisted into a more malevolent grin. At that moment, Qin Aoyan's rationality was utterly consumed in flames. His eyes blazed crimson as he unleashed a roar filled with unbridled fury. Lin Xian, do you truly believe this will lead to your victory? The 3 heads of the golden 3-headed dragon howled in unison at his command. A tumultuous energy gathered at an astonishing speed within their mouths, merging into a formidable force. A combination skill, Trinity Oblivion Array, was taking shape, capable of obliterating a significant portion of the arena. Qin Aoyan swore to unleash this cataclysmic strike to erase Lin Xuan, that accursed rabbit, and all of his luck from existence. Oh, is the ultimate move finally about to be unleashed? Excitement sparkled in Lin Xuan's eyes. All right, my actors. Please commence your final performance. Chapter 62, Divine Skill? My rabbit shall be a snack. Trinity Oblivion Array. This name signified a forbidden power potent enough to level a considerable part of the arena. 3 divergent dragon breaths were forcibly amalgamated into a roaring cataclysmic beast, brewing furiously within the maw of the golden, 3-headed dragon. Terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the air, tearing apart light, causing the entire dueling ground to moan and tremble. Qin Aoyan's features contorted into a grotesque mask of rage. He sought not mere victory, but annihilation. He aimed to reduce Lin Xuan, that wretched rabbit, and all mockery to ashes before the might of absolute power. Die! Qin Aoyan's throat erupted with a beastly roar. The torrent of death, infused with searing flames, soul-freezing frost, and corrosive venom, surged forth. Its velocity surpassed sound, hurtling toward Lin Xuan and the still-munching illusory moon rabbit in his arms. However, Lin Xuan stood still, unmoving. He didn't even glance at the rabbit cradled in his arms. Instead, the playful smile on his face deepened. He resembled an audience member seated in the prime viewing area, relishing the grand spectacle of death unfolding before him. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Every breath was stifled by the sudden apocalyptic scene. Xiaoxian. In the spectator area, Lin Zhongnan crushed the armrest into powder, leaping from his seat. His eyes wide with horror, blood vessels bursting forth. Su Qingshua's nails had already pierced her palms, yet she felt no pain. She shot up, her usually calm gaze now filled with overwhelming panic. Lin Xuan, for heaven's sake, run! Wang Dali bellowed, summoning his contract spirit, the devouring giant. The heavily armored giant roared as it crouched, its massive form tensed, ready to charge into the arena to shield Lin Xuan from even a fraction of the impending shockwave. Everyone believed Lin Xuan was doomed. He was far too arrogant. How foolish and conceited to confront the golden 3-headed dragon's ultimate attack with a mere rabbit. This was not a duel, it was a one-sided massacre. Countless hearts lamented, their minds conjuring images of Lin Xuan being instantaneously vaporized by the torrent of energy. Just as the world-ending, Trinity Oblivion Array was about to brush against the hem of Lin Xuan's garment, a crisp, lazy, and somewhat satisfied belch echoed throughout the arena. The sound pierced through the web of fear and despair like a needle. All gazes instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, the plump white rabbit in Lin Xuan's arms. It paused its nibbling, sniffed with its pink nose, and blinked its ruby-like eyes twice. Then, facing the oncoming torrent of death, it leisurely opened its tiny 3-part mouth. A miniature black vortex, wholly disproportionate to its body, quietly materialized within. The vortex was pitch black, deep, and reflective of no light, like a singularity from the dawn of the universe, embodying the laws of devouring all existence. The next moment, boom, the terrifying energy torrent, potent enough to obliterate a city, twisted unnaturally upon contact with the minuscule black vortex. The vast dragon breath surged as if gripped by an invisible giant's hand, flowing majestically yet helplessly, drawn entirely into that tiny, pitch-black whirlpool. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, not even a hint of an energy shockwave. That tumultuous, world-destroying dragon breath simply vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. The arena was tranquil. The energy torrent had dissipated. The illusory moon rabbit belched again. A wisp of smoke, intermingled with gold, crimson, and azure, resembling a magnificent nebula, drifted lazily from its small mouth, swirling twice before dissipating into the air. A faint glimmer flickered across its snow-white fur, bestowing upon it an aura of sanctity. Shaoruan, dragon breath? Can it be eaten? It tastes good, though a bit strong. The devourer of chaos, terrifying indeed. This is not called magic, nor is it called a supernatural ability. It is known as cognitive subversion, the obliteration of the great path. Allow you to witness what it means to be utterly ignorant of power. The curve of Lin Xuan's lips formed a delight reminiscent of a demon king. The entire stadium in Jiangnan City fell into an absolute, tomb-like silence. Tens of thousands of spectators, all the dignitaries in the VIP area, including the lord atop the platform, were transformed into stone sculptures. Their expressions were frozen, mouths agape as if one could fit an egg inside, their pupils filled with a bewilderment shattered by reality. Qin Aoyan's expression was frozen at the moment of his roar. His eyes widened, his mind blank. His worldview was shattered by a mere rabbit, crushed beneath its belch and ground into dust. Ding! Absorbed high-purity mixed dragon breath, acquired 001 growth experience from chaotic energy analysis. Xiao Ruan has gained a temporary skill, Dragon Breath Mimicry, pseudo. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Only 001. Xiao Ruan. Is your appetite a bottomless pit? Dragon Breath Mimicry, pseudo? Quite intriguing. Can it breathe fire or ice? It can't possibly be a carrot-flavored dragon breath, right? Lin Xuan thought frantically while maintaining a facade of calm. Just when everyone assumed the rabbit would burst, it seemed to have found a delightful appetizer. With a powerful push of its hind legs, its tiny body transformed into a flash of white lightning, charging boldly toward the golden three-headed dragon, whose size dwarfed it by thousands of times. Oh, after the main course, it desires dessert? Xiao Ruan, are you aiming for the heavens? Lin Xuan erupted with laughter in his heart. Qin Outyin was jolted awake by the flash of white. No, impossible. That abominable beast. He had no time to contemplate the nature of this monstrous creature. Driven purely by instinct, he frantically commanded, Golden three-headed dragon, engage in close combat. Tear it apart. Roaring in response to an unprecedented provocation, the golden three-headed dragon unleashed a deafening roar that shattered eardrums. Its colossal claws, capable of pulverizing mountains, descended upon the white streak of light with a sonic boom that split the air. It aimed to obliterate this insignificant being, unaware of its impending doom, into a mere puddle of flesh. Death. Qin Outyin's eyes were bloodshot as he envisioned victory. However, at the very moment the dragon's claw was about to strike, the moonlit rabbit, though maintaining its size, suddenly projected a massive claw of an entirely different nature, dark, armored, and muscular, bursting forth from its diminutive form. This shadowy claw, as black as ink, was adorned with primal, ancient markings, seemingly imbued with the raw power of creation itself. It surged forth with a force capable of rending the heavens, clashing head-on with the golden three-headed dragon's formidable talon. Boom! The resounding explosion was not merely an eruption of energy, but a collision of pure power that resonated deep within the souls of the onlookers. That was the left arm of the Titan ape. Chapter 63, Dragon Scale Shatter. Hidden cards revealed. Now it is my turn. Boom! The thunderous sound rent the skies asunder. This time, it was not an explosion of energy, but an ultimate clash of raw strength. A primal, savage cacophony erupted between muscle and muscle, bone and bone, law and law. The shadow of the left arm of the Titan ape, black as pitch and alive with ancient, primal power, collided decisively with the golden three-headed dragon's massive claw, capable of crushing mountains. The outcome left the eyes of thousands in the audience nearly popping from their sockets. The anticipated scene of the rabbit being crushed did not materialize at all. The diminutive white streak remained utterly unyielding amidst the terrifying clash, like an immovable rock. In stark contrast, the massive golden three-headed dragon emitted a twisted, agonized wail. It staggered backward, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, each step leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the unyielding metallic arena. Lin Xuan's smile grew increasingly delighted. Ah, splendid. This primal sense of power is quite to my taste. Under the hushed scrutiny of the crowd, a prominent crack appeared on the most resilient and luminous core scale of the golden three-headed dragon's claw that had collided with the rabbit. This fissure pierced deep, revealing the very bone beneath. Like a streak of black lightning, it instantaneously shattered the worldview of everyone present. What in the world did I just witness? The dragon scale cracked? By a rabbit's claw? This transcended the realms of science and cultivation. This was a myth invading reality. The audience erupted in chaos, gasping collectively, their breath forming a chilling wind of dread. Qin Outyin stood frozen, his mind blank, his pupils constricting to a perilous point. The dragon's scales were damaged. That was a wound to the essence of a contracted spirit. This was no mere feat for an F-grade pet. This power had surpassed the limits of A-grade beings. He finally comprehended. From the very beginning, this rabbit, this moonlit rabbit he had dismissed, was a complete ruse. A deception so exquisitely crafted that it had utterly ensnared him, nailing Qin Outyin to the pillar of humiliation. Oh, so you finally grasped it? I thought you might wait until your dragon was turned into a husky before you figured it out. Lin Xuan chuckled inwardly, his expression remaining one of amused intrigue. He did not command a pursuit. After the display of absolute power, the moonlit rabbit executed an agile backflip, and as it landed, all traces of its terrifying aura vanished without a trace. It reverted once more to a fluffy, rotund, harmless little rabbit, tilting its head. Its ruby-like eyes twinkled with curiosity as it gazed at the retreating golden three-headed dragon, exuding an innocence that was utterly perplexing. Little soft, huh? Big guy, why aren't you playing anymore? Are you tired? Would you like a carrot to replenish your strength? This extreme contrast, this disdainful dismissal of a crushing defeat as mere play, pierced deeper into Qin Aoyin's dignity than any malicious taunt could. In that moment, his mental defenses crumbled entirely. Lin Xuan, you despicable, shameless scoundrel. Qin Aoyin's eyes burned crimson, resembling a madman, as a beastly roar erupted from his throat. He abruptly drew a blood-red talisman from his bosom. A thick stench of blood mingled with a sense of malevolence assaulted the senses, and the twisted runes seemed to breathe. B-grade magical artifact, Bloodthirsty Talisman. The ultimate and most malevolent trump card bestowed upon him by his father, Qin Haishan. Die, all of you perish. Qin Aoyin crushed it in his hand. Here it comes, here it comes. Finally, unable to restrain himself from revealing his last resort, the fish is on the hook. A glimmer of hunter-like excitement flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. The talisman transformed into a sinister bloodlight, soaring skyward like a bloodthirsty serpent, unerringly penetrating the body of the golden, three-headed dragon. Roar! The dragon let out a bellow that was a cacophony of endless agony and unrestrained fury. Its form swelled once more amidst the bloodlight. Crimson blood seeped from the gaps in its golden scales, staining its massive body a foreboding shade of blood gold. Its eyes were completely engulfed in crimson, devoid of reason, driven only by an instinct for destruction. Its aura surged from the pinnacle of A-grade, crashing through an invisible barrier, reaching a terrifying realm between A-grade and S-grade. Pseudo-S-grade. The frenzied shockwave of energy battered against the arena's barrier, causing the entire energy shield to emit a lament of unbearable strain. Qin Aoyin was jolted back several steps by the backlash of this force, gasping for breath. Yet a twisted ecstasy crept across his face. Ha! Pseudo-S-grade. Lin Xuan, let's see how you perish this time. You are doomed. However, the dragon, now corrupted by the magical artifact, had already spiraled out of control. In its blood-red slit pupils, there was no trace of Lin Xuan, only a pure, unrelenting desire to annihilate everything in its path. Roar! The dragon lashed its tail with ferocity. A dark red shockwave, distorting space itself, did not target Lin Xuan, but rather struck with a cunning angle towards the previously weakened point of the barrier left by the referee for easier access. Boom! The earth-shattering sound resonated through the heavens. The transparent energy barrier shattered under the violent blow of the pseudo-S-grade dragon, like glass struck by a hammer. Countless shards of energy exploded in the air, transforming into a rain of death, reflecting the terrified and desperate faces of the audience. Yes, right there. Well done, my darling. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled, his heart racing uncontrollably. The real show is just beginning. With the barrier shattered, the uncontrolled dragon's tail shockwave surged forth with world-ending might, accurately hurtling towards the spectator area where the Lin family was seated. Little Xuan, the patriarch, Lin Zhongnan and the elders of the Lin family turned as pale as a sheet, their faces drained of color, unable to muster even a fleeting thought of defense. The speed of that shockwave was unfathomably rapid, and its power devastating enough to obliterate them along with the entire viewing area from existence. The shadow of death loomed ominously above. In that very moment, a figure appeared, swifter than the shockwave itself. It was not Lin Xuan, but his cousin, Lin Ruoxue. Thunder Lion, Thunder God S barrier. Her voice, usually so serene, now resonated with an ironclad determination and resolve. Roar! Lin Ruoxue's contracted spirit, an A-grade Thunder Lion, erupted with a blinding surge of lightning. Its majestic mane stood on end, transforming into countless dazzling arcs of electricity, which swiftly coalesced before her into an immensely heavy and awe-inspiring shield of thunder and lightning. Thunder Goddess Barrier. This barrier, forged from pure lightning energy, withstood the ferocious impact from the pseudo-S-grade dragon. Boom! Another thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The Thunder Goddess Barrier trembled violently, arcs of electricity dancing chaotically, revealing numerous cracks upon its surface. Lin Ruoxue's countenance paled instantly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, her gaze remained fixed upon the precarious barrier, unwavering and resolute. She had indeed managed to hold it back. Was that truly Lin Ruoxue's Thunder Lion? Why did its aura feel so potent? This power was nearly on par with the peak of A-grade. All those privy to the truth, especially the Grand Elder of the Lin family, suddenly recalled the legendary tales of the mysterious master that Lin Xuan had so earnestly spread. An absurd yet singularly rational thought surged forth in their minds. All gazes converged, almost in unison, piercing through the shattered fragments of energy and the chaotic maelstrom. Focusing intently on the center of the arena, there stood the calm and collected figure in black, Lin Xuan. The truth was unveiled. The so-called mysterious master was none other than he himself. In the arena, Lin Xuan observed the rampaging dragon, the ashen-faced Qin Aoyin, and his cousin, bloodied yet resolute. He finally uttered his first words of the day. His voice, though soft, thundered through the silence of the stadium, resonating within the very depths of each soul present. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 64, Rending the Reverse Scale. I say it is now my turn. The weight of Lin Xuan's words pressed down upon the already profound silence of the arena. Each syllable struck like a nail, penetrating the eardrums of all who heard. It is my turn. In that instant, the seemingly innocuous illusory moon rabbit nestled in his arms quivered violently. The next moment, its fluffy, snow-white fur began to shed like a receding tide. In its place surged an endless torrent of shadowy energy, thick as the night, erupting from its diminutive form. Boom. It was no longer a rabbit, nor any known biological form. A mass of chaotic fluid obscured the light, writhing and expanding as if it had torn open a rift to the most ancient and profound nightmare. Little soft, humph. I was suffocating in that guise. Finally, I can shed this foolish rabbit form. A cruel smile curved Lin Xuan's lips. Ah, now this is your true form. Little soft, the born actress. From within the chaotic fluid, a massive claw broke free from the ethereal binding, solidifying into reality. The claw, as dark as ink, muscular and etched with ancient, primal runes, each telling tales of primordial might. SS-grade, titanic gorilla's left arm, revealed in its full glory. The breath of the audience was collectively stifled at that moment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether their minds were conjuring illusions out of sheer terror. A rabbit? That was clearly a prehistoric calamity emerging from the abyss of chaos. Oh dear, your minds must be utterly scrambled now. The pseudo-S-grade golden three-headed dragon had succumbed to the bloodthirsty talisman, completely losing its rationality, its blood-red eyes consumed by a singular desire for destruction. It spared no breath for its opponent, as all three snarling heads simultaneously opened their gaping maws. Gold, crimson, azure, the tricolored dragon breath intertwined into a cataclysmic torrent, roaring and tearing through the air, aimed at the writhing chaos. It sought to eradicate this monster that dared to provoke its might, along with that detestable human, from existence. Come on, let me see whether your dragon breath is tougher, or my defense is even more unreasonable. The chaotic behemoth, now manifesting as Little Soft, neither flinched nor evaded. It even advanced, welcoming the three streams of terrifying dragon breath that could incinerate mountains and boil seas, allowing them to strike directly upon itself. Boom, boom, boom. The tidal wave of energy exploded, a blinding light consuming all. Yet, when the radiance faded, a shocking scene unfolded before the eyes of all. That vast mass of chaotic slime was not merely unscathed, it had not even stirred a ripple. The three cataclysmic dragon breaths simply vanished into thin air. No, they did not vanish. They were devoured, swallowed whole by that chaos, treated as mere morsels. Absolute defense. No, this is absolute devouring. Dragon breath. Merely a tickle to Little Soft, a massage from a scraping master. Lin Xuan laughed heartily within, for this was the true essence of dimensional suppression. In the fleeting instant that the golden three-headed dragon faltered due to its failed attack, Little Soft sprang into action. The ebony, titanic gorilla's left arm surged forth. Its speed transcended sound, surpassing thought. The air was compressed by its immense power, emitting a piercing wail of distress. Pop! The massive claw, in an irresistible manner, seized the proudest head of the golden three-headed dragon with an iron grip. Aru! The dragon emitted a howl of excruciating agony, its colossal form staggering under the might of Little Soft's giant arm, losing its balance. Its head was locked in a vice-like grip, unable to budge despite its frantic struggles. Little Soft, big guy, you're quite noisy. And then, hell descended. From the chaotic fluidic body of Little Soft, vast pools of corrosive, dark green slime began to ooze forth. These slimes seemed to possess life, swiftly enveloping the entire head of the golden three-headed dragon as they traveled down the gigantic arm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The piercing sound of corrosion reverberated throughout the arena, causing every listener to cringe in dread. The golden dragon scales, once deemed impervious, rapidly melted away beneath the slime, akin to butter under a hot knife. Flesh, sinew, and bone all dissolved into putrid liquid within that dark green ooze. Aru! The dragon's wails became hauntingly despairing, shaking the entire duel arena with their resonance. This sound was so piercing that even Lin Xuan found it somewhat unbearable. Yet, with the thought of Qin Outyin intending to use this dragon to torment his family, only cold satisfaction lingered within him. Deservedly so. Qin Outyin, take a moment to appreciate this. This is what it means to return a favor in kind. Now, it is your turn to savor the taste of despair. Qin Outyin stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably, his pupils dilated. His mind was a void, with only the word impossible echoing frantically within. He attempted to soothe and control his covenant spirit through their mental link, but in response, he was met only with endless screams of agony and chaotic gibberish. At the other end of the mental link, it felt as if countless fiery needles were mercilessly piercing his soul. He finally realized that what he had unleashed was not a trump card of victory, but an apocalyptic demon that he could neither command nor withstand the consequences of. Now do you understand the futility of your regrets? It's too late, Lin Xuan observed coldly. You think you are a beast tamer, but in truth, you are merely a fool who has unleashed a demon in your own backyard. Little Soft paid no heed to the emotions of a defeated individual. It used its massive left arm to firmly pin down the giant dragon, allowing the corrosive slime to reduce its head to mere bones. Simultaneously, another gigantic hand, entirely composed of chaotic slime, surged towards the dragon's neck. Give it to me. Rise, Lin Xuan commanded in a low voice, delivering the final judgment. The slime hand accurately grasped the neck of the three-headed golden dragon, seizing the core reverse scale that had already begun to crack. A dull, sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed. Blood erupted like a waterfall, shooting into the sky. That reverse scale, which contained the very essence of the golden three-headed dragon's life, was wrenched from it by Little Soft, that seemingly innocuous bunny. A final, feeble cry escaped the golden three-headed dragon, its massive body convulsing violently before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The earth lamented, clouds of dust swirling. The golden reverse scale, drenched in scalding dragon blood, was carelessly tossed into the air by Little Soft. Wang Dali. Now, Lin Xuan's voice pierced through the haze. Still in a petrified state among the crowd, Wang Dali's body reacted before his mind, instinctively reaching out. The reverse scale arced through the air and landed solidly in his hand with a splatter of warm dragon blood. Lin Xuan, spoils of war. Wang Dali. I came to be a meat shield, not to scavenge. Under the dual backlash of excruciating pain and the bloodthirsty talisman, the golden three-headed dragon's enormous form rapidly shrank, its scales losing their luster, its breath plummeting to a B grade. Its foundation utterly destroyed. It lay on the ground, gasping more than breathing, like a dog drained of all its value. Qin Outyan suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, as if his very spine had been extracted, collapsing backward, his gaze hollow, his face ashen. Blood spewing, collapsing, ashen-faced. A classic combo, all accounted for. Lin Xuan assessed internally, his expression devoid of emotion. He stepped forward, unhurried, ultimately stopping before the limp Qin Outyan. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze devoid of joy or sorrow. It resembled an examination of a once noisy insect that had finally perished. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoshue's meticulously arranged family guard rushed into the duel arena like tigers descending from the mountains, swiftly taking control of all critical positions. They did not use a loudspeaker. Instead, they directly activated the enormous energy screen above the arena, originally intended for replaying highlights of the match. The screen now displayed irrefutable evidence that could plunge the Qin family into eternal damnation. Secret recordings of communications between Qin family head Qin Haishan and referee Wang Ming. Records of substantial transfers from the Qin family's account to Wang Ming's. Screenshots of the Qin family's orders to hire assassins, intending to ambush Lin Xuan outside the arena. The purchase channels and usage instructions for the B-grade forbidden magical artifact, the bloodthirsty talisman. One piece of evidence after another, vividly illustrated, unassailable. The crowd erupted. The B plan concludes perfectly. Public execution through media backlash. I ask you all, is this not exhilarating? A subtle smile deepened at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Unnoticed in the shadows. On the high platform, the city lord's expression darkened like stormy waters. He suddenly stood up, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over the controlled members of the Qin family and the prostrate Qin Outyan. The Qin family, guilty beyond redemption. With both witnesses and evidence present, the city lord's voice, imbued with wrath, thundered across the skies. City lord's guard, heed my command. Immediately seal all properties of the Qin family. Arrest the head of the Qin family and all core members. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy. This case must be thoroughly investigated. Yes. The guard members roared in unison, their movements swift as the wind. In the VIP section, Qin Haishan, the head of the Qin family, had yet to recover from the shocking reversal when he was forcefully pinned to the ground by two menacing guards. He struggled frantically, casting a desperate glance at the young man in black within the arena. Lin Xuan. When his gaze met Lin Xuan's calm and profound eyes, he finally understood. From beginning to end, this was a trap meticulously crafted for him and the entire Qin family. All his struggles, all his schemes, were merely a comical performance scripted by the opposition. What he had lost was not merely a duel or a wager. He had lost the entirety of the Qin family. Ding. Hidden Optimal Solution Task 3 Birds with 1 Arrow completed. Commencing Legendary Reward Settlement. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS level Divine Ability, Mimicry of All Things. Amidst the thunderous applause of the crowd and the desperate wails of the Qin family, the system's prompt became the most exquisite melody to Lin Xuan's ears. SSS level Divine Ability. Mimicry of All Things? A deeper sense of intrigue curled at Lin Xuan's lips. This just became even more entertaining. Chapter 65. The SSS level Divine Ability in hand. Just finished showing off, and now someone is blocking my way? The dust settled in the duel arena. The aftermath of the Qin family's demise continued to reverberate in the air. Yet for Lin Xuan, this was merely another mundane operation. He was even too indifferent to appreciate the grotesque contortions of Qin Outyin's face, for the system's prompt was more melodious than any composition in existence. Ding. Hidden Optimal Solution Task 3 Birds with 1 Arrow completed. Commencing Legendary Reward Settlement. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS level Divine Ability, Mimicry of All Things. SSS level? Lin Xuan's eyelids twitched violently, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. This reward was a launchpad for greatness. Mimicry of All Things, SSS level Divine Ability. The host's covenant spirit, Little Soft, can simulate and perfectly replicate any non-living entity it has come into contact with, including equipment, items, and structures, and gain some of their characteristics. The strength of the replicated object is linked to Little Soft's own power, and the duration is proportional to energy consumption. Note, the effects of simulating living entities are halved, with a certain probability of failure. Lin Xuan stared at this description, his pupils suddenly constricting before expanding wildly. Holy crap, this ability is essentially a personal walking cheat code generator. Little Soft, my dear child. In the future, if someone displeases us, let's simply mimic a nuclear bomb and see if they can handle it. He cast a discreet glance at the little creature in his arms. The one disguised as a moonlight rabbit, still munching on carrots. The little one seemed to sense his excitement, its pink nose twitching as it emitted an adorably haughty hum. Little Soft, humph, foolish humans. My potential is beyond your imagination. Lin Xuan's heart was brimming with joy. The overwhelming wealth showered upon him invigorated his spirit. Next came the much-anticipated post-war harvest. All the assets of the Qin family, including the 500 million gold coins wagered and the innumerable properties seized by the city lord's mansion, ultimately transformed into a cold, hard number before the system's merciless mechanism. Ding. The Qin family's assets have been converted. Congratulations, host, you have received system points. 999999999 points. Gazing at the lengthy string of nines that nearly overflowed the screen, Lin Xuan could barely contain himself, bursting into laughter. What does it mean to have financial prowess? Tactical recline. Oh, Qin family, you truly are generous benefactors, delivering warmth to me. I am so touched that I almost want to relocate your ancestral grave to a feng shui hotspot. Rather than hastily indulging in extravagance at the system mall, he anonymously transferred a substantial sum to the black market queen, Yimei, through the secretive channels of the Faceless Ones. The postscript contained just 4 words: pleasant cooperation. Offering warmth is no match for a generous sum. I understand the ways of the world. Deep within the black market, seated on her throne, Yimei's fingers glided across the cold terminal screen, observing the sudden influx of zeros with a dangerous curve forming on her alluring red lips. This little rascal is becoming increasingly extravagant. It seems he is quite satisfied with the Qin family's juicy morsel. With a delicate tap of her finger, she recorded this sum under the name of a long-term, high-quality strategic partnership. Black Market Queen. This benefactor is truly exceptional. The next piece of intel must be given to him at a discount. Meanwhile, the Lin family estate was adorned with festive decorations, the atmosphere more boisterous than during the new year. The family head, Lin Zhongnan, with red-rimmed eyes, clutched Lin Xuan's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling with excitement. Little Xuan, my family's prodigal son, my family's pillar of support. From this day forth, you are the sole heir of the Lin family. The highest authority of the family treasury is now entrusted to you. Take whatever you desire. Once scornful elders who had belittled Lin Xuan now nodded and bowed, their smiles so exaggerated that they seemed capable of pinching mosquitoes. Young Master Lin's might is unparalleled. It is I who failed to recognize the mountain. Young Master Lin is extraordinarily gifted, with such a dragon and phoenix in our family. How can we not prosper for eternity? Lin Xuan observed these dramatic turncoats with an unperturbed heart, even feeling a twinge of amusement. The law of how fragrant it is has arrived, albeit belatedly. They once wished to cast me out, and now they are nearly erecting a longevity tablet for me. He smiled slightly, but the words he spoke rendered the entire assembly momentarily petrified. Family head, esteemed elders. I fear that I may not be able to shoulder the responsibilities of this heir. Gasps of shock filled the room, as everyone believed Lin Xuan was about to settle scores. Lin Xuan waved his hand, gesturing for silence. My aspirations lie elsewhere. Family affairs are cumbersome. I prefer to charge into battle outside. In my view, if Sister Ruoxue possesses exceptional abilities and acumen, she should serve as the acting family head, managing daily family matters. He paused, a playful smirk gracing his lips. As for me, I shall be the guardian spirit of the Lin family. This declaration stunned the crowd. Lin Ruoxue abruptly lifted her head, gazing into Lin Xuan's smiling eyes, her heart churning. Did he just nonchalantly toss the most coveted power and the hottest potato into her lap? Lin Ruoxue, my dear cousin wishes for me to wholeheartedly serve as so, while he frolics about as a carefree overseer. Lin Xuan observed the complex emotions swirling in Lin Ruoxue's eyes, secretly chuckling. Lin Xuan, guardian of the family? That sounds far cooler than being the family CEO. Who wants to spend their days sifting through documents and attending meetings? I aspire to become the king of fun. By promoting Sister Ruoxue, who is capable and reliable, I can ensure that my affairs are in order while I venture into the world. Perfect. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, stepped forward, and unexpectedly knelt on one knee. Lin Ruoxue is willing to sacrifice everything for the Lin family and for Lin Xuan. Perfect. Such loyalty is commendable. Just as the Lin family reveled in the joy of their new heir, a cold figure entered Lin Xuan's courtyard. It was Su Qingxue. She did not inquire about the bizarre rabbit nor the elusive master. Instead, she got straight to the point, her tone grave. Lin Xuan, the mess you've stirred is larger than you realize. The Qin family has ties to a marquis family from the royal city. I've received word that their retaliation will soon arrive from the royal city. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Su Qingxue, don't ask about the rabbit. Just know that the royal city has some fresh gossip. Lin Xuan, oh, so the Qin family has backing? This gossip is like a drama series. A marquis from the royal city? Sounds even more intriguing. He looked at Su Qingxue, his gaze tinged with newfound respect. This woman always brings the most valuable intel. Meanwhile, under the nourishing influx of Lin Xuan's resources, Wang Dali's abyssal devouring beast successfully advanced to grade B, awakening an exceedingly rare spatial devouring talent. Xiangu, my baby can now devour space. In future battles, we can directly swallow our enemies into another dimension, saving time and effort. Wang Dali exclaimed, overjoyed. Lin Xuan, truly remarkable. This is what sustainable development looks like. Wang Dali, your creature will become our team's exclusive space station from now on. The team's combat power surged once more, and Lin Xuan felt that his endeavors in the realm of amusement were brimming with promise. However, just as the entire Jiangnan city was still processing the shocking news of the Qin family's downfall, a colossal shadow loomed over the city from above. A magnificent airship, entirely gilded and emblazoned with the emblem of the Royal Alchemist Association, gradually descended. Beneath the ship, the air thickened, causing many to feel a tightness in their chests, as if an invisible hand were gripping their hearts. Jiangnan City. Just as we sent away one evil dragon, another giant arrives? How are we to survive this? Who will save the children? From the airship, an elderly man clad in luxurious royal robes, his hair and beard as white as snow, slowly descended. Each step he took seemed to tread upon the void, causing the ground below to tremble slightly. He ignored the ceremonial welcome of the city lord's mansion and the personally dispatched Lin family head, Lin Zhengnan. His gaze swept past the throngs of people, locking onto Lin Zhengnan, and then fixating on Lin Xuan, who wore a professional expression of a bystander. The elder in royal robes approached Lin Xuan with steady strides, his voice booming yet laced with scrutiny. Young friend, there is no need to conceal your master. The mental shock from that day in the alley bears a striking resemblance to a long-lost acquaintance of mine. Might I request an introduction? Lin Xuan, damn. Does this old man have a scanning device for eyes? Has my master-level acting been seen through? Elder in royal robes, young man. Your master's acting is commendable. However, my eyes are even sharper. Chapter 66. Royal pressure? Bring it on. My father is the land itself. With a single phrase from the elder in royal robes, the air in the front courtyard of the Lin family estate plummeted from a fevered buzz to an eerie silence. The tears of excitement that Lin Zhengnan had just shed still lingered on his face. The beaming smiles of the Lin family elders froze at the corners of their mouths. Everyone seemed to be suspended in time, transformed into a myriad of distinct sculptures. In the alley, a mental shock? Lin Xian's heart seized violently. Damn, does this old man possess X-ray vision? He even disclosed the model. Externally, he maintained an innocent expression of bewilderment, as if to say, I do not comprehend your words, but internally, his mind was ablaze with alarm. He swiftly grasped the situation. What the other party had detected was not the masterful aura simulated by the S-grade artifact, but rather a fleeting ripple of psychic energy he had inadvertently released while attempting to incite discord amongst assassins with an SS-grade mental shock. Incredible. A true professional. Smelling a hint of chives amidst the storm, and even discerning it to be a 3-flavor filling. However, he seems to have only caught the scent, not the culprit behind it. An information gap. This was a space ripe for manipulation. A tempest swirled in Lin Xuan's mind for but a moment, yet his face donned a mask of appropriate reverence and confusion. Senior, you jest. As a foolish junior, I genuinely do not know which esteemed person you refer to. He displayed a countenance of feigned difficulty. As for the mental shock from that day, it was merely a protective charm left by my master before his travels, to guard against potential bullies. It was a passive trigger, a one-time use, and once expended, it vanished. My master's whereabouts are elusive, and I am unable to contact him. A rehearsed script that deflected all inquiries onto a non-existent mentor. The script is flawless, the performance impeccable. Now, let us see if you believe it. Please, commence your act. The members of the Lin family, upon hearing this explanation, collectively sighed in relief. Their gazes towards Lin Xuan now filled with even greater reverence. So, there was such a backup plan. Truly, a master's actions leave no room for error. However, the reaction of the elder Xuan, clad in royal robes, exceeded Lin Xuan's expectations entirely. He neither pressed further nor exhibited any signs of doubt. Instead, he smiled slightly, an expression tinged with understanding and a deeper sense of intrigue. Since the master was not meant to be seen, it mattered not. Elder Xuan shifted the conversation. Very well. I shall assess the worth of this disciple of mine, to see if he is deserving of my efforts. No sooner had the words left his lips than an invisible yet weighty aura of terror erupted from Elder Xuan, enveloping Lin Xuan alone with pinpoint precision. What the hell? This isn't playing by the rules, old comrade. Wasn't this supposed to be a contest of wits? Why did you flip the table outright? In that instant, Lin Xuan felt as though he were no longer grounded. His soul screamed, and his bones lamented. That force threatened to erase him from the very fabric of existence. The surrounding members of the Lin family remained oblivious, merely witnessing Lin Xuan's body tremble violently, his face draining of all color. Lin Ruoxue and Su Qingxue felt a jolt of terror. They could sense the suffocating aura of dread in that space. No, I cannot withstand this. If this continues, I will perform an instantaneous death act right here. Lin Xuan clenched his jaw, internally raging. System, I need assistance. Activate, mimicry of all things. Don't just stand there, hurry. The object of simulation is the very foundation of the Lin family beneath my feet. Transfer the entire protective array to me. Little soft, humph. Acknowledged. Estimated energy consumption is 10, deduction successful. Watch this, my dear. The little soft entity in his arms radiated warmth, an infinite surge of chaotic energy pouring forth instantly, silently merging into the ground beneath Lin Xuan's feet. In the next moment, a similarly formidable and profound force, imbued with the essence of ages, surged upwards from the earth beneath Lin Xuan. This power did not clash head-on with Elder Xuan's royal-level pressure. Instead, it formed a colossal, invisible vortex of energy, wildly redirecting, dissipating, and assimilating the pressure that could crush mountains. Elder Xuan's domineering force resembled a flood breaching a dam, surging into an unbounded ocean, though still fierce. It could no longer pose a fatal threat to the small boat adrift within. Lin Xuan felt the weight lift significantly, though still heavy upon his chest. He managed to stand firm. He had withstood it. Elder Xuan's eyes suddenly ignited with blinding brilliance. His pupils contracted, fixating intently on Lin Xuan. Disbelief etched across his face. What he sensed was not the resistance of a mere youth. Instead, it was a power reminiscent of the principles he had only encountered in ancient texts, a realm approaching the essence of the Tao, utilizing force against force, harmonizing with the heavens and earth. This lad was simulating the momentum of the land itself to counteract his might. Such a technique was beyond the grasp of any ordinary youth. Elder Xuan's inner monologue, harnessing the power of the earth's essence to counter my royal might. This is the legendary resonance with the earth's veins, a sign of touching the very source of the principles. What manner of creature is this? There must be a transcendent being behind him. I understand now. I comprehend it all. That day in the alley. The mental shock was not a protective charm at all, but rather a subtle warning from that esteemed individual regarding my uninvited intrusion. I have been presumptuous. I have acted with impudence. The more Elder Xuan pondered, the more alarmed he became, increasingly convinced of the accuracy of his suspicions. He looked at Lin Xuan's face, slightly pale from the strain, and his mind constructed a narrative of an unparalleled master playing with the world, casually mentoring an extraordinary disciple. Lin Xuan. Phew, that was close. I almost knelt. This old man is quite formidable. However, judging by his expression, it seems he has concocted some bizarre narrative in his mind. Good. Maintain this. Let him guess. The more he speculates, the more erroneous his conclusions will be. Ha ha ha. Excellent. A true youthful hero. I am impressed. Elder Xian abruptly retracted all oppressive energy, clapping his hands in laughter. His demeanor undergoing a complete turnaround from scrutiny to pure admiration, even tinged with a hint of reverence. He no longer mentioned the matter of meeting the mentor, clearly having convinced himself. With a flick of his wrist, 3 items materialized in his palm. Young friend, you are a rare talent. Upon our first meeting, I shall not be stingy. Consider these 3 items as a token of our acquaintance. All eyes were riveted upon the offerings. The first was a badge of deep purple and gold, intricately engraved with the emblem of a medicinal cauldron. This is the Elder Badge of the Royal Apothecaries Association. Possessing this badge grants you the authority to command significant resources throughout the royal capital and indeed the entire kingdom. The second item was a black beast egg, suffused with a faint spatial fluctuation. This is an S-grade beast egg from the Void Mantis. Once matured, it possesses the ability to traverse the void, making it a top-tier assassin-type companion. The third item was a letter crafted from special gold foil. This is a special recommendation letter from the foremost academy in the royal capital, Tianqing Academy. With this letter, you can gain admission without examination, directly becoming a core student. Hiss. The surrounding members of the Lin family, including Lin Zhongnan and Su Qingxue, collectively held their breath, their eyes nearly popping out. This generosity. This was no mere extravagance. It was as if they were elevating Lin Xuan directly to celestial heights. However, as Lin Xuan gazed upon these 3 grand gifts, his mind remained remarkably clear. Goodness. A triple whammy of sugar-coated bullets. The badge is meant to label me as a member of the Apothecaries Association, drawing me into their fold. The beast egg is a long-term investment, allowing observation of my developmental capabilities. The recommendation letter is essentially casting me into the spotlight of the royal capital's vast pond, facilitating your old foxes to observe me up close. This is not merely a welcome gift. It is an exquisite trio of a dog leash replete with GPS tracking and 24-hour surveillance features. He silently scoffed within, yet his face betrayed a look of astonished gratitude as he stepped forward respectfully to accept the 3 items. Thank you for your generous kindness, esteemed elder. I am unworthy. You are deserving. The elder Xian nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Lin Xian's demeanor. He turned, preparing to board the floating vessel. Just before departing, he paused, as if recalling something, and casually turned back to say, by the way, young friend. The Marquis from the Qin family's collateral line seems particularly intrigued by the recent disappearance of 3 top assassins from the Bloodhand organization in Jiangnan City, and is currently dispatching personnel to investigate thoroughly. Exercise caution if you venture to Wang City. With that, he did not linger, stepping forth to vanish into the air, reappearing on the massive vessel after a few flickers. Lin Xuan remained rooted, still wearing that innocuous smile, as if he had merely received a routine admonition. Yet, within his heart, he was bursting with joy. The ultimate test has arrived. Cast the bait and watch me take the hook. The Qin family's Marquis? Bloodhand assassins? Who are they? I am but a diligent student, soon to attend Wang City for my studies. Old man, I appreciate your guidance on this novice village quest. Your level is still somewhat lacking. The colossal floating vessel ascended slowly, ultimately transforming into a mere black before disappearing into the horizon. An unseen clash had thus come to an end. Lin Xuan weighed the 3 treasures in his hand, feeling that this extreme tug-of-war had yielded immense gains. A new map of Wang City, fresh resources, here I come. Chapter 67. You use time reversal to investigate me? I shall live stream my execution globally. The elder Xian's floating vessel had completely vanished, along with the suffocating aura it exuded. In the Lin family estate, the silence that followed erupted into volcanic joy. The elder's badge, S-rank, beast egg, special admission letter from Tianqing Academy. Lin Zhongnan and the other elders gazed at the 3 precious items in Lin Xian's hands, their breaths turning fervent, their eyes brimming with uncontrollable greed and fervor. Each of these items could transform the Lin family entirely. Xian, my Lin family's fortunes are truly about to change. Lin Zhongnan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, his old face flushed. Lin Xian weighed the trio of treasures in his hands, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Change in fortune? No, the sky is about to fall. The elder Xian, that cunning old fox, had delivered a seemingly casual reminder that was the real ace up his sleeve. The Qin family's Marquis, the Bloodhand organization. Jiangnan City was no longer a novice village. It had transformed into a vortex, a powder keg poised for ignition. Remaining here was no longer a pursuit of amusement. It was a grand spectacle that would soon come looking for him. He must flee at once. Patriarch, esteemed elders, Lin Xuan said, putting away the 3 items. His face once again adorned with an innocent smile. I must return to my courtyard to study these treasures in detail. I cannot let down your expectations. With that, he disregarded the piercing gazes behind him and turned to leave. Study? Please. Of course, it's time to return home and open mystery boxes. Back in his tranquil courtyard, Lin Xuan swiftly closed the door, expertly setting up 3 soundproof barriers and 2 anti-scrying wards. He could hardly contain his anticipation as he retrieved the S-rank, Void Mantis, egg. The beast egg was pitch black, adorned with irregular silver patterns flowing across its surface, as if it were a living entity slowly breathing, emanating faint ripples of spatial distortion. Little soft, it's time to eat, Lin Xuan exclaimed, pulling out the slumbering chaos slime from his bosom. Little soft plopped onto the table, morphing into a glistening jelly-like form, reluctantly producing a bubble. Little soft, rejecting the 996. Just clocked out, and you want me to work overtime? You're worse than a capitalist. Be quiet, Lin Xuan said, pointing at the beast egg, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. See this? It's S-rank. I'll treat you to a dessert after the meal. Little soft, humph. The jelly-like form instantly stood upright, its non-existent eyes gleaming with greed. However, this time, the approach would differ. Lin Xuan's fingers gently tapped the table. Deciding that merely mimicking the form was too rudimentary, it was merely a disposable item, lacking intrigue. We must broaden our horizons. We cannot merely be porters of replication. We must become the creators who master core technologies. Lin Xuan issued a command that would send any beast taming scholar into a frenzy. Little soft, initiate, omniform mimicry. The objective is not the appearance of this egg, but its core spatial genetic sequence. Extract it from the cellular level entirely. Ding. Detected that the host is undertaking an extremely challenging operation, analyzing the core genetic sequence of the life form and conducting reverse simulation. Energy consumption is immense, with a failure rate of 90. Proceed? Proceed. Lin Xuan's gaze hardened. There's plenty of energy. Charge it to my card. No, charge it to the Qin family's card. Little soft, understood. Commencing extraction. Little soft's body instantly dissolved, spreading like a pool of mercury to form an exquisitely thin, translucent chaotic membrane that enveloped the entire Void Mantis egg tenderly yet assertively. Countless energy tendrils, more delicate than neurons, ignored the hard shell, probing into the depths of the beast egg, beginning to decode that ancient and mysterious life code. In the background of Lin Xuan's system, his point's balance plummeted like a waterfall unleashed, cascading at a visible speed. My heart bleeds. These are not mere points being spent. It's my life. But that's all right. For my second SSS rank baby, this gamble is worth it. Time passed, each second ticking away. Little soft's form quivered violently, the surface of the membrane even exhibiting boiling ripples, indicating that this atomic-level operation was placing immense strain on it. Finally, just as Lin Xuan's point's balance threatened to dip below 9 digits, the system chimed in with a celestial notification. Ding. Spatial genetic sequence analysis complete. Reverse simulation successful. Splendid, Lin Xuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Now for the second step. Don't use the genes on yourself. Your physique is of no use. Little soft. Then why strip it of its coverings? Just for fun? Using the simulated genetic sequence as a blueprint, initiate the optimization and completion program. Lin Xuan's voice brimmed with fervor. Repair and erase all those so-called inherent flaws, evolutionary redundancies, and imperfections. I demand a theoretically perfect spatial genetic model. System, host, you are playing God. Less chit-chat, execute. Little soft, humph. Though it didn't understand, it felt an overwhelming sense of importance. Chaotic energy surged once more like a tsunami. Within Little Soft, an incredibly intricate double helix structure, constructed from the purest energy, began to take shape gradually. It was transparent, perfect, and flawless, as if it were not a creation of life, but rather a masterpiece sculpted by the laws of the universe, radiating an unsettling yet captivating aura of spatial rhythm. Now is the moment. Lin Xuan's eyes sparked with a fierce light. Inject it. Deliver a potent dose. The flawless spatial genetic model transformed into an exquisitely brilliant stream of silver light, shooting forth from the diminutive soft body, forcefully inundating the Void Mantis egg. A resounding hum, reminiscent of a sound from another dimension, reverberated throughout the entire chamber. The once pitch-black beast egg was instantaneously illuminated, becoming translucently radiant from the explosion of light within. Countless silver fissures, resembling intricate spider webs, frantically spread across the eggshell. as terrifying spatial energy leaked out, slicing through the surrounding air and creating delicate black ripples. Crack! The eggshell shattered in response. Yet, what emerged was not a grotesque mantis, but a creature no larger than a palm, seemingly composed of crystalline fragments that encapsulated a handful of stardust, resembling a being from mythological tales. Within its body, specks of starlight gently swirled, and on its gossamer wings, instead of patterns, lay a miniature rotating celestial map. The little creature, upon its birth, curiously blinked its eyes, pure as the Milky Way, and affectionately flew to Lin Xuan's fingertip, gently rubbing its crystalline head against his skin. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to your unprecedented genetic optimization and mythological reconstruction, the S-grade exotic beast, Void Mantis, has undergone a supermythical mutation. Identification result: Star Realm Traveler, Juvenile. Level: S-grade. Potential: SSS grade. Innate Skill 1. Spatial Folding. Fold designated spatial areas for seamless teleportation or to create dimensional barriers. Innate Skill 2. Dimension Piercing. Briefly pierce through dimensional barriers, disregarding 99 of physical and energy defenses. Innate Skill 3. Starlight Beacon. Leave an undetectable and indispersible spatial mark on any target, allowing for instantaneous teleportation to its side at will. Ding! A high resonance has been detected between the newly birthed entity and your soul. Would you like to form a contract? Contract. Immediately, Lin Xuan trembled with excitement. Holy smokes! Another with SSS potential. Little soft, my dear child. You are not merely a manufacturing machine. You are the chief genetic engineer of the Academy of Sciences. Teleportation, breach defenses, global GPS precision strikes. This is not an assassin. This is a strategic nuclear missile capable of delivering packages. Lin Xuan gazed at the exquisitely delicate creature on his fingertip, immediately declaring, "From now on, you shall be named Little Star." Zing! Little Star joyfully circled around him, scattering glimmers of starlight with the flutter of its wings. However, just as Lin Xuan reveled in the immense joy of welcoming his second child, the special terminal designated for the faceless ones, which he had set aside, suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent beeping sound. It was an emergency report of the highest level from the black market queen, Yimei. Upon opening it, the smile on Lin Xuan's face vanished, as if wiped away by an invisible hand, replaced solely by a chilling coldness. The report was succinct, yet the information contained within was sufficient to shatter any A-grade powerhouse. The Marquis of the Qin family had arrived in the royal city, sparing no expense to hire the Tianji Pavilion to thoroughly investigate the Bloodhand disappearance case. The chief intelligence officer of Tianji Pavilion, Tianjizi, had already set off, carrying with him an S-grade causal artifact, the Time Reversal Mirror. This mirror could reproduce everything that occurred within a designated location over the course of 12 hours. It was expected to arrive in Jiangnan City in 3 days. Time Reversal Mirror. Playback footage. Damn it. I painstakingly forged the scene, framing the Alchemist Association and creating the illusion of internal strife. And you just bypass it all to watch the replay. This is against the rules of martial arts. The scene he had fabricated could deceive the city lord's mansion and local officials, but before such a nearly law-defying artifact, it was akin to standing naked before a high-definition camera, with every detail magnified infinitely. Once the true battle in the alley was restored, his fabricated, fearsome master would instantly become a laughingstock. The old fox, Elder Xian, would be the first to realize he had been played. At that time, the wrath of the Royal Alchemist Association, combined with the Marquis's thunderous retribution, would be catastrophic. Exciting. Rather than feeling a trace of panic, Lin Xuan experienced a long-lost exhilaration, surging up his spine and causing his blood to boil. This is exhilarating. It feels like I'm about to be chased by 2 max-level powerhouses in a mixed doubles showdown. Crisis? No. This is a gift from the heavens. You want to see the footage? Then I'll just arrange a global live broadcast for you. You want to catch the mastermind behind the scenes? Fine. I'll deliver this black hand right to the forefront, allowing you to capture them with your own hands. His eyes burned with an almost frenzied flame as he immediately picked up the terminal and sent a message to Yimei. Help me with a task. In the name of the Faceless Ones, issue a bounty and an announcement throughout the underground world. Yimei replied in an instant. Speak. Bounty. Provide any evidence of collusion between the Marquis of the Qin family and the royal city and the Bloodhand organization. The reward is 100 million. With no upper limit. Announcement. 3 days from now, in the central square of Jiangnan City, I will publicly display 3 living assassins from the Bloodhand organization and identify them on site, exposing the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt on me. Yimei remained silent for a full minute before sending a message. Are you insane? You're going to poke a hole in the heavens. Lin Xuan smiled. A cold and arrogant grin. Poke a hole. No, I intend to completely replace this sky. He slowly replied, the fireworks are too small. This time, I will shoot down the sun itself for you to behold as fireworks. Chapter 68, Citywide Live Broadcast. I turned the truth into an auction item. The two messages Lin Xuan sent, disseminated through the channels of the Black Market Queen, exploded like silent thunder in the shadowy world of Jiangnan City and its surrounding regions. The faceless ones have gone mad, publicly displaying living Bloodhand members and demanding to identify buyers. What is he trying to accomplish? Is he challenging the entire assassin community alone? This isn't merely disrupting the industry. He is attempting to overturn every table in the establishment. Countless figures lurking in the shadows, whether lone wolves or organizations, were shaken to their core by the contents of this announcement. It was tantamount to declaring war. The previously ironclad rule that assassins kill without asking questions had been utterly shattered by this faceless one. Meanwhile, the other bounty struck like a precise scalpel, cutting through the most sensitive nerves. 100 million gold coins, no upper limit. All for purchasing evidence of collusion between the Marquis of the Qin family in the royal city and the Bloodhand organization. The implications were clear to anyone making a living in the underground world. I, the faceless one, want that Marquis dead. Anyone with dirt on him can trade it for gold, no matter the price. In an instant, the entire intelligence network in the region began a frenzy of self-investigation and mobilization at an unprecedented speed. Simultaneously, within the city lord's mansion in Jiangnan, the atmosphere within was thick with dread. Even the breathing of the servants was cautious, as if the fall of a single pin could incite widespread panic. A trusted aide, pale-faced, hurried into the study, his voice trembling. My lord, the Marquis and the Tianji Pavilion personnel have secretly taken residence in the Eastern Villa. They arrived 2 full days ahead of our estimate. The city lord staggered, collapsing into his grand chair, feeling as though darkness was closing in around him. Their original plan was to cooperate with the royal city's personnel for a covert investigation, catching Lin Xuan off guard. Now it was all over. Lin Xuan defied all conventional norms, abruptly overturning the table and thrusting the matter into the glaring light of scrutiny, compelling all to emerge from the shadows. Supporting Lin Xuan? That would entail incurring the wrath of the formidable Marquis of Wangcheng and the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion, a force so powerful that even the royal family regarded it with trepidation. His position as city lord might very well be extinguished by dawn. Opposing Lin Xuan? That would pit him against a mysterious alchemical master capable of wielding S-class artifacts, along with a black market queen who controlled an underground empire potent enough to cripple the entire intelligence network of Jiangnan City. The city lord felt as though he were caught in a conflagration, tormented from both sides, rendered a pariah in his own domain. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. He was that mortal, observing the unfolding chaos with bated breath. The city lord managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Seal off the square, but allow everyone to enter. I am eager to discover what scheme he is concocting. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Lin Xuan sat leisurely in his courtyard, delicately holding a crystalline energy gem, feeding it to the spirited little star flitting joyously around him. It must be quite the spectacle outside, he mused. Alas, I am merely an ordinary student, blissfully ignorant of the commotion beyond my window. As he scrolled through the myriad reactions compiled by Nightshade on the Faceless One terminal, a cold smile graced his lips. Tianji Pavilion, the time reversal mirror? You wish to scrutinize my fabricated scene? Apologies, but I direct this play. If you wish to see it, you must first seek my consent as the rights holder. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the icy tabletop as a plan, more audacious than public execution and far more entertaining, rapidly formed in his mind. He seized the terminal and contacted Nightshade once more. Please deliver 3 anonymous gifts. Nightshade promptly responded with a symbol. Lin Xuan's fingers danced across the screen. The first, to the city lord's manor. Content: the Marquis of the Qin family, unwilling to concede defeat, has employed the Chixi Chamber, another assassin organization in Jiangnan City, with the intent to assassinate. The assassin has been intercepted by the Faceless Ones and will be publicly displayed in 3 days. Nightshade. She seemed to be digesting the implications behind this information. Lin Xuan continued without pause. The second, to Marquis Qin. Content: the city lord covets the Qin family's interests in Jiangnan City and has conspired with the Faceless Ones to devise a scheme to completely expel the Qin family's influence from Jiangnan. Nightshade fell silent. She felt her mind teetering on the brink of combustion from this unprecedented maneuver. A gleam of near-manic delight flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes, as if he were a chess player, eagerly observing the pieces moving of their own accord upon the board. The third, to the Li family. Long oppressed by the Qin family. Content: the Qin family and the city lord are on the verge of war. This is the Li family's once-in-a-century opportunity. Attached, a proposal on how to seize maximum benefit amidst the chaos. After a lengthy silence, Nightshade finally sent 2 words. Madman. Lin Xuan chuckled softly at these words. Thank you for the compliment. I am merely an ordinary citizen who cherishes peace and order. 3 days later, in the central square of Jiangnan City, throngs of people jostled against one another. From the elegantly attired nobility to the ragged commoners, all eyes were riveted on the makeshift platform at the center of the square. The atmosphere was taut, as if it might snap at any moment. At noon, a figure appeared on the platform without warning. Clad in a pure white mask and a voluminous black robe, he resembled a deity emerging from the shadows. It was the faceless one, Lin Xuan. He uttered not a single superfluous word, merely gesturing dismissively. Bang, bang, bang. 3 tortured, nearly unrecognizable bodies were casually tossed onto the platform as if they were refuse. These were the 3 top assassins of the Bloodhand. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Next, Lin Xuan held up a memory crystal, flicking it with his finger. The crystal soared into the air, erupting into a dazzling light, as a meticulously edited, dubbed, and even melodramatically scored reel footage began to play. In the footage, the 3 assassins, bruised and battered, wept profusely before the camera. It was the president of the Chixi chamber. He paid us a handsome sum to assassinate Lin Xuan, the young master of the Lin family. We were wrong. We failed to recognize the mountain before us. We should never have accepted this job. We beseech the faceless one to spare us. We shall never dare again. The fabricated confessions, seamlessly integrated into an undeniable chain of evidence, ignited gasps of shock among the crowd, which quickly morphed into a buzz of conversation akin to boiling water. Instantly, all fingers pointed accusingly at the notorious assassin organization, the Chixi Chamber. Indeed, I am the director of this tear-jerking annual production, Confession. Lin Xuan quipped, such acting, such dialogue, such post-production, surely, an award is in order? At that moment, the city lord's guards bellowed, clear the area. Protect the marquee. Seize the rebel on the platform. 2 thunderous shouts erupted simultaneously from either side of the square. A squad of heavily armored guards from the city lord's manor clashed with a troop of elite soldiers radiating a fierce aura, surging into the square like twin black torrents from the east and west. The 2 forces faced off 50 meters from the platform, tension crackling in the air. Meanwhile, in the outer perimeter, local families led by the Li family formed a third encirclement, rallying under the banner of maintaining order in Jiangnan City and preventing outside interference. The 3 factions stood distinctly apart, the atmosphere rife with murderous intent. The situation was primed to explode. All held their breath, fixated on the faceless one atop the platform, awaiting his next move. They anticipated that he would produce further evidence or directly engage, igniting chaos. However, Lin Xuan's subsequent actions shattered the expectations of all present. Surveying the chaotic standoff below, his expression revealed no surprise. Rather, it appeared as though he were savoring a theatrical performance he had orchestrated himself. Then he spoke. His voice, amplified through the mask, reverberated coldly and clearly throughout the square. It appears that everyone is quite interested in these 3 fools, as well as the truth behind them. If that is the case, he paused, each word striking the hearts of all present like a hammer. I hereby announce that these 3 assassins, along with the truth they represent, shall be auctioned off live. Highest bidder wins. The square plunged into an absolute silence that lasted 10 seconds. So profound that one could hear a pin drop. An auction? Auctioning the truth. What kind of devilry is this? Indeed, it is exactly as you think. Lin Xuan continued. What truth is, has never been important. What matters is who has the authority to define it. Today, I will turn that power of definition into a commodity and sell it to you. He beckoned. Now, let the performance begin. The representatives of the Qin family and the city lord's manor, after a brief moment of stunned silence, turned ashen. They instantly grasped the faceless one's ruthlessly cunning intent. Whoever captures these 3 living witnesses shall possess the ultimate authority to interpret this matter. I shall offer 50 million gold coins. The representative of the marquis nearly screamed in desperation. He must seize these 3 individuals and execute them on the spot to ensure that all evidence perishes without a trace. 80 million. The representative from the city lord's mansion, undeterred, countered fiercely. He too must obtain them to solidify the charges against the Red Scorpion Chamber of Commerce, thoroughly muddying the waters and exonerating the city lord's mansion. 100 million. 120 million. The price surged at a frenzied pace, leaving all present in stunned silence. What they witnessed was not merely a number of gold coins, but a fierce clash of power, a bloody struggle for dominance in discourse. Ultimately, under the almost predatory gaze of the marquis's representative from the Qin family, the city lord's mansion triumphantly acquired the scorching truth at the exorbitant price of 150 million gold coins. Payment was exchanged hand in hand. Lin Xian's voice remained as indifferent as ever. He observed as boxes of gold notes were lifted onto the high platform. And after confirming their accuracy with a sweep of his consciousness, he nodded slightly at the representative of the city lord's mansion. They are now yours. The representative of the city lord's mansion exhaled a sigh of relief, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water, and immediately gestured for his men to retrieve the 3 half-dead assassins. Yet, just as the transaction was completed and the assassins were led down from the platform, Lin Xian produced an identical memory crystal in his hand. Under the horrified gaze of all present, he gently applied pressure. Crack! The crystal shattered with a crisp sound, transforming into a myriad of glistening light points that slowly dispersed in the sunlight. He turned, his figure gradually merging into the shadows behind him, leaving behind a chilling proclamation that sent shivers through the souls of all present, echoing throughout the square. Remember, the truth is never singular. Chapter 69. Just entered the royal city, expelled from school? Then I shall have to tear the entire academy apart. The farce in the square concluded with the city lord's mansion angrily smashing down 150 million gold coins to purchase the rights to define the truth. Lin Xian's figure vanished completely, leaving behind only the legend of the Faceless One in Jiangnan City. This moniker would henceforth hang like the sword of Damocles over the heads of all the powerful, depriving them of sleep for 3 consecutive days. Meanwhile, the owner of this sword sat cross-legged in his courtyard, counting his spoils, nearly bursting into song from sheer joy. 150 million. My words alone are worth 150 million. This money is far too easy to earn. Had I known, instead of being an heir, I would have dived straight into knowledge monetization. He gazed at the dazzling figures on the Faceless One's terminal, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. A simple inquiry of well-being pales in comparison to a massive sum of money. The Night Enchantress truly has not deceived me. The funds were in place, and his enemies had escalated from city level to provincial level. The riches of this novice village of Jiangnan City had been utterly drained by him. It was time to spend a little and then flee with the spoils. System, awaken and prepare for business. Lin Xian called out in his mind. Ding. The Supreme VIP customer service is at your service. How may I assist you today? Lottery. Bring forth the most expensive, extravagant pool with the highest odds of winning. Preparing this supreme luxurious 100 draw for you. Each draw costs 10 million points, with an extremely low probability of yielding SSS grade items. Friendly reminder, lottery draws carry risks, proceed with caution. Enough with the pleasantries, let us commence with 10 draws, 100 pulls. Lin Xian waved his hand grandly. Charge it to the Qin family's card. Received. Deduction of 1 billion points successful. 100 draws initiated. In the next instant, Lin Xian's vision was engulfed by a blinding golden light. Countless colorful icons flashed before his eyes. The sound more extravagant than all the slot machines in a casino hitting the jackpot simultaneously. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained S-grade material, Dragon Blood Divine Iron, X10. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained A-grade skill book, Barrier of Wind, X3. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained S-grade item, Puppet Core, X1. A series of prompts flashed by, all high-tier goods that others would covet, yet of little use to him. Is this it? Just this? 8 billion for mere sounds. Lin Xian's heart twisted in pain. Just as he prepared to curse and attempt again, a beam of 7-colored divine light, far more resplendent than all previous glimmers, erupted at the center of the screen. The radiance was sacred, vast, exuding a rule of essence that defied description. Holy moly, we have a winner. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a 1 in 10 million mythic probability. You have obtained SSS grade item, Philosopher's Stone, Fragment. Lin Xian's breath halted at that moment. His fingers trembled as he opened the item details. Philosopher's Stone, Fragment, the ultimate creation of alchemy, embodying the supreme law of equivalent exchange. A one-time consumable. Effect 1. Can designate any S-grade or lower item, disregarding all conditions and materials, to forcibly elevate it by 1 major tier. Effect 2. Can attach a law characteristic to any skill, fundamentally altering its effects. Good heavens. Lin Xian trembled with excitement. I can't even. This is not merely a stone. This is an official authorization code for a cheat. Forcibly elevating item levels. Adding law characteristics to skills. If this were applied to Little Soft's Omni-Mimicry, or Little Star's Dimensional Piercing, the imagery would be so beautiful he could hardly bear to think further. Calm down, calm down. This is a strategic grade weapon of mass destruction, the trump card among trump cards. It cannot be used recklessly. He forcibly suppressed the urge to utilize it on Little Soft right away, carefully storing this exceedingly precious fragment. With this new trump card in hand, the anxiety that had been brewing about going to the royal city dissipated entirely. It was time to make a move. He promptly summoned Lin Xuan and Wang Dali. Observing the hurried approach of the two, Lin Xuan spoke plainly. I shall go to the royal city, departing today. Lin Xuan's body stiffened slightly, though her clear gaze revealed no surprise. She had long known that the small Jiangnan city could not contain this soon-to-soar true dragon. Wang Dali, on the other hand, wore a comically earnest expression of urgency. Brother Xian, I must accompany you. You cannot go alone. Lin Xuan shook his head. Your task is to remain in Jiangnan City, protecting her and safeguarding the Lin family. He handed Lin Xuan a space ring. Inside, there are the startup funds I have prepared for the family, along with a complete defense system and development plan. Sister Xue, from this day forth, you shall be the head of the Lin family, while I shall merely serve as a nominal guardian. Lin Xuan accepted the ring without a hint of hesitation, nodding vigorously in acknowledgement. I will not let you down. Brother Xian, Wang Dali still wished to argue. Dali, Lin Xuan patted his shoulder, interrupting him. Your abyss-devouring beast possesses boundless potential. Remaining in Jiangnan City to solidify your position is far superior to starting from scratch in that monster's lair in the royal city alongside me. Once I have established myself there, I will bring you over. Just then, a melodious and pleasant female voice echoed from outside the courtyard. I will go too. Su Qingxue, clad in a flowing white dress and carrying a petite satchel, stood vivaciously at the doorway. In the name of the Su family's expedition for training, I have also applied for a spot at the Tianqing Academy. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you afraid I might run away? Or perhaps you fear that upon arriving in the royal city, I will be dazzled by the allure of the outside world? Very well. Having a healer in the group is only reasonable. The team composition is more balanced now. Then let us go together, he succinctly agreed. On board the airship heading to the royal city, Lin Xuan and Su Qingxue stood side by side at the deck's edge, gazing down at the swiftly retreating mountains and rivers below. Su Qingxue appeared somewhat anxious, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her garment. In stark contrast, Lin Xuan was entirely at ease. His faceless terminal had just received the final intelligence report from Yi Mei regarding Jiangnan City. The Qin family marquis had failed in his bidding, infuriated and humiliated, and had reported all your information to the third prince. That prince is the largest benefactor of Tianqing Academy and one of its actual controllers. Good luck. The third prince? Goodness. I've gone from a mere dungeon minion to the chief lackey of the final boss in a flash. Lin Xuan felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, he sensed the blood of mischief coursing through him, igniting a fervor. Exciting. Absolutely exhilarating. I relish this rhythm. Several hours later, an extraordinarily grand city emerged on the horizon's edge. The towering city walls pierced the clouds, resembling a colossal beast that divided heaven and earth. Within the city, towering spires loomed, and countless formidable presences surged skyward, stirring the winds and clouds. In the sky, beast tamers riding A-grade flying beasts were ubiquitous, and occasionally, one could detect the fleeting, heart-stopping aura of a king-level pressure. This is the royal city, Su Qingxue murmured, utterly captivated by the spectacle before her. Lin Xuan too set aside his playful demeanor. The intensity is indeed on an entirely different level. Jiangnan City is merely a bronze tier. Here, we begin at the master level. The airship gradually descended at the exclusive port of Tianqing Academy. Following the throng of people, they arrived at the imposing entrance of the academy, prepared to complete their enrollment procedures. However, a youth adorned with the student council badge, upon seeing the special recommendation letters they presented, wore an exaggerated sneer. Oh, Lin Xuan? Su Qingxue? He carelessly tossed their recommendation letters onto the table like refuse. I'm afraid your special admission slots were cancelled yesterday. Su Qingxue was taken aback. Cancelled? Why? The council member scoffed, spreading his hands. Because our Tianqing Academy only admits true geniuses, not provincial bumpkins who rely on connections. As his words fell, a young man clad in resplendent robes sauntered out from behind him, his face adorned with unabashed malice and superiority. Lin Xuan, is it? Qin Feng looked down at him. Speaking in a leisurely tone, my uncle asked me to convey a message to you. Some individuals are born in the mud and should recognize their place within it. Stop harboring dreams of climbing out and offending the nobility. Oh, here we go, the standard villain speech template number 3. Lin Xuan felt a surge of amusement within. Next, are you going to demand I kneel and bow my head, promising to spare me if I do? Can't you be a little more original? Qin Feng seemed to revel in Lin Xuan's stunned silence, poised to utter more scathing words to humiliate him. Just then, a distant and solemn chime resonated from deep within the academy, echoing throughout the plaza. Following this, a middle-aged man clad in a mentor's robe emerged from the grand entrance. He surveyed the crowd, his voice unassuming yet crystal clear to every ear present. The qualification re-examination battle for this year shall commence immediately. Anyone disputing their admission status or having their qualifications revoked may challenge any enrolled student here. The victor shall replace the loser and gain their academic standing. Upon finishing, the mentor's penetrating gaze lingered on Lin Xuan for half a second, intentionally or not. The smiles of Qin Feng and the student council member abruptly froze on their faces. Lin Xuan slowly lifted his head. For the first time, a smile graced his previously innocent visage. A smile that sent a chill from Qin Feng's scalp to his heels. Well done. What a reward. So, the entrance exam has transformed into a challenge match. Has it? I adore such straightforward and brutal rules. Now, the question arises. Which unfortunate soul should I challenge first to appear more courteous? Chapter 70. On-site piracy? I'll print you a limited dark edition. The words qualification re-examination battle detonated like a spark in boiling oil, instantly igniting the previously stagnant air at the entrance of Tianqing Academy into a seething frenzy. The mentor's words bore no emotional inflection. Yet the underlying rules were filled with the savagery and bloodshed of a primeval jungle. Challenge the enrolled students. Win, and you can seize everything from them. Academic standing, dormitory, credits, and even the monthly allocation of training resources. Oh, the entrance exam has escalated into a PvP battle for enrollment numbers? Or a deathmatch for loot? Excellent. This format is all about absolute fairness. I would call it the most sporting of rules. Lin Xuan's mind raced, calculating which unfortunate student's enrollment number he could seize to secure the best view and the most abundant resources in a single dormitory. The mocking smiles on Qin Feng and the student council members' faces had yet to fade completely when they became rigid and shattered inch by inch. Country bumpkin. Don't think that just because you have a chance, you can turn the tables. The student council member was the first to regain his composure. Stepping forward to attempt to block Lin Xuan's gaze, a B-grade pinnacle aura crashing down, stirring up a gale. One must consider their own strength when challenging someone like you. His threatening voice abruptly ceased. He realized that Lin Xuan didn't even spare him a single word of attention. It was a pure, absolute disregard that penetrated from the soul to the physical realm. Isn't an NPC responsible for guiding newbies a bit too talkative? Excuse me, could you move aside? You're blocking my path to the final boss. Lin Xuan's gaze lightly floated over this dutiful gatekeeper, sweeping past all the onlookers, and finally, it precisely fixed upon Qin Feng's face, which was etched with arrogance and superiority. He raised his hand, extended his index finger, and pointed from afar. I challenge you. The three words, though softly spoken, struck like three glowing steel nails, forcefully embedding themselves into the eardrums of everyone present. The entire area fell into a profound silence. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted, the voices of the onlookers exploding into a frenzy. Every student watching, including the middle-aged mentor who had just announced the rules, wore expressions of utter disbelief. What on earth? Has this newcomer lost his mind? Directly challenging the esteemed second-year powerhouse, Qin Feng? Qin Feng is indeed a bona fide A-rank beastmaster. His holy light unicorn is on the very brink of reaching the pinnacle of A rank. Where did this fellow come from? I can hardly sense even a B rank aura emanating from him. Is he engaging in a reckless act of self-destruction? The clamor of discussions buzzed around like a swarm of bees, as countless gazes converged upon Lin Xuan. Their expressions akin to those witnessing a madman voluntarily stride toward the precipice. Qin Feng himself was momentarily struck dumb, doubting the reliability of his own hearing. In the next instant, an uncontrollable wave of euphoric exhilaration erupted from his chest like a volcano, obliterating all semblance of rationality. He laughed, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Veins bulging in his neck, shoulders shaking violently. He dares to challenge me? This country bumpkin has the audacity to name me in his challenge? How utterly foolish. How preposterously arrogant. How splendidly delightful. Just as he was lamenting the lack of a legitimate reason to crush this bothersome opponent along with his dignity before the entire school, the other party had unwittingly placed his head beneath the guillotine. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Qin Feng shouted three splendids in a frenzy. As if fearful that Lin Xuan might retract his challenge, he abruptly turned to the middle-aged instructor, his voice brimming with bloodthirsty excitement. Instructor, I accept his challenge. Furthermore, I request the initiation of life and death mode. Such an ignorant zealot does not deserve to exist on the grounds of Tianqing Academy. Oh, has he already broken down? Going straight for a deadly showdown? Youth, refrain from seeking sensationalism. Such behavior merely reveals your lack of worldly experience. Lin Xuan internally scoffed while maintaining a facade of tranquility that Qin Feng found profoundly insulting. Life and death mode was against the regulations. The middle-aged instructor cast a dispassionate glance at Qin Feng and outright rejected his proposal. However, the challenge was valid. The battleground would be activated immediately. As the instructor's words fell, The ground of the Academy Square emitted a deep rumble. Massive stone slabs slid apart, revealing a circular battlefield with a diameter of 100 meters, slowly rising from the depths, exuding a chilling aura of ancient stone. A translucent energy shield unfurled, enveloping the entire arena like an inverted giant glass bowl. Quickly, come and witness. A newcomer is daring to challenge the second-year Qin Feng. Are they out of their minds? This is going to be a spectacle. Hurry. Countless students, drawn by the news, rushed from all corners of the academy, surrounding the battlefield tightly, eager to behold what they perceived to be an inevitable one-sided slaughter. On either end of the arena stood Lin Xuan and Qin Feng, facing each other. Outside the arena, Su Qingxue was so tense that her knuckles turned white. Qin Feng regained his lofty demeanor, even too lazy to make the first move, merely lifting his chin in arrogance. I shall grant you 3 moves, lest anyone accuse me, Qin Feng, of only bullying a country bumpkin. No need, Lin Xuan shook his head. Your pet looks rather impressive. You should summon it soon, lest the audience grow impatient. Hurry up, my unicorn experience card is about to expire. You're courting death. Qin Feng was utterly provoked by his nonchalant attitude. No longer wasting words, his mental energy surged like a tsunami. Descend, my partner, Holy Light Unicorn. A colossal golden magic array suddenly unfurled behind him, radiant and resplendent, as a divine chant resonated through the heavens. Accompanied by a piercing roar that could split the clouds and shatter stones, a magnificent beast emerged, its body entirely snow-white, crowned with a sacred golden horn, and its hooves ablaze with holy flames. The peak A-rank beast, the Holy Light Unicorn, an aura of sanctity, vastness, and filled with the power of illumination and purification instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone outside the arena felt their minds ease, as if their souls were cleansed by this divine light. However, this aura, so friendly to humans and most creatures, was akin to scalding sulfuric acid splashed upon the face of the little soft creature in Lin Xuan's arms. The chaotic attribute was a natural enemy to the powers of light and order. Little Soft peeked out from Lin Xuan's embrace, emitting sizzling black smoke, resembling a creature on the verge of being purified to death. Little Soft, help. This thing is radiating a holy light domain. It's so hot. I'm going to melt. Do you see that, country bumpkin? Qin Feng laughed maniacally. Before absolute light, all malevolent spirits shall turn to ashes. This is the essence of attribute restraint. It is the innate pressure of bloodlines. What do you have to oppose me? The Holy Light Unicorn proudly raised its head, and atop its horn, a concentrated golden sphere of light rapidly coalesced, radiating a terrifying energy capable of vaporizing all existence. Final secret art, Holy Light Judgment. It is over, Qin Feng coldly proclaimed, gazing at the annihilating sphere capable of instantaneously obliterating any B-rank beast. Lin Xuan felt not an ounce of tension. Instead, he made a decision that left the entire crowd in a state of shock. He gently patted the Little Soft creature, now resembling a puddle of jelly. Little Soft, stop playing dead. Activate mimicry of all things. Little Soft, huh? Who am I mimicking? Boss, don't joke. If I touch that, I'll be gone. Target for simulation. Lin Xuan's gaze pierced through the cataclysmic beam of light, locking onto the haughty Holy Light Unicorn with mischievous glee at the corner of his mouth. That one. Beep. Simulating life form. Holy Light Unicorn. Severe attribute conflict detected. Simulation difficulty is exceedingly high. Energy consumption doubled. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Charge my card. Little Soft. Received. Transforming. In the next moment, an energy starkly opposite to the Holy Light, filled with chaos, primal essence, and the ability to devour all, erupted from within Little Soft. This energy formed a wildly spinning black vortex, shredding, consuming, distorting, and assimilating all the purifying light that flooded in. Little Soft's jelly-like form was stretched, morphed, and reconstituted at the vortex's center. Before the astonished crowd, a creature entirely black as night, seemingly composed of the purest dark matter, with hooves ablaze with void flames and a spiraled horn of twisted darkness, materialized in the arena. Its appearance mirrored that of the Holy Light Unicorn. Yet its aura radiated pure destruction, finality, and void. Qin Feng's manic grin shattered, frozen in disbelief. What the hell? What is happening? Is this a Control-C, Control-V situation? A pirated version with a skin swap? The students outside the arena collectively experienced a mental shutdown, feeling as if their years of Beastmaster studies had been for naught. At that very moment, the Holy Light Unicorn, having completed its charge, unleashed a robust golden beam of judgment, wielding the divine might to purify all malevolence in the world. As the beam tore through the air, vaporizing everything in its path, leaving behind a scorching vacuum trail, Lin Xuan's dark unicorn also reared back, emitting a silent roar that resonated with the souls of all present. a sound devoid of substance yet brimming with dread. Upon its twisted spiral horn, a pure black beam that seemed capable of swallowing all the light in the universe coalesced, boldly countering the divine light. Dark Judgment, in a striking contrast of black and white. Two beams embodying the ultimate energies of creation and destruction collided violently at the very center of the battlefield. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion, however, did not materialize. In that fleeting moment, the entire world was stripped of all sound and color. Where the two light pillars converged, space seemed ensnared by two invisible titans, commencing a frenzied distortion and folding. Light and darkness annihilated each other, giving rise to an absolute realm of nothingness. As spiderweb-like fissures of pitch darkness radiated outward from that void, as though the entire energy shield were on the brink of being torn apart by this emerging terrifying singularity. Chapter 71. You spend money, I change the rules. A spit to waste your divine beast. The clash of light and dark birthed no sound. The entire world seemed to be muted by an unseen hand. At the point where the black and white beams of judgment met, space was obliterated by a power beyond comprehension, forming a domain of absolute void. There was no matter, no energy, not even laws or concepts. A series of inky cracks spread wildly across the sturdy energy shield, centered around that void, emitting a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The laws clashed and were extinguished. On the sidelines, the usually composed middle-aged mentor suddenly rose, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment and horror. The holy light Qilin emitted a soul-piercing wail, its sacred golden light visibly dimming atop its singular horn. Holy light judgment was its innate skill, a proud emblem inscribed in its very bloodline. In contrast, Xiao Ruan's dark judgment was merely a pixelated simulation. Yet, in terms of the hierarchy of laws, the chaos that devoured all was far superior to the light that created order. This collision was akin to a pirated software, where the underlying code was so superior that it directly caused a bug in the core of the legitimate program. Qinfeng's holy light Qilin was now compromised at its source. Oh no, it's been injured at the root. Repairing it will cost extra now? Lin Xuan marveled internally, already calculating the potential worth of materials should this Qilin be rendered obsolete. However, Qinfeng's reaction piqued Lin Xuan's interest slightly. He exhibited no panic, nor did he erupt in rage. After a brief moment of astonishment, his distorted visage quickly regained its icy composure, demonstrating the combat prowess befitting a top genius of the royal city. Abandon the clash. Speed of light, demon-breaking horn, engage at close range. He decisively issued a new command. Enduring the excruciating pain of its source being torn asunder, the holy light Qilin let out a thunderous roar as its surrounding sacred flames surged violently. It transformed into a golden streak that rent the air, so swift that it left only an afterimage on the retina, hurtling towards the opposite dark Qilin that was still posing. The horn atop its head became enveloped in a tangible layer of golden energy, specifically designed to pierce through all forms of energy defenses. Realizing that it cannot contend at range, switching to melee combat? Quick tactical adaptation, impressive. In the face of this ultimate charge, Lin Xuan's dark Qilin did not flinch or evade, standing foolishly in place. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, that golden streak, brimming with lethal intent, was on the verge of colliding with its chest. Just as the impact was imminent, the dark Qilin's form suddenly melted away. Its once formidable body, composed of dark matter, lost all shape in an instant, transforming into a glistening, translucent slime that writhed upon the ground, exuding a hint of chaotic black mist. The holy light Qilin's demon-breaking horn, capable of piercing mountains, narrowly missed as it thrust past the slime's head, embedding itself harshly into the void. The immense inertia rendered it unable to halt immediately, propelling it several meters forward. The audience's collective minds once again crashed. What was this maneuver? Transforming back into its initial form mid-battle? Surrendering on the spot? Yet, just as the holy light Qilin surged past, that seemingly harmless slime sprang into action. Xiao Ruan's surface suddenly erupted with dozens of pure chaotic energy spikes, jetting forth. These spikes emitted no sound of slicing through the air, yet they unerringly struck the holy light Qilin's abdomen and limb joints, where its defenses were relatively weak from the charge. With a chilling sound, the holy light Qilin's protective sacred light was as fragile as gossamer against these spikes. Laced with the corrosive properties of chaos, the spikes effortlessly pierced through its defenses, embedding deep into its flesh. A howl erupted from the holy light Qilin, a cry of agony 100-fold worse than when its source was injured, as its massive form crashed to the ground, thrashing wildly in a desperate bid to rid itself of the black spikes voraciously consuming its vitality. Ding! Chaos Devour, successfully eroded an A-level pinnacle light-type creature. Analyzing the progress of light law dissection at 12. Congratulations, host. Your contracted spirit, Xiao Ruan, has permanently increased the damage inflicted on light-type creatures by 5. What a delightful surprise. Not only can we engage in battle, but also conduct research, extracting the opponent's genetic sequence? Xiao Ruan, you truly are my treasure. Lin Xuan felt as though he had discovered an entirely new path to wealth. The situation on the battlefield had irrevocably turned. Qin Feng stared blankly at his contracted spirit writhing in pain on the ground, utterly bewildered. Why? Why could the opposing spirit freely switch forms? How could that seemingly weak slime unleash such bizarre and lethal attacks? This combat style surpassed all his 20 years of expertise in beast mastery. No, I haven't lost yet. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he abruptly withdrew a golden jade pendant inscribed with intricate sacred patterns from his pocket. It was the lifeline bestowed upon him by his family, an S-rank one-time defensive artifact. Sanctuary Barrier. Once activated, it would form an absolute defensive barrier capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a king-level powerhouse. He needed to protect the Holy Light Qilin first before mounting a counterattack. Oh, are you finally ready to spend your pocket money? I'm sorry, but I never grant my opponents a chance to turn the tide. Lin Xuan had no intention of admiring the effects of an S-rank item. With a mere thought, the Philosopher's Stone fragment he had just drawn appeared in his hand. System, activate the Philosopher's Stone, effect 2. Ding. Please specify a skill to which the host wishes to add law attributes. A skill, huh? Lin Xuan's mind raced. Adding a law to mimicry of all things? Making it capable of simulating living beings? Too wasteful. Xiao Ruan could already achieve that. Adding a law to Xiao Xing's dimensional piercing? Allowing it to directly attack the soul? A promising idea, but not applicable at this moment. His thoughts ultimately settled on the F-rank initial skill at the very bottom of Xiao Ruan's skill list, one that had rarely been used since its inception. Regarded as a comedic skill, Slime Spray. A bold and almost mad idea took shape in his mind. It settled then. System. Select the skill Slime Spray. The system remained unusually silent. Host. This system must remind you that the Philosopher's Stone is an SSS grade item. Are you truly certain you wish to attach such a precious attribute of law to an F-grade skill, which possesses little to no offensive capability? It is akin to employing a rocket engine to propel a child's tricycle. I am absolutely certain, Lin Xuan replied with unwavering conviction. You mere mortals do not comprehend what constitutes performance art. What I desire is precisely this sense of contrast. I crave the ultimate ecstasy of transforming decay into the miraculous. Ding. Respecting the host's choice. The system seemed to emit a barely perceptible sigh. Philosopher's Stone, fragment, effect activated. Initiating the law attribute attachment process for the F-grade skill, Slime Spray. Law matching successful. Congratulations, host. Under the influence of the Philosopher's Stone, fragment, the skill Slime Spray has been endowed with the attribute of causality, successfully evolving into the demigod-level skill, Causality Lock. Causality Lock ignores distance, defense, and level. Upon hitting a target, it forcibly establishes a causal link. The host may set a cause for this link. When the cause is fulfilled, a predetermined effect set by the host will be forcibly triggered. Note, the more absurd the established causality, the greater the energy and time required to trigger it. Lin Xuan gazed at the description of this brand new skill, a tingling sensation coursing through him. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! This isn't merely a skill, it's a rule, editor. I can directly inscribe a new law of the world. If I demand light, you cannot present me with darkness. He lifted his head and caught sight of Qin Feng across from him, already raising that golden jade pendant, poised to activate it. A radiant smile blossomed on Lin Xuan's face. Xiao Ruan, he softly commanded. Spit on that glowing trinket. On the battlefield, the slime that had just severely injured its opponent heard its master's command. It wobbled its jelly-like body and aimed at the struggling Holy Light Qilin, then, with a splutter, released a shimmering, translucent, seemingly viscous slime. The slime traced a languid parabolic arc through the air, slowly descending onto the Holy Light Qilin, and then vanished. There was no effect, no damage. It didn't even adhere to its surface. The arena plunged into an eerie silence once more. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. His action of activating the item pausing slightly. What does this mean? An insult? Chapter 72. A single move to determine causality. Your S-grade defense cannot even withstand my saliva. The arena fell into silence. That crystalline slime traced a parabolic arc through the air, slow and languid, openly challenging the laws of physics. Qin Feng's action of activating the item faltered for a moment. He stared at the absurdly slow-moving slime, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Dodge. What a joke. His peak A-grade Holy Light Qilin needed to evade the saliva of an F-grade slime? If word of this got out, he would have to write his name backward. This is an affront. It is a blatant insult. Who does he think he is to disgust me in this manner? Qin Feng seethed with rage, refusing to let the Holy Light Qilin evade. Instead, he poured all the energy of the S-grade Jade Pendant, Sanctuary Barrier, frantically into the protective divine light surrounding the Holy Light Qilin. Take it on the chin. Let this country bumpkin witness what absolute defense truly is. A resplendent golden barrier, 10 times more brilliant than before, enveloped the Holy Light Qilin entirely. Sacred runes flowed across the barrier, sanctified to an untouchable degree. The protective divine light, augmented by an S-grade defensive item, incinerates anything beneath the king level upon contact. Come on, let me see how your disgusting attack is purified into ashes under the sanctity of light. Qin Feng's visage twisted with extreme anger and arrogance. Then, under the gaze of thousands of spectators, that slime wobbled and collided with the golden barrier. There was no explosion, no purification, not even the slightest ripple of energy. The slime simply passed through. It passed through. Indeed, it passed through. It disregarded the S-grade defense thick enough to withstand a landslide, ignored the sacred laws of light, and overlooked the expression on Qin Feng's face that screamed, "You are doomed." Light and airy, it precisely adhered to the smooth forehead of the Holy Light Qilin. The world descended into a prolonged silence once more. The processors in everyone's minds seemed to collectively burn out in that instant. Qin Feng's expression shifted from twisted rage to bewilderment, then to a dazed state, ultimately transforming into a horrific shock. What is happening? Illusion? What happened to my Holy Light Guardian? Where is my invaluable S-grade item? Before he could comprehend, a new anomaly unfolded on the battlefield. The slime that had adhered to the forehead of the Holy Light Qilin swiftly permeated its skin, morphing into a bizarre chain mark composed of countless tiny gray runes. The moment the mark formed, the massive body of the Holy Light Qilin suddenly stiffened. The holy flames that had been burning around it extinguished. Its anguished roar ceased. The unbreakable mental link between it and Qin Feng was forcibly severed with an incomprehensible, irresistible force. Move. Speed of light. Move now. Qin Feng's face turned pale as he frantically issued commands within his mind. There was no response. His contracted spirit, the magnificent Holy Light Qilin, had transformed into a lifelike statue, standing motionless, even its eyes failing to blink. It was still alive, its life force intact, yet its program had been suspended. It seems there is an issue with your network connection. Lin Xuan's calm voice resonated at this moment, yet it sounded laden with demonic whispers. He explained leisurely, his voice soft yet clear enough to reach every corner of the arena. What my contracted spirit just spat out is a new skill called causality lock. The principle is quite simple. He extended a finger. The beginning of our battle is the cause. He extended a second finger, and I, as the challenger. Achieving victory is the effect. Lin Xuan retracted his fingers, spreading his palms with a look of innocent charm. Before this cause has transpired and the effect has yet to be realized, any target struck by this lock will have all its processes forcibly suspended. In other words, until I win this battle, your pet cannot move. The arena fell silent. If the previous mimicry of the Qilin and the counterattack had merely shocked them, then Lin Xuan's words now utterly shattered their worldview. Causality. He was indeed discussing causality. What is that? A domain only deities can tread. It is the supreme law governing the operations of the world. A student who wasn't even A-grade, whose contracted spirit could wield the power to interfere with causality. This is not merely a skill. This is a miracle. No, this is impossible. This defies logic. This contradicts the very laws of nature, murmured the middle-aged mentor on the sidelines, his demeanor betraying a rare loss of composure. Behind him, the esteemed members of the academy rose in unison, their faces etched with identical expressions of shock and disbelief. They could sense that deep within the academy, the dormant, kingly auras, which usually lay still like towering mountains, had awakened, now infused with an overwhelming will, directed towards this modest battleground. Oh dear, they've summoned all the prominent figures from home. Calm down, everyone. Please take your seats. This is merely a routine occurrence. Lin Xuan reveled in the astonishment of the audience, feeling an exhilarating sense of liberation. Opposite him, Qin Feng, upon hearing this explanation, finally experienced the collapse of his mental realm. The mightiest contract spirit had been immobilized. The most formidable defensive artifact had become a mere decoration. Everything he once prided himself on appeared fragile, reduced to the status of a mere jest in the face of his opponent. He had lost. Lost in a manner that was utterly baffling, lost in a way that left him without a sliver of opportunity for resistance. Qin Feng emitted an incomprehensible howl. His eyes glazed over, spiraling into complete despair. Lin Xuan did not spare him another glance. A competent boss would not squander time on mere minions. He stepped forward, leisurely approaching the statue of the Holy Light Qilin, extending his hand to gently rest upon the gray chain mark upon its forehead. Little Ruan, it's time to feast. Devour the chaos, activate. In the next breath, a miniature black vortex manifested upon Lin Xuan's palm. An inexorable and gradual force of absorption began to extract the most primal essence of light from within the Holy Light Qilin. The statue shuddered slightly, though immobile. The profound agony of having its life essence stripped away caused its very soul to tremble. Ding. Progressing with the absorption of the A-Class Pinnacle Light-Based Creature S Source Light Law Analysis. 510. Ding. The damage dealt by your contract spirit, Little Ruan, to light-based creatures has permanently increased by 15. Ding. The power of your contract spirit, Little Ruan's skill, Dark Judgment, has been enhanced by 20. Excellent, excellent. This is quite the lucrative endeavor. Lin Xuan basked in the joyful emotions transmitted by Little Ruan, his spirits lifted. However, just as the essence of the Holy Light Qilin was on the verge of plummeting below A-Class, nearly 30% of its source consumed, Lin Xuan suddenly ceased his actions. He retracted his hand, and the black vortex vanished. He patted the Qilin's neck and addressed the already dazed Qin Feng. Your academic standing, your dormitory, your monthly resource allocation, these are all mine now. As for this creature, Lin Xuan gestured towards the Qilin, whose aura had waned and whose essence was damaged. Its realm in decline. Consider it the price you must pay for challenging me, a freshman, as a second-year genius. To kill is to choose the lesser path. To strike at the heart is the true way of kings. Render it incapacitated, yet spare its life. Let this creature, once a symbol of Qin Feng's glory and pride, become a living monument, a constant reminder of his defeat and humiliation today. Such mercy is 100-fold more cruel than outright slaying it. Lin Xuan turned and descended from the gradually lowering battleground. The middle-aged mentor observed him, extending a student token inscribed with Qin Feng's name. Lin Xuan accepted the token and casually pocketed it. Behind him, the mark of causal lock upon the Qilin's forehead quietly dissipated. Roar. The liberated Holy Light Qilin emitted an exceedingly feeble lament, its massive form collapsing under its own weight. Its essence plummeted visibly, from A-Class Pinnacle to ultimately stabilize at the initial stage of B-Class. Its foundation shattered, its mythos no more. The entire audience was left in uproar. At that moment, the seemingly dazed Qin Feng felt a vibration on his wrist terminal. Numbly, he raised his hand and opened the message. The sender was none other than the third prince, the one he had revered as a divine being, his greatest pillar of support. The content of the message consisted of a mere 2 words, waste of space.